but it didn't look good and it didn't sound good. And anything beyond that, I guess we'll have to wait for Bronco to announce.
It didn't taste good. Yeah, Bronco's going to come on here in about an hour and 15 minutes. They're on a bye this week. I doubt he's going to say anything definitive. But if Bryson Barnes is out, I think that's a significant blow.
He's been playing very well for them. Conover came in, looked good. It was all garbage time, obviously. So they have a bye here to get ready for a trip to Hawaii. So DJ and PK.
Hashtag Utah. We'll bring in the tight end, Otto Tia, as part of the triangle down at the bottom. Dampier running the other direction, hops through and is in. Touchdown. Dampier loads up, fires, and he's got it there for the touchdown. Ryan Davis slides in smoothly on a 32-yard hit. Two tight ends. Dampier on the roll, going to the back of the end zone. It's a touchdown for Bentley, one of those two tight ends.
There's highlights as Utah just absolutely destroys West Virginia 35-0. It was over, PK. Over.
Well, I think this is what Dampier does against this level of competition. He's proven it over and over again now. The next step for him is to prove it against better competition, which will be forthcoming. Obviously, they have a bye week this week, and then they get in with the Devils and then the Cougars, and we'll see at that point if he's able to be effective. If he's able to be effective, this team will be in contention. If he's not and the offense isn't, then obviously they won't.
4 touchdown passes for Dampier in the game. Kyle complimenting Bird Ficklin for coming off the bench, and then he also said Daniel Bray. I wonder if there's room for another running back. But they're looking for big plays. They really haven't been able to generate them. Maybe Bray's speed can. Both those guys are smaller guys, but they were flying around.
Yeah, I want to see it against good competition.
Yeah, right.
I mean,
garbage time at West Virginia with no pressure is a different deal.
Right.
But for Ficklin, a freshman, get him in there. That's why you like blowouts. Get him a taste of the competition. And let him throw on 4th down in the red zone and see what he can do. Those reps are valuable. And we'll find out about all the injuries. They had multiple injuries there. The worst one looked like Nate Ritchie, but Kyle didn't have anything definitive to say after the game. But they also have a bye week, so a week and a half away from the first injury reports for them. DJ and PK.
Hashtag BYU.
The analytics say go.
You're going to have to take a timeout or take a delayed game.
Bachmeier just got the snap off. Wide open touchdown. Mr. Reliable Roberts. And the Cougars storm back and take a 2-point lead. On the around, that's Cody Hagan. Got a blocker out in front of him. Hagan houses it. Touchdown Cougars. A 32-yard sprint by Cody Hagan gives the Cougars the lead. Salter looking to pass. Surveys. Comes under, picked off. It's intercepted by Glasgow on the misfire, and that might do it.
BYU 24-21 over Colorado. A disastrous start to the game, but they righted the ship. Came from behind in the 3rd and 4th quarters. The conference games, PK, you like to say they're different. That one looked and felt different, but they figured it out in the end.
Yeah, this is a great win for them. Going on the road there, full house, obviously at Folsom, as they do under Dion. And the Buffs look like they're ready to play right from the start. Cougars on their heels. And then we saw them have to dig in. We saw Bachmeier take another level of progression. He's right on target. You know, they looked at the film, obviously, and they were saying that he checked into all the times he checked into, every time but one was the exact right one, and the one that it wasn't, the play clock was winding down and a fast approaching to 0. Other than that, in terms of his knowledge of the offense, has just been absolutely incredible. They believe he's a dog. They believe he's ahead of schedule. All these things that they're super excited about to see what he can do. And it's really important for him and them to get these games, because after they've got West Virginia, then they go down to Tucson, then it's on. They have a 5-game stretch, and I will continue to talk about this for the next several weeks, the next 7 weeks. Nobody in the conference plays a 5-game stretch like they do. It's bookended with Utah and then Cincinnati, and then they play the ranked teams in the middle, and it is going to be a big time stretch of competition. It's extremely important for these guys that they go into the Utah game 6-0. If they go into the Utah game 6-0 and find a way to maybe go 3-2, 4-1, they're in great shape. 2-3 will be a little more difficult, but that 5-game stretch, and I went through when they told me about this, and obviously I knew about it, but talking to them about what's ahead, I went through and I looked at all the teams in the conference. Nobody has a 5-game stretch in this league like they do, which starts with the Utah game. What is it, on the 18th? From that point on, so you got, I think you got the 2 that I just mentioned, and then it ends with UCF at the end. Other than that, man, it is going to be a big-time opportunity. I'm excited to see what they can do.
208 yards officially rushing, but there are a couple runs that lost 9 yards, credit to the team as they run out the clock. So 217, that was to be expected. Colorado gives up 195 yards a game on the ground. To me, the surprising thing, and this is both encouraging / scary, well, Bachmeier played well, all the toughness, 15 carries, 98 yards. Yeah. Surprised they didn't generate more yardage with the running backs. Hagan had 32 yards on the end around also. Do you worry about him taking that many hits? I mean, back to your point, Bachmeier.
No.
That many hits against that level of competition, and they've got bigger, better players. That's why we're talking about that level of competition.
See, the offense is going to look different as it progresses.
You don't think he'll get the 15 carries against those teams?
In my conversations, that they know full well that the offense that they have now is not going to be good enough during that stretch that I just spoke of. And so the playbook will continue to be expanded at a much higher level, obviously with him having the opportunity to throw the ball. And I suppose he could get sacked or he scrambles, but that's what they're looking for. Now, that could change once they get into it and you see the complexion of the game. But that's the mindset. Now, exactly. Kalani just said that.
Right.
And he carried it 50 times if he had to, because it's just about winning. It's not about stats or anything else. It's about winning. So, but they know that, and they've been working toward this.
And maybe they've got more plays like the one that's got Hagan loose for the game-winning, what turned out to be the game-winning touchdown. But the fact that they had, about 80 yards from the traditional run game, that L.J. Martin was under 4 yards a carry, to me, that's a little bit of a red flag right there.
I just think Colorado's up for it. They're fired up. They make adjustments. You look at statistics, and somehow statistics are going to determine the game. It doesn't always work that way.
Not always. Just for this big stretch that's coming up, I think a little better running game out of the traditional running backs is going to be called for. And maybe they'll have it when they get there. All right, DJ and PK.
Hashtag college football.
Rolling, looking, Simpson will run it himself, and he will walk in. Touchdown, Alabama.
Logan Diggs is the running back here. Chambliss looks to the sidelines, stops his lineman for a moment. Diggs moves over to the right shoulder of Chambliss. Play clock at 4 seconds. There's the snap. Diggs straight up the middle. He's in the end zone. The former LSU Tiger just stuck it to the former team with a TD right up the gut.
Corian Moore comes left. And back. And going to throw. Step up away from the rush. Throws it. Got him wide open at the 10. 2-yard line. Touchdown. Gary Bryant Jr.
From 41. The snap. The hold. The kick. In the air. End over end. It is good. It is good. Victory, Illinois.
Highlights around college football. Arizona State beats previously 24th-ranked TCU, knocks them out of the polls 27-24. That was an impressive comeback. Arizona State was on the mat, PK.
17, yeah.
Got up and won the game. Touchdown, field goal, last 2 possessions in the last 2 minutes. That was impressive. Surprised Iowa State rolled Arizona, or you always figured paper Tiger, paper Wildcat?
No, Iowa State's really good. I mean, I picked them. I've said it a million times, them and Texas Tech to be in the final. That was my preseason prediction. 1 or 2, it doesn't really matter which way they end up. But no, I think Iowa State at home with everything they got going on, no, not surprised at all.
39-14, a lot of top 10 teams, several top 5 teams getting beat. Maybe the most surprising was Virginia beating Florida State in OT, 46-38. Bama and Georgia had their usual slugfest. Fifth-ranked Georgia falls 24-21.
Yeah, there's two things that I took from this weekend from the national perspective. We've already talked about the Big 12 extensively. Is that they make such a big deal about Penn State losing to Oregon. I mean, Ohio State lost to Oregon last year, and they still win the title. They're going to get 4 teams in. The playoff, to an extent, at the Big Ten level, has watered down the season. And I know it was a big game and all, and I was flicking around watching it too. I didn't feel well on Saturday, so I just stayed home. I literally watched football from 10 o'clock until the end of the Cougar game. I mean, I didn't feel well, so I didn't go outside or do anything. But anyway, I just didn't see where that's such a big deal. Because if you look at Penn State's schedule, if they get 2 losses, they're going to be in. All they have to do, and they got 2 ranked teams ahead of them, all they have to do is beat Indiana, right? If they beat Indiana, they're going to beat everybody else, and then they get that other loss. They got 2 losses. They're going to be in. And you look at Indiana. What's Indiana done the last couple years? Well, they got into the playoff last year. They did not beat a ranked team. The only ranked team they've beaten from last year to this year is Illinois. Now, they crushed them, obviously, by 55 points, I think it was. And so Indiana's probably going to get in. And speaking of Illinois, you were right. It was all about Illinois. You nailed it. You said last week, you screamed. Now get up. You don't have to fall on the ground. You screamed that it was all about Illinois. Everything. Yeah, didn't he just scream it was all about Illinois? That's why he was saying what he was saying. It was all about Illinois. You were right. It was exactly about Illinois, just like I told you.
Thank you.
Go Illini.
2-minute warning, and I'm like, I need the USC coaching staff to come through. Guys, run the clock down before you score. Come out and throw it in the end zone. They haven't stopped Illinois all day.
Haven't stopped anything all Lincoln Riley's tenure.
Another fight. And so knowing that, freaking run the ball. Now they come out and throw it in the end zone on the first play out of the 2-minute warning. That was good, guys.
Oh, my God.
Good work.
You will always, for the rest of your life, pick USC against Illinois because you go with the name program. I tried to tell you. You didn't want to listen.
Should have followed the 2-time zone rule. Blew it. Ignored my own rule.
They could play on Mars, and you would still pick SC over Illinois.
20.
Because it was all about Illinois. You're right.
24-10 out of the gate. Come on, USC.
It was all about Illinois.
Arkansas fired Sam Pittman yesterday. So September's just the new month to fire coaches to get the head start on the coaching search?
If you suck, I guess so. Well, it's a pro sport now. So if you look at it, everything's out in the open. It's a pro sport. Kids are making money. I don't want to hear about it, and that's what the pros do. So, yeah, fine. See you later.
Oklahoma State fired their defensive coordinator as their staff shakeup continues. So, DJ and PK.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
Kershaw doffing his cap. He's taking his right hand, putting it to his heart, blowing a kiss to his family as Clayton Kershaw has left his final regular season start after striking out 7 men.
The 1-0 pitch. Breaking ball hit on the ground right side. Picked by Edwards. Throws to second one. Lopez to first. A double play. A killer of a double play as it ends the Mets season. And so, one of the uglier parts of the history of the New York Mets, having their postseason hopes ruined on the final day of the season by the Marlins, has happened again.
Door was open for the Mets. The Reds lost, but the Mets got shut out. They lose to Miami 4-0. So they had the best record in baseball after 2 months. They had the second highest payroll, and they missed the playoffs on a tiebreaker.
Oh, yeah, that's awful.
83 wins tied with the Reds, but the Reds won 4 out of the 6 games head-to-head. So the Reds are in, and the Mets are out. And awful. You can go right through the thesaurus there, PK. Awful, horrific, terrible.
Well, it didn't equate to the payroll, man. Yeah. Obviously, they gave Soto massive amounts of money, and they got several other guys, and they couldn't get the job done. And that's as bad as it gets for them. They deserve everything that's coming their way in terms of negativity, but yet they'll all be fat and happy money-wise.
Milwaukee beat Cincinnati, so the Brewers have the best record in baseball. They have a club record 97 wins. What will that translate to in the postseason? Milwaukee and Philly get the byes here in the wild card. So wild card starts Tuesday. They play Wednesday, Thursday if necessary, and then the divisional round Saturday. So playoff baseball coming your way. Fast and furious. 4 games Tuesday, tomorrow, to kick it off.
Sad the season's over, but with playoffs, looking forward to watching as much baseball as I can.
Yankees, Red Sox in a wild card round. Little rivalry on top of, best 2 out of 3, so the urgency's right there from the get-go.
Yeah, I think it is for everybody.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag RSL.
Real Salt Lake keeping their playoff hopes alive. They beat Austin 3-1. Got a little bit of help, but didn't get a lot of help in the playoff race. They'll be hosting Colorado Saturday in another must-win game. That'll be their home finale. They play the last 2 on the road.
You know, that's the best game they've played in weeks.
Yes, they looked really good. They looked really sharp right from the start. Austin was under it. They had possession on Austin's side of the field basically the entire first half. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NBA.
Utah Jazz Media today. We're broadcasting live. We'll have interviews with front office personnel, coaches, players from now till noon. We'll be here till 10. Jake and Ben from 10 to noon. See which players come through. Hoping maybe Austin Aines or Ryan Smith will stop by. We'll see how that works out. They're scheduled to go to the podium at 8 a.m. So here we go. Media day, training camp, preseason, regular season. Let's get to it, PK.
That time of year, yeah, I'm ready to go. Let's see what they got here. You know, we got a few weeks before the games start to count for real. So, but I'm excited to see what they can present this season and see what their young guys can do, obviously.
We're on the practice floor. How many basketballs do you think are in front of us? 200, 300, 400? That's a lot of basketballs.
Yeah, they always do this thing where they sign
Everybody
them for whatever.
walks up and down the line, signing them all.
I don't know what it's for, but
I think for everybody who requests a charity auction and to take care of sponsors.
Not my business.
Yeah. So, DJ and PK.
Hashtag golf.
From 6 feet. Straight putt up the hill. Ball is on its way. And he's hold it! And Shane Lowry has hold it! Europe have retained the Ryder Cup. He's bouncing around the green. The Europeans are coming over the green. Darnish Keddy is jumping around the green. What unbelievable scenes here from Shane Lowry from Europe. What a scintillating match this has been. The United States have really put it up to the Europeans today. But what a moment for the Irishman, the man from County Offaly. He's a big man for big occasions.
Team USA dug an enormous hole Friday and Saturday. The best ball, the 4-ball, they just got smoked. And then in the singles on Sunday, a late rally. Not enough. 15-13. Europe gets the win.
For Europe, man. I mean, it's tough when you battle an entire continent.
Yeah, right.
We're just, we're just a little old country here. And then
a little old country.
A lot of those dudes live in America as it is. They got to change that rule, though. Hovland doesn't play, but they still get a half a point. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
That's a dumb rule.
They ended up winning 15-13, so that doesn't swing it. But when it's a huge haul and it's like, my neck, I got a bulging disc. I get a half a point. But apparently it's been a rule for a long time.
Well, they need to change it for
it's been applied
next time.
Like 4 times. That's what the U.S. captain, Keegan Bradley, was saying.
And some of the stuff, I mean, and Rory said it's just a limited amount of fans. But, hey, come on.
Knucklehead behavior.
But they encourage that. I mean, I'm tired of all sports, whether it's professional level or whatever, complaining about drunk people when you sell them overpriced alcohol.
$15.
Yeah,
$20.
Until they're willing to remove the alcohol, I don't want to hear sports teams and those folks complain about it because they make money off of it.
A lot.
If you're serious about it, don't sell it. But they're not. And so you got that, and Rory, you can hear the stuff. You know, Rory stepped back, told him to shut the F up. It's like, I told you that the last time we were playing.
Not just the last time.
Right.
DJ.
Well, I mean, you were trying to taunt me. You're trying to get in my head.
Every time.
And so that's something that shouldn't have to happen. But that's the way that is. And they've kind of created, the Ryder Cup has kind of created a 16th hole here. And we got somebody we might want to be talking to right now. All right, there's my man. Good.
We're doing well. Have a seat. Yock, prepare to blow up the brakes. This is what Jazz Media Day is all about.
Hey, Coach.
Drafting in here. You know you can say hello and move on. That is a smart play right there. Will, you missed nothing. That is your first good 20-second timeout of the year right there.
Austin is our leader.
Ryder Cup, what are we doing?
We just
finished talking
finishing
Ryder
what is
Cup.
trending. We do all the headlines.
And I expect to be taken out to Hidden Valley, by the way. I understand you live close by there, so when you get time.
I might know someone.
Yeah.
So you've got one of the smartest coaches in the NBA because he doesn't really want to do any more interviews than he has to. And if he knows, he just drafts you like it's a NASCAR race and walks right in behind you. He can say hi, he can smile, he can shake hands. He can even loop back and walk by a second time. But he knows we got to talk to you. Will Hardy, A+, day one, right out of the gate. So you settled in over the summer?
Yeah.
You got everything
good. Family's good. Everything good. Yeah. Feeling settled. Everyone's been great and welcoming and getting to know the Jazz fans on the streets. They give it to me sometimes.
Those are the Ute fans, I assume. The Cougar fans are nice to you? Maybe the Aggie fans. They have a little bit of an edge, too.
I've got a son at the U.
Yeah.
He's a sophomore at
Are
the
you
U.
using him like a human shield right now?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
We went to the Texas Tech game. It was fun.
Yeah. Oh, nice. Well played.
We did. It was fun.
Well, you've been in this community a long time, and so you were away from here, but you still understand it, and you know that the Jazz are their big unifier, and whatever the Jazz do, it's major news, good or bad, indifferent. Everybody cares about the Jazz, and so we're anticipating a season in which is development, right? Is that fair to say that's what you're looking forward to this season is development as far as what you got? Because there's so much young talent, and we all want to see what it can do.
Yeah, we understand where we are as a team, and we have a ton of young players. And just however we continue building this team out in the future, a huge part of that has to be internal development. We have to get some guys from this group to improve and be part of our rotation going forward.
How much do you know about these guys' games? I mean, you scouted them. You know, you're in the league, and you're always scouting the rest of the league too. So you've got some level of knowledge, but it's different being in the building every day because you're going to have to make decisions going forward on extensions. And these are big decisions on young guys. As much as you have to get trades right and get draft picks right, you don't want to have somebody here who's a little bit of a late bloomer give up on them too early and watch them blossom somewhere else. So how much do you feel like you know and how much do you feel like you still got to figure it out with these guys?
Yeah, I mean, they've been around a lot this summer. Mm-hmm. I've been able to spend time with them, watch them play a ton of pickup and drills and all this stuff, a good chunk of the team. It's the benefit of having a lot of young guys is you can kind of, hey, you should be here this summer, and they listen. They've worked really hard. But, yeah, I mean, look, I have the benefit of a lot of people here that have spent every day with them as well. So I've got a lot of resources. I feel like I know the team pretty well, but we'll see. There's nothing like working with them every day during a season.
How are you going to balance, and it's not you, so obviously Will Hardy's going to have to do it. Young guys want them to play, but I can recall conversations with you as far as down at BYU with Steve Cleveland, and he was talking about, hey, nobody's entitled to anything. Everything has to be earned. So how do you balance wanting to see them out on the floor but making sure that they're earning whatever they get and it's not just given to them because they're young and you want to have a youth movement?
Will and I have spent some time talking about this, and we believe that the best way to help these young guys grow is to make them earn it. We want them to fight for these minutes, and we have some really good veterans that our focus this year was to have guys that can help them look better on the court and play better, good connecting pieces, good locker room guys that can be invested in helping them move along. And you've seen the roster. We have so many young guys. Some of them are going to have to play. Right. It's not. So I think they have to earn it. I think they have to fight. I think that's the only way to really see what we have.
Are you worried about the veterans getting a lot of playing time, or does that go back to the young guys just have to beat the veterans out? And if they don't, oh well.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. Like I said, we have enough that some are going to naturally, but I believe in their talent level too. I think they're going to earn it. We've had a great summer. Obviously it was amazing watching Lowry play in the Eurobasket. He was incredible. And Big Nurk took his team farther than Bosnia's ever been, which was good. But these young guys have been in this gym every day, working really hard. So I'm excited to see what kind of progress they've made, or I should say how it applies to the NBA game.
The veteran guys that you have today, and you can't necessarily predict what's going to happen, but do you anticipate these veteran guys being on the team when the season starts, when we get to the All-Star game and the various check marks during the season?
I mean, certainly as the season starts, but I'm not, going to predict any possible move that could happen. But we're not good enough to commit to anything for super long term. But no, I like these guys and what they can bring.
It seems like the league has changed, and that veterans who used to have some value on the trade market, it seems like it is hard to move them. It feels like a lot of teams are playing pat hands right now. Do you see it that way? Is it different than it's been, and is it salary cap driven?
It's different. It's mostly about the rules, and the salary cap. So basically, we haven't had as much growth through COVID as we had in the years previous, and we will have going forward. And so there's been less cap space available. And so money's a little tight. So trades are harder to fit. Contract value is more of a premium than even talent. And so it just – players' contract is really, really important compared to their on-court value. So it's all very tied to that. That's why. There's just not as much money. It's a little tight right now.
And with the new TV deal and the salaries the cap going up 10% every year, there'll be a little breathing room?
Yeah, we didn't quite get 10% last year, but we'll get something up there. But we'll just get a little more growth, and there'll be a little more cap space, a little more breathing room. I would imagine some of these things loosen up a little bit.
DJ talked about what you need to do is make decisions for the future with these young guys. Sort of a general observation. Specifically, I wanted to ask you about Walker Kessler because he's coming up. What are your thoughts about him?
I'm a big fan, Walker, as a person and a player. He is, of our young guys, has proven himself, established himself as a real rotation-level NBA player, and that's awesome. We need many more of those, and so we're thrilled about him and his future, and hope to have him around.
Is it safe to say that in this era where the money is really tight, that it's not just the amount of money and it's not just the years, but at what point you give him the extension, without taking too deep a dive into the CBA and boring everyone, but is that a big part of the decision-making priority? Because you see the headline, they're not extending him right now, but is the right now part the biggest part of the story?
I don't want to negotiate publicly, but it's definitely a factor, and there are some CBA rules that affect when and when not to offer things and when to start contracts because every dollar counts. It's not a hard cap like the NFL, but it's a firmer cap now, and so we do have to manage that because we really want to try to improve this team quickly and make steps forward, and salary cap flexibility is a huge part of that.
When you were with the Celtics, Austin, you went through a player having a serious season-long injury with Gordon Hayward right off the bat. Obviously, that's what happened with Taylor Hendricks. Gordon was a little older, a little more established. Taylor's a younger guy. What's the plan as far as bringing him along?
Yeah, so unfortunately, in the Gordon situation, he had a complication with the surgery that set him back quite a bit. Knock on wood, thank goodness, Taylor has had a very smooth transition and everything's gone right. He looks awesome. He's been playing full pickup. He'll be full go, and looks good.
So no minute restrictions, pitch count, no back-to-back, all that kind of stuff?
Right now, we're not leaning that way at all. He looks good. He's playing well. There'll probably be some timing and stuff about coming back to real games, but he's been running, dunking, defending, everything out here.
And then also the high pick here, man. we joked last winter before you got brought on. I've never watched as much Rutgers basketball in my life because we knew the Jazz were going to probably have a high pick. We didn't know where. We were hoping as high as possible. So at 4 o'clock in the winter, I was turning on the TV because Rutgers was on so much with their 2 high picks. I got to see Ace Bailey play 25 times probably, and didn't think that when you went into the draft that he'd be available, but nevertheless you got him, but yet he's such a young pup. How do you handle somebody who is that young but just possesses such enormous talent and the potential to be potentially, I guess, a franchise player?
Well, first of all, Will Hardy is an amazing coach, and he's been through it many times as well, and his staff has. So I think we'll have a really good plan in place for him. We've talked about it a lot. We're watching him here play pickup every day, and the flashes of talent are enormous. But yeah, he is young and he is going to make mistakes. And so how do we, hold him accountable for those, and how do we give him opportunities to grow while also allowing for mistakes is an interesting balance, right? It's kind of what we're talking about. I think big part of it will be focused on effort and a few things that we can make sure he does, and then a few things that we might not be quite as strict on with young players. I think that's kind of the general way to handle it.
All the local high school basketball coaches would love to know what those things are. Do those have to be held close to the vest? Or you can
No, I mean, I'm just saying, like running the court, rebounding, playing defense, fighting through screens, communicating. There's some things that are non-negotiables. You have to demand the effort and the focus, and then if you have a turnover, miss shots, like you can live with some of those, right?
What have your conversations been with Lowry?
Lowry, I've mostly been just in awe and congratulating him on his amazing summer. He hasn't been around a ton. We've talked on the phone. We've texted. I look forward to getting him to know him a lot better. He's probably the one I've spent the least amount of time with because of his busy summer.
You didn't go over?
I didn't go over this year.
That's interesting. I thought that was an event that got scouted pretty heavily, or is it older players and so not so much?
Yeah, I mean, we watched every game here. But, yeah, most of those guys I've been watching since they were 17. Didn't just with moving my family felt a little hard to get over there.
I'm not sure people realize, but you've been down in the weeds for so long. I mean, obviously you got the connection there with the name, but the fact that you were doing this basically when you got done playing with BYU, and I think and as I can recall conversations with you as a player, it seemed like this is what you were destined to do. I thought you would be in on the management side as opposed to the coaching side. I knew you were going to stay in the game. That was no question. And a word I got over in Boston, he's interviewing for this job, whether it be Charlotte or wherever. Is this the career path that you wanted to be on?
I didn't know it my whole life. And toward kind of the latter years of college, I had thought I was going to go to law school, and then I spoke to a lot of lawyers, and they said, don't go to law school. No, I had basketball. I didn't feel like I was done with it, so I decided I wanted to do coaching early on and, winding path of life. But, no, this has been – I just love the game and being around it. And, I was a ball boy since I was 8 years old in this game, all the way up. So it's just in the blood. And it's a lot of fun. I'm really excited to take on this project here.
So, Austin, how do you spend your time during the year as far as the amount of time you're with the team? At home, it's a little different watching a group on the road. So do you prioritize that? Obviously, you've got a lot of college players to watch and the rest of the NBA and to find the odd European player. And you got people doing all these things. So you're kind of another person in, but you want to see stuff with your own eyes. So how do you break up your time?
Yeah, I've got an amazing staff to help with a lot of this. But, I'm going to spend quite a bit of time with the team early on and just evaluate from there. But, they say keep the main thing. And I need to make sure that we're finding and getting the right players. We need to add more talent. And so I will still be scouting quite a bit because can't make mistakes on that.
Yeah, I mean, and that's so true. In all my years of covering college hoop, you'd see the same guys out there. No matter where you'd be, they'd be out there scouting and, have an opportunity to talk to them. And they felt like being on the road and seeing the kids play and also talking to the people around the kids, because how important is that to make sure that you're not just getting a good player, but you're getting the right player to be able to fit into the things that you're looking to build here for the Jazz?
Yeah, the scouting process, we're not allowed to talk to the players themselves until they actually declare for the draft in mid-May. And usually only get one or two brief opportunities to talk to them. So we spend the rest of the time speaking with what you said, the assistant coaches, the academic advisors, the athletic trainers, the managers.
Yeah, I've had scouts come up to me and ask me about guys.
Absolutely, absolutely. People who cover the team on a regular basis in the media, for sure. We're just trying to get the best amount of information we can to make the right decision. It's just like any investor out there who's going to buy a company or a car. You want to do your research. These are huge investments for us, and so we have a whole staff of people scouring the earth and finding the best information and watching all the film, doing the best we can.
When you talked with Ryan when you were taking the job, there's got to be kind of meeting of the minds on a general path and like general goals. What are a couple things that you guys agreed on right away that are just bedrock stuff that made you want to take the job?
Ryan and Ashley are amazing. Their dedication to the state of Utah, and I mean, that's their guiding light. They want this place to be great and to be viewed great, and the Jazz and the Mammoth are vehicles for that, and they want to win. And money is not an issue. They treat people the right way. Those are probably the main things: winning and treating people the right way. And those are non-negotiables for me, and that I have. We're completely aligned in those.
You had a succinct comment when you were asked about tanking. I think it was in your opening press conference, and you said like 4 or 5 words, we're not going to do that, right? And so it sent a powerful message with such a few amount of words. You got that pick that could be given to Oklahoma City depending on the standings and all. So fans, and I've had several fans ask me about that, how are you going to balance that when you get to later in the season? You might be approaching where that pick might get away from it. How's it going to be handled?
It's not our focus right now. Focus on the players, develop the right culture, the right environment for development. We need these young guys to feel like every possession matters, every dive for every loose ball. We're trying to establish this culture, so that's our main focus.
So I have heard other people in the organization say as the rebuild has taken maybe a little longer and the draft picks haven't been quite as high, somebody said, yeah, we hired too good of a coach. They came out 10-3 the first year. And and the regular season has its own rules, for lack of a better expression, right? And so the team that plays hard and the team that plays their best players every night can win games that don't, maybe on the surface you don't think they're going to win, and that can mess up the draft position. And you've considered all these things because Will Hardy heard what you said, and in his media availability with us, he got the question late, and the question was, how excited are you that you're basically going to be allowed to win? And he said, very. Paused, long, awkward pause in the room, and then he leaned in again and said, very, and the PR person said, thanks, guys, that's it, good night. And he got up and left with a smile on his face. I think he's clearly felt handcuffed. He's going to go for it, and I don't think they're going to start 10-3 like they did his first year, but who's to say?
Will was a huge draw to this job as well. I've known him for some time, and he really is a really bright young coach, and I think going to get even better with time. But, we've talked it through, and we just feel like the best path, there are some positives and negatives to everything you do, but establishing a culture of fighting for every possession and fighting for every win that we possibly can, there's value to that as well, right? It's not all negative. It's not all a draft pick. It's those players now have more value in the trade market. They have more value toward us toward winning. We have a better idea of who can be part of us going forward, who can finish a playoff game, these types of things. And we need to know. We need to find out. We need to hold these guys to that standard. No matter where the wins and losses fall, we try to hold them to that standard as best we can, and I think we have a better chance of building a sustainable winning culture.
Kevin O'Connor used to sit about 7-8 rows up so he could scream at the refs and nobody could hear him, right? And it felt comfortable that way. Larry Miller was on the floor. Where are you going to be?
I'm going going to be in the corner. I didn't want to be near the bench. I didn't want players or coaches to see my facial reactions. I try to maintain a calmer presence, but you don't always succeed in that. We care about all this, and I don't want. So I'm going to be kind of in a corner away from the bench, trying to hide a little bit.
Well, the camera's going to be on you, though.
I hope not.
But it's going to be.
So Scott Layden sat about 8 rows up and folded his arms and held all the emotions in right here and didn't flinch, and it didn't matter. It didn't matter a dunk on a 12.
Yeah, but he's an Aines.
I know, but he sat under the camera so they could only get him with the hand held under the basket. Very strategic by Scott.
He might have the plan there. I'll have to ask him or figure out where that is maybe. Yeah. But, I don't know if I have that kind of self-control.
I know you don't.
You got to literally hold your biceps and you just squeeze. All right, Austin, we got to let you go. Hey, thank you very much. I know we enjoyed it, and I know the fans enjoy hearing from you because there's been some losing. They can't wait to win again, and they can't wait to see what you decide going forward here. You got a lot of decisions in front of you. Good luck.
Thanks, guys.
Austin Aines joining us right here on 97.5 The Zone. So now we're a couple breaks behind, and Jake Hatch is losing his mind. He's got heavy lifting to do. Jake, what would you like us to do? All right, DJ and PK, it is time for the BYU update. The Cougars updates are brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbarbecue.com. For weddings, work, or any event, that's kennyjsbarbecue.com.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Let's go! You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com. How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Ticket packages for the Utah Mammoth 2025-26 season are available now. From full season and half-season packages to mini plans and other flexible options, choose the ticket package that fits you best and be part of the action all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK to talk with a rep or visit nhl.com/Utah/tickets/season tickets to learn more.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months. Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extended to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right, as low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown.
APR OAC, not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Hey guys, Alex Kirry from the KSL Sports Zone. I'm sitting down here with Dale today, who has also been on the same program I've been on.
Thank you.
Why did you join the SLC Fat Loss program?
Because it has to do with accountability. I need somebody to hold me accountable.
What were your particular goals with weight loss? I know it changes for everybody.
I started out at 330 pounds, and my goal is to get down to 200 pounds.
Tell me about the goal then. Have you been able to meet it?
I've lost 46 pounds. I've still got a ways to go. I figure I probably have 2 more sessions to go with it, so I'm going to stay in as long as it takes.
What do you think helped you the most with that success at being able to drop the weight with SLC Fat Loss?
Because I believe in it. I'm living it. It's a part of my life now.
All right, so would you recommend SLC Fat Loss to somebody, and why?
Absolutely. It's the best program I've ever been into, and I've tried lots of diet programs.
Thank you so much, Dale. To learn the success of losing up to 1 pound of healthy fat a day and to start that own success story of your own, get a hold of the folks at slcfatloss.com. Here's the website again. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
You're the fall cleanup phenom, the titan of trimming. You wield a leaf blower like a surgeon does a scalpel. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food for stronger roots and an early green up next spring. IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $29. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness to talk about these amazing new trucks all you want. All I want to know is, how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Dropping a Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah. My favorite. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK brought to you in part by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary, 801-899-7600, or visit their website at trajanwealth.com. DJ and PK, the Ute and Cougar updates here are going to be preempted here with a little bit with all the Jazz content. We will try to squeeze them in where we can. The updates, when we get to them, will be brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbarbecue.com for weddings, work, or any event. That's kennyjsbarbecue.com.
Good stuff out there. We've had it.
More than once in my case.
Nice.
I went back.
I don't blame you.
It was good.
It is good.
I had to serve lunch to about a dozen people. I thought, I know what I'm going to do.
Yeah, good thinking.
Yeah, it worked out well. So, Jake, are we still a few minutes away from the podium with Ryan Smith?
Yeah.
All right, let's take a quick break then. When we come back, Jazz Media Day continues. Jazz owner Ryan Smith sitting down. That's coming up right here, DJ and PK. It's 97.5 The Zone, and we are brought to you in part by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions. Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
Cheap bangs! Cheap bangs!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Well, here we are at Jazz Media Day. You know what that means? A new season is upon us. Full of optimism, right? Well, that's the way you want to approach your life as the seasons of life become available. And when you get to the retirement phase, you certainly want to have optimism. And what are you going to need? Well, you're going to need a lot of things. And one of the things you're going to need is money. That's for sure. You know, you want to be able to live it up at that time. Why? Because you've earned it. You've worked long and hard for it. And that's what you want your money to do. You want your money to be able to work for you. And that's why you need to get with professionals who know what they're doing. Those folks are at Trajan Wealth. Of that, I can tell you. I've spoken to them for many times over through these several years that I've been talking about Trajan Wealth. And what they're going to do with you and for you is meet with you, see where you're at, what your goals are, and then with those things in mind, they're going to figure out a way to create a plan that is going to be beneficial to you and you only, because when it comes to retirement, I don't know that no two plans are the same, right? We've all got different goals, different objectives. What do you imagine when you see retirement? All of us, different goals, and they require the unique plans. That's where Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors come in. Let Trajan Wealth help craft you a plan that will meet your goals. Call them today, your local trusted financial fiduciary, 801-899-7600. 801-899-7600. The places to meet with them are conveniently located north and south. The offices are in Farmington and in Draper. The website, TrajanWealth.com, has got a ton of information, TrajanWealth.com. Check it out. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Ticket packages for the Utah Mammoth 2025-26 season are available now. From full season and half season packages to mini plans and other flexible options, choose the ticket package that fits you best and be part of the action all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK to talk with a rep or visit NHL.com/Utah/tickets/season tickets to learn more.
The Missionary Starter Package now at Mr. Mac is everything a missionary needs at an unbeatable value. It includes 1 slim or modern fit suit, 4 and collar stretch shirts, 3 Teflon treated washable ties, 1 mission belt, and a pair of Echo or Johnston & Murphy walking shoes, all for just $695. Fit is never a problem at Mr. Mac with free in-store tailoring. Ask for the Missionary Starter Package at all 9 Mr. Mac locations.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months. Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extended to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right, as low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. APR OAC, not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Fall in love with the best steak you've ever had at Ruth's Chris. Award-winning service, sizzling steaks, appetizers, salads, sides, and dessert. Ruth's Chris, Salt Lake or Hotel Park City. Make reservations right now at ruthschris.com.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Nominate the youth sports volunteer that you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nomination at kslsports.com/contest and listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals.
No, there was no lightning.
Not anymore.
I'm free!
The thunderstorm has passed, PK.
Wow.
The skies were dark and cloudy.
The words came out of his mouth and everything just went along.
Now.
Bunch of people ask me, where's he going? I don't know. It tells me anything.
I love it when you lie on the show.
Hey, I stay in the dark. Just show up here every morning ready to go.
Wherever you get your podcasts, you can listen to Austin Aines. He talked at length, a variety of topics, development of the young guys, the risk of losing the draft pick to Oklahoma City, Walker Kessler, although he was careful on that one, didn't want to negotiate in public, but pulled back the curtain a little bit.
Well, they should like Walker. He's a good dude. Mm-hmm. I mean, you got to be a good player. You just can't be a good dude.
Right.
You get guys like me. If you're good enough at what you do, you can be a bad dude. I'm a classic example of that.
All right.
Right?
Yeah.
So with that in mind, he has the opportunity to be a rotational player in this league on a very good team. Hopefully it's right here. But I understand where Austin's thinking. But you also got to balance business, man. You got to be cold-hearted. I mean, look no further than his father. I mean, he made moves that were cold-hearted, and they won a title. And you got to make business decisions in addition to getting to know these people, wanting them to be good people and all that stuff. And so what value does Kessler bring within the context of this massive puzzle that is the salary cap and the roster and all the stuff that you got going on? And you obviously want every one of these kids to play extremely well, because even if they don't play here, they become valuable to other teams in the league. And Kessler has an opportunity to take another step this year. We all want to see it.
And then there's the 9 players, 3 rookies, 3 second-year guys, 3 third-year guys, who all need to take a step. Inevitably, they will not all take a step, but as many of them as possible. He seemed pretty upbeat about Hendricks, and not just about Hendricks, but about his availability, how he has looked, how he's performed here during the summer in the open gym, the pickup games, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, great. If his body allows him to do what he's capable of doing, that's all you want. And then it's up to him to determine what level of player he's going to be in this league, as long as he's got his health. And if he's got his health, and Austin's been talking about that the young man's had his health here as they watched him play, he's doing all the things that you need to do and all the things that he's capable of doing. Extremely athletic guy, defensive guy, shot blocker, runner, dunker, those types of things. And then how much work are you going to put in to make yourself as good a player as you can possibly be? The standard has been set by a couple of guys 20 years ago. Max out your potential. That's the goal. That should be the goal of every human being. And then whatever happens, happens.
But the standard was set. I was trying to figure out who that was. It's Kevin Love. That took me a
42?
second.
Yeah.
That took me a second. I saw him coming across the room.
Yeah, it's an LOV on the back.
Well, now that he's turned around, thank you, PK.
Honoring Jackie Robinson.
With the number 42. Lowry Markkanen is signing the biggest pile of jerseys right now.
He's gone through all the balls.
He's done the 200-300 basketball.
Yeah, it's got to be sore on the wrists, man, if you're signing all this stuff. For as you say, it's for charity? Is that what you said?
Well, it's for a wide range of stuff. I think, yes, the charities that request stuff for auctions. You go to some dinner and some auction, and they'll be autographing an autographed Jazz basketball. It was signed today. But I'm sure that the companies that they're spending the most money on luxury suites and TV and arena signage. Yeah. I would expect that some of them get the ball. There might be souvenirs in there for the actual members of the team. It's a wide range of things. Anything they need it for, you do it today so you don't bug the players all the way through the season. No. Well, all right, DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. We're waiting for Ryan Smith to step to the podium. We'll hear from him here on Jazz Media Day. We're going to be broadcasting live here until noon. And coming up, Jake and Ben at 10 o'clock will have more for you as the players start to become available. The first few players have come in here. They got a bunch of stations. They move around, taking photos, doing videos, all kinds of stuff here. I think even some of the networks are here.
You know what's crazy for me? With Austin Aines coming aboard, I feel like it's a new day. And I know some other people don't feel like that. Oh, this team's going to lose, blah, blah, blah. But for some reason in my mind, and maybe because I have a lot of confidence in Austin that I think he can get the job done, is that I feel like it's a new day, a new direction. And I'm excited to see how it's going to go. And the fact that they were able to draft Ace Bailey, who we know has an enormous amount of potential. This is just a fact. That's true. We've all seen him play a number of times. So somehow, even though the rebuild is taking long, it's taking longer for some people, I get it. I feel like it's a brand new day here with this franchise. And maybe I am totally out to lunch, and I probably think I misread a lot of what Jazz fans are thinking. I understand that. But in my mind today, it's like this is the beginning, and hopefully for them, it's the beginning of something really good.
I think it's inevitable that because of the last name, a lot of people are going to see it as a continuation. And it's probably a little bit of a gray area, but everybody sees it with their own, from their own viewpoint. So there are going to be changes. All right, Ryan Smith getting ready to meet with the media with Austin Aines right here on the Zone.
And then our president of basketball operations, Austin Aines. So, Ryan, we'll begin with you.
Hey, thanks, Derek. It's good to see everyone. Just to start off this year, we're obviously pretty excited. One of the things you'll see to kick off is we're wearing a patch right here that says Frank on our jerseys, just to honor Frank Layden over the last couple of years. Ash and I, just like many of you, have gotten to know Frank, and unanimous from our organization, top down, the energy, how contagious he is, the competitiveness, and obviously the identity that he's built in this franchise. We couldn't be more excited to represent Frank. I was going back and forth with Scott Layden last night, and the family's equally as excited to be represented, and it's a pretty cool thing. This is the second time Austin and I have been up here together. The first time it was a little bit of a whirlwind because Austin was coming in right before the draft. One of the things that as I've recruited people throughout my career, it's always great when you meet, you interview, but then day two comes, and it's like, okay, how's everyone going to gel? Austin came, very highly recommended. There was a lot of a buzz around his talent. I couldn't be more excited for this franchise with the way Austin's come in. He's shown leadership. He's made his presence known. The way that he's gelled with Will and our front office with Jay-Z and Danny and myself, it's been absolutely incredible. This is one part of the organization that I couldn't be more thrilled with as we look out for continuity and stability going out with Will's extension and where we're at in the front office. We've never been in a better spot. As far as our players on the court, I mean, we are young. We've got 9 players coming in from the last 3 drafts. If you think about that, we're excited about how this draft went with John and Walt and Ace. And more than anything, it's been way too long. We can't wait to get back on the court and wait to get back in the Delta Center. It's our fan base, as our players have been here all summer. It's actually been pretty incredible. They don't need to be here, but they have absolutely been in the gym. They've been together. You guys will all see this. There's just a vibe, and it's different. We're the youngest state in the country in Utah, and we've got one of the youngest teams, and the way that our community has met our players when they're out and about and everything, it's pretty special. There's no way that we're going to be able to get to our ultimate goal of winning a championship if it's not through a youth movement here, and we're pretty stoked on where it's going, and it should be a really exciting season, and I'm excited personally to see what Austin and Will can do with this group.
Yeah, really exciting summer. I don't know how many of you guys watched Lowry's Eurobasket, but it was awesome. He was great. It was hard not to get caught up in that. He had such a great summer and took Finland to places they've never been. I thought that was really cool. Kyle Filipowski was obviously MVP of the Summer League, and actually Nurkic took Bosnia further than they've ever been, and I thought he played quite well in the Eurobasket. And then just like Ryan referenced, the guys were here so much and worked so hard. Keonte, I thought particularly, had a big leadership role this summer. He took guys to Dallas and showed them around and got them in the gym, and he was kind of orchestrating a lot of the social activities. They went to football games and hikes and all these types of things, play video games together, and he's tried to use some of his leadership skills, bringing all these guys together, and it has felt cohesive, and the work ethic's been great. Now we'll see how it translates to the NBA court.
Questions? I wanted to ask about Taylor and kind of where he is and what you expect from him maybe through camp and the beginning of the season.
Yeah, I mean, Taylor has had, thank goodness, no setbacks in his rehab. He has been, it's gone great. He's worked his tail off. He looks like a monster out there. He's a big, strong kid. He's really worked hard on his body. He's been playing full court, full with no restrictions with our guys. We expect him to go full bore, and I'm sure there'll be some timing and some things getting back into the NBA game, but physically he looks great, and we're going to let him go.
I think this question for both of you, the question I get more than any other from Jazz fans is just, when is the team going to be competitive again? When is this going to be a playoff team again? What's your view on that?
It's hard to do timelines. We're focused so much right now on just helping these guys get better every day. Whenever we make that transition, however we add to this team in the future, whether it's through free agency next summer or trades at any point, a lot of our development has to come internally. We have to. The salary cap dictates it, our market dictates it, everything. We have to improve with a lot of these young guys in the room.
Expectations have probably never been so low. How does that affect the team? Does that free them up, or does that bring an extra challenge?
Yeah, I don't know if these guys pay attention to that as much. They are trying to establish themselves and prove people wrong all the time, and we're going to try to establish a culture this year. Will and I have talked a lot this summer about kind of how we want to go forward with this thing, and we've tried to add some veterans that are good players. Obviously, Lowry is really, really good. And we've got some other guys that are great connecting pieces. They're smart players. They can pass, shoot, think, that can help our young guys develop. And we want to hold them accountable this year. Every possession, every loose ball, everything. So we see what we have. And we see who's ready to make that transition to playoff level basketball. So our goal this year is to establish that culture and identity and see where we're at.
You mentioned veterans. How do you see guys like Kevin and Kyle kind of fitting in with this quote-unquote youth movement?
Yeah, I think we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I think it's going to be a lot of healthy competition. We want guys to compete and fight, and whoever earns the minutes earns the minutes. Those guys have had unbelievable careers. I mean, Kevin will be a Hall of Famer, I think, and Kyle's been on a ton of winning teams. So we think that on the court and in the locker room, they can bring a lot to our organization.
How do you avoid this particular part of the process of team building becoming A, stagnant and no longer productive, and B, just kind of the norm of what the team is going to look like going forward?
I think progress is what we're talking about, right? We have to keep getting better. We have to have these young guys show improvement. Stagnant is obviously the opposite of that, right? We need to keep moving forward, and I think this summer I've seen a lot of growth from these guys, and obviously the guys we drafted, we're excited about them, and we'll see how it looks when the lights come on.
Hey, how's it going, Austin? Quick question about Ace Bailey and how excited you were that he was available at 5, and then just kind of what he brings, just his raw talent.
Yeah, I mean, Ace, his combination of size, length, athleticism, and skill is very unique. That's kind of what really is the first thing that jumps out at you when you see him. But then when you spend some time with him, he is just a really happy, energetic person. He just smiles and brings joy every day in the gym. And he's been great to have around the guys this summer. Was super excited, our chance to draft him. Wasn't sure that he would get to us at 5, and we were thrilled when he did. And there'll be some ups and downs with every young player, but I think Jazz fans will be pretty excited to watch him play.
Yeah, if you think of 18-year-olds that we've had in this organization, I mean, it's Dante Exum, CJ Miles, and Andre Karolinko. And, Ace is probably one of the more athletic wings we've ever had in this franchise.
There's Ryan Smith and Austin Aines at the podium as Jazz Media Day gets underway. It's all brought to you in part by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbarbecue.com. For weddings, work, or any event, that's kennyjsbarbecue.com. If you can't listen all morning long, and the Media Day interviews are going to continue until noon, if you got things to do, remember you can double back. Everything's on a podcast. Wherever you get your podcast, whatever platform, you can hear all the interviews, all the interviews from the podium and the interviews right here on the air, sitting with us at the table here in the building. Stay with us, DJ and PK. It's 97.5 The Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
I-15 has the worst delays in a couple of spots. I-215 northbound, also in Lehigh through West Valley, are crawled due to accidents in those areas. Other problem areas are Mountain View Corridor and Bangor Highway heading north in the 201 freeway area, as well as I-15 southbound from Ogden all the way into Roy. This update is brought to you by the Whipple Service Champions. From system installs to fast fixes, delivering award-winning heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical services. Call the Whipple Service Champions for the win today. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. A website copywriter is doing 3 times more work than she was a year ago because AI programming is helping her with composition, organization, and editing. A data scientist who used to analyze data now checks the AI-generated analysis and helps managers make better decisions. A college professor, okay, it's me, tells AI to create PowerPoint slides for a lecture, and they do it in 45 seconds, and they do a better job than it took him 2 hours to do. AI is changing everything we do in the workplace, and it certainly has disrupted the workplace. There are fewer entry-level jobs, more impersonal communications. AI is making the workplace a more productive and less personal place. Learn more about how to lead a productive workplace without losing the personal connections. Go to UtahStateMBA.com. That's UtahStateMBA.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions. Hey, what you doing? Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
G-Bass! G-Bass!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Woo! Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
If you've ever had to deal with a plumbing problem, you may have felt the pain of realizing you don't know any plumbers. Whether you're trying to stop a leaky faucet, fix a running toilet, replace your old water softener, or install a tankless water heater, the plumbers at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What? You have a brother. A $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What? We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah. My favorite. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The artist of the day today is Billy Joel. His album, The Stranger, was released on this day in 1977 and became Columbia Records' best-selling album ever. It's brought to you by Live Nation. For all the live concerts and events in 2025, check out livenation.com.
Why were you so surprised?
He got residency right. I'm a little surprised.
Oh, at the Garden?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm a little surprised that, Vegas has gotten it right, but it seems to me like there are other cities where artists could do residency.
That's his hometown.
No, I know it's his hometown, but I'm thinking there's other people who could have gone in residency for New York and played the Garden however many dates over whatever period of time. And there's probably other cities you could do that in.
Well, obviously Springsteen could do it because that's his across the water there. But yeah. But it wasn't really a residency. It wasn't like 6 shows in 9 days. It was just a bunch of shows over a long time.
Park yourself for 90 days and do 20 concerts because you're going to have other events in there.
Yeah.
All right, DJ and PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. We're joined now by Bronco Mendenhall, head coach of the Utah State Aggies. He joins us every week. Bronco, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Bronco, it's an interesting time at Utah State because, the basketball coach is in the second year, the coach is in the first year, the football coach, and the AD's in his first week. So whatever was can be changed because you got decision makers that are making decisions for really important programs to the Aggie community. And I'm curious, now that you've done it, what you thought of 2 money games at SEC schools, knowing full well you need more money to compete and knowing full well that 2 road games in the SEC might not help you compete. How do you want to balance those going forward?
It's a pretty simple formula that requires right balance and discipline. One money game is plenty and preferred, I think, for any group of 5, group of 6 program. And whenever you have a choice, which is each time you schedule, there's no reason to go 2 time zones or go all the way to the SEC, right? There's schools on the West Coast and there's schools in the Big 12 that are much closer, that make more sense, have more regional intrigue, are easier on your team, and certainly you only need one of those games, not 2. I think many administrators around the country, especially in the race for finances, which is real, right, and the financial stressors that everyone feels, it's really easy just to say yes to a second one of those for approximately $2 million-ish. It could be a couple $100,000 less than that. It wouldn't be more. But that's an easier yes than some of the other things that really have to shift toward development and innovation and process design and really crafting a way to generate more revenue. And I think that's really the bind that administrators are in.
That answer right there is the Bronco Mendenhall that I've known for 2 decades. No outrageous emotion, but you get a strong point across and you say it a matter-of-factly. And that's your style, and it works so well for you. And I really love that answer because I got exactly what you're saying. And how could you disagree with that? Now we'll see what happens going forward. With that in mind, your offense looked pretty good. I thought, wow, Vanderbilt's quarterback was just outstanding. There's no question about that. And we saw the injury to Bryson. Any update on that?
I'm going to let the medical community still address and talk about Bryson. I feel more comfortable that way. In regards to Vanderbilt, wow, what an amazing quarterback. So they had punted 5 times in 4 games going into our game, and he's very difficult to sack. And the nature of their offense, and he's been in it so long now, with that offensive coordinator. They're fast, they're efficient, they're decisive. I don't think their talent was as strong as Texas A&M, but their team collective and the way they played and the knowledge of their systems and the way it complemented was very strong. I thought they were the better team for sure. We had the lead with about 6 minutes to go in the second quarter, and then just did not play good football for a while. But I thought the game certainly could have been closer. Thought we could have played to have a chance at the end, but they separated just by their execution.
Even though it's a blowout, I'm curious how much you're capable of saying, well, if they can do this against this team, it's going to look like this when we get to the Mountain West. How useful is that as a measuring stick to set expectations for you guys going forward, and how much do you have to throw it out because it's the SEC and it's a different beast, and you were traveling halfway across the country and all the things you just said?
Oh, no, it's the first part. Because they exposed every flaw, not only offensively but defensively and special teams. And so when you play a quality opponent like that, that's really well coached and seasoned, and again, 2 top 20 teams, it's so helpful because, again, what you might think is a strength doesn't look quite as much as a strength. You think a scheme or an idea or an identity is really going to take root, and that gets exposed pretty quickly as well. And then, quite frankly, the mentality of just sustaining and continuing to play when there might be 3 and outs, when there might be a 14-play drive, and you do that consecutively under that kind of unrelenting thing, especially on the road. Those things are seasoning if, right, when the coach points it out, which I just did this morning at a 7 o'clock team meeting, when I point those things out, really the team then chooses to embrace that message, accept it, and apply it. Or kind of continue maybe on a trajectory where they think it's okay or whatever, and the felt need doesn't go quite deep enough, fast enough. And so the whole idea, to your point, is to create the felt need as fast as possible, leverage that, improve upon it, and we have nothing but conference games left, which is pretty ideal.
How much when you have these, whether it's Vanderbilt or whomever, New Mexico, Boise State, whatever it is, when you play, the game's done, and so how much do you spend on that particular game, good or bad, before you got to get on to the next one? I realize you got a bye week, so it's a little unusual, but I'm just wondering in general what your philosophy is.
My philosophy is I'm a fast mover on. I'm a big picture thinker, and I see plays, not an entire game. And there might be, as in any game, this one included 3 to 5 plays change the outcome of that game, and a lot of those were in the stretch right before halftime. And so rarely is it more than that. And then you look for common themes and threads. So certainly watch every game. The staff, right, does a debrief afterwards, et cetera. But in general, you can make more of a game than's necessary, and you can chase ghosts that really don't deserve being chased. So, again, I move on quickly, identify what needs to be fixed, hopefully say it in a simplistic way to the team so they can apply it, and we move forward. I love the idea of some semblance of balance in a work week for my coaches and families. And so, again, the faster the tempo and the more effective the tempo with people I know, it allows us to then do an effective job with the past one, but then get a head start on the early one or the next one, which I think is just better for everyone.
I love having you on in part so you can kind of introduce your players. People want to bond with the players, and there really aren't that many opportunities. So I wanted to ask you about Brock Lane today. Now, he had one big play against UTEP, but all of a sudden he's got 7 catches for 98 yards. He only had 2 on the season. So who is he? Why did he have such a big game against Vandy? What do you expect from him? What's he like?
Yeah, Brock Lane's an amazing young man, one of the leaders of this team, and has fought injury for a long time. And that's partially why the production hasn't been as high. He's getting healthier and healthier. When I was the coach at New Mexico a year ago and we arrived here, he's also my son Breaker, who's on the team, his former roommate when Breaker was here his first year, so I got to know him. But I thought when I was the coach at New Mexico, coming in here, it's like, man, that guy, he's a really good player. And sure enough, now that he's healthier, he can be targeted more. And just an amazing story, young man from Arizona, great family, has a younger brother that's just basically his hero with special needs that he just looks after him in such a really cool way, lots of substance to him, and just an amazing young person. And that really is my intent here, right? Amazing kids, fantastic students, give back to the community, play great football, and I think that fits really well in Utah State. So that's the direction we're on, and anyone that meets Brock, they'll love him. He's awesome.
How are you going to handle the bye week with the program?
Yeah, we're really good question, and that's one of the biggest challenges as a coach, is you kind of try to have your finger on the pulse of the program and what they need. So we're really going to treat this just like we're playing this upcoming Saturday. So Monday through Thursday, we will prepare as if we're going to play Hawaii this Saturday. And there's a number of reasons for that, because you always leave earlier when you go to the island. We'll get a great chance to just continue to improve the program. We're not in a position to rest, recover, just chill, I guess is the word that the younger generation uses now. I'm not that coach, and this isn't that program. So we'll work as if, right, we're going to play Saturday, and then after I see this week, we'll decide what the next week looks like. No one will leave on Thursday.
Over time, it becomes really clear, and I've had coaches, going back to Lavelle Edwards once, had a couple really good quotes on this, that the kickoff times, asking teams to play at 9 a.m. or 10 a.m. on their body clock is a big deal. But asking kids to play until 2 a.m. on their body clock is also a big deal, and this Hawaii game is going to be late. Do you do anything to account and adjust for that, or you don't mention it and just expect guys to just try to blow through it and play through it?
We do everything we can without making it to the point where that's overly focused on, and that's a delicate balance. It is a big deal, and there is, going back to the first question regarding scheduling, there is one primary reason for early games and late games, and that's television, and for the revenue that comes with it, and that's, we are in the entertainment industry, whether we like it or not. So yes, we acknowledge it with our players. Yes, we build in processes. Yes, there's protocols. And then when we play, we have to act as if it's just normal.
Bronco, we appreciate the time. Enjoy the bye week as much as you will allow yourself to, because there's still work to be done, and we will talk to you again. Thanks for coming on.
All right, thanks a lot. See you later. Bye.
There's Bronco Mendenhall, head coach at Utah State. Ryan Smith, the Jazz owner, is going to sit down with us right after the break. Stay with us. Jazz Media Day continues right here on The Zone.
Whether you're dealing with a weekend warrior injury or recovering from surgery, Canyon Sports Therapy gets you back in the game fast. We specialize in sports and orthopedic rehab with expert physical therapists, personalized sessions and treatment plans, and the latest tools to speed up recovery. As primary care providers, we can take new patients without a referral, often with same or next day appointments. And yes, we're even open on Saturdays. Book now at canyonsportstherapy.com and feel better. Canyon Sports Therapy, getting you back in the game.
The Missionary Starter Package now at Mr. Mac is everything a missionary needs at an unbeatable value. It includes one slim or modern fit suit, 4 and collar stretch shirts, 3 Teflon treated washable ties, 1 mission belt, and a pair of Echo or Johnston & Murphy walking shoes, all for just $695. Fit is never a problem at Mr. Mac with free in-store tailoring. Ask for the Missionary Starter Package at all 9 Mr. Mac locations.
Ticket packages for the Utah Mammoth 2025-26 season are available now. From full season and half season packages to mini plans and other flexible options, choose the ticket package that fits you best and be part of the action all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK to talk with a rep, or visit nhl.com/Utah/tickets/season tickets to learn more.
DJ and PK, we're joined now by Ryan Smith. It's Jazz Media Day. Now, right now, you're sitting here thinking Jazz. You're surrounded by Jazz people. I'm curious, how far is your brain away from the Mammoth, though? At any moment, could a Mammoth thought just, oh, hey, we got to talk about this. We got to meet about that?
Nah, they're pretty different.
Yep.
Like, I mean, the world's a little different. I will tell you, though, it's really like one family. I can't explain, like, having 2 of the big 4 sports teams together within the same ownership group. The synergies are incredible, and they feel like family. Like Chris Armstrong and Will go to dinner once a week, and we're all together and Danny shows up there, and it's a pretty unique thing. But they're just very, very different. Sports are different, and I hope they come closer together. I like a lot. I think they can both learn from each other, and it's pretty exciting though. They're both kicking off. I feel like we've been off the court and off the ice for too long, and it'll be good to get everyone together. It's kind of weird how it all happens at the exact same time, but I do like having an off season.
The only difference I see is we call the Jazz an organization. They call the Mammoth an organization. Other than that, it's pretty much the same. The objectives are the same, obviously, to field a competitive team on the wood and on the ice. And with Austin Aines coming aboard, I used to be a beat writer for BYU back when at the Salt Lake Tribune. I covered him at that point all of his 4 years. So I got to know him really well. And I always thought, wow, this guy's got a shrewd basketball mind. Just sitting at airports, and in those days they didn't go charter. It was just wasting time and getting to know him. And I felt like, okay, I could see this down the line, and here he is. And so I was saying earlier that in my mind, I feel like even though a lot of the cast of the characters is the same, it's a new day with the Jazz. Am I off base on that?
No, he's an absolute star, and I knew he, I had heard, and I had seen, and I had watched from a lot of different people. Actually, probably the person I talked the least with about Austin was Danny. It never came up, but I knew enough of the folks in Boston and around the league. I would see him in all the right places at the right time, and. But even then, like when you recruit people in, like you don't know how the fit's going to be. Like, what does day 2 look like? I mean, it's great that first press conference before the draft, but then it's like, okay, how is he going to fit in with Will? How is he going to fit in with myself? How is he going to fit in with Danny and Jay-Z? And I'll just tell you, like, I could not be more impressed, first of all, with how a leader makes their presence known. Not only to ourselves, but also on the court with the players and the guys. The way he's come in and kind of taken control. And also, because there's a lot of big personalities. And doing it his own way, it's authentic. He turns 44 today. He's young. If you look at Will and kind of where he's at, his extension here, we have incredible continuity with a couple stars. And that's what I'm most excited about. I thought Austin did a really good job in the draft. He's asking questions when he needs help, but he's got all the support around him, and it is new. It's a little bit of a different philosophy. Not saying that one's right or wrong. I mean, you got to get a little lucky, and you got to develop a bunch of talent. But I like the way that him and Will are going at it together. And I think it's also a beautiful thing that Danny's sitting up there right around for help on anything. And, having that built-in mentorship for both of them at any time throughout the year is priceless.
With the last name, everybody's aware of the connection and all that. So we can assume that they have a lot of things in common. They've talked a lot of basketball, probably see a lot of things the same way. But have you seen some areas where, okay, they are a little different here. Everybody's their own person. There's going to be some differences. Have you seen any of that where Austin might take things in a different direction or look at things a different way?
Yeah, I mean, when children grow up, they always grab like a piece of their parents and everything there. Danny's such a raw athlete and talent. Austin's had to earn every ounce of it.
Yeah.
and do it the hard way. I mean, Austin has a lot of the skills. I think what I like about both Danny and Austin is they're both some of the best talent scouts in the NBA and in the world. The amount of times Austin's been you go talk to him, he's been everywhere in the world.
Yeah.
He's been in every gym.
Right.
And he's been right a lot, and Danny's been right a lot. And that doesn't mean in this league, I mean, we've got 3 players from the last 3 drafts. Like, if you've got a 60 or 50% hit rate, you've won, right? Yeah. For what you're trying to do. But I think reality is he also brings organization. It's very much like he's got that Aines background with this Ivy League pedigree of the way that he is organized, the way he leads and he's buttoned up, which is super unique. But it's authentic to him. I think my biggest goal is I want these guys to lead the way that is natural for them. Mm-hmm. It would be easy for Austin to come in here and like try to decide, okay, how am I going to fit with with Danny or with Ryan or with Will, and he's actually just come in and been confident and said, this is me. This is who I am. And Will's going, this is who I am. And having those come together is pretty special. And I think it's Danny and I's job to go and figure out how to plug into them. And, having Danny around really frees me up a lot because, if Austin or Will and have a question, they can go to Jay-Z or Danny for anything that they want. And I couldn't be more excited about the continuity of where our front office is. And we're in a good spot.
You got rid of some veteran guys, right? But you also replaced them with some veteran guys. How's it all going to work? I mean, I know you can't give us an exact answer, but I'm looking forward. When the point of the question is, what is the plan?
Yeah, so I think a lot of this is for Will, right? Like how he's going to make it all go. I think if you look at the guys that came in, these are people that can really make an offense work, whether it's George or Kyle or Kevin or, and really free up a little bit of spots for some of our younger guys who are on the ball all the time. It made sense to me, and I think our guys, our young guys, like this is their year. They need to take a jump. If I look at the summer that Keonte's had, he's been here all year long. Bryce, same thing. I mean, they don't have to be. They have been in the gym all summer. And I think that although we're young, this is an exciting group. Youth is exciting. And, with Ace and Walt and John coming in, it's a pretty good mix. And you do need some veterans around to kind of keep it flowing. There's a lot of teams that have a lot of different offenses and things that these guys haven't seen before. And to have a George or Kyle, these are smart players.
Not the first time the Jazz have gone through this. I remember after Stockton and Malone, that first 40-win season they had, Kevin O'Connor was asked about the draft pick that they got, and he said, Jerry bleeped me. He should have never gotten 40 wins out of these guys. And then you come in with Will's first year, and they start 10-3, and you don't get quite as good a draft pick. People maybe thought that would be a top 5 pick, and somebody said, we hired too good a coach. So I'm curious now, with the gloves off trying to win, and you're the guy, and you're going to get the ball back no matter what.
Yeah.
So are you okay with, hey, this team ends up being good enough to draft 11th, and so you don't draft 11th, the pick goes to somebody else, right? It goes to Oklahoma. Are you okay if there's not as much progress out of the young guys, but that does mean a higher draft pick? Somebody's going to yell at you no matter what. So I'm wondering.
Yeah, I mean, we have 12 guys under the age of 25 coming into camp, right? Like we want Will to go coach and go take these guys and develop a culture and identity. Nothing would be better if this group wins 40, 45 games.
Sweet.
I mean, I think everyone would be happy. We've seen it before here in Utah. We need to really figure out what we've got. I mean, we're trying to build long-term playoff contenders and win a championship. We're going to have to do that in Utah through a youth movement. There's probably, data, history, and everything else shows that that's how we're doing it here. I think the good news is we have a lot of picks coming up as well. And so I think that was a little bit part of the plan, was to give our guys enough shots at it. I think in this draft particularly, if you look at Walt's a little older, couple more years in college. Ace is one of the 3 18-year-olds I can remember that this franchise has had, and the others were Dante Exum, C.J. Miles, and Andre Kalinko. And he's probably one of the most athletic wings we've seen, but he's 18 years old. He just turned 19, right? And so really building that foundation out, I think, is really important. And I'm excited to see Will go for it and see what he can do. I also think that, we've got Walker and Lowry, which are big pieces. I think Lowry had one of the most impressive Eurobasket summers. I mean, it's fantastic to watch. We love Lowry. I know there's always everyone saying, how does Lowry fit in? I mean, one of the beautiful things about Lowry, first of all, he fits with everyone and every offense and everything that we're going to go create. He's really a unicorn, a 7-footer that can shoot and move. And at the same time, I think there's a couple pieces here where I think Austin's excited. And I think our fans will be too. I think this will be a much more enjoyable season than I think people look once you roll it out onto the court.
As your young players progress, there needs to be financial decisions that are made. Austin was on our air here a little bit talking about every dollar counts. How do you think that's going to play out?
I'll let them handle that, right? They have my backing. They're not being limited, both internally and on the free agent market. I think that's been something that's clear. I mean, Danny and words are out there like, hey, what we've been trying to do to augment. I think you've seen that when Lowry got paid and kind of going through that. That's not an issue, and it's really not an issue anywhere in the NBA. It's just more of just making the right moves with the right guys and making good decisions. Austin said that in his first presser is like, how do we stack it? How do we stack these move after move after move? And, we got a lot of shots at it.
So you'll sign off on their recommendation. I was looking for you as far as your involvement.
Yeah, if Will, Austin, and Danny are aligned, and Jay-Z, you're not going to see me push back. I'll question the heck out of them. But there hasn't been one decision since we've been here. And that's what you really want in a team, in a front office, and that's what I mean by like when I say we're in the best spot. There's no groupthink, and if they're aligned, they've thought through everything 50 times, and that's what you want. You want people together who aren't agreeing with each other all the time, who are attacking each situation from a different angle, and those are the best teams I've been around when it's come to executive decision making. And also adjusting is not everyone's going along to get along. And I love how Austin pushes back. I especially love how Danny and Austin push back against each other. I think that's a competitive advantage because they go hard. And, I think they both love it because they're not worried about who's right. They're just worried about getting it right.
Yeah. You got to put some of those on SCG Plus. People pay to see that.
Of what?
Those two arguing basketball, pushing back and forth.
I want them arguing. I want them wrestling everything down to the inch.
Yeah.
Because and with Will in that room, the harder we can go at each other, the better outcome we're going to get on some of these things. And that's always been that way. I mean, I grew up working with my brother, and what an advantage that was because most of the time, we could go a lot deeper and have more iterations than everyone else, and we'd come to a different spot. And so the real question is, where's my role in this?
Yeah.
When that's going on, when there's checks and balances there, my role is just to be supportive. I'm like travel coordinator and part of the hospitality group.
I will go to my grave insisting that it's a total misnomer about players not wanting to come here. I just don't buy it. I think today's players are so sophisticated. Their entourage or their group, their leadership, their circle, maybe is a better word. They understand that go where the environment is best. How much have you seen that be chipped away during your time as the owner?
I mean, this is a complicated question because it's a little bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy. Like, I never watched – I couldn't believe our hockey guys. It's like every time they did an interview.
Oh, yeah.
What was the number one question they were asked?
Yeah.
What's the number one question they were asked?
What's it like being here?
How do you like Utah?
400 times?
Yeah.
Like, really? Can we just be secure and know what we've got here?
No, I remember what it was like when I moved here. I remember. I came here in 92, and in 96, 97, I'm still getting asked if you like it. I'm like, I know where the airport is and I know where the freeway is. If I don't like it, I'm gone. I know how to get out.
Exactly.
I know how to get out.
And I think, I just look at it as like my wife grew up in Las Vegas. My family's from the Bay Area in Washington and then moved out here. This place is incredible. It's absolutely incredible. They see it. they feel it. If you're in Atlanta, there's a lot of things you don't like part of the year. If you're in Florida, there's a lot of things you don't like part of the year. If you're living in the glorious markets, which are in the NBA, probably Miami and LA, guess what they do once the season's over?
They scatter.
They get the heck out of there.
Yeah.
And so if you think about home base for these guys, there's nothing they can't achieve here in Utah. I recently had two things happen the last couple weeks. There was a journalist that came in town to cover tech, and he had been covering Silicon Slopes for a long time. Came in town for 48 hours. He met with 52 startups in that time. I was with him at the end of all of it, and he said, there's nowhere else in the country that I could meet with 52 different companies in a 48-hour period. And I was just sitting there going, wow, this place is absolutely unique on that front.
One thing I think about the complicated nature of that question that PK asked, though, is what you said earlier about it has to be done internally. Because I don't know that the top stars are going anywhere. It's not necessarily that they're not coming to Utah because it's Utah, but I don't know how many top stars are willing to move and where they're willing to go. Kevin Durant's moved multiple times. LeBron's moved multiple times. Most of the league has not been in that conversation when they've been willing to move. Now there's other guys, like the examples of veteran guys in their 30 who want a 2-year deal for a little more than the veteran minimum they want to win. I got a list as long as my arm of guys who are clearly willing to do that here in Utah. Maybe one of the best recent examples was Joe Johnson.
Yep.
Right? But we can go
No.
Starks 20 years ago.
Yeah, we've got to grow our talent here. I mean, but I think if you look at every championship run right now, they've grown their talent.
Kempo in Milwaukee, the Joker.
Yep, every single one has grown their talent, and this is where we've arrived. I mean, I know when Danny, first got to Boston, the thing about Boston is no one wants to play there. They never got a free agent. They've never done this, and even then it wasn't. They really it came down to Jason and Jalen, right? Hockey's a little different. You're seeing a lot more movement. Where we are, our name is coming up, and every free agent that comes out there, they're thinking Utah, and hopefully that'll happen. But also, these teams aren't very interested in giving up their stars either. So it's super competitive in the NBA. Winning helps. Getting back to winning can help, but even when we were number one in the league, I remember going into that off season where we had been bounced the first time, and we're trying to get something. We were trying to get something. Here we were with Donovan and Rudy. We were trying. I mean, the list was long, and it wasn't 5 minutes in before we were down at the bottom half of the list going, okay, how do we augment this group? It was super difficult. And it was kind of going to that list that you were talking about. So the league's changed. There's a way to build. Part of that is through the draft because you do get a chance to grow and develop these young players, and then also, kind of have team options as you're going forward, where that's the benefit. Hi, Lowry. You look so good in that uniform.
He's a guy that is under contract for a while, so you're good to go there. As you build this team, you look at OKC, and that's another team, the draft picks. But they also, like Lou Dort was an unrestricted free agent, or an undrafted free agent, I should say. And then, what's-his-face, Holmgren, number 2 pick. Cody's brother, what was he, around 12?
Yep.
But they made the big trade for the superstar. Or emerging superstar, it looks like. I think we can call SGA a superstar, right? At
yeah,
this
for
level.
sure.
How hard is it to make some trades to be able to get some better players, if it comes to that, where you decide to go down that road?
Well, I mean, the only thing you can do is put yourself in a situation where you've got guys that people want to play with. I think Lowry's definitely one of those. The amount of people who want to play with a 7-foot shooter who can play alongside that is extremely unselfish is pretty incredible. I know that they see that. That was represented in Eurobasket. If you watched the stars coming up, like everyone loves Lowry. And then you got to have the assets. You know, people aren't trading these people for free. Yeah. You've got to have the assets, which we definitely have. So we've done everything right as far as putting ourselves in those situations. It hasn't lined up in the way that you would think, not only for us, but for probably a lot of people who have been looking at that. In the SGA example, that trade just keeps getting worse and worse for the Clippers because I don't think anyone saw SGA being SGA. I mean, that would be the equivalent of us trading kind of one of our second-year guys. And there's the legend right there.
I know,
What's
man.
up, DA?
Three sports.
Hey, are you getting him on?
If he wants to.
Yes,
anytime.
he wants to.
Yes.
Yes. I think he wants to take a shot at you right now.
Always.
He wants to pull out his driver.
Yeah, for sure.
There you go.
For sure.
The fan experience this year. We've all driven by the arena. We've all seen lots of activity, lots of construction, chain link fences up. There's clearly stuff going on. How is it going to be different? And I think first for hockey fans, are there going to be more seats available? Opening those seats up high in the corner, brilliant move. I was hearing a lot of complaints about the inability to get in and see a game, and people are like, I don't care that it's obstructed. It's $10. We're in. It's fun. We love it. So that was a brilliant move, but obviously people want more access.
Yes, so we started with a lower bowl. Jim Olsen has done a great job overseeing that project. That's probably, as a president of the Jazz, not what he said, hey, I want to go do, but he also has incredible – I mean, I think people forget he ran that arena for 20-something years and is really good at this. And so he came in and really took over. We started lower bowl, getting seats all the way around. You've seen the systems that we're using, and it's going to be exciting to get everyone back. And then next year we'll go to one end zone, and then kind of the other do the other. And it's a long project. I wish it was done earlier, but you're starting to see the challenge of kind of staying downtown. Mm-hmm. I mean, this was a heavy lift. We didn't think it could be done. We thought definitely we were going to have to build a new arena, which would have been down south. And everyone came together and said, no, we really want this downtown. And subsequently, we've come and said, all right, let's actually kind of reimagine that district out there and bring more downtown. And I think that downtown Salt Lake's a couple 100,000 people. A lot of people live outside and don't come in unless they need to. And when they do come in, it's 6 o'clock at night to come to a game, and we want that experience to be longer. We want more people down and in our capital city and really build that out. And I think there was some restrictions on kind of how we're set up. One of the best things about the arena is I think we do a good job from the experience on the inside. But I think outside we really don't. And so how do we make it so, for example, if you're at Nordstrom's or Marriott, you're going to be able to see all the way through. You're going to have a new convention center there that's kind of built a little bit more for the modern convention business, which isn't just a bunch of warehouses, where you can have multiple events at once. Then you're going to have our Live Nation venue. You'll have a couple of hotels there, and then you'll roll right into that arena. And if you think about Olympics, you think about our games, there's an experience that we can have for people who can come in, who aren't going to come in, and really kind of have that patio of Delta Center just be something that goes for a while, and hopefully allow people to come downtown at 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon and say, hey, I'm going to work down here for the day, and come into the arena. When it comes to the arena experience in itself, for fans, there's a lot that we're working on. I mean, one of the sides will be kind of a newer suite club access level behind kind of the Jazz bench area, which will be similar to almost like a Soldier Field type box situation, but very different than when you get invited to a suite or a loge. Hopefully it'll be much more communal where people can go, they can eat, they can come in at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Our arena opens at 5:30 or 6. We're asking questions like, why shouldn't that basically turn into a WeWork during the day? And if you're a member of that group, you can come in. And so we're really trying to reinvent kind of the future of what our customers want, and from the fans, and we've got an incredible fan base here in Utah. I think that we can't wait to get them back in the building. It'll be an exciting year. We've got an action-packed roster in Delta Center. I mean, it's going to be a lot. Like, I'm glad we had a little bit of an off season because we're going to need the energy to gear up for what's coming.
What's the percentage of it being done, what you want done immediately when the season starts?
Probably 30% of the arena is done. But we did pick up more seats for both hockey and a little bit, didn't ruin the basketball experience, which is what normally happens. That's the big challenge is when you go out another 50 feet, you basically ruin what we love. And to be able to put that in, it's definitely a work of engineering that's never been done.
I've been asked by more fans than I ever expected because there's so many things going on now, and it's tough for minor league sports to compete with major league sports. But I've been asked, well, the Grizzlies are leaving. Do you think Ryan has any interest in putting an ECHL or AHL team in the East Center one day? And I said, I don't know. I'll ask him.
Yeah, it's something we talk about. Our farm team is in Tucson, and I know the folks in Tucson really love it there. It's something that they can go and enjoy. Do we want it closer? Yeah, I mean we've seen the benefit of that with the Stars being able to have our players be right there. That being said, we've really been asking the question is, hey, we're also trying to grow the sport of hockey in Utah. So if we were to, bring our team there, would it be better to bring it here, or maybe St. George, or maybe up north, like to really kind of expand the sport? And I think there's a lot of discussion and debate that needs to happen on that front. I know for us selfishly, it would be way better to have it closer. But if we're thinking long term and we're saying, hey, look, how do we get more Utahns to skate for Team USA in 34? Like how would that be? It would probably be expanding it and setting it up. But we're a ways away on that. We're still in a contract for a couple of years down in Tucson and trying to figure it out. But, it's a big part. I mean, if you think about hockey, we draft guys and, for example, Ace and Walt would not be with our team in hockey. They would likely be down in junior or somewhere else, more similar to MLB.
Yeah.
Are communities taking you up on that match you offered to build new rinks?
They are. I mean, we just finished our rinks down south, and that was a big move. I think we doubled the rinks that were there, and now it's really cool because we truly have a model home that we can show them. And that was really important to us for them to see it, because you can tell people, like, hey, this is what we want to go do, and they can read about it. But when they see it, it's different. And so they're able to see, I mean, we're kind of done with the community area in the next couple of weeks here, where they can actually see that there's 600 skates for rent. There's a team pro shop, and they're going to be able to see these communities. And so we've got community tours lining up. We've got interest from, about 20 different communities who have said, hey, we're in. But we actually really want to show them what that looks like and what they can go do. And the outreach has been incredible, and the offer still stands. We haven't run out of it, so let's keep that going, because youth hockey is really important.
Ryan, we appreciate the time as always.
No
that was a wide-ranging list of questions right there. Thanks for hanging out and answer all of them.
It's kind of our world right now. It's a little wide-ranging. So
you're the one who wanted this job, right?
Kind of. No. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks for joining us, Ryan.
Take
we appreciate
care.
it. All right. Ryan Smith, talking Jazz and talking Mammoth right here with us on the KSL Sports Zone. Trick chair. Nearly took a header.
If he's available.
Well, he's never available. You have to ask him.
So there's an off mic debate right now.
If you find him, get him out
here. About Danny Ainge's availability. All right, DJ and PK.
Kenny J's.
I'm getting there.
Yeah.
This update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at KennyJ'sBarbecue.com for weddings, work, or any event. That's KennyJ'sBarbecue.com.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Let's go! You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Here's the tale of the daily med fill. Same old pharmacy, same old bill, but those prices kept rising higher still.
Till the savings Wrangler rode in, cool as can be. Tap Good RX, saving massively.
No plan? Don't matter none. Up to 80% off. The deals are done.
Discounts hitting harder than Ma's chili. Dang. That one little app does all the rest.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
Check Good RX. Good RX is not insurance.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months. Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extended to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right, as low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. APR OAC, not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Attention sports fans, drive into fall savings with Hercules First Federal Credit Union. This fall, score auto loan rates as low as 4.99%. Plus refinance with Hercules and save an extra 0.50%. Open a new Visa card and get an additional 0.25% off your rate. Enjoy 90 days with no payments and a $100 gas card when you add gap warranty or maintenance. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Visit HerculesCU.com today. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
And now, your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer's strong play of the weekend.
Scattaboo the back. Dart, design run. Up the middle he goes to the 10 to the 5. Touchdown Giants! Jackson Dart! Got a quarterback drop from 15 yards out in his first start. Gives the Giants the lead.
There's the Chevy Strong play of the game. Jackson Dart from Roy High and Corner Canyon High with his first NFL touchdown in his first start on the first drive. Know it today. After 3 o'clock, JJ and Alex will call for it, and you can win fabulous prizes.
Was his mother at the game?
I do not know the answer.
Yeah, they only showed her 500 times. Jeez. Lisa and Kara.
Hey, they want a motion to draw you in. Not you, because you're hardcore, you're already in, but to draw in people who might drift away. So show the mom. She's going to be emotional.
What are you, Dobie Gray?
Yeah. Don Ohlmeyer. Rune Arledge.
We did get to see the fish, and they said that both sets of grandparents were there, aunts, uncles. I mean, if you had any connection to old Jackson Dart, you were there, and good for him. Good for the Giants. Good for Dable. I like Dable. I want to see him succeed. On the Kenny Chesney channel, they do a thing where they have a guest DJ, and he was one of them.
Oh, yeah.
Andy Reid was one of them.
See a little personality?
Yeah. Dan Mullen was one of them. Hannah Storm came on, and she was one of them.
It's crazy how these NFL teams fire coaches, not in every case, but in a lot of cases, because they don't have a quarterback. That's what it comes down to. Get yourself a good quarterback. That coach gets pretty smart pretty quickly. Now, if you're behind the scenes, the way Ryan Smith was just talking, and you see somebody make 50 decisions, and you see the arguments, and you realize that person's on the wrong side way too often, okay, make the change. But I just think so often, fix your quarterback. You can go through 40 coaches, fix your quarterback.
But you can't just fix your quarterback. It doesn't work that way.
Okay, pay 4 coaches at the same time then. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Draft a quarterback, develop him, and sheesh, maybe he turns out, maybe he doesn't. I mean, you look at colleges, man. All these dudes, these high dudes, UCLA, their quarterback, with him, with Nico. I mean, they're 0-4. They look like they got no future. And Fernando Mendoza is a big shot at Cal, or not, he was at Cal, now he's at Indiana. And he's from Miami, and they said that coming to Cal, that was like his only offer. Josh Allen, it was his only offer. So all along the way, he's constantly, speaking generally, is misjudged, either good or bad, undervalued, overvalued, whatever it might be. It's almost impossible to get a good quarterback that you know is going to be a good quarterback.
There's a lot of 2- and 3-star quarterbacks who end up being really good in the NFL. Aaron Rodgers had to go to junior college, then one offer at Cal.
The list goes on and on.
Kevin Love has stepped to the podium. Jazz Media Day continues here on the KSL Sports Zone. Here's Kevin Love.
Kyle Anderson and myself, and I get the business side of it. But from a personal side, I was just kind of weighing all my options due to having really, truly, it all started with my 2 young daughters at home. I have a 2-year-old who's going to preschool in Miami, and then an 8-month-old, and it was, picking up and moving them within the course of a couple months. Of course, it happens, right? These things always happen. I was traded on draft night. I was traded in 2014 to Minnesota, from Minnesota to Cleveland, and then I got bought out, and I moved in the middle of the season to, or 60 games into Miami, and then of course, this happened. So I've seen a lot of these things, and it's not new to professional sports or, what anybody does for their living, or a living, excuse me. But I think I was weighing, the personal side of things and kind of moving away from my daughters, and am I going to take them with me, and just wanted to gather all the information that I could. But I will say I've spent a lot of time here, actually, not only southern Utah, but I spent a lot of time in Park City and Deer Valley for 4 or 5 months, or weeks out of the summer months through 2015 through 18 or 19. So know the area pretty well. Salt Lake, not too much, but looking forward to it. But the decision was really made after talking to Austin and Will. And I thought that just in kind of who I know here, the people here, as well as, potentially having a very positive impact. People always say, well, people have said to me, well, what if you go and it doesn't work out? I'm like, what if it does? Right? And whatever that looks like, what if it does? So whereas in the past I could have very well been and likely would have been a pessimist and, try to channel something to make that work for me. I'd rather look at it in a very positive light and have a, more likely, and I feel like I'm better off doing that than if I were to do the opposite. So I just want to, again, be a positive force and just be unapologetically myself.
There is Kevin Love at the podium. Jazz Media Day continues here on KSL Sports Zone, and we are joined now by Kyle Anderson. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
So here's a question along the same lines of what I think Kevin was just talking about. What's it like to come be a veteran on a team that is obviously very young and everything that means in the NBA?
Well, I think these are similar roles to obviously I wasn't this far in my career, but in Memphis, but in Minnesota, where we have a lot of young talent, and I kind of was there and around for us to turn the curve and get into the playoffs and do big things like that. So I think it's just another opportunity to grow with these guys. I'm super excited for what we got going on, and these are some good young players. Just try to show them good habits. I don't want to step on anybody's toes or anything like that, but just continue to be myself, and hopefully we get this thing going.
Now, Kyle, I know we're way out here in Utah. Some people think it's no man's land, but I want you to know, Kyle, that I was born in Orange, New Jersey, Essex County.
Oh, wow.
And not just that, Kyle, my sister, older sister, she graduated from Glassboro.
Oh, wow. Okay, just like my dad. Just like my dad, yep.
Yes.
That's awesome. May I ask what year?
That I was born?
That she graduated.
Oh, she's older than me.
There he is.
So I think it was sometime in the 70s.
Okay.
And, of course, now it's been bought out, and it's called Rowan.
Rowan University,
which she does not like.
Yeah, my dad neither.
They made that big donation, I guess, some guy named Rowan.
Yeah.
She still has on her car Glassboro State.
Right.
So, anyway, you've been around the block, obviously, and played in the league. It's funny, you're only 32. I think you just turned 32, right?
Yeah, correct.
But somehow you're viewed as this 30-year veteran, and you're really not.
No.
You just turned 32. And I'm wondering, when the situation came here that you would be with the Jazz, players in the league. You've been around, as we say. Did you talk to anybody who, and Gobert was a teammate and all that stuff, to say, hey, what's up with the Jazz?
Yeah, actually, when I signed, Nikhil Alexander-Walker shot me a text, and he let me know how he loved the organization and he loved the facility, and how much he enjoyed playing here. So obviously I didn't know what to think when I got traded here. I was just kind of ready to take everything all in, and he kind of let me know that it's a good deal over here, and I'll be all right. So that was pretty reassuring.
Sure.
Did Rudy try to sell you his house?
Rudy?
Yeah.
No. He invited me over for dinner a few weeks ago, so I think he loves that house. I don't think he's getting rid of it.
And because you've been in the league, you've been in many different situations. You've been in contenders, you've been in rebuild and all that stuff.
Correct.
How much do you think just your experience of being in all sorts of various situations in the league can benefit yourself in adapting here, but also benefit the team?
Yeah, just like you said, I've been around, so I understand in this league you can't get too high, you can't get too low. Like I said, I want to come in here and be the vocal leader or step on guys' toes. But whenever I could share my experiences or what I've gained knowledge-wise from being in this league, I'm always here to help the young guys, and I want to help them improve and get better, and go see them be good players in this league.
We just had someone in the organization talking to us about doors, that a lot of these young guys are standing in front of multiple doors, and the choices they make depends on whether they get to walk through the door that leads to the nine-figure contract.
For sure.
The door that has them in the league for 10 years, but, playing for 6 or 7 teams, or the door that has them playing in Europe.
For sure.
What's
going on, my guy? I'm good. How are you? Good.
How do you bring that up with guys? Because it's just hard. You know stuff when you're 19.
Right.
There's stuff you can't know at 19 until you're 29.
For sure.
So how do you help them speed that up and everything else about playing in the NBA?
Yeah, like I said, that's a great analogy. The way you put it is certain doors, and to walk in and out of those doors takes a split second. You could walk down a bad door and develop bad habits, or like you say, you could develop good habits to lead to a pretty promising door. So, like you said, I'm 32 now, as opposed to being the age of these young guys. I'm always here to help them, and just to help them form good habits around the facility. It doesn't just start at 7 o'clock game time when the ball goes up. It starts with how you prepare, putting in the work in the off season at the facility, things like that, and being a good teammate. That all plays into going into the most promising door.
How long did it take you to learn all that?
I would say it took probably about 8 or 9 years, 7, 8, 9 years. And I'm still learning. I'm coming into the season with a different mindset that I've had in the past, where I've been so, I want results, I want good results instead of really focusing on the process. So that's kind of what I'm focusing on this year is process. The results are the results, but if I do everything I can do to prepare to be successful, then it should go well.
Yeah. How different are NBA offenses now versus the way the game was played when you came in?
Oh, for sure. It's a big difference. When I first came in the league, the ball had to go to the post. Like if you didn't throw it to the big on the block, you were going to hear about it from your big man and from your coach. So now I think the game's a little bit more fast-paced, a little bit more spread out. Guys can shoot the ball really well. So, it's just such a different game to where maybe coach will tell you, hey, we're not really throwing it on the block. That's not efficient, things like that. So, it's the styles have switched tremendously.
For a new set of fans that you'll be playing in front of at home, and obviously we'll watch you on television, how would you describe your game?
I would say I'm pretty cerebral. I think I'm a guy that makes good decisions. I try not to turn the ball over. I like to get my teammates involved. Just being a playmaker, I think I, can defend pretty well. I think I can rebound, and I'm a skilled guy who can grab a rebound and start a fast break and, get these young guys out and running. And my handle is pretty good as well. I've always been a point guard my whole life. So, that's just what I think I bring to the table.
Being able to watch you in college, UCLA, I mean, this is our job, so we pay attention to all this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And watch you from the time in college and NBA. My line, if you would ask me, what does Kyle Anderson do,
Mm-hmm.
I would say pretty much everything. He's good enough to do anything and everything. You think that's accurate?
I wouldn't say everything. I think I've there's a few things obviously I'm not too good at, but I think I just can play all 5 positions if you ask me to, and I'm pretty versatile.
Right.
And,
that's what I meant.
That's as far as I'll go. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you're going to lead the league in block shots,
No.
but you're not going to be asked to do that.
Right.
So
right.
basically, whatever you're asked to do.
Correct. I take pride in doing whatever a coach asks me to do. I'm a coach's son, so I've always had to.
So you played for a half dozen teams here in your NBA career, and you've been in the league a long time now. So you crossed paths with a lot of big-time coaches and a lot of big-time players. You're not done yet, so I'm not pushing you out the door.
No,
but I'm just curious, looking back, like, do you look back now and say, this person really shaped me, playing alongside this, or maybe playing against somebody really shaped me? Who are the major influences that turned you into the guy you are right now?
I would say Timmy Duncan. Just watching him and his focus and his preparation and how serious he took everything and how he handled wins, how he handled losses, just his attitude, how he would act at dinner, how he would interact with people. Really watched that a lot. Mike Conley was a guy in year 5, my first year in Memphis, that really helped me, get on track with what I spoke about previously, focusing on the preparation and your process and getting in the gym and eating the right foods. He kind of really laid down that law to me. And I remember the conversation on the plane. It was about an hour long, and he kind of really shifted things for me and helped me become a better pro. I would say those 2 guys for sure.
Now, you did just turn 32. Guys are playing later, beyond 35, and playing effectively. What do you think you're looking at?
That's the goal. I want to do this for as long as I could. I really enjoy, playing the game and love being around. And I think my game doesn't have as much force,
right.
to where the decline shouldn't be as bad. So, I think I could do this for a long time. I feel really good, and I want to do this for a long time.
Right. It's been great to meet you. We could talk to you a little longer, but we just got the wrap it up.
So you are pushing me out.
Yeah, there we go. We have no
nice
choice.
To meet you guys.
Welcome, feather Jerseyan.
Yes, sir. There you go.
We'll talk later about UCLA playing UC Santa Barbara again.
All right.
Ben Howland said, enjoy it. You're not coming back. And then UCSB won the game. And
I think I lost to UCSB.
All right, thanks. Kyle Anderson, one of the new Jazz men, joining us right here. It's Jazz Me today. We're here till noon. Jake and Ben are going to pick it up at 10 o'clock. You'll hear more from players. Ryan Smith's already been on. Austin Aines has already been on. Those are available wherever you get your podcasts. You can listen to them at your convenience, and we'll have more in a moment right here on the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're dealing with a weekend warrior injury or recovering from surgery, Canyon Sports Therapy gets you back in the game fast. We specialize in sports and orthopedic rehab with expert physical therapists, personalized sessions and treatment plans, and the latest tools to speed up recovery. As primary care providers, we can take new patients without a referral, often with same or next day appointments. And yes, we're even open on Saturdays. Book now at canyonsportstherapy.com and feel better. Canyon Sports Therapy, getting you back in the game.
Ticket packages for the Utah Mammoth 2025-26 season are available now. From full season and half season packages to mini plans and other flexible options, choose the ticket package that fits you best and be part of the action all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK to talk with a rep or visit nhl.com/Utah/tickets/season tickets to learn more.
Cougar fans, game day isn't just for the players, it's for you. Power every tailgate, every high five, and every play with bucked up energy. Clean energy, bold flavors, zero crash. Whether you're charging the stadium steps or locking in for the post-game show, Bucked Up keeps you laser focused and ready to roar. Find it at 7-Eleven, Maverick, Harmon's, and Dick's Sporting Goods. Visit your local Bucked Up retail store today or go to buckedup.com and use code ZONE to claim 20%. Now go out and get bucked up.
Hey, Doug, I hear you're giving out free test drives.
Yeah?
How about bringing around that sweet black 1500 and we go for a little spin?
Seth, you're 16 and don't have a dime to your name.
Yeah, but my daddy does. When I pass the test on Thursday, I'm going right back here to Doug Smith.
You don't even have a license?
Test drive a new 2025 Ram 1500 at Doug Smith Ram in American Fork. Get 1.9% APR financing for 72 months for our Drive in the Fall event. And bring your license. No one knows Ram like Doug.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. PK, did you know that we are brought to you in part by Trajan Wealth? Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary, 801-899-7600, or visit their website at TrajanWealth.com. Time for the Slacker Radio headlines. What have people missed in this show?
Well, it's been a lot of jazz, and, of course, there's going to be optimism today, as there should be, you know. Why go into a season be all pessimistic? I guess that's for the fans. But the players and the management, they can't do that. And I think there's going to be maybe not, a ton of wins, but there's an opportunity to really see some development. When we get to May, we better have some real positives from this team individually. Talking about not necessarily the W's and L's, I understand that, but Ace Bailey, man, he made a good impression over those 80 games, whatever it is, and he's a hard worker. He's a young kid, but he's willing to work hard. Taylor Hendricks, Yeah, I forgot about that injury, man. That body, he spent some time working on it, and he could do some really good things. And I can go down the list, but y'all get the point. If we don't have that, then it's a disappointment. I think we will have that, though. There's too much young talent, and there's so much young talent that somebody's got to do it. Even if we were, or the management and the coaches say they're the worst ever at their jobs, which obviously they're not, but just because of the numbers, there's going to be guys who develop. There has to be.
The question is how many, and Ryan Smith gave us a little peek. He said, if you hit on 50 or 60%. So out of 9.
When you coming on?
That'd be 4, 5, or 6.
That was me yelling at Danny H.
He's half a court away. And you just holler, when are you coming on? At 10 o'clock when Ben gets here. He likes Ben. He doesn't like us.
Come on, I've known him forever.
I know. All right. DJ and PK, 4, 5, or 6 out of 9. There's the question mark. All right, DJ and PK, it's 97.5. It's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We'll see if we have Danny on the other side of this break.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Deion Sanders is very relevant, and it's cool that he says nice things about Kalani. Because Deion is so electric, everything he does is news, and saying nice things about the BYU head football coach is cool. And if you spend time with Kalani Sitake, you're going to like him. I bet you $1 zillion if you spend a few minutes with that guy, you're like, oh, this guy's cool.
I also think game recognizes game. Deion recognizes Kalani's a good coach. If you don't see that Kalani's good at this, it's a you problem. If you're going to overlook Kalani and not recognize that what he's building is pretty special at BYU and that you're going to have to be prepared for it, you're just probably not a very good coach. But Kalani's done a heck of a job putting this program together. So I think Deion also has enough knowledge to recognize that what Kalani has built is authentic and is real and is something worth respecting. And I'm not saying steal a page out of his book, but recognize that what he's doing is doing it the right way.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $29. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today.
DJ PK, it's 97.5 The Zone. We are joined now by Danny Aines.
He's got to do one thing real quick.
But he's going to do one thing real quick. No, he's now going to join us immediately.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
You bet.
Another year, another media day.
Yeah. I've been through a few of these.
Yeah. But what did they look like when you were playing? It had to be different.
I don't know. We're coming close to 50.
50 years. Wow, man.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's a few.
Yeah.
That is a few. So how is your life different now than it was a year ago, now that Austin is on board and he's got new responsibilities? What is Danny Aines doing for the Jazz in the fall of 2025?
Well, I'm doing what I originally made a deal with Ryan to do, was consulting our people here. It's amazing when Ryan called me and told me that we were bringing in Austin, that was a home run for me. But Austin and I have worked together for 14 years, and we know each other really well, and he's got his own way of thinking. but we get along. What I love about working with Austin is we can debate and fight and scream and like go play golf 5 minutes later. And so I think it's a really healthy relationship, and I'm excited for him. He's been looking forward to this opportunity in the league. And I think Ryan is really going to be good for him, and Austin for Ryan. I think it'll be good, and will. I think that the three of them will get along great.
Given your tenure in the league and as a prominent athlete, as a player and all that stuff, you've seen a lot of different things, and you know what it would take to be good. When you look at Austin's position, just not particular to him individually, but just the position, what does that position need to do for the individual in order for him to be successful?
Wait, I'm not sure I understand
so,
that.
Just, you've been there, right?
Yeah.
You've been general manager, whatever the title is these days, right? So you know what it takes to be a successful general manager. What is that?
Well, I mean, I think that it's putting yourself in position to make good deals. I mean, it's all about getting talent and surrounding yourself with talent. And there's a lot of buzzwords that we talk about in this world of athletics, like creating a culture and et cetera. But I think that you got to have talent. And you got to get talent. And so there's lots of ways to get talent. And we see in the NBA right now, free agency is less. There's just not as many free agents and big signing free agents that happen in the NBA. And so it's been where you've had salary cap space, flexibility is important. So right now we have flexibility coming up in this next off season. And we have young players that we're trying to develop right now, and those young players need to step up. And I feel like they've had a great summer, and I'm really excited about this upcoming year and to watch how it manifests itself on the court and in games, because a lot of them are still young.
Yeah.
You obviously had high hopes for Taylor Hendricks, or wouldn't draft him where you did, and then he has this injury. What should expectations be like? On the one hand, got to understand he hasn't played in a year, but on the other hand, like everybody else, he's got to step up. So where would you set expectations, and where should fans set them?
Yeah, I don't know about expectations. Like, I think that my expectations are, like, Taylor didn't have a great rookie year. He had some shining moments, but didn't have a great rookie year. But we kind of knew that when we were drafting him at that age. And then last year he was showing, like, before the injury, like he was showing during the summer, and that's why we have hope for a lot of the guys on our roster. At that age, when you're bringing guys in that are that young, you got to give them time. And so Taylor obviously took a step backwards with this injury, but he's put on more strength. His game is different, meaning that now he's 30 pounds stronger. He's bench pressing 325 pounds in the weight room. I mean, he's like, his body is just completely different. And so, he appears to be right now more of a 4 than a 3. But I think he can still shoot. I think he can guard. I think his defense is in a different way now with his strength, his added muscle. But I'm excited for Taylor. Like, he's got such a great attitude, and he's put such amazing amount of time into work, getting back. And I've been in this game a long time, and I don't always see that with the passion that Taylor has done it and the enthusiasm. So I'm rooting really hard for him.
With Taylor, with Ace Bailey, I think we can throw Kyle Filipowski in there. Lowry tears it up in the summer. You got those wing guys that have been mentioned prominently, and I haven't heard, and it's just a snapshot, so it's not exactly like a big dose of evidence, but I haven't heard Cody Williams' name mentioned much. What's going on?
Yeah, I mean, I think that Cody would fall in the same category as Taylor. When we drafted Cody, we knew he wasn't ready for prime time. He was very young and light. We had much higher expectation for Cody to play more in the G League last year, and he got hurt the last month and a half of the season. He had some really good games in the G League, and you could see some potential. But when a guy like Cody, who's he's young, and his role is such that his defense is his calling card, and he's not strong enough yet. He's not physically ready to do what he's doing. But since the day we drafted Cody, he's put on 30 pounds. And you can't tell it by watching him. He's still really thin, but he's put on 30 pounds. And so his resistance is better. He's fighting, he's competing more. He's had a really good summer. But it's probably good that we don't talk, we can't talk about every guy, but I think Cody is still not ready for the, primetime NBA starter type of role, but I think that Cody is getting better. And I'm really excited to watch him play this year. Whether it's some in the G League or off the bench, a lot of it will depend on the roles that Will decides and who's playing the minutes. But we need Cody to stay healthy and play a lot this year, regardless of where it is.
Danny Aines joining us, and before there's another player I want to ask about, but first, PK always runs this quote out about you, something you said about FGAs are the most important stat. Does anything like that sound familiar to you?
I mean, I say that mostly jokingly. It's kind of I say that to kids. I say that at camps. So there's a story behind that. And when I was a young player in the NBA, the only time I would be frustrated would usually be a playoff game, and I wasn't as aggressive as I needed to be. I wasn't, I was tentative in a shot. I mean, I'm playing with Bird and McHale and Parrish and all these great players, but I just wasn't. So I would go out after a game and be in the gym by myself and just shoot, but I've been practicing mentally. I'm shooting it every single time because I hated that tentative feeling that I had. I'd never had that in my life. And now I'm at the biggest stage, and I felt it, and so I wanted to overcome that. So fast forward, 2008, Rajon Rondo is on our team, and he has a good first 2 games of the NBA Finals. And the next 3 games in L.A., he plays bad, and they're not guarding him, and Kobe's kind of playing off as a free safety on him and making him shoot. And so after Game 5, now we fly back for Boston for Game 6, and I say, Rajon, you got to shoot it every time. And I told him a little bit about my stories, you got to be more aggressive than you've ever thought of being and shoot it every time you're open. And then I remember Doc Rivers goes, you told him what? And we got Ray Allen and Paul Pierce and KG on the team, and yeah, but at the end of that game, Rajon was the best player on the planet in Game 6. Better than Kobe, better than Paul, better than Ray, better than all of them, and we won the championship by 30 points in Game 6. And so, it's not that you're going to actually shoot it every time, or you're not going to shoot all the field goal attempts. It's just a mindset more than anything. You've got to be assertive and aggressive.
So all of that was to ask you about Bryce Sensabaugh, because obviously in his second year he changed his body. It looked a lot better. Just watching on TV.
Yep.
You got all the data. I can just look on TV and he's in much better shape. He shot it way better.
Yeah.
And that's what they give you points for, but you still got to be good at the other stuff. So what are you looking for him to add as he continues to shoot it really well, and that is the most important stat, but rebounding, defense, ability to pass the ball, whatever it might be, leadership?
Yeah, I mean, and this is the challenge of the world that we live in now. I mean, there's always been kids that are one and dones and that come out, but in the last few years, it's just getting more and more and more. But these kids should be juniors and seniors in college, and I think so. We talked about expectations of Cody, who didn't play much as a freshman at Colorado, and last year was his sophomore year in college, and he was hurt a lot of the year last year too. So these guys are, my expectations are not super high. They don't usually reach their peak until they're 26, 27, 28 years old. And so I'm encouraged by all the young guys that we have. But I think that the expectations are just, it changes when you have these young guys. So Bryce is another guy like that. I mean, he wasn't great as a rookie. He wasn't in good enough shape. We knew that when we drafted him. He's a good shooter, not a great shooter. He's got to get better defensively, and I would still say all those things. He's getting better. He put in a lot of work this summer. His body's even better than it was. Very, very strong, but a lot stronger than he was 2 years ago. So, he had an unbelievable shooting season last year and summer league, and he shoots well in practice every day. I mean, he's a really good shooter, so we're excited about Bryce.
When you were back in Boston, it was viewed as a controversial decision. You didn't want to extend the big money to Isaiah Thomas. You're going to have a bunch of guys that are going to be in that position here in the coming years. What are you looking for in terms of deciding, yeah, we should go with this player, not with this player, to lock him up or let him go?
You know, like building a team is hard in the world today with salary cap and restrictions, and even the teams that have unlimited money in the past, like Golden State and the Clippers, like you've seen the adjustments that they've made, letting certain people walk, et cetera, because you lose a competitive advantage if you're over the luxury tax, if you're over a certain phase of the luxury tax. Hey, well, and so I think that you have to be strategic in when and how you pay and how much you pay. Like every dollar matters.
That's what your son said.
Is that what he said?
Exact quote.
Yeah, I mean, like it matters. Obviously, a little bit here and there, but that's not exact. But it matters how when you're building, and the timing matters. And so, oftentimes in free agency, you have a team option. A player has a player option, and like exercising those options to your benefit in building a team are huge, and so timing matters when you make those decisions. Obviously, with Isaiah, he was a great player. He was huge for us in Boston. Unfortunately, we didn't extend him, mostly because he got hurt. His health, which has proven to be accurate, his health was not the same. And what an unbelievable person and an unbelievable player that he was.
How much are you going to be traveling and scouting now in your new role? Are you going to be out looking at college kids a lot, a little?
Yeah, so I think this year with Austin coming in and getting acclimated and he'll be with the team a little bit more for the first month, and November is a big scouting schedule, and Thanksgiving and early November games all over the country. I'll be traveling a lot in November.
You like doing that?
And we'll go from there.
That's fun for you?
Yeah. Yeah.
I saw you for years out on the road.
It's a fun part of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love watching the young players play today, yeah. Going to practices and watching games.
How much do you watch, and there's probably rules about this I'm not aware of, as far as how young can you see somebody in person? How much do you watch them in video, and how old are they before you bother to spend the time and expense, which is obviously time's limited, to go see them in person? How's that working with guys being younger and younger than ever?
Well, we have a grassroots organization that is watching these kids play. There's sanctioned events, Peach Jam tournaments, and all during the summer, and then there's your international tournaments. And so we have a grassroots organization that has watched all of them play. Personally, I haven't been as involved in that, except when you have high school sanctioned events. I mean, I saw Cooper Flag, and I can't tell you, I'm not supposed to talk about names of college players currently, but I've watched a lot of these kids that are coming up in this year's draft in some of those sanctioned events.
So do you see them at 17? Do you see them at 16?
Usually 17, but occasionally 16 you see them, and the Hoop Summit. And
So then you would have watched Ace Bailey well before he got to college?
Oh, yeah. But Ace wasn't as prominent a player, meaning he wasn't playing in as many of those events as some of the other kids do. But, yeah, seen him play for a while, a couple of years. Same thing like when we drafted Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. I'd seen them play at age 16 and 17 coming up. And Donovan Mitchell, saw him play at Brewster Academy a handful of times. I had an advantage there because my son was playing against him at one of the prep schools.
How much are you drafting on measurables at this point when the kids are so young? It's like, that's a nice player, but he's 6'2", as opposed to this guy's 6'9", and he might grow a little more, and we're going to have to teach him a lot, but can't teach him to be 6'9" with long arms.
Yeah, 6'9" and long is harder to find than 6'2". 6'2", you got to be pretty special. You got to make it in our league, and so I think both of those come into consideration. But there's not one formula. There's not one like we're going to take. If you got one pick and you're always drafted in the 20s, and your team is really good. You got a foundation 7. Like you have a different. And when you have more picks and young players and you're looking for some guys that can turn into stars, you probably rolling the dice a little bit more with some of those picks. So I think that both are, we take everything into consideration, all the facts that we have.
It depends.
It depends.
It just depends.
Yeah.
When Bill Walton created a team, what was it? A team app. What am I looking for? Activity. A team activity to go see the Grateful Dead. He said you didn't go. Do you regret that?
I do not regret that. But here's a funny story of how that happened. Bill's got his own version of the story. He said my wife wouldn't let me go, which is not true, but it's still funny.
It is.
But Bill came in and he put Grateful Dead stickers on all of our lockers. And so I went up to Bill and I said, Bill, I've listened to the Grateful Dead. I'm not a fan, but I want to be a fan. Like you're love with these guys. I'm missing something. So can you give me their best song? So he gives me a tape and a cassette tape, and I take it home and put it in my car, and I'm listening to it. And I listen to it on the way to practice the next day, and I come back in and I have this cassette tape, and I go, Bill, I'm still not a huge fan, but tell me their very best song. And he just rips that thing out of my hand. He says, when you're a Dead fan, it's all one song. But that was not my song. I didn't hear one, but I have nothing against the Grateful Dead. And I love that Bill loved them so much. That was really cool. But
I could totally hear the voice saying that.
I don't know what Bill was smoking to love that song, those songs so much, but.
Classic. Danny, we appreciate a few minutes. Thanks for sitting down with us. I know Jazz fans love hearing from you.
All right, guys. Thanks. Good talking to you.
Danny Aines joining us right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It is 10 o'clock. Jake, was that a wild ride or what? Thank you. All right. We are just about wrapping it up here. DJ and PK, we are brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Need a place to go grab a bite to eat? Kenny J's Barbecue. The catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbarbecue.com for weddings, work, or any event. That's kennyjsbarbecue.com. Jake and Ben are coming up next. Jazz Media Day continues right here on the KSL Sports Zone.
Show's over.
Oh, gotta run.
So, this is goodbye then.
I think we should meet again.
See you soon.
I don't need the details. Bye.
Win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win fastest VIP tickets to Nightmare on 13. One location, 2 haunted attractions. Nightmare on 13, where Halloween lives. Get $10 off nighttime attractions by using the discount code ZONE. And listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win.
Hi, this is Doug Wright. I love fall, and I love October. In our family, October is replete with all kinds of fun things. We have a lot of birthdays. Dee and I have our anniversary, so of course, we're making our plans right now to go to Ruth's Chris Steakhouse for several of those occasions. And of course, we can choose from Hotel Park City, want to go up into the mountains, enjoy this great time of year, or all the fun things that are happening in the heart of downtown Salt Lake City. There's a Ruth's Chris Steakhouse downtown for you at 275 South West Temple. You, of course, can rely on the very best service, the great atmosphere, but it does kind of boil down to the food, and you will never have a better meal. The steaks, the entrees, whatever it might be, poultry, seafood, you name it, it's all waiting for you, including those delicious side dishes, the desserts that are off the charts. It's time right now to make your reservation at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
You're the fall cleanup phenom, the titan of trimming. You wield a leaf blower like a surgeon does a scalpel. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food for stronger roots and an early green up next spring. IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. And now, it's 10 a.m.
Let's just get down to it.
And it's time for your sports fix.
Strap yourselves in, folks.
From two guys who have covered the teams you're passionate about for years.
We are professionals.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Almost heaven, West Virginia, Blue Ridge Mountains, Shenandoah River. Life is old there, older than the trees, younger than the mountains, growing like a breeze, country road.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson, broadcasting live from the Jazz Zions Bank basketball campus. We are down here for Media Day. What a day it has already been for the station. David James, great show. We've had Ryan Smith. We've had Austin Aines, Danny Aines, Kyle Anderson, and then we've aired some podium too. And Bronco Mendenhall. What a day for David Randolph James, everyone. Congratulations on that's what I assume your middle name is, David Randolph. But no, huge day for DJ and PK, and we're going to keep it rolling right here on Jake and Ben. And we're super excited about it. Thanks to the Jazz for having us here live. This is cool and unique and great for us and our station. So thanks to Derek and Madeline and everybody who makes this possible. Ben is here. Hi, Ben.
Hello.
You've been over, speaking of the podium, in the press room, asking those hard-hitting questions. I heard you. I was like, there's Ben. He's got his bloodhound journo hat on. He's going for blood.
No secrets today.
Uncover him.
And then Ben got lost in the parking lot, and now he's here.
Well,
I still don't understand how he got lost in the parking lot.
The podium side and the side where we're on, the practice court, are totally different. And when that's the case, you have to go from one side of the building to the other, and you can't always just walk right through because media day is a whole extravaganza.
See, now this is the way to get started. Sitting down now with us is Keonte George, and as he's getting set, I'll kind of hit the build up here. You and I talked on Friday about the person we most were looking forward to talking to at Media Day, and lo and behold, he's the first person on our show sitting in front of us, the one and only Keonte George. How are you? It's great to see you. Thank you for sitting down with us.
Good seeing y'all. How y'all been?
We've been really good, and let me explain why we wanted to talk to you, because well, we've seen you around. You've been here. We saw you for Summer League, working with the younger players and all this stuff. And, the jump or the expectation of a jump from year 2 to year 3, is a thing because you have been there. You've done that. You've learned. And I was impressed that you kind of took ownership of the offseason, at least from afar. And I was curious to hear your thoughts on what you've been doing.
I mean, you was right. I've been in Utah whole summer, basically. Go home for about a week or two, and then come right back to Utah. So Utah was home base for me. But
it wasn't too hot this summer. That was nice.
Nah, it wasn't at all. Just hot, trying to get around the city,
but not too hot.
See some stuff. But I think just been here, trying to get in the best shape possible. Working on the consistency piece of it. Every day, just trying to work. And also, it's kind of just wanted to stay here just because, I didn't want to take this building for granted. Like, come here every day. I get to work with my player development coach for free. I get to live for free. I mean, it's everything that I need is just here in the building. Like, I don't got to go back. I don't got to go nowhere to kind of get the stuff that we already have here. So,
yeah, there's a fire pit over there. You can roast marshmallows.
Yeah, that's where DA be at when he be crossing his feet and watching golf.
Key, starting in June, we do digging. We try and figure out what's happening. June, July, consistently, you're the name I've heard all summer long. Everyone said you had a huge summer. I was told you were the MVP of the summer. What has it felt like for you? I mean, what has your summer felt like as far as, or what do you think that might mean?
I think for me, like, I don't know. It's out there. Like, we've been losing for 2 years in a row now. So I think for me, it was just about, all right, how can I change, or not just me, but how can we change the culture, or how, the league looks at the Jazz almost, just being honest with you. I feel like people came and they thought like, oh, let's just get our rhythm back when you play Jazz. Now we just got to get in our minds that we're going to compete every single day. So that's why I was in the building. I was here when the workouts was going on. I was here when the draft happened. I was here when they was in Summer League, like just trying to be around the group. I didn't want to be one of those guys that left and then came back like a month before camp and then now trying to build that camaraderie. I feel like we've already built that camaraderie. Everybody's been going to each other's houses, like going to eat somewhere. Some of the people came to Dallas, and then we did stuff there. So, like, just trying to build that camaraderie was the biggest thing for me. I think, like I said, the thing for me was just we team. Come on, Kyle. But
what do you think about, speaking of Kyle Anderson walking by, what do you think about a couple of the new guys? Start with him, but we can talk about Kevin Love or Yusuf or wherever you want to go.
Yeah, Kyle, Kev, George, even Nurk. George was in here a couple times with us, open gym. And you could already kind of sense like his years in the league, like he was using his voice already just in open gym. Like we weren't even trying to play organized basketball almost, and he was still trying to talk to us, show us different things. And then I've already heard about Kyle, how big his voice is in the locker room, and why he was in Minnesota, how much he was yelling at those guys when they was young, and then now coming to us, kind of the same situation. So I'm excited to have these guys in here. I mean, Nurk, he's played with some great guards. And then K-Love, I mean, we already know what he's done in this league. So it's a lot of knowledge in the locker room we got to take advantage of.
We heard you organized the gathering in Dallas and got everyone down there together. What were you trying to accomplish there? Who all was there? And I guess what have you seen from some of these young players on the floor who stood out?
Yeah, it was just trying to accomplish just getting the guys around and still trying to build that camaraderie. All the rookies came, and then the guys that I got drafted with, they all came. And then Elijah came, and then we had a couple pros. They came in and kind of filled in the spot so we could kind of get up and down. But, I mean, we lifted there. We got strength and conditioning there. We was on the court. But, I mean, it's just all been fun. And then as far as your question with the young guys like Ace and Walt and Tanji.
Even second and third year guys.
I mean, they've all been here. They've all been in the gym. Ace, I mean, just been trying to stay on him about like what it takes to stick in this league, and like there's a lot of aspects that come with the NBA outside the floor, like outside the court. Like there's a lot of things you gotta make sure you take care of, and obviously things are out there now. But just he's kept a smile on his face every single day, and he's came in here and worked hard like every single day. It was funny. He called me he asked me how did I get my Ring camera from my house. I was like, man, I don't even know, honestly. but nah, yeah, Walt. It's been crazy to be around Walt just because he's older than me.
Mm-hmm.
But you could just tell, like, obviously, like his habits coming from Florida, like the winning habits, obviously, and like kind of his knowledge of the game already. Just being around him and kind of talking about what we feel is going to happen in the season, and like even for like him talking to him how he think he'll play or what he think his biggest adjustment will be when he gets it going. But I like the energy in the building. I like everything that's going on. It's exciting. You can how can I say this? You can tell I guess a shift almost with the culture, with the energy, just with everybody. So I'm excited, man.
So it's interesting you talk about what you tell the younger players in the off the court stuff. I'm curious, on the court, what do you tell them when they come to you and say, what does it take effort wise, skill wise, all that to be successful in the NBA? What do you tell them?
I mean, I tell them the easiest thing for me to tell them is get in shape, get in the best shape possible, get in the most shape you can, because it's a lot of games and everybody on the court is good. And you also got to start to realize, everybody can score the ball, everybody can shoot the ball, everybody can do all the passing, dribbling. It's kind of what you bring to the table outside of that. Like, some of these guys now are some of the most valuable on their team, and all they do is play defense and make open shots. So it's just about I've just been telling them how can they be the most valuable to the team instead of trying to play how they want to play. That's what I've started to realize. You kind of got to be outside yourself for a second, kind of play for what's on the front of your chest. Obviously, we want to provide for our families, but when we win, everybody gets to eat. So we got to worry about winning first. So that's continue to build the habits. But like I said, just being in the most shape possible. And we got to guard. When we guard, the offensive part is easy for all these guys. Myself, Walt, Ace, Isaiah, like everybody can do the offensive piece. So we just been not strictly, but we've been really focused on the other side of the ball. So I think that's why it's also been good that everybody's been here, the young core, because Scott, Wojo, I mean, they've been on our bumper for the whole summer.
I imagine it's weird your first couple of years in the league, especially you coming at 19. You're just trying to find your footing.
Yeah, for sure.
And now you look around the league, it's like Cam Whitmore has changed teams, and Kobe Buffkin has changed teams, and Jalen Hood-Schifino's changed team, and Nick Smith got waived. It's like, those guys are from your draft class.
Exactly, yeah.
And now they're fighting for their lives. Like, does that give you perspective on, hey, this league doesn't wait for anybody?
Yeah. Now, you said it right there. Like, it definitely gives me perspective, like, when I see those things happen, and, like, just how fast, your life can change. Like, I was able to be in the gym with, Cam Reddish a little bit, and seeing that, he's now overseas, starting to realize, you can't take this for granted, being in the NBA. Every day you got to do something that's making you better, like I said, whether it's off or on. And like I said, when those things happen, it kind of, when I'm looking at my phone, I kind of sat back and was like, the not only the opportunity that I have, but the situation that I was drafted into, it kind of made me realize, like, situation is everything almost. Like, you can try to be the highest pick, try to get the most money you want, but, like, I'm starting to realize you got to fit, and you also got to be around people that want you too. You can't just want to be somewhere and they don't want you back. So I think with D.A., Austin, and everybody, and Ryan, everybody will, like, I just can't thank them enough for obviously the opportunity, but just wanting me here, and it's obviously put it in perspective that, like you said, this game could be taken away from you at any minute.
Since you spent the summer here, was there a summer activity that you particularly enjoyed? Like, did you float the Provo? Did you do some hiking? Did you hit Park City? Like, is there an activity that stands out?
I hit Park City. I went to the what is it called, the Montage?
Oh yeah,
went
fancy.
Went to have a little sushi dinner there.
Yeah.
Went up to Provo. I just went up there for the BYU practice. Just been really just trying to do a whole bunch of stuff outdoors.
It's a cool spot in the summer.
Yeah,
it's a cool spot in the summer for sure.
Try to find some food spots, but
have you played against AJ DeBonsa? You guys?
I have
runs
not.
Yet?
I have not. But I will say at his practice, probably one of the most craziest dunks I've seen in a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What happened?
I won't say too much, but somebody jumped and the ball. He went off two, but the ball like crazy, and then he dunked it. And I looked at Walt next to me, and I was like, hey, whoever get him, he gonna be like that.
Huh.
Is he one of those guys where you hear they're big and athletic, and then you say, okay, and then you see him in person? Like, I'll give you an example. I always thought I heard Yusuf Nurkic was big. I saw him about 10 minutes ago. That guy is a mountain. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Is AJ one of those guys where you see in person and you're like, okay, I get it. That's
like,
real.
I don't know how to talk, but wherever talk, what do they listen at, like 6'9"?
Yeah, something like that.
Like, he legit, like 6'9". Obviously, he gonna fill out, but he got. I mean, it's really on him. However good he want to be, he gonna be that good, honestly.
Emotionally, just good to see Taylor back on the floor.
I've been with Taylor all summer here. Like, he's probably went away for like a week, but in Utah, even when the weight staff goes for like the combine and stuff, we stayed back. Me and him was working out together, doing conditioning together, doing whatever. So I'm coming back at night. He in here sometimes. So like, it's just been good. Like, to be on the floor when that happened, and just to be with him, to see him build back up into the player that he was before. And honestly, he looks even better, even stronger, like doing everything. So I'm excited. Somebody asked me about Taylor the other day, and I almost just could shed a tear just because, like, I don't know. And when it happened, I just told everybody, like, I love him so much. Like, I love him like a brother. Like, I didn't know him at all coming into the draft, and then when we got drafted together, just, like, hanging out with him and, like, meeting his family, like I said, he feel like a brother. So it was good to just work out and see him really get back to who he was before. I'm excited for him.
Well, I got to tell you, from like a sports radio standpoint, where Ben and I have to come up with topics, and Ben writes and I do the pre-half and post, and you find storylines or whatever. That was one that just hung over the whole year last year. Whatever last year was about, the Taylor Hendricks thing was just like, oh, what if, you know?
Yeah,
and
exactly.
I think, we talked to a lot of fans. I think that's a big source of excitement to see what he can be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, even the game he got hurt. He was playing well, defensively, offensively. Like, he just got all the tools, man. Like, it was so sad to see him go down. Like, I just know the type of effect he gonna have on our team. Like I just can't wait for everybody to see it for sure.
Well, thank you for sitting down with us. This was really great. It's a pleasure, and look forward to watching you all year long. Thank you very much.
I appreciate y'all. Good seeing y'all too.
Thanks, Key.
There you go. That's the one and only Keonte George. That was great. Thank you very much, Keonte. Man, I love it when you meet thoughtful interviews. Like every answer he had right there was very thoughtful. That was really good. His advice to young players about what it really takes, I thought that was great. We should clip that.
Key has a real – when you kind of first talk to him, I don't want to say he's standoffish, but he just kind of has a little bit of a cool attitude. And then he opens up, and he's so human, and he's so personable, and he's extraordinarily thoughtful. Like, who he actually is when you get to talk to him, I think has always been a really enjoyable experience. It's just kind of that initial first impression when he sits down. I think as he's feeling people out, might paint him one way, and who he actually is, I think is quite a bit different. So I think you got a good taste of that. I think you really got an example of like how bought in he is to what he's doing. I do think he really understands like this is a huge year for him. If he doesn't do it this year, he might not be in the NBA, and he recognizes that. I think that's really important.
His thoughts on playing a role in what you have to do in the NBA, that's not the first time I've heard that take. But you know who was the first I heard that take from? Gordy Chiesa. Like, one of the smarter basketball people I've ever met. Like, a lot of, and from the coaching perspective, is finding a player and they do their role to help the team win. Like, that kind of mentality that's how you do it. So I thought that was just a terrific answer. The whole thing was really good.
No, Key's great.
All right, we'll have more from Jazz Media Day. We're hanging out. Big thanks to Keonte George for jumping on with us. We'll have more straight ahead. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Ticket packages for the Utah Mammoth 2025-26 season are available now. From full season and half season packages to mini plans and other flexible options, choose the ticket package that fits you best and be part of the action all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK to talk with a rep or visit nhl.com/Utah/tickets/season tickets to learn more.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben want to remind you about Kenny J's Barbecue. They do catering, delivering bold smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbbq.com. KennyJaysBBQ.com for weddings, work, or any event. KennyJaysBBQ.com. Also want to remind you about Win Ticket Wednesday, your chance to win big every week on the station. This week, you can win Fastness VIP tickets to Nightmare on 13th. One location, 2 haunted attractions. Nightmare on 13th, where Halloween lives. Get $10 off nighttime attractions by using discount code ZONE. And listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day on Wednesday for your chance to win. Real quick before we dive into top 3 stories of the day, Ben. You know what's funny? I think we talk about this every Media Day. To people who don't know, Media Day is like different stations where they do different things, and the media is just a component. They do pictures, they do videos, and one of the stations is they have to sign 1,000 basketballs, right? There's got to be 1,000 basketballs over there, right?
We're not supposed to be mentioning anything that's going on here.
Oh, come on. I don't mind. Anywho, I was going to make a joke about how your wrist is going to be sore at the end of it. That's all.
It's a long day. It's
like the carpal tunnel from
It's
70.
a huge production, and it's changed a lot since I first started doing this, 15 years ago now, and you've been doing it for 20-plus years. So, yeah, it's a whole
thing.
It's a whole event, and it takes a lot of planning. It's a real process.
All right, time for the top 3 stories of the day. KSLSports.com, brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. Fair warning, if we do get a player, we may interrupt top 3 stories. But for now, Christian, where do you want to start?
Number 1, BYU and Utah both on the road. They both escape with wins.
This was an interesting weekend. I do think Utah, for the most part, answered every question we had. Right? This was kind of what we talked about. Can they score 30 points? Can they go out there in the offense, move the ball consistently? Can Devin Dampier go out and kind of just be the man? And I thought he was. You wouldn't maybe piece together a career highlight reel from Devin Dampier in that game, and that's fine. He doesn't need to make highlight reel plays. He just needs to make the right play over and over, and I thought he had success doing that.
Yeah, I would agree. The interception was kind of rough.
That was a terrible throw.
Yeah,
he makes some bad decisions still.
Yeah,
that was a horrible throw.
So anyway, I don't mean to be a downer, but that wasn't, our question, can he throw it downfield like that? I don't want to say it's unanswered, but he's got to be better, I guess. But other than that, like that. Other than that, for sure, West Virginia is in a rough spot.
They're awful.
So bad.
Man, are they bad.
And that is a thing. But we talked about get-right game, and you got to take advantage of it. What did we say their get-right game was last year, and they missed it? Oh, Arizona. When you go up against an opponent that you should beat to bounce back from a tough loss, a get-right game, that certainly was that. And the defense was what the defense is. I mean, really good.
Yeah, they're really good. They were a little questionable in the second half. Again, they had to adjust to a different quarterback. And I think that quarterback for West Virginia, again, as we've talked about over and over and over, and I actually totally understand why you didn't throw him out here to start that game, because starting against that Utah defense for your first time on the field is really difficult. He should be their starter the rest of the year, especially if their other starters out. Nico. If he's out the rest of the year, they should go with the true freshman.
But the game was over at halftime.
It was. It absolutely was. And Utah, I'm sure, was more worried about the number of injuries that were racking up. I think it's a really good time for a bye week for the Utes.
Yeah, probably. Where you did bounce back and you have a little bit more positive trajectory after a tough loss. I don't think there's any doubt about it. As far as the Cougs go, I thought the Bear going in and getting his first road win was relevant. I know BYU was really bad to start the game, but when it clicked in, it was fine. It was good.
Look, he's not had a turnover through his first 4 games now. He's been better than I would have expected in that regard. I didn't love the play calling in the game. I was a little surprised L.J. Martin didn't get going earlier or really at all. And credit Colorado, they came out really focused. They played really well. I thought Colorado actually played really, really hard. And Caden Salter's a good quarterback.
I think this is how BYU's going to beat teams.
I think you're exactly right.
I think this is how they're going to beat teams, and that's fine. It doesn't matter. You get the W in the bag and move on. That is all that matters, and that's what happens when you start a true freshman that's not named Johnny Manziel.
Yeah, exactly right.
And the fact that he hasn't turned it over and hasn't made big mistakes and hasn't cost them games is exactly what he needs to be doing. And yeah, we could talk about getting guys going and that sort of thing. I thought the defense was asleep at the beginning.
Yeah, I was a little I maybe a little less confident in the defense now than I was after their first 3 games because they were playing such atrocious opponents. And that's not a knock on BYU's defense. You get a new challenge, it's going to feel different. So I think they'll adjust and play accordingly. But I do think maybe it's not quite as dominant as I thought it could be. And we'll see if they can fix that.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to win dominantly. I just don't.
Yeah.
And they gave up 21 points. It's not 41.
No, and they gave up 14 right off the bat.
Yeah,
and only
right
7
out
the
of
rest
the
of the game.
So I mean, I think that's kind of how it's going to go. And Colorado played better. Yeah, sure. I can definitely buy into that. Did you see that the chancellor of the University of Colorado and the athletic director had to make a statement about chants in the crowd?
Yeah, which is seemingly the case every time BYU goes on the road.
Man, I don't know. Mitch lists off the list of incidents that have happened in recent years, but I certainly hope this is a fad that fades quickly. You know, being in a new league or something like new fan bases, I don't know.
Agreed. Yeah, I hope that's not something that you keep running into.
Yeah, because the chancellor and the AD should be apologizing. They should be saying that's not our standard.
Case.
Like that's all. I'm sure the chancellor is like, why on earth am I being bothered by this? Can't you just behave yourself? So anyway, I hope this pattern, I hope it goes away.
Yeah, I totally agree. I hope it does. I'm not super confident it will. That doesn't mean it's fair. You know, it's hard to control students. I totally understand that. But, yeah, that's not how any school wants to represent itself. I don't think it's what BYU should face when they go on the road. But on the field, you know, I thought it was a win. I say this a lot. Cash your checks and go home. You got to get wins. And if you get wins, it doesn't really matter how pretty it is. I don't want to overreact off of one game of what I think they'll be the rest of the year. I don't love how much Bear has to run the ball to move it, but he might just be a little bit more Taysom-y than he is, you know,
right now.
I mean,
right now.
He's the best right now planting his foot and taking off. And he can make some throws. I actually think he's probably a better passer than Taysom was. But his best weapon, personally, is his ability to take off, make a play with his feet, put a shoulder into somebody. And if that's the game plan and that's what they're going to do going forward, I think they can still win some games.
Keep the chains moving.
That's exactly right.
And, yeah, I think that's how BYU is going to win. Utah State kept it competitive for a half against Vanderbilt, but end up losing 55-35. Have we seen an update, Christian, on Bryson Barnes? I heard Broncos post-game with Scotty, and they were not able to pin him down, so we're not sure. He went out in this game, so we'll see.
They played hard.
Well,
it's a Bronco team. It looked like a Bronco team.
You know, one funny thing about this whole NIL, and we'll see where things go, but teams like Vandy have an advantage, you know? They have more wealthy boosters. And if you told me that Vandy is going to make a move toward the relevant, I'd kind of buy it.
If they want to be good, they should have the finances to do it. We've said the same thing about Stanford. We've said the same thing about some of these schools. Vandy should be more committed.
Those schools do not care about football.
Correct.
I mean, that's our entire conversation about UCLA and why Deshaun Foster was so silly for the way he dealt with things, because nobody cares. But I don't know about Vandy. I don't know the ins and outs of how football passionate Vandy fans are. It'd be interesting to find out.
Yep. Totally agree.
All right, what's next?
Number 2, a lot of big performances across the NFL yesterday, including Puka Nacua, one of our locals, with a monster game.
Yeah, it's fun to see all of our local players playing particularly well. Puka with a huge game. Devin Lloyd with 2 interceptions. Devin Lloyd had a very slow start to his season in Jacksonville and is emerging as one of the best linebackers in the NFL.
Awesome.
He's got 3 interceptions already. It's a contract year, so things are lining up extraordinarily well for him. And they beat the 49ers, and then Dalton Kincaid has already set a new career high in touchdowns.
Yeah.
And what are we, in week 4? So no, they're playing well. It's fun to see all the talent come through and live up to the hype, and they've done that so far.
I'm so disappointed personally in the Baltimore Ravens, because I actually had some time yesterday afternoon to really invest in some NFL football, and I flip on the telly, Ben, and what is it? The Chiefs, Ravens, and I'm like, yes, blessed to be David James, Chiefs, Ravens. This should be a showdown. What a stinker. A snooze fest. Baltimore barely got off the bus.
I will say, and I'm not, that maybe they need to move on from Harbaugh. Maybe they need something different. They've started the season. 3 of their 4 games have come against the Bills, the Lions, and the Chiefs. Those 3 teams all legitimately have a chance to win the Super Bowl. That's not exactly a soft start. They crushed the Browns the way they should have crushed the Browns. We'll see. They play the Texans, the Rams, the Bears coming up. We'll see if they start to find a couple more victories. But that's an absurdly difficult start to the year. If you would have said 1-3 and you looked at that schedule, I don't know if they're actually that far off schedule. But they did not look good yesterday.
Yeah. You know who's super happy we're down here at Jazz Media Day? Salazar. Because you'd be rubbing fingernails in your Bears win over the Raiders right in his face today.
And they had a slow start. Caleb was not good to start that game, but
you would have painted your fingernails that said
forget Lloyd.
Forget Salazar.
Forget Salazar.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fingers.
You'd have to abbreviate some stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
I don't think Pete quite has the train on the tracks there.
Not quite.
In Vegas.
Well, Gino, we talked last week about, when you're smarter off with certain quarterbacks overpaying the wrong guy, Kyler Murray, whatever it is. You can also go wrong. If Gino goes bad and you're paying him $30 million a year, it goes bad quickly, and there's no real upside.
Jordan Love had a big night.
Yes, he did.
3 touchdowns.
Love a tie.
And a tie?
Love a tie. Love staying up late and watching a tie.
I laughed. Who was the analyst on that? It would have been Collinsworth.
Uh-huh.
Where he was talking about the Cowboys defense. This is in the first half, and he's like, they're tired of everybody saying how much they stink, and look at how well they're playing. And then they just, on cue, absolutely, forget how to play football.
Fell asleep?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was like they heard Chris Collinsworth saying that they were good, actually.
Their best offense
no, we're not, Chris.
Early in the game was a blocked extra point. So, yeah, it's not awesome. But, hey, 40 points. They figured out the offense a little bit finally.
I've been in that situation, not as a play-by-play guy, but as, I don't know, have some hot take in the pregame, and it turns out to be totally wrong.
Yeah.
They shouldn't even guard this guy, and then that guy has 20 points in the first half. We tease David because he likes to identify shooter, not shooter, and it feels like every time he's out to Brant in the corner for not shooter for 3. And it's good.
And of course,
I swear it happens every single time, so it's not fair to uberly pay attention. But I did notice that yesterday, where Collinsworth is just talking up the Cowboys defense, and it's no, I don't think that's it, Chris.
Not this year.
Not this year, pal.
Yep.
I don't know who got in your ear and told you that, but they were incorrect. Incorrect indeed. Tonight we have 2 games, Ben.
No, we don't.
We have the Jets at the Dolphins.
Someone's going to get a win.
In game 1 at 5:15 on ESPN. Yeah, somebody's got to win. That should be that.
No, we literally just saw a tie.
Yeah, we did just see a tie. That would be great. Give me a 3-3 tie.
And then on the ABC, the featured game is Christian's Donks hosting Ben's Bungles. Are we going to put something on the line here, a friendly wager of sorts?
Well, one of these teams doesn't have a quarterback, and the other one's the Cincinnati Bengals. So I'm not really sure what to think about this.
I think if the Bengals win, Christian has to pull off a fingernail, and vice versa.
I get to pull off one of Christian's fingernails. Vice versa?
It's if the Donks win, then you've got to pull off a fingernail. You can choose which one.
I won't bother making a bet with Ben because, if I'm not mistaken, he still owes a chicken sandwich, right?
I do owe Jake a chicken
salad sandwich.
Chicken salad sandwich. But it's been 2 years, so.
I wasn't going to bring that up.
Hey, I've tried to make it right several times, and we don't hang out a lot, so we'll see.
What's next?
Number 3, still early on in Jazz Media Day, but we've got a lot of heavy hitters that have come through the station.
Unsurprisingly, everybody's saying the right thing. I don't think anyone's actually trying to run from what the identity of this team is, which is a very young team, probably not going to be expected to win a whole lot of games. But I do think, even we heard Kevin Love up on the podium, there's some buy-in. Those guys are going to come in and they're going to play their role. They know what's expected of them. And I thought actually Kevin Love was pretty impressive in his conversation about what he knows, what he needs to do, where he's been in his career, and how he thinks he can still help.
You mentioned it's been a big day so far on the station, and Ben, you were in covering the podium, so I don't know how much of our station stuff you got a chance to hear and how much overlap there was. But Austin Aines, Danny Ainge, Ryan Smith all made appearances on the radio station. And I thought there were 2 headlines from Ryan Smith with DJ and PK that really stood out to me. Number 1, he said he'd be comfortable if they overachieved and won 40 or 45 games, which I thought was interesting. That coming from the owner. He said, we're comfortable with that. That would mean they would not have a first-round draft pick. But he's comfortable with overachieving, which I thought was extremely notable. And then he went into describing like the hierarchy with he in the front office and how he operates. And he basically said he stays out of it. And I think that's what owners should do. Hire people that they trust to make decisions. And he said he encouraged collaboration and disagreement. But if they came to him unified with a unified front, he's not going to stand in the way, which I think is really important. Like, Matt Ishbia isn't saying that today. You know what I mean? So I thought those were the two really notable things from Ryan's interview with DJ and PK.
Yeah, he says he was up on the podium earlier and kind of asked the same thing of just like, what's your job now? You've got two professional teams. The hockey team needs him a lot right now. They're redoing everything for the practice facility, and eventually that will come for the Jazz as well. But they're working hard to get that team up and running, and they're closer to competing right now than the Jazz are, and I'm sure it just requires his attention because it's so new. But he said, yeah, Danny Ainge and Austin Ainge and Justin Zanuck and Will Hardy and his checkbook. That's kind of his role right now. Is his checkbook is in place to make sure it's able to do what it needs to do. And right now they don't need to be spending money on this roster.
But I honestly think that if they are invested and they are trying, and we see some guys take some steps, and I'm talking top end here, but they could win 40 games. I actually don't think that's that ludicrous. And if the owner is comfortable with it and the front office is comfortable with it, I mean, if everything breaks that way and Will's allowed to really coach, I think there's a ton of potential on the roster, frankly. And it also, and I don't want to say this too loudly, but watching last year was a real eye-opener on what you had to do to have a record in the teens.
Yeah, it's hard to do. It's harder to win 17 games than it is 30 games in the NBA.
Extremely well put.
Yeah.
Extremely well put. And if they're not going to do that, then, that is an opportunity. I mean, I guess what I'm getting out there is the tank note folks, if things break the right way, this is not a tanking team.
I think they will be. I still think they're probably around 22 wins, but I think they're going to pick up more wins early in the season than people have been used to. And certainly what we saw last year.
Threading that needle is going to be, again, we don't need to have this conversation here, but threading that needle of pouring it on and still only winning 22 games, that's hard.
Yeah, it is. It's going to depend on who plays. It's going to depend on who actually sees the court.
Oh, I think there were other factors at play last year.
There were.
Other lineup manipulation aside.
Yeah.
So, we'll see. All right, we are live from Media Day. We'll step aside for a second. We've got all the stuff, like all the interviews I mentioned with DJ and PK, all the podium, Jazz podium interviews, which Ben was a part of this morning, and continue to go on with the players. They're all going to be up online. You can get it at KSL Sports, KSL Sports app. Download it wherever you get your podcasts. We're going to work hard to get it out there for you, the Jazz fan. More from Media Day coming up next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
G-Bang! G-Bang!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Woo! Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months. Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extended to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right. As low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown.
APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben live from Jazz Media Day, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Jumping on with us now, Ben, a familiar face. He is back in town. A lot of fans excited about it. George Niang with us on Jake and Ben. What's going on, George? Good to see you.
Oh, it's good to be here. It's good to be here. It's kind of like reliving old memories. The colors have changed a little bit around here, but the vibes are still pretty high in Utah. I love that.
It's got to be weird, though. It's like just Justin Zanuck here, right? It's like far as familiar faces.
There's some other people in the weight room and training staff. No players, of course.
Yeah.
But, it's obviously just the whole vibe of the state of Utah, and then what the Jazz organization brings. It's been awesome, and it hasn't taken too much time to get adjusted back, to say the least.
This year with a developing team is going to be a little different for you. I can't remember what the stat is, but you're like the most winning basketball player in the last, what has it been? Like you've won more games than
7 seasons now.
Anybody in the last 6 or 7 seasons.
Wow.
You've been at with franchises in a different spot, I guess, is my point. And this is a little bit different here. Is that an adjustment?
I think the biggest thing is you want to come in and shine your light. And obviously I've had some time with different teams in this league. So obviously any advice or veteran leadership that I can show towards the young guys and continue to grow and push forward. I think you want to win every single day in any situation. So I think that's kind of the goal here, whether that's, your practice habits, your training habits, obviously your in-game habits, you want to win those, and that's really just how you have to look at it. I'm going to go out there and do the best that I can to win to the best of my abilities and win every day, and you hope to share that knowledge and sprinkle that energy on the young core that we have.
You get into the league and you're fighting for your life, and I'm sure you feel like you're fighting for your life a little bit every day.
Every day, man. Ben, it's every day.
But, Indiana and Utah, and you're just trying to, catch on,
Yeah.
I'm sure. And you get some guaranteed contracts, and, how does your approach change? Does your mentality change at all?
No, I think you got to be patiently relentless, right? Patiently, waiting for your opportunity, but relentlessly pursuing it every single day. And that's kind of how I've attacked every single day. And this is my 10th season in the NBA, and I don't think I would change anything because it's worked out pretty
10
nice,
seasons?
pretty nicely for me. Yeah.
Wow.
Crazy. I know you didn't think so a while back. No, I'm just kidding.
George?
Yeah.
No, he's gonna have to get in shape. Remember?
Yeah. Wow, I can't catch any breaks here. I figured
That's
it's a
hilarious.
friendly fire over on this side. Yeah, no, but I've done it my way. I've done it this way. I've been successful doing it, and I'm going to continue doing that. Whether you think I'm in shape or not.
I feel like we need to bring up Iowa State football, Trance in Arizona or something to get this interview back on track.
Oh, no, we're good.
I'll
I'll direct message him on Twitter and try and bash him.
I am curious, though. You mentioned, I can't remember how you put it, but sprinkling that energy on the younger players. When, an Ace Bailey comes to you and says, what do I got to do to have a great career, what would you say?
Ace is super talented, right? We are in two totally different atmospheres when it comes to talent, right? So for my advice for Ace is, just show up every day and be who you are and work. I think the biggest thing that gets misconstrued is that if you show up every day and work, you'll probably beat out 80% of the world or the league because people struggle just to show up and work every single day. And Ace has a unique hunger for the game of basketball. And he's already super talented, so if he just shows up and works, he's going to be better than he ever could imagine, which I see happening because the kid is just he has a unique love for the game of basketball, where he's constantly talking the game of basketball, constantly excited, and that's, encouraging as an older guy, right? Because you were that 18-year-old kid that loved the game of basketball. Obviously, I wasn't doing the things on his level that he was at that age, but it's just exciting and encouraging to see that, because there's such a bright future on the horizon for someone like that.
Unsurprisingly, we're getting the wrap it up signal, so I think we probably
Oh, perfect. Yeah,
appreciate it, George. Honestly, good to see you.
Yeah, hey, George, thank you, man.
Yep,
we appreciate
absolutely.
you. Good luck this year.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, that is George Niang with us here at Jazz Media Day. We're having a great time. Thanks to Keonte George for jumping on. Thanks to George Niang. We've got the Georges covered so far on the Jake and Ben show. We will have more next, I think. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win fastest VIP tickets to Nightmare on 13. One location, 2 haunted attractions. Nightmare on 13, where Halloween lives. Get $10 off nighttime attractions by using the discount code ZONE. And listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Ticket packages for the Utah Mammoth 2025-26 season are available now. From full season and half season packages to mini plans and other flexible options, choose the ticket package that fits you best and be part of the action all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK to talk with a rep or visit nhl.com/Utah/tickets/season tickets to learn more.
Hi, this is Doug Wright. I love fall, and I love October. In our family, October is replete with all kinds of fun things. We have a lot of birthdays. Dee and I have our anniversary, so of course, we're making our plans right now to go to Ruth's Chris Steakhouse for several of those occasions. And of course, we can choose from Hotel Park City, want to go up into the mountains, enjoy this great time of year, or all the fun things that are happening in the heart of downtown Salt Lake City. There's a Ruth's Chris Steakhouse downtown for you at 275 South West Temple. You, of course, can rely on the very best service, the great atmosphere, but it does kind of boil down to the food, and you will never have a better meal. The steaks, the entrees, whatever it might be, poultry, seafood, you name it, it's all waiting for you, including those delicious side dishes, the desserts that are off the charts. It's time right now to make your reservation at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
Ski Chevy is back with season passes to Solitude Mountain Resort. So drop into a participating Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer now. Plus, upgrade to a discounted Icon base pass when you purchase or lease any new Chevy model. From powerful trucks like Silverado to our versatile families of SUVs. Retail value per pass is $999. Offer valid while supplies last or until 10/31/25. See participating dealer for complete redemption details, vehicle eligibility, and restrictions. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers today.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The sports you love, the teams you can't live without.
Get a sense of urgency!
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's not every day you get Danny Aines coming over and saying hi to you during the break, Ben.
It depends on who you are.
Pretty
Some
cool,
people probably
dude.
does.
That's pretty cool. Chopping it up with the great Danny Aines during the break. We are live from Utah Jazz Media Day. We're having a great time. Appreciate them for having the show out. Thanks to George Niang, who jumped on with us in the last segment. Want to remind you about our friends at Kenny J's. They do catering, delivering bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at KennyJ'sBBQ.com for weddings, work, or any event. KennyJ'sBBQ.com.
The story coming out quickly, and it was on the podium. We didn't care. We were talking to George. Is that, and we'll have to. Hopefully, we can talk to him. Walker Kessler said he was a little frustrated that he didn't get the contract worked out this summer. He was eligible for a contract extension. Again, I want to hear from him before I misconstrue or take anything out of context just based on tweets or whatever. So I'll be curious to clear that up and maybe get a better sense of what he said and how he feels. But, that's one of the risks we knew would happen if the Jazz didn't get him signed to an extension. And also you look around the NBA right now, Quentin Grimes, who's not quite the same situation because he wasn't drafted by Philadelphia, but took Josh Giddey a long time in restricted free agency to find a deal with Chicago. Jonathan Kuminga still just does not have a contract with the Golden State Warriors. You are seeing more teams being willing to take their young players, even good young players, to restricted free agency and say, we'll match whatever money anyone's going to pay you, but we're not going to put money out there just to put money out there because, and Austin talked about it quite a bit today, Austin Aines, both with DJ and PK and at the podium. He's not going to negotiate publicly, but every dollar counts right now with the much firmer cap than it's ever been in NBA history. And you can't just throw money around willy-nilly and expect to be able to compete if you don't have wiggle room.
Your first extension is a delicate dance, unless you are automatically a max guy. And we've seen it go different ways here just with the Jazz over some years, right? Derek Favors and Gordon Hayward kind of went through it at the same time. And I think Derek was 1 year ahead of Gordon, if memory serves, but they pretty much went through it at the same time. And Derek opted for an extension at a less amount.
He took less to get the money.
And Gordon Hayward's stance was max me out, and the Jazz said, well, we're not going to pick it up, and then if you get that contract, we'll match it. And we kind of saw both circumstances have an interesting fallout. Certainly with Gordon Hayward leaving the team, I think that was the minute that train was put on the tracks. But I think Walker's saying that he's a pro and he's going to play winning basketball for the Jazz. I think that is relevant. I do believe that. But contract stuff in pro sports is really tough because it gets really personal because it's happening to people. And agents get involved, and it gets tough sometimes.
I have no doubt the Jazz will make Walker whole when the time comes. I just have no doubt that they will pay him if he continues to have, I think the season he's expected to have and building off of what he did last year. He's looking at well over $100 million, easily. A 4-year, $120, $130 million deal, if not more than that. I get why if you were entering a season and you were driving a Cadillac of a body around, and if it gets hurt, that really changes your outcome, why you'd want to have that deal done. But I don't think there's a doubt that they're going to pay Walker once they get
Yeah.
Once push comes to shove, it's not where it is right now. And this was going to be an awkward piece of it. And it's really kind of this draft class specifically. This is Walker was a part of the 2022 draft class. They are the first rookie class that's really starting to experience this new CBA. And they're going to have to take some lumps. This group and the group before it I mentioned with Jonathan Kuminga and Giddey and some of those names as well. They're going to have to bear the brunt, and that's not going to be a fun thing to do. And they're going to look around at some of their peers a couple of years ahead of them and say, well, they all got deals done. What's happening with Walker now is going to become the norm. This is not going to be abnormal. He's not seen it a lot.
Do we have that cut? Okay, let's play it.
I don't want to talk about it after today just because I think, during the season, tomorrow's training camp, it's the start of the season. I don't want it to be a distractor for me or for my teammates. But that being said, I'm definitely a little frustrated with how, if I don't. Regardless, I love Utah. I love the fan base. I love my teammates. I love the coaches. And as long as I have a Utah Jazz jersey on, I will play winning basketball.
I think that was 1,000% appropriate.
Yeah.
I wonder if did you ever hear the story about James Gandolfini and how he got into character? He was notoriously what do they call that? Method, right? And that he put something in his shoe before every scene so he'd be irritated. Walker being a little irritated might not be the worst thing in the world.
We'll see.
I mean, different people respond to that in different ways. But I thought that was a perfectly healthy and appropriate response.
You remember Gordon Hayward, his year he wanted his deal, which was his 4th season in the NBA, wanted to get his contract. Jazz didn't sign him. He struggled. It haunted him all year long. It was actually a little bit surprising that I think Charlotte came out and gave him that max. Was it Charlotte or Cleveland when to give him the max deal? And the Jazz matched it. But that year, he came out and he averaged 16 points and 5 rebounds and 5 assists. And it's good numbers. But he shot just 41% from the floor. He shot 30% from 3. Like, it hung over him. It really affected the way he played on the court. And Walker can't afford to let that happen. Walker can't come out and not play well because he's worried about his contract or worried about what the Jazz didn't do this summer. Because while I would understand it, that's a very human response. That's not good for him. That's not good for his pocketbook. That's not good for his future. So that is the risk you run, and that's where, Austin Aines and Ryan Smith have to own that. Justin Zanuck has to own that. Say, yeah, this is the gamble we're willing to make, and we think we can keep you happy here in Utah, even if this is going to be difficult.
Are we a break behind? What do we need to do, Christian? Sorry, a little on-air producing. Okay, well, let's take flip from the podium then. Let's go to Kyle Filipowski.
But it's crazy what a year of experience can do for you, and everything that I went through last year, all the bumps and bruises, all the learning curves. I truly believe they were all for a specific reason, and that's to help me grow into the best version of myself. And I think now where I am this year, I can definitely keep taking steps forward into improving myself and having the team improve as a whole.
And then how much are you looking forward to working with a guy like Kevin Love, who's been through everything in the NBA and, kind of plays somewhat the same position as you? How much forward are you looking to working with him?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to working with Kevin Love a lot. He was one of my favorite players growing up, actually. And so it's kind of just like a full circle moment for me in my life. And I remember in 4th grade, I was getting nicknamed K-Love just because I was more of the, spot up shooter, sort of thing. And it's kind of just really surreal to have the opportunity now to learn from him and work with him every day. And I'm looking forward to, just learning whatever I can from him.
You talked about how you've made some improvements. Your game's come a long way. What are those next steps? You said you're ready to take those next steps. What are they?
Yeah, I definitely think one of those things is, like I said, just how I approach every day and having that professional mindset, because it is a long season and you definitely have to mentally prepare for that. So I think kind of just doing that the right way, and my body may not be feeling the best every day, but what can I still get out of each and every day? And then on the court too, just trying to be more vocal, trying to be more a leader on the court, be a two-way player offensively and defensively where I can be relied on and I can hold my own on each end of the floor where I'm just being as efficient as I can be for the team.
Well, good. Thanks, Flip. Appreciate you.
Thanks, guys. Yeah.
All right, there's Kyle Filipowski. Speaking of Austin Ainge, somebody that Austin highlighted during his media appearances this morning, of somebody that they're super optimistic about, frankly, because of the Summer League MVP.
Be curious what type of a jump, if any, he makes in his second year in the NBA. It's not a given that just because you had a good rookie year, your sophomore year is going to be good, whether that's the sophomore slump or whether that's you're riding high after your first season. You think, oh, well, I figured it out. I've arrived. We've seen a lot of guys, I think, fall victim to that. Walker might be a good example. So we've talked a lot about Kyle because he's probably on paper been the most productive young player the Jazz have brought in with Walker, or I should say in addition to Walker, since they started this rebuild. He was pretty good last year. He's got potentially fatal flaws defensively that could prevent him from ever hitting any type of real, high level ceiling.
It'll be interesting to see how he works that out. But you know what? I've seen a lot of second-year guys go to Vegas and disappear.
Yeah.
And that did not happen. And I say disappear, I'm being overly dramatic, but we've seen a lot of really good players not have great summer leagues when you expect them to. And I don't even know if I expected Flip to have a great summer league, but he did.
He just walked by us. The physical tools are there. He is truly 7 feet tall. He's going to continue to have to fill out, obviously, through his chest, but he's got huge tree trunks for legs. Like, he's a legitimately NBA-sized player, and he's extraordinarily skilled offensively. And we'll see, some of his finishing around the rim, if that can improve. The one thing that I do tick as a box for guys, and I think is a real plus for Flip, is that he has kicked everybody's butt at every level he's been at his whole life, whether it was, I'm sure when he was a kid, he's talked about everyone calling him K-Love when he was 10 years old or whatever it was. But high school, he's a number 3 overall recruit in the country because he destroyed everybody. And then he went to Duke, and he destroyed everybody. And he goes to the Jazz last year, apparently kind of had a so-so training camp, gets on the floor because Taylor gets hurt, and immediately was impactful. Goes to the Summer League, is the best player on the floor. He's always been good every step of the way, and I think that's generally a good sign that he will find a way to continue to at least be impactful, if not, breaking through as a star.
Yeah, it's funny, Ben. You got to be careful. Ben's used to being able to freely clown people on the radio, and now, he's got to be careful which Jazz player he's clowning on the radio because they could be walking by.
They could walk right by me.
Ben was in the middle of a scorcher about Kyle Filipowski just now. He came walking up on. No, I'm joking, but it is fun to see these guys walk around.
He's got to continue to develop. Offense is a huge plus for him. Jazz have some good offensive players. I think pretty quickly we're going to see, and I know that's not probably the design, but if he can do it, they'll let him do it. If Ace can carry a big offensive load, they'll let Ace carry a big offensive load. So if you want to get on the floor and you want to be a difference maker, I think a lot of it's going to have to come on the defensive end. And I think you're going to see guys like Taylor Hendricks and Cody Williams, and I might even put Walt Clayton in this conversation as guys who I think you're going to notice an effort defensively that makes them stand out. And so if you're Flip, even if you're as talented as you are offensively, look, you're not better than Lowry is. Lowry's a much better offensive player than you are. And Lowry's not playing a ton of defense either, but if they're going to have one guy on the floor who's playing one side of the floor and not the other, it's going to be Lowry.
Who basically said that on the show today was Keonte George, and I think that's a pretty good sign that guy is saying that. And saying that specifically about younger players because, I think that's true about, I don't know, Ben, 90% of young players in the NBA that if they just guarded their tails off, they'd find a way to get on the floor faster and be more effective. If you can combine that with another skill, and then you're talking about, some really, like Paul Millsap, really poured his heart out into guarding bigger players and then combined that with rebounding and was basically the only rookie to ever play for Jerry Sloan.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's not a coincidence when you look around the NBA and you find everybody's favorite young player or every kind of fan favorite on any team regardless, they're good defensive players.
All right, sitting down with us now, a pleasure to welcome to the show Isaiah Collier with us here on the Jake and Ben Show, live from Utah Jazz Media Day. Isaiah, thanks for stopping by. Good to see you.
For sure, thank you.
How's your summer been? We got to see you a little bit during Summer League, but how's it been since then?
It's been great since, leaving Summer League. It was just a learning experience, just being there in Summer League. So, just went back, regrouped, what I'm saying, got a little bit of rest, and then just got back to it, got better every single day. So, I'm excited going into the season. It should be fun. Looking forward to, just playing with a great group of young guys, a couple of vets, but, it should be great.
What lessons are you taking from year one and now applying to year two?
Definitely the pace of the game. I think I've definitely, picked up on that. I'm super excited, just to, go out there and play that game, with these guys. And, it should be really exciting to, what we, put out there on the floor and, how we play.
It's notoriously difficult for guys to get a lot better between year one and year two. Generally, the jump becomes between year two and year three. Mm-hmm. But with that said, what would you hope to, that was a strength to improve on last year? Because a lot of guys want to fix their weaknesses. You can't do that in one summer.
Yeah.
But what's a strength you want to build on?
Just being me on the court, just being a point guard, trying to lead. So, that's the biggest thing for me going into this year. Everybody, wants to, speculate the weaknesses, but, it's just going out there and just build on what you are actually, good at doing. So, that's the goal for me. It's just contributed to winning as well. So, I feel like, we're excited, as a group, and we just trying to, go out there and win some games.
Have you worked on anything specifically in the offseason? A lot of people would ask, shooting the basketball. Is that somewhere you concentrated on?
Definitely. There's a lot of reps. But, I think a big thing for me, I play a lot of pickup, at the Summer League. So, I think pickup, is actually game reps when you're playing against other, great group of guys. Between here and back home in Atlanta and actually California as well. So, just playing pickup, that was great for me as well. And then, of course, just getting reps after reps shooting the basketball. So, yeah.
What have you seen so far from the guys you've been on the court with? Obviously, since Summer League, but then you guys went down to Dallas. I know you guys have been working out a lot together. Who stood out, of everyone, Walker and younger, that you've seen?
Everybody stood out, honestly. I think we've been around each other the whole summer. So, it's great to, grow with a group of guys, especially with all of just being around, the same age. So, it's great to just see everybody growth, individually, one by one. And, putting it all together, I think it could be really scary, honestly. So, it was a fun summer, just being around. I think we all got closer. And, that's a big thing for teams as well. So, yep.
A lot of young guards in particular on this roster. Do you expect camp to have a competitive tone?
Yeah, I think camp is always going to be competitive. But that's the best thing. That's why we play this game of basketball, is just compete. So, I'm super excited, just get after it, starting tomorrow. I'm sure it's going to be a lot of, competing. That's what it's all about. So, that's why, I play the game of basketball. It's fun.
How do you, Key, now Walt Clayton, complement each other? Because, man, you guys had Jordan and you had Colin last year. It was there were some safety nets of guys who'd been in the league a long time. Yeah. You guys don't have that anymore.
We all growing together. I think that's the thing. I feel like, we are our own player. So what we bring to the table is just different. So, as far as just, us, I think we all close, came closer together this summer. We all talk to each other. So, it should be fun, just to see each other grow, going out there and just competing. So, like you said, it's competing.
Did you have any fun this summer? Did you do anything cool? Take a cool vacation?
Yeah, I took a vacation to Turks. It was fun out there. Definitely just to see, super blue water out there.
Yeah.
So, it was a fun trip. I was out there for a week and, got to spend some time with my family, mom, dad, sister, and brother a little bit out at Newport Beach. So, it was pretty fun.
You were in Georgia with Walker and Aines?
Yeah, I got to spend some time with them out there.
What was that like?
It was great. Us, being, from around the same area, got to play Ace in high school. It's actually crazy. People don't know this, but I actually went to school with Walker for a year, 2 years.
Huh.
But he was in the high school. I was still in middle school. So, I left right before my freshman year of high school when he was about to be a senior. So, I mean, it was a possibility of us playing with each other in high school. But, I mean, it's great to see, where we all at now, just all coming, playing high school basketball in Georgia. So, I mean, I think that's a big deal as far as just us, and us being on the same NBA team as well now. So, I mean, that's exciting, fun, and we just got to spend some time together, work out together, and, that helped as well.
Were you tracking, Walker, because he was the older guy, and you're like, oh, man, he's going to go to North Carolina. I know he ended up at Auburn, but, he was a huge recruit.
Yeah, that was a big
obviously
thing.
You were an enormous recruit. And did you get a sense of, even the guys like Ace who were like, no, there's a dude coming up behind us who's, supposed to be the next big thing?
Yeah, so, I mean, I got the experience, when I was 7th to 8th grade, when Walker was, a UNC commit. And that was just a big thing around, so it was around school campus. So, I mean, I got to see, how that was for Walk. I mean, I think he went to UNC and then went to Auburn and, he performed. So, I mean, I think that was a big thing. And then, just seeing Ace, playing him in high school my senior year, I already knew Ace was a big thing. When we played each other, it was actually a big game. So, I mean, it's great to see where Ace is now. And he's still growing. And I think he's going to be real special for sure.
Man, maybe I'm late to the party here, but Georgia basketball is no joke.
Yeah.
No, Georgia's crazy,
Yeah,
it's
we
no
had
joke.
Colin last year, so, I mean, it was a lot of us.
Yeah, for sure.
John Collins, too, right? He's got some Georgia ties as well.
Nah, he not. I don't. He just played for Atlanta.
Is that it? That was his only thing?
I think so.
'Cause he traveled all around with his family.
I think he's from Florida, though.
Military
But
guy,
going back to Derek Favors.
Yeah,
I mean,
for sure.
Derek Favors, Anthony Edwards. We got a couple guys. Lou Will.
They know what they're doing.
Yeah, we know a little bit.
Well, hey, Isaiah, we appreciate you jumping on the show with us, man. Best of luck for the season.
Appreciate it.
All right, man.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you. All right, there you go. Isaiah Collier jumping on with us at Jazz Media Day. We'll get a quick break. More next, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
Cheap bangs.
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Who's got it better than us?
Your home for the best sports coverage in Utah. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You wired me awake and hit me with a hand of broken nails. You tied my lead and pulled my chain to watch my blood.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone live from Jazz Media Day. No big deal. I was just hokey fanning out right there.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
She played.
Joining us now on the show, Bryce Sensabaugh with us on Jake and Ben. What's going on, Bryce? Good to see you.
Good. How y'all doing, man?
Bryce, last time we saw you, you were lighting it up at Summer League. But you know what I was impressed by, I'll tell you honestly, was they were throwing everything at you, and you looked frustrated, and they were being physical,
Yeah.
and you still put it on. We haven't seen that since Ohio State. You know what I mean? Because you were the man.
Yeah.
How do you build off of that now going into what's year 3 already?
Yeah, I honestly forgot about that, how frustrated I got in that game. But, man, it was fun. Summer League was fun. So I think, for me it's just been, catering my workouts towards, what I'm actually going to do in the game. Heavy on the attention to detail, picking it up on the defensive end. So I feel like, these workouts have been, incredible throughout the summer. I feel like, they've been very productive, and I've gotten a lot done. I feel like I've gotten a lot better as well. So I'm excited to see how it pays off.
What do you envision your role on the team to be going into year 3?
I feel like, I'll try to pick up where I left off last year on the offensive end, shooting the ball, kind of being a secondary ball handler if needed. And, I feel like expanding my playmaking game as well. Just using my shot gravity to get my teammates open and also to get in the paint. So, I feel like that'll be important for me. And then also just becoming a two-way player, playing both sides of the ball is going to be very important for the trajectory of my career. So, it's something I need to do and something that I will do. So I'm excited for that as well.
It's kind of funny coming out of Ohio State. You had such a unique offensive game. You're really mid-range heavy. Mm-hmm. You shot well from 3 as well. Yeah. And then, so the question coming into the league was like, what's his game going to look like? Mm-hmm. So it seemed like you had to deconstruct it. Not to say you're just a specialist, but you came like a great three-point shooter last year. Mm-hmm. How do you then rebuild on top of that? Now that you kind of have the foundation of like, this is your identity, then where do you go?
Yeah, I think, you described it very well. I think, shooting the ball and being a catch-and-shoot type of player was something that was very important for me towards the end of the year. And it's something that the coaches and the staff and the front office stressed that would be important for me as well. And it's still going to be important this year. And I feel like you said, just using my shot now and my gravity to expand, keep it simple. I think, some of the best offensive players in the game, like, for example, Kevin Durant, like, he doesn't do a lot. He uses his shot gravity, and, obviously he's 7 foot, so he can shoot over people. But, he's keeping it within 2, 3, 4 dribbles, and, he's getting to exactly where he wants to get to. So for me, I think, having that same mindset, like using only a couple dribbles, to draw 2, or if I'm open, let the ball go. So that's what I'm looking forward to do.
I've asked a lot of athletes over the years, like, what's it like to be in a zone or really be playing well? So I'm curious, that weekend in Florida where you go Orlando and Miami and 34 points one night, 27 the next, and just took both those games over in games that you guys were not necessarily expected to win.
You weren't supposed to win.
So my question is, what's that like? What's it like to really feel that?
Man, it was crazy. I think – especially being back home, at that time. And, all those things, like people texting me and, hey, I'm going to be at the game, this and that. Like, I'm really surprised that I was able to keep it together and, have those kind of performances. And also, surprisingly, I was a little bit sick, too, because I had missed those next few games with something. I don't know what I had. But I was actually sick in those games, so I don't know what came over me. It probably had to be the power of God. But, yeah, man, I was just in the zone, and, I really wasn't thinking too much. I think in the Miami game, it was more just like a, kind of like a flow state, like just not thinking about it, just going out there and just kind of, making it easy on myself. And then for the Orlando one, it was kind of a closer game. So, I think that competitiveness kicked in and, really trying to win the game was important for me. So I think that one carried me through. But, yeah, that was a really fun weekend. I still think about it so much just because of, how much friends and family were there and, how much fun it was. So.
Did you get married?
I did, yeah.
How was that?
It was great. Me and my wife, we went to the courthouse to get it done, and then we kind of did it backwards.
Here?
No, it was in Vegas.
Okay.
Yeah, so we did that, and then last All-Star break, I proposed to her, so it was kind of like backwards, but we still want to do it kind of traditionally. But, yeah, it was a lot of fun. It's, for us, because we're so young, it's still kind of like, there's more responsibility, of course, But, you know, we're kind of just treating it like, you know, any other relationship. So it's been fun.
I don't get nervous all that often. You know, we work on the radio. You know, you're an NBA player.
Yeah.
I have never been more nervous than I was on my wedding day. And
Really?
like I knew it was good for me.
Situation,
I knew it was like this was a great day, and I was just sweating bullets.
Yeah. When I had the way we did it was I had a restaurant sectioned off, and we were in Hawaii over All-Star break, and when I originally set it up, I thought it would be like a private section of the restaurant, but really it was just like the terrace, and they had it sectioned off with ropes. But like the rest of the terrace everybody was out there eating dinner. So it ended up being like a bunch of people just staring at us, like waiting for it to happen. There was people in their hotel windows up there with their windows open, waiting for it to happen. So I was pretty nervous too. I was, you know, choking on my words when I tried to give my little pre-speech, but you know, it turned out well.
Shocking number of tall guests at this wedding. Who's getting married here?
Yeah.
There's a lot of tall people.
Honestly, like it's that kind of weird stuff that makes it memorable, though.
Yeah,
like
for sure.
It's that people you'll never forget looking up and seeing people look down on you doing it. That's so cool. What goals are you setting this year? Lots of people set goals different ways, right? It doesn't need to be a number or whatever, but when you think like, I want this to be successful this year, what do you think about?
Yeah, like I said, man, like becoming a two-way player, you know, really stamping myself as a, you know, kind of a, whether it's 3-and-D or a two-way player. I think, you know, like I said, for the trajectory of my career, I need to, you know, mold into a defensive player. So, you know, I'm going to work on that throughout the season and, you know, pay very close attention to detail to the film and everything, you know, whether it's myself or other players. But, you know, I'm really excited to take that side of the ball more seriously and grow in that area. You
look different physically than when you got to the NBA, but really even since last year. What has been the change to your body this summer? What's been the goal?
Man, it's been a long process. I think, you know, ever since the end of last season, you know, there have been, you know, I would get certain pictures in my phone and I'd be like, man, this has got to change. Like, you know, I feel okay, but it's not looking the best. So, you know, I think I started in May. And actually my lady's been cooking for me. She's been, you know, like just like substituting random things. Like, you know, if I want something sweet, it'll be a brownie made out of cauliflower, or it'll be like zucchini mashed potatoes, or just like random stuff like that, protein pancakes or whatever. But really just keeping it very simple. And, you know, I think the diet is the biggest thing, like on top of the work and, you know, the extra conditioning and stuff like that I'm getting, that's making a big difference. So, you know, I think I ended last season around like probably closer to 240, like 238, and now I'm at like 227. So, got some more work to do. I'm trying to get to like 225. But it's been a good process though. It's been, I'm able to maintain it well, and I feel great. So, yeah, it's made a difference for sure.
What do you think you were in college or coming out of college?
I think in college I was probably right around like 236.
Okay. So you're slimmer now than you were then?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. I think once I got hurt at the end of my college career, it kind of, obviously because I wasn't able to do much, things probably changed then. But, yeah, I'm slimmer now than college for sure.
You mentioned defense and your place in the league. I can't imagine Coach looking at me and being like, you, go out there and slow down Anthony Edwards. What has been your toughest assignment? Has there been that moment where it's like, you want me to go guard that guy?
Yeah, I think my toughest matchup in the league has probably been Devin Booker, but he was coming off a lot of screens. So I'll say Devin Booker, he's got an incredible offensive game, but he had it going that game. Like, he was coming off screens, snaking the screen, and it was really like nothing I could do, to be honest, in those possessions that I was guarding him. So I think I'd say that was my toughest matchup so far. And the underrated one is Karis LeVert.
Okay.
He's very tough.
All right.
Yeah.
Keonte said he was really happy to see Taylor back on the floor. You guys are all that same draft class. What's that been like for you?
Man, it's incredible, especially like the way he's coming back. Like, he's been looking so great in our pickup games and stuff like that. And just like what he does on the court, not a lot of people do, like the gritty work, the dirty work, the rebounding, the putback dunks, the stuff like that. The stuff that he does, not a lot of people can do. So it's going to be very helpful and very exciting to play with him throughout this next season, and I'm excited to see what he does.
Bryce, we can't thank you enough for jumping on with us. Good luck coming up this season. We appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you guys so much, man. It's
a
pleasure.
Yeah, there
yes,
you go.
Sir.
The one and only Bryce Sensabaugh with us here at Jazz Media Day, Jake and Ben. That was a lot of fun. We want to remind you of our friends at Kenny J's Barbecue. They do catering, delivering bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at KennyJ'sBBQ.com for weddings, work, or any event. KennyJ'sBBQ.com. That was awesome. That was so fun to talk to Bryce. How about that, describing how his now wife helps him with his meals? I thought that was great.
Hey, man, it's a real community thing. Like, you got to understand when you've got a player in the NBA, whether you're mom, dad, brother, whatever it is, it really takes a huge support system to, make sure that they can succeed. And you got to play a role, and that's a huge sacrifice for a lot of people. It's really difficult. So cool for his wife. I mean, you can see in his face. He is so much thinner in his face than he used to be. I wondered, was that wedding related? A lot of people like to slim down for the wedding. But, man, he said he saw pictures of himself and wasn't happy with how he looked.
Okay, on the wedding topic, one, bold move to go to Vegas to get married but still get married at the courthouse. I like that.
Yeah.
Not like some cliche wedding chapel or whatever. Yeah, I like that. And then also his engagement story where he proposed at a restaurant in Hawaii, and he thought he was going to have a personal space, and it turned out they just gave him a little space at the restaurant. I can identify with that.
Yeah.
When I proposed to my wife, I knew the specific spot I wanted to do it at, and there was at least 20 people around. And so, you know what I decided, Ben, and tell me if you would do something different. We don't need to dwell on this. But I decided not to do the knee thing.
Okay.
And to just keep it an intimate moment. Because as soon as I did the knee thing, everybody's like, oh, this is going on. Now, with Bryce, I think it's a little different because they roped off an area for him where people obviously know something's going on.
Yeah.
But would you have done the full knee even if there weren't people around?
I imagine that ring he had was pretty impressive. So, I might
Show
go
it
with
off?
the whole thing.
Oh, I didn't think
might
about
make
that.
a whole splash about it.
Yeah, sure. This is how much I love my bride to be.
I think two things. I think the Jazz are going to be a much better shooting team this year. I think that's going to be something that really develops. That they have been prolific as far as attempts. They have not made shots very well. I think that's going to change a lot. Taylor's a good shooter. I think Bryce is truly one of the elite shooters in the NBA. I don't think Lowry's going to shoot 32% from three like he did last year, or whatever it is, 34% from three. George Niang's an elite three-point shooter. I think Flip can shoot. So Nurkic could even space the floor a little bit. I think the three-point shooting's going to get better. And of the second-year players, or third-year players, and Taylor, however you want to, count him, I think of all of them, I think Bryce is poised to have a huge year. I just think his role is so important in today's NBA.
And he knows it, too.
He totally gets it.
Yeah, you heard him talking about that.
So gets what he does. I think he's gonna be a big-time player. And Bryce, the more you give him, the more he's able to do. I think the challenge for the coaching staff is how much of it is productive and how much of it is just kind of empty calories. So you've got to work out that balance really well. But there's no doubt he can put the ball in the hole. He can really score. So I think he's going to have that opportunity.
Yeah, as long as he can guard, I think so too. I mean, he's going to be a useful NBA player for the next decade.
Yeah, honestly, he is in the league right now at a perfect time.
He really is.
Yeah.
That was a savvy pick by the Jazz. Where did what
27?
Yeah, right
Something
at the end of the first round.
Yeah.
If you can get that kind of value there, that is a real home run. Someone who can shoot. What did he shoot from three last year?
Oh man, he was 54% at the end of the year. Yeah, have a seat. You don't have to. No, you don't have to. No, he's good. We're good.
Yeah, we could talk to Svi.
All right,
I don't mind talking to Svi.
to
We talked to Svi last year too. Throwing on the headset now. And Svi, I apologize because you corrected me last year, and I wrestled with it all year long. Svi Mihailuk, how am I doing? Good enough? Oh, I apologize. But thank you for being back on the show. And
always glad to be back, man.
Yeah, good to see you.
Yep.
Just the fact that you're back this year. You had a non-guaranteed deal this summer. What did it mean to you to be brought back for year two?
I mean, it's great. It means I guess I did something right. But no, I just been great. Loved the city, loved the team. It was a great experience last year, and it's just great. Really, really great to be back.
I got to imagine it was somewhat clicking with the coaching staff and the folks you're working with around here. Talk about what they did for your game last year.
They did a lot, actually. I would say it's not the first time, but in the few times that coach believed in me and let me play the game how I see it. And he just helped me a lot because it was not consistent. Like sometimes you play, sometimes you don't play, so you never really know when you're gonna play. So he helped me with being locked in and being engaged in every day and just be ready whenever.
We were just talking to Bryce, but Taylor Hendricks is coming back. Now you've got Kevin Love. You guys can really shoot. George Niang's coming in. Like this should be a good shooting team with you as well.
I feel like we added some shooting for sure, and with the guys like Zay who can really pass, and Walt coming in. He's a really good passer as well, so I feel like it's going to be very fun to play.
What was your off season like?
I've been here in May working out with guys, and then as the last 3 seasons I go to Washington D.C. I work out with my trainer from Ukraine, and just be there, work out, train, and prepare for this season.
Of the young guys, I know you've probably not been here terribly long. You said you've been here this summer though. Like who's jumped out? Who's maybe having a good summer that you've seen? So
I would say again, I've been here for like 2 weeks.
Okay.
The last 2 weeks, so we played a little bit, and from what I've seen so far, I haven't seen much. But I would say Walt. I would say he's not surprisingly, but he's like very poised player. He know how to play basketball, and he wasn't rushed. He's like he just knew how to play basketball. He didn't seem like he was like out of speed or anything. He just he did everything the right way, and he was very smart with the ball, very smart with his decisions. So I feel like that was very, very impressive.
Did you win a title at Kansas?
No, Final Four.
Final Four. What's that experience like? Because Walt's coming in. I mean, they won, but did you feel like that helps? Does that prepare you a little bit?
Oh, for sure. And I feel like he's a little older than other rookies, so that helps him a lot as well because he's been playing basketball, longer, and he played for some good coaches. And for him, he's been part of obviously a great team who won. So I feel like that brings you, or that gives you a perspective what you need to do to win and what you need to play the right way.
When younger players come to you asking for advice, what do you say?
Depends what advice is. Tell me what
car
car should I buy? I'd be like, don't buy it.
No, how to make it, how to be an NBA guy, how to be a pro.
I would say work hard, be coachable, because I feel like that's very important. Always try to do the right thing. Don't be selfish, and think big picture. I feel like don't be stuck on the week or year and be like, damn, I didn't play this year. But if you really look back at it, like, okay, I still got a long ways to go. So I'm trying to get better right now, learn right now, and see how I can use it in the future.
Were there mistakes you feel early in your career you look back and you think, man, I see everyone make that mistake and they warned me and I still made it?
Hold on, say it again.
Do you feel like you made mistakes as a young player, both just like as how you approached your career and things like if you could go back, you would do differently?
Like everybody did, but I feel like overthinking, and as I was saying right now, just like I didn't really play my first year, so I was like, damn, like what that was gonna be next year, and instead of just being nervous and being like, obviously I would say creating the own problems in my head, be like, damn, what I should do next year, what is it gonna be like, and instead of that, just keep working and let everything take care of itself.
Well, Svi, thank you for dropping by the show. We appreciate it. Good luck
this year. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, fellas. Thank you.
Thank you. There you go. Thanks, Svi. Thank you very much. All right, we'll have more coming up next. We are live from Jazz Media Day. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hans and Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey everyone, Jake here for my friends at Trajan Wealth. That's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. And as we're live here from Jazz Media Day, we're talking to a lot of players about what their goals are, their goals for the season. Have you ever thought about your goals for your financial future? What kind of lifestyle do you want to live when you retire, and what do you have to do to get there? Maybe you want to play a lot of golf. Maybe you want to travel the world. Maybe you want to buy an RV. Whatever it is, Trajan wants to be a team of great folks on your side to help you accomplish those goals. So give them a call. They'll sit down with you for free, 801-899-7600. Let them help you establish those goals and then show you what you've got to do to get there, 801-899-7600. You can also go online to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement, 801-899-7600 or TrajanWealth.com.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow from Mint Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED? Well, you are not alone, and now there's a real solution that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a breakthrough combination of acoustic wave therapy, hormone replacement, and cryotherapy, all designed to restore blood flow, boost performance, and rebalance your hormones. Whether it's ED or hormonal imbalance, if you're ready to reignite your love life, this treatment helps bring back your energy, your drive, and your confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, a blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy gift. That's a $650 value, absolutely free. And here's the bonus. The next 20 callers will also receive a 5-night stay at a luxury resort in Hawaii just for taking the first step. But you must call now. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic. We'll get you back to mint condition.
Any Hour Services can help with any size plumbing project around the house. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance or plumbing repairs are closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or visit anyhourservices.com.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Not feeling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. I don't know if you knew this, but anyone can get the same premium wireless for $15 a month plan that I've been enjoying. It's not just for celebrities, so do like I did and have one of your assistants switch you to Mint Mobile today.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben live from Jazz Media Day, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Joining us now, the head coach of the Utah Jazz, Will Hardy. Coach, great to see you. Thank you for stopping by.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Has this summer felt different than other summers?
Not really. I think it all kind of takes the same shape, where there's the decompression, then the building for the draft, and then you're trying to sort out the draft picks and kind of make a plan for them, and then summer league, and then we're kind of off and running. Obviously, you know, guys departing via trade is always a tough feeling, because you've built a lot of like human equity with them. But I don't know, I kind of feel similar right now of just like everybody's so excited to go. And this time of year, especially this day, we all just want to go practice. But I thought the summer overall was great. Obviously, the biggest change for me was, we hire Austin, who I love and is amazing and love working with him. But that was a big moment in the summer right before the draft. But overall, they generally have the same shape.
Warren Beatty had a great line in Siegel where he says, we all need a fresh start once in a while.
Mm-hmm.
And I hope this makes sense, but is it nice to turn the page from last year and have a fresh start going into this year?
Yeah, absolutely. I think last year was really hard for everyone, and everyone has a different part of that they have to carry. But I know that it's hard for the fans, and it's hard for the organization, and it's hard for the people covering the team, and it's hard for the players and the coaches, and everybody carries the weight differently, and it hits everybody differently, but it's still hard. I think one of the biggest messages to this year is, there's no reason to talk about last year anymore. One, it's unproductive. Two, we can't do anything about it. And so I think coming out of this summer, the first day of practice and media day to a degree is very cleansing, because the questions, the focus, it's all about forward. And until today, you don't get that. There's always going to be a little bit of last year, what happened, and why this, why that. So I'm excited for our whole group. I'm excited for really everybody associated with Jazz basketball. And that's from the fans to you guys to our team. I think everybody wants to just move to the next thing.
There's kind of the weird three sections of lottery night, fall to 5, and I know everyone, and Ryan tweeted about just going out and yelling, just being frustrated, and then you end up with Ace, and you trade up and you get a guy like Walt, and it seemed like everyone was really excited internally about what happened on draft night, to now this third stop of they're here, they're in the building. How has that process gone? How have they evolved? What have you seen from them so far?
First and foremost, they're both really high character, wonderful young men. And as a coach, that's a blessing, because I know there's elements that I won't have to worry about. They're excited to be here. We're excited to have them. Coming out of draft night, internally we were trying not to tell everybody how excited we were, because we need to get them here and we need to get them settled. They're in a transition point in their life. Anybody who's ever left college and moved away from home and you go live somewhere you don't know, that's a hard moment, much less doing that publicly where everybody's watching you do it. And so I think they've handled it great. The biggest transition is trying to get them settled here. Place to live, where to eat, how do you get to the practice facility. Also, then when you're here, there's 70 people. Who do I ask this question to? Who are the names and the faces? This person that texts me a bunch, which one of you is that? There's a lot of those things going on that are pretty natural. The on-court part is the piece where they probably feel the most comfortable, because they're playing basketball and they know how to do that. I think there's going to be an adjustment to the speed and the physicality and those types of things, but I've loved their competitive spirit in the gym. I've loved their work ethic. That's in the weight room with the performance group, on the court with our coaches. I think overall my biggest sentiment is excitement and an energy about our future, and those two guys are big additions to it.
Do you have an idea for what you want Ace's role to be out of the gate?
I have a couple things on both sides of the ball that I think are going to be most important for him. It's funny, my true feelings on him right now, and this would be to him and to our organization, and most importantly to the fans, is he doesn't have to prove us right the first day. I don't want him carrying this weight of he takes the floor and it's I got to score 27 points or they're all going to think that I'm – no. He's 19. and he's a good player, and he's really talented, but I want him to – it's our responsibility to make his life micro right now, not macro, and focus on smaller things that will then build into the bigger things that he and we want. I want him to use his length on defense. Physically, he's young, and so there are going to be some guys that are stronger than him. But he's big, and he's long, and he's athletic. He can do that defensively. Offensively, I want him to make quick decisions. And that may mean you shoot it every time. That's fine. But I want you to make quick decisions and not hold the ball. And bigger than that, it's just kind of like honor the responsibilities you have as a teammate. Like if you're supposed to be the help defender, you got to be there. If you're supposed to hold the corner and spacing on this possession because you ran ahead of the play, you got to do that too. But I want him to come into this season taking a little bit of a deep breath and not having to prove all of us right or win you guys over or win the fans over on the first day, because that's a heavy way to play. I know that if he puts the work in with his ability and his energy level, his competitiveness, he's going to turn out to be more than we want him to. But we're going to have to give him a little bit of grace to do that, because you can already see it. We play one game, and if it's great, he's the savior. And if it's not great, it's what is this? And neither can be true on the first day. It's not fair to him. So I want to just try to make his life as easy as possible these first couple of months.
His transition's kind of similar to what we saw from Bryce, where Bryce had to do so much at Ohio State, carried a huge offensive load, and just catch the ball and hold it and make decisions. And he got to do that at Rutgers a lot. So it was interesting to see his second game. He's just chasing offensive rebounds and getting put back dunks. I was I didn't see that before. And he does the no dip three in the corner, which is he had 10 minutes to shoot every possession because the shot clock's 30 seconds long, and he's bigger than everybody.
Mm-hmm.
So is he able to do things maybe that he didn't show at Rutgers? Do you think some of that stuff will emerge pretty quickly?
Oh yeah, I think there's a lot that's basketball, probably more than any other sport, is very contextual. And your role can be really different just depending on who you're playing with and what the style is. I think, not that there aren't different ways to play quarterback in football. There are, but you can be the guy that holds the ball and has to make all the choices, and then you can be the guy that's I can just fit into the group and play with everybody else. And I think it's going to be great for Ace because, again, I think there's going to be a little bit less pressure on him on every possession, where in college, watching all the film, it just seemed and rightfully so, everything is keying on him. The offense is going through him, especially the games that Dylan Harper didn't play, and then, on the other side of the ball, he's having to do so much for his team. With our group, he's not going to have that responsibility the first day. You can grow into that responsibility, and the best players in the league, that's what they have. But I don't expect that from him on day one.
Is there a player or two or three, however many, that had really good off seasons? And what is your criteria for a good off season?
Yeah, everybody has different things that they need to do. I think Keonte had an amazing offseason. I think he's gotten a lot stronger. His body is really improved from that standpoint. Bryce's body has really improved in a different way. Walker's gotten bigger and stronger. I think for our team, where we are just in their life, they're young men, the biggest gap we have to close is the physical gap. When you look at some of the veteran players in the NBA, the guys that are 30, 31, 32, just the kind of grown man strength is a little bit different. And so I think this summer the biggest thing was about trying to close the gap as much as we can physically. And I thought our guys did an amazing job. They were here all summer. They worked out in the weight room with our strength and conditioning staff. They've all made significant gains in the weight room. And again, some people needed to lean out. Some people needed to put on a little bit of muscle mass. And so they were all attacking different things, but I think the attention to their bodies was really good this summer.
Walker mentioned at the podium he was a little frustrated he didn't get his contract done. I know you don't control the contracts, but you do manage the locker room. So how do you keep Walker happy? Or how much do you have to focus on that or think about that? Because we've seen guys struggle in contract years.
Yeah, it's a real thing. My responsibility is to recognize what everybody is going through. And I'm coaching people, not just players. And so the contract thing could be something on Walker's mind. But I think ultimately everybody's interests align in this respect of okay, you feel how you feel. The name of the game for all of us is I have to help you and you have to help yourself. Go play good basketball this year. And so we're not going to talk about it. There's no reason to talk about it, and there's no reason to think about it every day. I have a good game. That's good. I had a bad game. Ooh, that's not good. And you're going to treat yourself like a stock on the stock market. That's just not healthy. Walker's a big part of our team, and he's a big part of our locker room. And, he and Lowry are the only two guys on the team that have been here the whole time I've been here. And so, I have as long-term a relationship with those two as I could have. And I want Walker to play great this year. And that's my responsibility, is to try to put him in positions to be really successful, to coach him hard, to hold him accountable, and to try to help our team function to the best of my ability. I think thinking and talking about the things that are outside of his control is not worth it.
Your thoughts on Taylor being back in full go?
Couldn't be happier for him. Couldn't be happier for our team, because the way he handled himself last year, you could do a TED Talk on it. There's no way that I would have handled it the way that he handled it, with the positivity and the energy, the way that he still gave himself to the team, the way that he was still there for his teammates in a really good – he still had a big presence in the locker room. It's such a moment where you could go inward and you could say, woe is me, and this is BS, and I'm getting screwed, and how could this happen to me? And he didn't do any of that. So I'm just happy for him that all of the hard and truly boring rehab that he had to do is paid off. And I think it's going to be great for him to just take the court and know that he went through all that and he's come out the other side. I'm just happy for him, as a guy, because what he went through is really hard, and he's maintained an incredible perspective. He's still been a great teammate. He took the time to work on his body. Hey, I can't do this, but I can do this, so let's improve what I can. If you guys haven't seen him, you will. He's big and strong, man, and he's done a great job this summer. So I'm just happy for him that he gets to go back out there and do what he loves to do.
Traditionally, if you were talking about young players, we would have led off with the guy who was the MVP at the Summer League, but Flip has almost gone under the radar, at least from in the narrative and the media so far today. What have you seen from Flip? What did you think of his summer and expectations for this year? His
consistency of work is showing up, and the work he's done in particular on his shooting has shown up, and it's allowed for his other skills to shine a little bit more because of the respect for his shooting. I love that for Flip, that he's flying under the radar. It's great. It also shows that he's built enough of a reputation in his short time that it's under the radar because it's kind of expected. And, yeah, Flip, we expected you to have a good summer. No one was blown away that you had a good summer. I think that's a positive for him. It speaks to the reputation that he's built in a short amount of time. And now it's on Flip and all of us to can't rest on that. I'm happy for you that you were MVP of the Summer League. That means nothing. And let's have a great camp. And that's the focus for all of our guys right now is we kick off tomorrow. Let's have a great 3 weeks and get ready for opening night. And then when we get to that day, then we move the chains, and it's let's have a great next month. Similar to what I was saying about Ace, I think with young players and young teams, we've got to make it micro. You got to shorten it. You can't look at the whole thing because it seems daunting. It would be like trying to get better at golf. Like, I'm going to go shoot 70. It's like, why don't you just hit the ball in the fairway on the first shot?
Start
like,
there.
truly. Like, let's just hit the first one in the fairway.
Never done it. I don't know.
Yeah, but it's you get what I'm saying. It's
Yeah.
like you got to strip it back, because if it becomes – I've got to shoot 70, and then you make a bogey on the first hole, and you're like, oh, God, now what do I have to do? You start doing the math in your head, you're cooked. Like, it's our responsibility as a staff to keep them focused in shorter increments, because it also helps build momentum, right? Like, success does build momentum. Like, accomplishing something does build momentum. You see it in a variety of different spaces in life, but I'm just so excited to get back on the court with the guys tomorrow. The summer has felt like an eternity.
Last thing from me, you and I have children who are similar ages, so I get a kick out of it when you talk about your kids. So my question to you is, were you forced to watch K-pop Demon Hunters, and did you hate it as much as I did?
I was into it. I liked it.
Oh, it was
golden.
so bad.
No, it's golden.
I'm going to say this. This is like a really terrible sentence to say, so I want to preface that because this soundbite could get cut. And I am lucky that my kids had nightmares after they watched it.
Oh, yeah. So it got
Think
to
about
go
saying
away.
that out loud.
Yeah.
I am lucky that they had nightmares.
Hey, did you take your 9-year-old to Jaws like I did? Because she has not forgiven me for taking her to Jaws this summer.
Oh, I haven't been able to get that music
Just
out of my
think
head.
about saying that out loud, though. I'm lucky that they had nightmares. Now, the music still lives on. The songs still get played. But the visual, not watching it because it gives them nightmares.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. That's a weird thing to be thankful for today, but I am.
No, I get it because I've seen it twice. I've seen it multiple times, and 3 for Ben.
You know
we
didn't go to the theater, though.
We totally get it.
Yeah.
Thank you for dropping by. We
Hey,
really
appreciate
appreciate
you
it.
guys.
Yeah,
Thanks.
thank you very much, Coach.
See y'all this year.
All right, there's Jazz head coach Will Hardy. Hanson Scott here coming up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler.
in your car, or at your in-laws,
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
the Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $29. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Deion Sanders is very relevant, and it's cool that he says nice things about Kalani because Deion is so electric. Everything he does is news, and saying nice things about the BYU head football coach is cool. And if you spend time with Kalani Sitake, you're going to like him. I bet you $1 zillion if you spend a few minutes with that guy, you're like, oh, this guy's cool.
I also think game recognizes game. Deion recognizes Kalani's a good coach. If you don't see that Kalani's good at this, it's a you problem. You know, if you're going to overlook Kalani and not recognize that what he's building is pretty special at BYU and that you're going to have to be prepared for it, you're just probably not a very good coach. But Kalani's done a heck of a job putting this program together. So I think Deion also has enough knowledge to recognize that what Kalani has built is authentic and is real and is something worth respecting. And I'm not saying steal a page out of his book, but recognize that what he's doing is doing it the right way.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Tuesday on KSL. What 3 words? Tremor, beeline, glee. What are they for?
Granny, months, receptions.
And why does this guy wish he had them?
They could find it in the precise location where I was and got me help.
KSL takes you on a ride that you're sure to come back from. When your location comes down to just 3 words. And how to find your 3 words.
That makes our job so much easier.
The 3-word locator. Tuesday at 10 on KSL and the KSL Plus app.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone. The noon hour is here.
Check it out.
And you're locked on to Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio station.
It's my station. It's my station.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, let's get it. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is a Monday, a jam-packed, holy smokes, what haven't we talked about already today? It is Jazz Media Day. You just heard from Will Hardy on with Jake and Ben. Lloyd and I were out there this morning. It was really cool to see people, people start coming back in. I took a bunch of videos. I put them up up on my Twitter account. And then you've been breaking down all things BYU and Utah, and Utah State.
Yeah, it's busy.
So we got basketball covered. We got football covered. We got everything. A veritable smorgasbord, if you will.
We're jam-packed, and this week's going to be no different. BYU getting ready for West Virginia. You know, Utah State's got to lick their wounds, and Well, they've got a bye week.
They've got a bye week. Much needed bye week.
They got a bye week to lick their wounds, get a couple of tackles healthy, hopefully. Have you heard anything on Eichhorn?
I've not heard anything on Eichhorn. He was in crutches after the game.
It's too bad because he was playing good.
Yeah.
He was playing much better.
Much better.
Yeah,
Yep.
I thought that the offensive line was playing much better. And then Utah gets an opportunity to lick their wounds a little bit. No Kyle Whittingham today, huh?
No Kyle Whittingham.
All right. But
enjoying the bye week.
But we get Bronco here in about 18 minutes.
Oh, good.
I was, with a bye week and Bronco's love of doing media, I really felt like Bronco would take the week off, which he would be well within his rights to do on a bye week. But no, he's like, yeah, let's go.
Thank you. Thank you, Bronco.
I don't know if it was Doug Hoffman twisting his arm or if it was Bronco out of the goodness of his heart, but I'm looking forward to chatting with him.
Well, I spent all morning trying to understand how Colorado got a 14-0 lead on BYU, and then understanding how BYU made the comeback to get the win and walk out of Colorado with the W. And, I'm unable to send out BYU film review. People want the details. I'm not going to give you details. I just am unable to do it. So all I can do is give you what I see. I can give you some tweets. I give you a still frame here and there. But I could definitely give you everything I see.
Well, and that's the thing. I was following you on Twitter, and I knew you were hurting a bit because I can tell you wanted to really take a deep dive into it.
Yeah.
And that's what we're going to do right now.
Yeah, because I think BYU fans deserve it.
This is, arguably one of the best teams they've had in a while, off to a great start with an incredible defense and a, burgeoning superstar quarterback.
Yeah. And BYU fans show up.
Yeah.
They are locked in right now. And I would love to just show them a thing or two. It's hard to get those clearances.
Yeah.
So we will just move on with what I see, and I can give you some of those details.
But this is why I love chatting with you. Well, look, I'll chat with you at 1 a.m. on a Saturday in June for an hour just because that's the kind of relationship we have. But I love getting you on the air on Monday because I know you spend so much time on Sunday night and Monday morning going over all the film and presenting a story that a lot of us, we know what we see, but you see things at a different level and a different insight. That's why you're the best football analyst in the market. And and frankly, it's not even close because not only can you analyze at a different level, but you can explain it that all of us can understand.
Well, I'm excited to kind of give BYU fans the insight and the vision of this Colorado game. Some of the concerns, because you got to have the concerns, and you need to square those things away against West Virginia, and then it'll ramp up a little bit at Arizona before you get to your rivalry game. But there are definite areas that need to be cleaned up, but there's some good things here too.
Let's get to it. Starting lineup, Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard. BYU gets the victory. Let's break it down right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hans and Scotty G.
Let's go!
The lineup is set, and it's time to kick off the show with the biggest topic of the day. This is the starting lineup on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's going to be Miller again. Keeps it. Plows his way into the end zone. Touchdown, Buffaloes. First and goal. Bachmeier into the end zone. Room service. Chase Roberts. He was wide open. The analytics say go.
You're going to have to take a timeout or take a delayed game.
Bachmeier just got the snap off. Wide open touchdown. Mr. Reliable Roberts. And the Cougars storm back and take a 2-point lead. On the around, that's Cody Hagan. Got a blocker out in front of him. Hagan houses it. Touchdown, Cougars. A 32-yard sprint by Cody Hagan gives the Cougars the lead.
So BYU down 14-0 right out of the gate. I was listening to you and Greg on the call driving back from Logan after the flight got in from Vanderbilt, and all of a sudden it's like whew, touchdown, boom, another touchdown, and it's 14-0 before you even are done with your pregame meal, and it's like uh-oh, and you mentioned on the morning after podcast, you're like, yeah, I wasn't too overly concerned.
Not too overly concerned. definite things that need to clean up. I just sent out this tweet, and after watching everything in slow motion again and kind of going through this game with a fine-tooth comb, I sent out this tweet. In the Kalani Sitake era, I feel like this was one of the most well-managed games by coordinators and Kalani. Adjustments, big decisions, and management. I felt like it was excellent. And what I mean by that is Coach Prime wasn't messing around.
No.
And he did what we talked about all week. He came in with wrinkles. He came in with motivated players. So this is important because I think some people that, they get the goggles that are too tinted with whatever color team they're calling for or they represent, they can't see past it. This is really important. Colorado put together a hell of a game plan. Coach Prime had these guys lit. They started this game out angry and blocking their butt off. And a shout out to Xavier Hill, Zarian McGill, and Zy Chrysler, the 3 interior offensive linemen for Colorado, because they won the matchups on the interior. Great combo blocking on 4 or 5 different defensive tackles that BYU tried to rotate in. And they got movement. And then it was a great game plan with shifted blocking that opened up exterior gaps for Caden Salter to run through, because Caden had his options. And whether it was on the interior, where his interior 3 were getting the block and moving the defensive tackles or allowing gaps with the defensive tackles, or it was taking a blocker in motion and putting him on the outside to extend another gap and giving Caden another gap opportunity on the outside, they just put together a great game plan. So I think it's really important, Scotty, that instead of just sitting here and giving BYU all the props in the world for the great comeback, because it was, I say, hey, Colorado showed up. And that was an excellent game plan until Jay Hill started making his adjustments, until Aaron Roderick started making his adjustments, until Kelly Popinga on the special team started making his adjustments. And then all of a sudden, this game really started to turn, the momentum started to turn. So I just want to give a lot of shout out and love to Kalani Sitake, because I talked about this a little bit in the Sunday morning podcast. You get all the way down to the Colorado 5-yard line, and what would Kalani Sitake, in the whatever second offensive drive or third offensive drive, what would Kalani Sitake and Aaron Roderick done in the past on opponent's 5-yard line, 4th and 3?
Kick a field goal.
In the past.
Oh, in the past? Go for it.
They go for it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So who stopped and said, wait a second, let's gather 3 points? I know it'll be 14-3, but let's gather 3 points here. Let's give our guys a little hope, a little boost. We've got a kicker that we know will make this, a field goal team that we know can block this up. Let's put 3 points on the board and let's start to figure this out. I think in the past, I think they would have called a fly sweep or a keep, or they would have tried to have the true freshman make the decision instead of the veteran kicker come in and just knock it through for 3 and say, all right, there we go. Now we're down 11. Now what are we going to do? Everything from that call all the way to the call on the punt and pin at the end of that game. I don't know. Kalani in the past, in that moment, I think he probably rolls Will Fairley out for 3 points to give them a 6-point lead. And what does that do for you? Because the likelihood, this is how I see the game playing out. The likelihood would be Will Farron kicks it. Let's just say he makes it. For the sake of conversation, he could miss it. He missed a 55-yarder.
Yep.
But let's say he makes the 51-yarder. Well, then you're up by 6. Well, Colorado touchdown wins it. And they still got a minute and a half or 2 minutes. And there were times where BYU could not stop them. They couldn't stop the run. They couldn't stop the pass. They couldn't stop anything. So you kick you kick off, give Colorado an opportunity for a return. It'll probably be out of the back of the end zone. So you give them a touchdown back, you bring them up, and they get a pretty decent field start. And now you give them an opportunity to go for the touchdown from their down and distance, from their field position. And, they got all this hope and excitement. Instead, you go punt and pin, trusting that your punter isn't going to put this in the end zone, which, by the way, I watched a punt and pin in the, what game was it? I think it was Green Bay, Dallas last night. I think it was the Sunday night game. There was a punt and pin.
Oh, where the died at the 1 yard line? The Green Bay downed it?
Yes. I think that was the play. So that's the moment. Instead, what I'm going to do, I'm going to take my 3-point lead. I'm going to put you in a very precarious situation. Nobody, and I've played offensive line. I hate being inside the 5-yard line as an offensive lineman. I hate it because I know if I miss my block, if I jump off sides, anything, it's going to be a safety.
Yeah. Or even if I get called for a hold.
And as an offensive coordinator, my play calling goes down to like 2 or 3 plays. Like I have no room to work. So now what I did, okay, so we're going to leave the 3 points on the board. I'm going to put you in the worst possible situation I can put you in, and now we get to dictate field position, down and distance. We get to dictate our defensive calls because now my defensive playbook, when I've got you inside the 5, Scotty, my defensive playbook opens wide up.
Oh, yeah.
I can do pretty much anything when I've got you inside the 5. I could blitz you, or I could make you think I'm blitzing you, so everybody tightens down their gaps, and then I drop coverages, and I put myself in zones, and now I'm looking for pick sixes like you saw the week before against ECU. Like, it's a mess, and you make that call. That's great game management.
Yeah.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Scotty, does that not feel different than game management we've seen in the past?
It does feel very un-Kalani-like. You're right. The punt and pin, the kick the field goal instead of go for it. Kalani loves to go all in on a lot of things. And this feels like, you know what? No, I trust my defense. I trust all these other aspects. I am trusting everybody else to do their job. I'm trusting my punter to do his job. I'm trusting my field goal kicker to do his job.
Mm-hmm.
And I think people could say, well, that means you don't trust your offense or it's a knock on a freshman quarterback. No, I think it's actually the opposite. I think they're showing a lot of trust in the offense. Like, yeah, let's take the 3 because we know we're going to be down here a couple more times and add to this point total. So, yeah, let's get our 3 now because we know we're going to be eventually scoring more touchdowns down here. So let's come away with points.
And look how important those 3 points were.
Absolutely critical.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely critical.
Those 3 points were gigantic. So you're right. Everything from trusting Vanderhaar, the punter, because in that position, as a punter, you know how difficult that is? You're inside your own 50.
Yeah.
And if you punt this thing into the end zone, it's a 13-point net gain. That's trash. So, but in your mind, you're like, I want to put enough on this to get it inside the 10 because anything outside the 10, it just feels like wasted motion. So, you're trying to put enough foot on this. So Vanderhaar puts just enough foot on it. And big shout out to Cody Hagan. Cody Hagan's, he's lined up at the bullet position and he just makes a wide loop knowing that this is going to be a high arcing punt and gets right under it at the 4 to be able to stop that thing from going in the end zone. It's just great execution. And it took all of those things to get out of Colorado with a win.
Yeah.
And people might look at that and say, well, Colorado's not a good team and this is not a good win. No, I disagree. I think in this game where Coach Prime was ticked off, motivated from an embarrassing bowl loss, and by the way, Coach Prime, I think he's got a load of pressure on him. Did you see his sideline?
Yeah.
He's got The Rock, what's his name? Something Johnson?
Dwayne.
He's got Dwayne Johnson standing right behind him. He's got like 4 or 5 other big-time movie stars that are on his sideline that are, cap stip low, and they're just all kinds of excited to be seen, and he does that for a reason. He wants this to be old-time USC.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
when Pete Carroll had old-time USC with Will Ferrell and Snoop Dogg and had all the pressure, but then he had the Reggie Bushes and the Matt Leinerts of the world, and it was this massive show that shot USC into the stratosphere. That's what Prime's trying to do, but his team's sloppy. But not in this game.
Nope, not at all.
He had them ready.
Yeah. Hans and Scotty, Bronco Mendenhall is going to join us coming up here in about 7 minutes from right now. Joining us now from Canyon Sports Therapy, Danny's with us. Danny, how you doing?
I'm doing well, guys. How are you?
We're fired up, man. It's football. We got NBA back. We got the NHL back. This is a great time of year, but it also means there's a lot of guys getting dinged up trying to be a weekend warrior out there, and you guys can help.
That's right. Yeah, we're here to help them not only recover from those type of injuries, but hopefully to prevent some of those injuries from happening. So
we talk a lot about the fixing after an injury, not a lot about prevention. What do you guys do to help out in that regard?
Yeah, so there's a lot of screening tools we do to help out with prevention. We have preseason assessments that we do. We check out strength, power, mobility, these type of things to hopefully make you your best as you're going to go out your weekend and do the various things that you want to do. And by making you the best in those areas, it helps you be better prepared so you don't have to deal with the injuries afterwards, hopefully. So
you love what you do, don't you?
I love it, yeah.
To be able to get people back on a field or get back to good health, that's got to be pretty energizing for you.
Well, it's super rewarding, right? The best thing you do is someone comes in, obviously, when no one wants to be injured. No one, right? But it's part of sports. It's part of life. You come in, they're looking at you. They're not super excited about their situation, but the good thing is they're seeing you, so that means that you're going to elevate them and that you can get them through it. And then when they walk out your door, healed and better, it's very fulfilling. So
there's a lot of people out there that do this. What sets you guys apart?
There are a lot, and I love the profession in general. I love physical therapy. So one thing is, see a physical therapist, whoever that is. What I feel like sets us apart is the time we spend with our patients. So we do dedicate, a lot of times almost 45, 55 minutes with our patients in one-on-one care, which is something that if you're not getting that with your physical therapist, you really should seek one out that gives you that kind of one-on-one attention.
Some people, it feels like just churn and burn, and you guys give that personal touch.
Yeah, one of the most disappointing things I see is when someone says, hey, PT didn't work for me, and then once you dive a little bit deeper and see what that actually meant for them, well, it's a little bit different than what we're providing them. So
I just want to say to anybody out there that thinks PT didn't work for them, you're wrong. Very wrong, because more times than not, it's about the only thing that can get you back to where you need to be.
Yeah, exactly.
What you don't understand what happens in an injury where tendons and ligaments get scarring or they start to shrink or cartilage gets damaged or you don't understand the movements necessary to get your body back. That's why you need to give our friends a call. If you have an injury, let's get you back to the health that you need to be at the performance level you need to be at.
Located in Holiday, give them a call right now, 801-944-1209. It's Canyon Sports Therapy. You can also check them out online at canyonsportstherapy.com. But just call, set up an appointment, 801-944-1209, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. A website copywriter is doing 3 times more work than she was a year ago because AI programming is helping her with composition, organization, and editing. A data scientist who used to analyze data now checks the AI-generated analysis and helps managers make better decisions. A college professor, okay, it's me, tells AI to create PowerPoint slides for a lecture, and they do it in 45 seconds, and they do a better job than it took him 2 hours to do. AI is changing everything we do in the workplace, and it certainly has disrupted the workplace. There are fewer entry-level jobs, more impersonal communications. AI is making the workplace a more productive and less personal place. Learn more about how to lead a productive workplace without losing the personal connections. Go to UtahStateMBA.com. That's UtahStateMBA.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
You're the fall cleanup phenom, the titan of trimming. You wield a leaf blower like a surgeon does a scalpel. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food for stronger roots and an early green up next spring. IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
You don't show up to Lavelle Edwards Stadium halfway. Neither should your energy drink. Bucked Up Energy gives you smooth, long-lasting power. No jitters, no crash. Just focus, flavor, and pure Cougar drive. Grab a can of Sour Bucks or Rocket Pop on your way to the game and taste why athletes and fans everywhere get bucked up. Visit your local Bucked Up retail store today or go to buckedup.com and use code ZONE to claim 20%. Bucked Up Energy, built for game day, made for every day.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months. Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extended to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right, as low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. APR OAC, not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Cougars at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. BYU gets the win despite Kalani Sitake's crew getting off to a slow start in Boulder.
Colorado and did a great job and give us some different looks. And then, honestly, the guys, once they started gaining some yards, everybody started to press a little bit more. And I think defensive things were too easy for them the first 3 games. You know what I mean? And when things got really tight, guys started doing a little too much, trying to step outside of their 111th, and that's never going to work. And so once we were able to just settle down and just play ball and focus on the fundamentals and the simple things, then I think the guys were able to play better. I mean, we knew that we would have an opportunity and that the games got more and more time. We just needed to just find ways to make plays, and I think after the first 2 drives, the guys respond the right way.
There is a game time to announce. BYU and they take on Arizona on October 11th. That game, Hands, not at 8:30, 6 o'clock, still a little later, but a little bit better than what we've seen. 6 o'clock in Mountain Time for the start in that one. That is your Cougars at 30 update, all brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Check them out in the district in South Jordan, or better yet, go to KennyJBBQ.com and check out their catering menu as well. That's KennyJBBQ.com.
Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah. We've got you covered. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We're going to chat with Bronco Mendenhall, head coach at Utah State, here in just a moment.
Man, I thought it was a heck of an effort. And I thought the start of that game couldn't have been any better. I thought that was a really big signal that this Utah State team is good and they're ready and they are going to compete in the Mountain West Conference at the highest level. That stop in that stadium and then that drive to open that game up.
Yeah.
It's one of those few times where you're like, all right, clock's expiring.
We're done here.
Game's over.
Good night, everybody.
Thanks for the 5 minutes, but we're going to call this game because in that moment you'd have been like, oh, Utah State's the best team on the field by a mile.
Yeah.
Because the stop was awesome and the calls were great. And then watching Kevin McGiven on those first play calls, just boom, boom, boom. He knew exactly where he wanted to go and what they could exploit in that Vanderbilt defense. Now, Vanderbilt's got the athletes.
They do. They've got the athletes in a big way, and this is not your father's Vanderbilt team. That team is loaded with talent, and it'll be interesting to see what they do here in the back end of their schedule.
One of the most athletic offensive lines I've ever seen.
Yeah, and that quarterback is incredible. Joining us now, he is the head coach of the Utah State Aggies, Bronco Mendenhall, joining us on a Monday on a bye week. And, Coach, we can't thank you enough for coming on a bye week. We know you're crazy busy with recruiting and everything else, but now that you've had a chance to look at the film, what jumped out at you at your team's performance in Vanderbilt?
A lot of things. So first of all, Vanderbilt is a good football team. Their execution, their precision, the command of the offense that the quarterback has, the offensive system, how long that quarterback has been in it. It's clear that they're faster and they execute more cleanly than many teams that we'll face. Quarterback's really difficult to sack. There's a good supporting cast around him. And there were probably 3 plays in the game that determined maybe 21 points. And there was kind of a cause of separation. So their execution outlasted ours. It was cleaner, more consistently. And we made a run at the end, too little, too late, and just too many big mistakes along the way to come up with the victory. But lots of things learned in terms of their execution exposed anything for us immediately that wasn't on point defensively. And offensively, their defense was top 20-ish, and, man, very effective. And we had bits and stretches where we moved the ball really consistently. So plenty of things positive to take away. Also lots and lots and lots of things to work on to leverage through a bye week before we go into conference play only.
You couldn't have wiped the smile off my face in the first minutes of this game. Fantastic stop. Fantastic. And then such a great drive. Take us into the first stop defensively and that first drive and how you guys saw that potential of what your team could do.
Yeah, so during the week, we had changed up practice. I didn't like the way we started versus Texas A&M. It wasn't until about the third quarter that it seems like we found any rhythm and confidence to play. And so we really manufactured stressors during the week with the intent to get the lead. And so defensively, we were on point exactly with what to do and how to do it, knew where the ball was going, it called the exact right coverage, executed that really well, and forced them to punt. Mind you, they've only punted 5 times in their first 4 games total. And so they're a difficult team to make punt. And so that was a really nice start to the game that had been practiced and planned for. Our offense then was super consistent. And really we held pretty dang good right about till 6 minutes before halftime where we still had the lead. And then some miscues started on our part.
You know, you talk about individual moments, and people look at the score of the game and think, "Oh, well, that got away from you." But you mentioned 2 or 3 plays, and I thought that you had weathered the storm a little bit. You took a few haymakers and went down and scored that touchdown to make it 28-21 with just a few seconds left, and then give up that long run to give up that field goal. Did that take a little bit of the wind out of your sails going into halftime?
Oh, sure. And the first, it started with, so our intent was to squib to one of their linemen, and to where the ball would just be downed automatically. We wouldn't have to cover the kick, and there'd still be possibly 29-yard line-ish to start. And so I approved that approach in terms of squibbing, and we don't squib it well. They get the ball on the 39 and then have a chance to run 2 plays, one with a giant scramble and kick the ball with time running out. And so that 3 points stung. But again, it was something I approved strategically. I thought it would work, and we didn't execute it very well. And so those are the kind of things, man, that you live and learn for sure.
Coach, it feels like this offensive line is just getting really thin. Saw Jake Eichhorn go down, broke my heart. I'm a big fan of that kid. Absolutely love the work that he put in for you through the offseason and getting ready for this season. And Trey Anderson was not available in this game. Talk a little bit about the offensive line depth, how thin it is, and what you feel like you might get back or can do now in the bye week.
Yeah, so I think we'll get both Jake and Trey back, which will be great. And so we have a true freshman in Kelly, and he played tackle for us. He's played guard. He's played a little bit of center, about 150 snaps, and he's kind of been the glue, and no one really knows who he is. And that's great because when he comes in, you don't know who he is, meaning that he's doing his job.
Yeah.
Right? There's not a mismatch, and we're not having to overcompensate or really compensate in any way. And who would have thought that his role would have been kind of the glue offensively for us to have our line patched together through 5 games. So he's been just a super bright spot. But, yeah, it looks like both Jake and Trey have a chance to be back by the time we play Hawaii, which will probably be the first healthy O-line since our opener.
Wow. When you look at that road trip going to Hawaii, you look at the health of your team as well. I mean, you probably couldn't schedule a better time for a bye week than what you have right now.
Man, that it seems like it right now. So if the health of the team recovers as is expected with this week and next week, it's really about as good as you can do. And there's a 3-game conference stretch and then another bye and then the final 4-game stretch in a conference that looks to me like it's completely wide open. It just seems like everyone is about the same. And so health, momentum, execution, confidence down the stretch is really going to be important.
So, Coach, Scotty coming in said that this is not your dad's Vanderbilt, and I will say this is not your dad's Hawaii Rainbow Warriors. Yeah. I watched a lot of the Stanford film getting ready for the BYU color call, and it was really impressive. That quarterback is tough as nails, and now they're 4-2. They destroy a good Air Force team. They just lose by a fingernail to Fresno State. So talk a little bit about who this Hawaii team is.
Yeah, I really like them. So Tim's done a really nice job, and I forget if this is year 4 or 5 for them, but their defense is playing really well. Offensively, they run it a little bit more than you would expect. But the quarterback debuted against us last year at New Mexico, and his first throw, he throws a hole shot into 3 deep with double rolled corners. Normally you throw that in 2 deep. He throws it in 3 deep and completed it for about 18 yards to open the game, and I was like, oh. Okay. So super live arm, really fast, really active, and he's a good player. So, and they're a capable team anywhere, but anytime you travel to the island, they're better. And so the games you mentioned are relative. Our game against Air Force, the score was similar to that of Hawaii versus Air Force. Boise's score against Air Force was similar to ours. So you can start having some comparisons. They're not perfect, but enough just to kind of be intriguing as you're trying to gauge how you might match up.
I've seen different philosophies on bye week. Some guys or some coaches give their team, the Monday through Wednesday off. Some people backload it into the back end of the week for that time off. How do you approach it? Is it pretty standard for you, or do you change it year to year?
No, year to year and team to team and health of the team specific. Right now we're acting like we're playing this Saturday. So it'll be a normal Monday through Thursday for us. So the coaches are working as if we're playing Saturday. Players will work as if we're playing this Saturday, other than we won't do anything Friday or Saturday. Obviously Sunday's off. And then we'll go Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, departing Thursday. And so, we're business as usual as it's a game week and preparing for the final stretch with the players we have to in the conference race.
Is there also you're always recruiting. There's never a downtime for recruiting, especially now. But is there an opportunity to catch up in that regard during a bye week?
Yeah, the coaches, again, after our practice Thursday night, they'll all leave and be gone for the weekend with specific targets, existing needs, in players that we've already identified. And then, again, Monday usually will be the equivalent of a Tuesday practice, and then et cetera, right? So when we leave on Thursday, it's like a Friday. It's really difficult once you're there to get anything productively done. And so that what you just mentioned is part of it, too, the recruiting plan.
Hey, Coach, I wanted to ask you specifically about Carson Tujay. He was a guy that I saw a couple of times against Vanderbilt in the backfield or fighting into a pretty solid block to get a tackle. How good is he playing for you right now in the defensive interior?
Yeah, it's really, really fun. So Carson, for our listeners, is the son of my former line coach at both BYU and Virginia, Garrett Tujay, who's the offensive line coach at North Carolina State. Carson's sister is my personal assistant. Her name is Summer. And so Carson transferred to us from BYU. He was a walk-on player there. And, probably number 9 or number 10 or maybe number 11 in their depth. And simply by work ethic alone, he's come and just carved his way and battled to where he's starting for us now and having a pretty magical college experience where he's playing more football than he would ever have considered and sooner elsewhere, contributing to the team, and great relationships, and exhausted at the end of every game because he's playing, which is a strong message to any of the high school players or parents out there. A lot of kids can go watch, and you can watch 1, 2, and 3 years and maybe make more money, but not be fulfilled. And so there's some pretty strong choices that exist in terms of, and playing's a lot more fun than watching. And Carson is having a great experience.
Who's working with your interior D tackles, Coach? Because it was a lot of really good techniques that I was seeing from Tujay too.
Yeah, so Dante Wilkins he's my defensive line coach. He was a nose tackle for me at the University of Virginia and team captain. And Dante's exceptional, and not only as a person, but a technician and a motivator and recruiter. So rising star in the profession, and our defensive line are lucky to work with him.
I hope you don't mind me sharing this story, but I talked to Dante a little bit, and he said that he was floating around a bit and wasn't exactly sure where he wanted to be or what he wanted to do. And he said he got a phone call from you and said, "Hey, let's get you on the right track. I need you out here." And he's like, "Yes, sir, Coach." And you can, it was funny because it felt like that coach player mentality kind of felt like you said, "Hey, I need you." And he's like, "All right, I'll run through a wall for you. Let's go." What's that like to have those former players have that relationship with those guys?
It's just like you mentioned, even though they're my coaches now, they still act like I'm their coach. And it's a really interesting and fun dynamic. So we don't have, any issue with alignment or motivation or all being on the same page because they're still kind of bridging the gap between young professional and former player of mine. And so they call me coach as if they're players, but even though, right, they're young leaders in their own right now, but it makes our organization fast. It makes it fun. It makes it aligned. And it's, from my standpoint, super fulfilling that I get to continue to be involved in their lives now that they're young and married and raising their own kids. And, in the professional world, pretty cool from my perspective to be part of that.
Well, Coach, appreciate your time again. We can't thank you enough for hopping on during a bye week, and look forward to catching up with you again a little bit later on in the week.
All right. Thank you both. See you later.
See you, Coach.
There he is, Bronco Mendenhall, head coach of Utah State. And it was funny. I'm glad you brought up or asked him about the coach because Coach Wilkins, fascinating guy, and you would love to chat with him.
Yeah, I through the whole recruiting process, I don't know if I ever met him.
And he was a nose guard with him at Virginia, and his last year at Virginia was Bronco's first year, and they, record wise, they weren't very good. I think they were 2-10. I think Bronco's first year at Virginia, and then, but he's like, I only needed 1 year with him to know that I wanted to be aligned with this guy as much as I possibly could.
How cool is that?
And
that's a cool story.
And so when Coach calls him up and says, "Hey, I need you on my staff," he's like, "All right, where? Let's go."
Well, if I could throw a suggestion out there for Utah State, their bye week, get your corners and your pass rush ready.
Yeah, because the kid from Hawaii is no joke.
Yeah, get your corners and your pass rush ready because you don't want to give this guy time.
No.
Make sure you're rushing lanes the way you're supposed to rush lanes too, because he'll destroy you with his feet. But he can destroy you with his arm.
Yeah, 457 yards against Air Force.
Yeah.
And that was, by the way,
I can't remember how many touchdowns, but a lot.
And that was not on the islands either. That was in Colorado Springs, where traditionally the old MO is Hawaii comes to the mainland and they struggle. Well, not on Saturday. They didn't.
And that Fresno State game was the thinnest of margins.
Mm-hmm.
Fresno barely pulled that game out.
By the way, he's right about the Mountain West. Every team could win right now.
Yeah. It's a lot of good football.
Yeah. Maybe throw San Jose out of the mix. But other than that, I mean, New Mexico, put it on New Mexico State, and they got a crowd. They got like 35,000 people to that game. So, yeah. Good conference for sure. 12:52, Hans and Scotty coming up next. What you may have missed straight ahead right here on The Zone.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
Cheap bangs! Cheap bangs!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
America First Credit Union, such a big part of our community and such a big part of your finances. America First Credit Union at americafirst.com. It started right here in the state of Utah, 1939. It's got a special start. People wanted to come together, extend loans to the community. They wanted to protect their finances, protect the money, and they did it amazingly. And now it's built into 116 branches in Utah and the surrounding states. But I know that there's one right there in your community, easy access. So if you got to make deposits, if you need a small loan, it's right there. Speaking of giving back to the community, nobody does it better than America First. The food drives, the diaper drives, the shoe drives, just the continual effort to make sure that our community, especially the less fortunate, have what they need. You can get started at americafirst.com. Anything from loans to a simple account to a business account and up. It starts at americafirst.com.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation. And a regular heartbeat
heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and you might have heard that during the month of September, Any Hour Services is having our free furnace sale. That's the sale where when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. About $400. The furnace is free, you just pay the labor. If you think you might be interested and want to know how much you can save during our free furnace sale, call Any Hour Services and schedule your free estimate today. Google Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Are your kids picky eaters? Bring them in and try our chicken fingers or a grilled cheese sandwich. They'll be smiling big in no time. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Utes at 50 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. A big win for Utah on the road as they rough up West Virginia. Kyle Whittingham fired up to see his throw game back in action.
That was something that hurt us last week, and we needed to be able to push the ball down the field better. We did that this week. Receivers stepped up, answered the challenge. Thought we had a good scheme going in, the right dose of run and pass, play action off the run game, and tight ends were a factor again. Throw game really was in much higher gear this week than weeks past.
That's your Utes at 50 update, brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Best barbecue in the state, Kenny J's Barbecue in the district in South Jordan.
Number 1. Miss any part of the show? Every moment of every show is available in podcast form by searching Hans and Scotty on your favorite podcasting platform or online at KSLSports.com. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. What you may have missed right here on the zone.
Scotty, are you starting to feel your age at all?
Every moment of every day, yes.
Because there was a time where you and I could go off on a game weekend and zero sleep, go from Friday until Sunday. Hell, there were times we were doing, but before anybody even knew or cared about this Sunday morning podcast, you weren't even sleeping. You were traveling through the whole night. You'd get home, and then we'd record it at 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning.
Yep.
Because I was just getting done with post-game, and we would record this thing, and we'd be all right.
You'd be fine. Yeah, it's just recent, too.
It's just recent.
Yeah, 2 years ago, I felt fine. 3 years ago, felt great. I would travel. I remember I did an overtime game at Fort Collins, Utah State and Colorado State, and my old boss, old Jefe Castro, had me at a 9 a.m. meeting the next day. And he's like, "You got to be at this meeting." So I couldn't find any airplane to get me back home. So I drove to Fort Collins, called an overtime game that got over at midnight, drove through the night so that I could make it to this meeting, and then did the show immediately after with zero sleep. And it was
I remember that.
I was like, fine, whatever. We're good.
I totally remember that.
I wouldn't be able to do that now.
But I'm just telling you that stop giving BYU 8:30 kicks.
You got a 6 against Arizona.
It's a little better. That's a little better.
Yeah.
But these 8 o'clock kicks.
Oh, yeah.
And plus, it's just burying BYU back east.
Yeah, it is.
We all sit here and make up all these excuses. BYU moved to number 23 in the AP poll, But we make up all the excuses. Well, when they're playing at 8:30, when the kickoff is 10:30 back east, by the time you get to halftime, you're 1:30.
Oh, yeah.
Back east. If you're trying to watch the finish of the game back east, you're looking at 2:30.
You want no part of that.
No,
come on. Those are real football fans back
No,
east. They're
no.
watching.
Honestly,
if they're under 20, if they're under the age of 30, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
But I don't blame a voter at all for not watching, because once you're out there and it gets to be that time, and like, look, when 10:30 rolls around, my kids make fun of me, but I'm like, I'm out. Like, you guys stay up as long as you want, but I'm out. Just don't break anything or make a pipe bomb or anything. Like, just I got to go to bed. So,
well, and you
do
know,
as I say, not as I do. Shut up.
And you know, as we get older and the night goes on and we're doing post game, you know, I get punchy.
Yeah.
And I made a joke that did not go over well. Yeah.
Well, I even heard in the pregame, as you guys were wrapping up pregame, you made reference to something. Greg's like, well, you have to be listening to the whole show to understand that joke.
In the pregame.
Yeah. And I can't remember what you said, but Greg was like, well, that was a reference to something we discussed a few segments ago. So that's why you need to listen to the whole show to really get some of the jokes.
Yeah, the post-game one didn't go over.
There's nothing like a swing and a miss with Greg, huh?
Mitch laughed.
Oh, well, there you go. You got that. Hey, we're live in studio. Canyon Sports Therapy. Danny Hansen's hanging out with us. And, Danny, we appreciate you being a part of the show and hanging out with us. You know, Hans and I were just talking about getting older. And you get older and you just assume that everything hurts. And so you just kind of anticipate, like, okay, well, that's just life now. Like, stuff hurts. So at what point do you strike up something to just aches and pains of being old to, like, oh, maybe I actually ought to go see somebody and get something taken care of?
Well, to be honest, I think you should do it anyway, anytime. Like, even if you're getting those aches and pains, that's still a good reason to go in and see, you know, why maybe those things are occurring. Yes, you know, as we age, we obviously lose a lot of elasticity and we lose a lot of cartilage and we lose some things in our body that make it so we don't have those aches and pains. But there's also things that we can do to overcome those things through strength training and things like that.
So I want to just talk about from my own perspective and own experience, because Scotty and I were just talking about getting older, and I'd had years and years with physical therapy, you know, through high school football, college football, professional football, 7 years of professional football. So I've dealt with physical therapists my whole life. And being able to understand the mechanics of the body and how necessary intelligent minds is when you're trying to recover, it's critical. So when you're talking about this kind of opportunity for the listener out there, if you're waking up and you've got a shoulder that feels like it's popping or it doesn't have full range of motion, or if you got a lower back or you're dealing with something in your hips that does not feel right, just understand, this isn't a surgery. You don't have to go under the knife. We're not going to replace a knee. We're not going to replace a hip. There are things that you can do to square your body away and get rid of that pain. I know from personal experience that is possible, and I know that's what you guys do.
Yeah, that's exactly right. In fact, you know, we really are excited and kind of think that that's a big task for us, right? We're up to that challenge. Our job is try to avoid those surgeries, and a majority of those aches and pains and a majority of those things you're talking about can be corrected with proper movement, with maybe changing the way, you know, your behavior in terms of maybe your sleep patterns, changing, you know, things about your life that could be creating some of those discomforts and some of those pains. It may be things you're not even aware of. You know, we have lots of different patients. You know, I've had, you know, even you know, dentists and different healthcare practitioners, and the way that they have to sit to do some of their procedures cause some of those pains. So it's just helping these patients strategize about their movements, and there's also things we can do to you know, video them and look at the movements and the positions they're putting themselves in to try to identify some of those improper movements you're talking about.
Utah recently passed a bill which recognized physical therapists as primary care providers. I think this is really important, and you talked to us a little bit during the break on how important this is, because a lot of your primary care physicians, you know, they are supposed to know a lot about a lot. well, sometimes that's very difficult for them to do, especially if you come in with a ankle that's bugging you or a ligament that's bothering you or something along those lines. This isn't a cold. This isn't the flu. These are other issues in which you can help. And to be able to have that diagnosis and to have that recognition as a primary care physician allows you to really go deeper and find out what you can do to help people with their aches and pains.
Yeah, and that was a big win for us. So props to the Utah Physical Therapy Association and the leadership there, because they are the first state in the nation to pass this, and so physical therapists are now considered primary care providers. And what that does is it just gives more access to physical therapy more easily. It's more easily readable for people to be able to participate in. You don't have to go to your primary care physician to get a referral. You can just go directly to your physical therapist.
Hey, where do you get your therapist from? Who are your primary therapists?
Where do I get them from?
That works at your clinic, yeah.
So they're local. I mean, I guess one of them is from Boston, moved here from Boston, and then the other two they grew up here, so they're Utahns.
So you got 3 primary physicians in the clinic?
4. You know what? I just did hire one, and he's actually from Wisconsin. So yeah, so there's 4 including myself, so 5 total.
I love it. I just respect your profession so much. I hope you know that. It's helped me through my life in so many phases, and I couldn't have done what I did in football, and I can't do what I do in life if I didn't have a basic understanding of how my body's working and why it hurts.
Right.
So if you're out there and you're wondering, you don't have to get surgery. You don't. Oftentimes, you just need somebody with a brilliant mind that understands the body and will work through it, and we'll figure this out. So don't think all hope is lost. There is hope, and all you got to do is contact our good friends.
801-738-0263. It's Canyon Sports Therapy. Call right now, 801-738-0263. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. I am telling you what, folks. My wife and I, we had this conversation yesterday at Sunday dinner. She's like, you know what? I did this one. You do the next one. And in terms of planning out Sunday meals, because we want it to be special, well, I'm like, we're done. Because I got Bar W beef on my side. I can whip up anything from a roast to steaks to pork chops, whatever you want. Bar W beef can help make it happen for you, and get it right to your house by going to barwbeef.com.
It's the best. I love it so much. It's changed my life. It's changed my family's life. It is good, clean, pure beef protein.
Yep.
The exact thing that your body needs. And these cattle are born in Utah. They're raised in Utah in the Spanish Fork and San Pete areas. And then they're processed right there in Nephi, Utah, in state-of-the-art facilities. This beef is as beautiful, it is pure, it is as well-raised and cared for as any beef you're going to find. barwbeef.com. Get there now. barwbeef.com. They'll ship it to your house on orders over $150 or more to your place in Utah for free. You can also go to their retail location in Nephi and check out the restaurant too. Bar Dub Restaurant at Bar W Beef in Nephi. Get there now. barwbeef and barwbeef.com.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $29. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Fall in love with the best steak you've ever had at Ruth's Chris. Award-winning service, sizzling steaks, appetizers, salads, sides, and dessert. Ruth's Chris, Salt Lake or Hotel Park City. Make reservations right now at ruthschris.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colvin, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to Hans Olsen and Scotty Chin. That's right, yeah! On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. By the way, Hans just told me the joke. It was great. It was great. That should have hit.
It was good. Hey, you know, people can access that joke if they want. It's just at the very back end of the broadcast when everybody was tired.
Yeah.
Exhausted. But you know my mind.
Yeah.
It's late in the broadcast. You just want to cut loose a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. You just want to, let the good times rip.
Yep. All right. Kalani Sitake addressing the media after BYU's win on the road. 2 road games in a row. BYU goes 2-0 in that stretch with a big one against on the road against the Buffalo in Colorado. Here's Kalani.
Monday's here, so that means we're on to the next week, and we're able to evaluate the game from last weekend up in Boulder, and have some really cool things that we can address, and some things that we need to fix in practice and meetings today. But again, I thought Colorado did a great job in their game plan and the strategy, their schemes, and so not that we were caught off guard, we just didn't play within ourselves, especially on the defensive side at the beginning. Made a lot of mistakes, but a lot of the mistakes happened because Colorado put some pressure on us. So I think I said after the game it was good. It was a good moment for our program, for our team, to fight through some adversity and to find a way to get a win. And so I feel good about where we're at right now, and feel good about what we saw on film, and about what we can do and how far we can progress from last Saturday to this Friday. So one day less to prepare, which is fine. I'm excited to be back home and to play in front of our fans here in LaVell Edwards Stadium. And it's going to be a lot of fun, and looking forward to the matchup. West Virginia is a really good team and a lot of talent. I mean, they've been struck down with a lot of injuries, and so I think that hurts any team. We've been part of that happening to us in the program, and so I do know that they have an amazing head coach that is proven and has connections, and this is his second stint in West Virginia. So, and I admire him, and I've been around him and have had competed against him quite a bit, and I know he'll have his guys ready and they'll get guys healthy and back again to play for them this week. And we're looking forward to getting their best shot. I just got to make sure that that we give them our best shot too this weekend, and that's going to be the goal. But a lot of respect for West Virginia and them and their fan base, and obviously their coaches and their program. So a lot of talent we see on their team, but more than anything, we got to focus on us being assignment sound and making sure that we're doing everything the right way on our end. It's going to be exciting, and I'm glad that for me it's like a day earlier, so we can get to see if we can get those things fixed that we can control on our end, and be ready for that game Friday night. So I'll take your questions.
All right, first question will be from Mike Asti.
Hey, Coach, how you doing? Mike Asti with West Virginia Sports Now. I have a couple questions. You mentioned your admiration for Rich Rodriguez. Can you explain more of maybe your connection or relationship with him over the years? He obviously had that first tenure, but then was away from West Virginia for a long time, did coach out west at Arizona. And then my second question, after you answer that, is last year's game, BYU, when they entered the field in Morgantown, they had the West Virginia State flag that BYU carried on the field. I know there were some West Virginia fans that were initially surprised, but then realized it was to show respect. How did that come about? Because that's never really been seen anywhere else with a state flag at a road venue.
Well, for the first part of your first question, anyone that knows anything about college football saw what Rich Rod was doing back in the day. He's been a head coach for a long time, and so he had things rolling for quite a long time, especially there at West Virginia. So anybody that liked football knew all the talent and the things that they were doing offensively there, and as a program, he ran a great program and just innovative offense that a lot of programs started to use his stuff, and so he's a innovative and creative coach, and so he's going to try to find ways to get an advantage. And then when he was out here in the West and we competed against him, I coached against him, and I mean, the guy makes his mark anywhere that he goes and finds ways to get things going. And I think they've had some bad luck with injuries, and so we have to prepare, because I know he's extremely smart, and you look at his coaching staff, they're all bright, and so this isn't going to be easy. We just have to be ready to make sure that we defend our home ground, and that we can lean on our home crowd to give us an advantage, hopefully. But in regards to the flag, I mean, I come from the Lavelle Edwards era, where I played for an amazing head coach who always spoke about respecting your opponents and honoring the game of football that way. And so I know when I became the head coach, I wanted to do that and wanted to make sure that our opponents know that we respect them. And we're going to try to play the game with sportsmanship. It's not always perfect. We try to do the best we can. And that's hard to do when you're playing a violent and physical sport like football. But we hope that we can do that. And the easiest way to start it off is remind our players that there's a lot of common ground between our programs. These young men make the sacrifices on both sides to play this game, and only been given 12 guaranteed opportunities to play, and that's if you're healthy. And so not a lot of people are willing to make that sacrifice, but your opponents are. And so we can at least appreciate that they love the game as much as we do, and be an honor for us to be on the field. So when we decide to run out the state flag of our opponents, it's usually just to show them we respect them, and that we realize that they're much like us, and we're looking forward to a great battle on the football field. But we can do that with a great respect and admiration for each other.
Thank you.
Next question from Jake Hatch.
Yeah, Kalani, looking back at Saturday, did you guys identify anything that caused the slow start for you defensively in particular?
Yeah, there's a lot of variables. It never comes down to one thing. One thing I know that we can control is we had a lot of missed assignments, and so that's uncharacteristic of our defense. And we're going to address that. I'm sure Coach Hill is going to get after the defense on that. And but you have to give credit to Colorado. They're ready, and they did some unique things. But once we were able to settle down, I don't like having to learn our lessons by giving them points. I mean, it usually comes down to simple things too, like getting off blocks and tackling well. Comes down to the fundamentals. So usually when things go crazy, you want to go have these big solutions when the simple one is just let's do the fundamental stuff right first. And so that I think that was there's a bunch of variables that went into it, but that was one of it. And then I think Colorado came ready to go, and we cannot start like that again. I mean, this conference is hard. It's hard to win football games, especially on the road. And so you can't, if you're going to do that, you better show that you're going to give your best shot from the beginning.
I also was going to ask, you're still rotating quite a bit of those guard spots on the offensive line. Is that going to be a season-long thing at this point, or are you feeling like you're going to narrow it down at some point?
Well, I trust TJ Woods. If he wants to see different guards in the lineup, then we'll just keep going that way. So I'm not the O-line coach. I trust him, and I trust the guys that are out there. Like I said, we have more than just 5 guys that can start, so we're going to try to use them all. And if guys are winded, your backup at 100% has got to be better than you at 50. So I trust the rotation that Coach Woods is doing, and trust what A-Rod's doing on the offensive side too.
Next question from Spencer Ripchick.
Hey, Coach, this is Spencer Ripchick from the Dominion Post in West Virginia. My question for you is, West Virginia doesn't really have a set starting quarterback. How do you game plan for a team that doesn't really know their starting quarterback?
Well, I guess we have to prepare for all of them. And they've used a bunch of quarterbacks. They all have stats, and so it's not easy. But we have to prepare for all of them. And I think if you can look at maybe even for us to maybe assume we're going to see certain looks for different guys. But if you look at all the quarterbacks, they're all athletic. They can run, they can throw, and they know the system. So it's going to be really difficult. But regardless of who we face, we need to make sure our guys are assignment sound on our end, but and that we tackle well. That's going to be the key.
Next question from Jay Drew.
Yeah, I got 2 questions. Kalani, first, your running back situation. We saw the comments you made to Greg Wrubell about Sione Moa, but are you making any more adjustments, or do you feel like you got the right people behind LJ that you can weather this kind of storm?
Weather the storm of not having a running back
just
in there?
being a little bit thin at running back.
Yeah, we're fine. We got guys that can run the ball. And so, I mean, that's you just don't know about them yet, but there's guys that are capable of running the ball and guys that can play with LJ, whether it's Enoch Nawahine or Preston Rex or, Logan Payne, Jovesa Tamuni. There's a lot of guys that we feel good about in that room, and they're probably just not common names, and maybe you guys haven't heard about them, but they're super talented, and they'll make their mark. A lot of you guys didn't know much about Sione Moa before either. So I trust Harvey Unga as a running back coach, and Fessy and A-Rod and TJ Woods there. So we'll be fine. And
then with Max Alford, he got in a couple plays, looked good. He's obviously backing up. I forgot who he's backing up, but I just wanted to ask you about
Sarah. Yeah.
Yeah. Did you know his father, Aaron, from your days at the University of Utah, and why did you guys go out and get Max out of the transfer portal?
Yeah, I worked with Aaron, and I'm good friends with him and family. I've known Max since he was a little boy, and so him and his brothers and his mom. I know the whole family. Very familiar with him, and when he went to portal, I mean, you're seeing Max play on the field a lot more because we have a system where we want to keep guys fresh. But Che was kind of in that position where him and Seattle would rotate quite a bit. And when we lost Che, it was important for us to keep a rotation somewhat consistent so we can keep our guys fresh. And so that's why you've seen Max. He's done a great job. And other linebackers like Miles Hall and also, Ace Kafusi has done a great job too, and Micah Kafusi. So you'll see quite a bit of those guys. Hopefully not too much, because that means we're well, maybe you want to see him a lot. That means we're taking care of business. But I do like the talent at the linebacker group, and I am thankful that Max is with us, and love his father, and he passed a while ago, and so he was a great friend to me, and Aaron Alford's a great man. I'm glad that I get to coach his son.
Next question from Brandon Gurney.
I have a question about Bodie Schoonover. Had a pretty significant pass knockdown, listed as a co-starter on this week's depth chart. What strides have you seen from Bodie and just rising to the status he is currently?
Well, we've always known that Bodie has a talent to disrupt and do some really good things for us on the D-line. I've been really impressed with his progress and things that he's been able to do. I mean, he's so big and he's so fast that he can play D-end and can also play inside. And so he had a great game against Colorado, but he's had a great season so far. And when I think we're just barely starting to see what he can really do. I'm excited to see what he can do this game too. But things are starting to really click for him, and give him a lot of credit for how hard he's worked and how much he sacrificed to get to this point.
Next question from Mitch Harper.
Kalani, I just wanted to ask you on the heels of President Russell M. Nelson passing away, just wanted to see if you had any reflections or memories that you connected with President Nelson through your role as the BYU football head coach and maybe his connections when he was here to BYU football.
Yeah, of course. Myself, and I think I can speak for millions of others that really appreciate his service and what he's done for us as members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And, the things that he's been able to accomplish as our prophet. And so it's been amazing to hear him speak and the fact that the conference is going to be this weekend and it's going to be different not hearing him speak this time, but the accomplishments that he's been able to get done, and the amount of temples. I think it's 200 temples that have been built and dedicated. And so that combined with all his roles that he's had as a father, grandfather, husband, all those things, it's been really cool for me to see him as a leader. And then it's really, I'm in a really cool spot where I get to meet a lot of the brethren and the general authorities, and so I'll cherish those moments that I've had and with the leaders there, and then I'm excited about this weekend and being able to hear from everyone speak.
All right, next, last question will be from Jake Hatch.
Yeah, Kalani, just wanted you already kind of alluded to what you're expecting from West Virginia and Rich Rod. Do you have experience, if I'm not mistaken, going up against him as a defensive coordinator when you were at Utah? Does that help you at all in terms of preparing for a game like this?
Yeah, I mean, it helps Jay too, and the game has evolved though. It helps only if Rich Rod only ran the stuff back then and hasn't changed one bit. But he's an innovator, so he's going to do things different, and he's the guy who knows football. He knows how to put points on the board, and we've got to figure out a way to make it difficult for him and his offense. And so that's going to be the goal. It's easier said than done, but we're excited about the challenge and excited to be back home. And I think Rich Rod's a great coach and one of the well-known coaches out there, in our profession. So I look forward to seeing him. And I mean, we've had great interaction. He's always been super good to me. So I'm excited for him to be here in Provo and then be in our stadium named after my mentor, Lavelle Edwards.
There he is, Kalani Sitake, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, by the way, I just got a text from our guy, Todd. Excited to see you guys out here on Friday. A football Friday at El Matador.
Hey, Todd, just get the old Hans and Scotty burrito ready for us.
It takes about that long to cook.
It does, yeah.
If he starts right now, it might be ready by Friday because that thing is monstrous.
It's a full chili relleno inside of a chimichanga that also has carne asada, beans, and rice.
Now, that's the original. If you go in there now and ask for the Hans and Scotty burrito, it's a pared down addition to that, and it's awesome.
Yeah,
by
it's a
the way.
spicy chicken.
Oh, it's so good
with a red and green sauce.
Yeah,
it's really delicious. But the old school Hampton Scotty, they had to throw it out. They couldn't do it anymore because it was just too dangerous for the consumer.
He had to sign a waiver.
Yeah.
But no, we'll be at El Matador coming up on Friday in Bountiful. Best Mexican food. We love it, man. Those guys are the best, and just can't find a better place on the planet when it comes to Mexican food. All right. Joining us now in studio, it is Danny Hansen, Canyon Sports Therapy. And Danny, there's so many people out there that could use, little tweaking to help their quality of life. But there's also preventative things people can do. And I love the fact that there's opportunities for people to get some help in terms of just making sure you're in the right place in terms of, little TPI assessment for golfers, bike fittings, gait analysis, those little things to avoid those injuries down the line.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And these are awesome tools, I think, for anybody, whether you're, you like to get out on your bike, ride lots of miles. Usually runners are going to be running a lot of miles, and being able to do these things in the most efficient manner can go a long way with preventing injury and making sure that, we talked about movement before and making sure our movements are correct and we don't have what we call movement impairments, which then can potentially lead to injuries, because as you do a movement over and over and over again, then that's when it leads to what we call overuse injuries. So these are just some specialized services that we try to find those movements and correct them before they become a problem.
I know Scotty talked a little bit about this, but tell me more about your Major League Baseball connection.
Yeah, so we actually have one of our therapists, Tessa. She did some orthopedic specialized training back in Indiana, and as part of that, the group that she did that with, they have a connection with the MLB where they go and they, just like all the other pro sports, they do the combines, right? And so they just want to make sure that these athletes are healthy and that they're ready to perform at their best, because these teams are making a big investment. And so she's part of a team that will go down and they'll assess these athletes, prior to the combine or as part of the combine. So.
And baseball is huge here up and down the Wasatch Front in terms of youth sports and high school and things along those lines. So if you need a little help in that regard, sounds like she could certainly help out.
100%. We just got the new stadium out there in Daybreak, which is beautiful. So yeah, baseball is a popular sport here in Utah, and we've got the tools to help people out again to prevent injury or to help them with injury.
I want to point this out. If you're in the Holiday area and you need help, you've got joint issues or you've got pain that you're just sick of dealing with. If you've suffered an injury, you stepped off a curb, you felt something pop, and you don't know what's wrong with your body, I thought you talked about this well. That you don't go to your family physician. You come see a physical therapist. And if you're in the Holiday area or any of the surrounding areas, perfect time to come in, speak with Danny, speak with any one of his therapists, and let's get your body recovered. That Holiday area, it's very easy to access too. I was just looking at your parking map. It's very easy to get to.
Yeah, it's right off I-215 there and the 2000 exit there, and it's very convenient for anywhere in the Salt Lake Valley, quite frankly.
801-944-1209. That's 801-944-1209. Canyon Sports Therapy. You can check them out online as well, canyonsportstherapy.com, but 801-944-1209. Danny and his crew ready to help you out with whatever you need at Canyon Sports Therapy, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hansen Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Water runs Utah. It carves our canyons, fuels our farmers' fields, fills our lakes and rivers. It runs outdoor adventures and economic development. But if we're not careful, water runs out. And in the cooler fall months, your yard simply doesn't need as much water. That's why this is one of the best times to make a big difference. Learn more at slowtheflow.org.
Hey, it's JJ here. I love hearing from listeners that have also had success with Salt Lake City fat loss. I'm here with Blair. Thanks for coming in.
Pleasure to be here.
It's so great to see you. So how much weight have you lost?
I've lost an amazing 52 pounds in just 60 days.
That's incredible. How do you feel?
Oh, I feel great. I have more energy, and the GERD and acid reflux is gone.
Talk about the scale for a minute. Were you surprised at how quickly that number went down?
It was astonishing to me as I'd get on the scale, even in the very beginning when I saw, 2-3 pounds drop off. But I ended up looking forward to getting on the scale to see how much I'd lost in the last day.
Tell me about the biggest benefits that you've seen with Salt Lake City fat loss.
I have much more confidence in myself, lots more energy, much more adventurous walks with my dogs.
Thanks so much for sharing another great success story with Salt Lake City fat loss. Learn the secret of losing up to 1 pound of unhealthy fat per day and start your own success story at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
If you've ever had to deal with a plumbing problem, you may have felt the pain of realizing you don't know any plumbers. Whether you're trying to stop a leaky faucet, fix a running toilet, replace your old water softener, or install a tankless water heater, the plumbers at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Cougars at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, as BYU shuts the door on Colorado thanks to an Isaiah Glasker interception late thanks to a Jack Kelly pressure.
Really, we were in dog coverage, bringing pressure, and I know I dropped out, I see him roll out, and then all of a sudden I see Jack Kelly run in front of me, bringing pressure, forced the throw, and then kind of just did the rest from there. So.
BYU back in action as they take on West Virginia coming up on Friday night. This update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Their catering delivers that bold, smoky barbecue no matter what the occasion. Check out their catering menu at kennyjbbq.com.
It's time to saddle up and talk about the winners and the losers. This is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Now, here's the good.
It's good. Snap is good. It's blocked. Bears blocked the kick. They blocked the field goal on 4th and 3 with 32 seconds to go in the game. The Bears blocked the kick. It might be Josh Blackwell. Got to see the replay to make sure, but the Bears are celebrating. They are going to sneak out of Allegiant Stadium with a 25-24 win.
That is you're good, the bad, the ugly right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. How about that win for the Bears? getting the win against the Raiders, 25-24, thanks to that block.
Got some lifelong Bears fans here. Look at these guys. Hi. How you doing?
I wanted you to tweet out hi so bad. I really did. And I was actually, you know what, Lloyd? I was cheering for your Raiders.
No, you weren't.
I was.
You were not. It's okay. It's all right.
100% was.
Okay.
I actually kind of believe that.
Yeah.
For one reason in particular.
Yeah.
Lloyd?
That is the two suckiest of the sucky teams.
Yeah, but hey, 400 South, can you understand?
No, don't. Don't 400 South me.
No,
don't.
no. I had
that.
I will always have your back in that one. So come on. You know,
I wish you would have my back a lot more than that.
I have your back all the time.
That actually makes me sad to hear you say that.
Yeah, that's kind of hurtful.
Because I have watched. Me? Did you just come at me?
Me?
Coming at me all wrong.
I don't see anyone else here.
Do it again. I'll come at you with a soldering iron.
A couple Monday night games tonight.
Yep.
The Broncos and Bengals. Bengals minus a quarterback that would be important.
Yeah, Joe Burrow, he's pretty good at this game when he's healthy.
And then the worst game of the week.
Oof.
I'm not even going to say it because nobody cares.
Remember when Mike McDaniel was that kind of like the hot new coach of the NFL?
Yeah.
Boy, it can chew you up and spit you out in a hurry.
I remember that. I remember like, man, when are the Raiders going to get somebody like that? I just want someone like that.
Yeah.
And then just gone.
Yeah, like Denver hired Sean Payton. Mike McDaniels went to Miami, and I'm thinking, and especially when Miami put 70 up on Denver, I was like, oh, man, they hired the wrong coach. They should have gone with this guy. Well, oops.
There's one big thing with Mike right now, and he needs to make a quarterback change.
Yeah.
We all know it.
Yeah.
And he's waited too long. And it's like, you watch the New York Giants do it. Man, that paid off for them. Jackson Dart looking really good. That was a great win. Man, that was an awesome win.
It really was.
Against the Chargers?
Yeah.
I thought they were fools for putting him in against the Chargers defense.
Yeah,
I was like,
too.
You guys are dumb.
Wait until that schedule softens. Don't give him the Chargers.
Why would you do that?
And, well, apparently they knew something we didn't, that Jackson Dart was way better than, well, we all knew he was way better than Russell Wilson, but my goodness.
But Mike has waited too long to make the change. What? No. The rule is if one of us laughs.
No, that was funny.
Oh,
no,
okay, it's fine.
I'm gonna tag along on that joke.
See, you can't car crash it because I laughed.
So basically, you guys are going to start laughing at all your stupid jokes. That's fine. Okay, got it.
You don't get the car crash just when you
fine.
feel like it's a bomb.
Yeah. By the way, defense optional last night in the Cowboys-Packers game. The only thing that really slowed that game down was just the end of overtime. It ends in a 40-40 tie with Green Bay. Kick what?
Sorry, I'm annoyed by the 40-40 game.
Oh, but Green Bay
just
settled.
What ending in a tie?
Green Bay kicks the field goal with as time expires in overtime just to get the tie. And so
they held on to a tie against the Cowboys. What's funny is the Cowboys can't even find a win. They find a tie, but they can't find a win.
Yeah.
Green Bay should have won that game.
They should have.
You have a game that is that good. It can't end in a tie. Well, don't give me a tie.
Yeah, I agree.
No ties.
I'm with you. I hate it.
If you're going to guarantee each team a possession, like I like the say, okay, you know what? We don't want a team to win on winning the coin toss and kicking a field goal. I get that. But if the team goes down and scores a touchdown, I think the game should be over. Which
was the old rule.
Which was the old rule. So if you are going to guarantee every team a possession, then you have to leave it at 15 minutes. You can't cut it down to 10 because that's essentially 2 possessions. And you're going to get a lot more ties like we saw last night. All right, there's your good. Let's get to the bad.
Now the bad.
Hans, I don't know how much of this you watched over the weekend. I mean, considering where you were at and what you were dealing with, probably not much like me, because I'll admit that I didn't watch hardly any of the Ryder Cup, mostly because of my obligations, but also because it was an ass whooping.
Saturday was embarrassing.
It was an embarrassment. If you are an American fan of golf, you should be embarrassed.
Yeah, Saturday was horrifying. Yeah, yesterday was a little better.
But because the lead was so extravagant, it could be just a fun little victory lap for the Brits.
Well, Greg made up a pretty good point. We were driving back on Sunday, headed to the airport, and trying to remember who it was that withdrew. Oh, it was Keimer.
Yeah, yep.
Keimer withdrew, and you each get a half point if you withdraw. The lead was so great, Greg goes, all they would need to do is just have 4 other guys withdraw, and they win.
Yeah.
You don't even need to play the game because the lead was so great. If they'd have just had 4 guys, you had to win 11 of your singles yesterday in order to win that. There was not a chance. What's happened?
I don't know.
Tiger.
Scotty Scheffler was miserable.
I need Tiger to come back.
Keegan Bradley come up.
Although Tiger
cussing up a storm.
You know what? Tiger never did well in Ryder Cups, though.
Oh, he didn't.
If memory serves me right. Am I right on that, Lloyd?
No, I think he did. He wasn't. He was not great in the. I think he was good in singles, but the team matches stuff.
Yeah.
He wasn't good.
But Rory went a little scorched earth afterwards, and was complaining about the heckling.
Yeah, did you see when he blew up?
Yeah.
Shut the beep up. Who is that BYU basketball player?
Oh,
that took the fall on the baseline, and the fans were after him, and
he actually said, "Shut the F up."
He
didn't
up.
He didn't say the F word. No, he said F.
F.
Yeah.
Shut the F up. That was Rory, but he used the actual word.
Yeah. He said there was a lot of language and unacceptable and abusive behavior. I don't think we should ever accept that in golf. I think golf should be held to a higher standard than what we've seen out there this week. And he said, hey, in 2 years when we take this thing to Ireland, our fans are going to be coached up. They're not going to act like this. You sure?
What?
Yeah.
Oh, stop it, Rory. Those fans will be drunk. They'll be wasted, and they'll be in Bryson's ear.
By 7 a.m., they'll be wasted.
I mean, that's the thing. When you have when you're claiming Ireland fans are better than what you experience because, they made it personal. They went after him, his wife.
Rory?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, because he's 4'11". He's 4'11". What's he going to do? Shut the F up. What are you going to do?
Yeah.
You could bring your club and you could bring 2 friends. You're going to fall down and get hurt.
So,
it was TJ Haas.
Yeah, TJ Haas, yeah.
Shut the F up. And he was so upset.
He got all. By the way, and then he threw a dart up there after he was heckled.
I will say this, like he backed it up. Like they came after him, and he's like, "Fine, I'll go out there and I'll embarrass you and your entire country."
I didn't think he'd be able to back it up because I always thought he was Charmin soft.
He took the Constitution and just tried to light a match to it. He was like, I'm not having any of this. So I respect it.
Yeah.
We need to stop letting these European players live here.
Well, that's the thing. We need
Stop
to just
living here.
Just get them off the tour. They're not allowed to be on our tour anymore.
I'm with you. Boy, am I.
You have your own tour. You have your European tour.
Yes.
We have our American tour. All right. Hands and Scotty.
Can we do the ugly?
Oh, yeah, let's do it.
And of course, the ugly.
Colorado's got a lot to work on, bud. They got a lot of work. Look, their fans are crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Their fans are crazy, and it is a tough environment. But Colorado's got a lot to work on. First of all, I'm not even kidding you. Our booth filled with smoke.
That's real, huh?
It filled with smoke. It smelled like Lloyd Cole hit a skunk. No, like Lloyd Cole hit a skunk in our media booth. It was that stinky weed. It was like, not only is it stinky, I think like they go for the cheap stink.
Oh, yeah. You're college kids. They don't have the money for the good stuff.
It was horrible. I'm not even, like I was sitting in the booth like taking short breaths because I'm like, I don't want to sound weird.
You don't want to get a contact high
on the broadcast. So I'm taking like short, like breathing into my hands and through it was, I mean, I'm exaggerating with that, but it was rough. And number 2, stop with the stupid chants, man.
It's not a BYU football season if we don't have somebody have to apologize.
Stop.
Can we just go 1 year without somebody doing it?
Stop with the stupid chants. So at one point, probably 20,000 were chanting the FU BYU.
Yeah.
That was the only one I heard. But, I don't. And by the way, they're saying they were giving the Rory McIlroy version, not the TJ Haas version.
Yeah. TJ kept it classy.
So, I'm sitting there like, this is dumb. You're all a bunch of idiots. You think this is cute, but these college football games are for kids. Like, it's a dad bringing like his 8 and 5-year-old, and then they go to school and they start chanting that, and then some little kid whose ears get burnt go home, tell the parent or the teacher's like, "What are you saying, Charlie?" And it's a mess. But then I didn't hear this, but from what I understand, the F the Mormons thing came up, and that was rolling through the stadium. I didn't hear that one, but I've seen multiple accounts of it. It's like, how stupid can you be? Now, the best part was BYU rolled them up and made them smoke it. and I love that. And I used to love that as a BYU player because we go in. By the way, this has always been.
Yeah, I mean, you experienced this as a player.
I was walking into a stadium once. There was a man dressed head to toe like Jesus. Everything, the crown on his head, the full cloak, the sandals, and I'm like, really? So this is what you're going to do? Hands outstretched, like right there as we're coming in. And then there was about 20 guys dressed as missionaries, just mocking the whole thing. And it was like, it's disgusting. But what I'm going to do is take this out on your players.
Yeah.
Your guys are going to hate you for this because you're embarrassing them, and I'm going to make you hurt. But it's like, where are we today? Where we can chant an entire religion.
Yeah.
I think it's an embarrassment.
It is.
I think it's disgusting. And I think if you're a member of that church and you're on the sideline of the team, of the fans that are chanting it, don't you stop and you're like, what is this?
What are we doing? What
is it? If in my religion, if I'm playing on that Colorado team and I'm hearing the F the Mormons, I could tell you, Scotty, I'm going to have a very big problem with that.
Yeah. Absolutely. And I got to imagine there's a handful of those on that Colorado team that are like questioning their life choices right now.
I got to be.
Yeah.
And if I'm Coach Prime, and I really do have any level of respect at all for Kalani Sitake, like any, or if I'm just full of hot air, I issue a pretty scathing report of how my fans are behaving at my games. And I say, I've got 3 members of the church on my team, whether it's on your staff or players. I am very fond of their level of commitment to their church, and any chance that would incorporate a religion with that kind of profanity is fully unacceptable at my games.
Yep.
If Coach Prime had any care at all about Kalani, he would do it.
And you know that if this was any other religion that this was pointed towards, that it would be the front page of CNN. It would be all over the place.
If it was F the Muslims, F the Jews, it would be on.
Yeah.
And so, I get to the point now where, I back when we played, I felt it. I knew it. Like it was total religious bigotry, and it was fine. Like it was like, okay, you want to act like a clown? I'm just going to beat you up on the field. It was kind of fun and kind of nice. But now we're in a climate in today's society. It's just like there's just too much turmoil.
Yeah. Yep.
There's too much hate. There's too much dark and too much evil, and people take it literal. Back in my days, it was like, yeah, that's funny. Hey, thumbs up. Now watch me kick your butt. Nowadays, you're like, I hope somebody doesn't take this too far.
Yeah.
It's got to stop.
It's got to stop. I'm with you. All right, Hans and Scotty, Whole World News coming up next right here on The Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades.
Yes!
But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The delicious flavors and amazing energy of Bucked Up. You've seen it, Bucked Up, you've seen it. It is a local Utah brand that continue to develop and put out some great supplements. It's not just the energy drinks anymore. It's great supplements. There's vitamins and nutrition. There's different stacks. You got great energy drinks. You've got creatine, proteins, the pre-workout. I talk about the pre-workout all the time. The Woke AF. That pre-workout is so good. And now they've got this peach rings flavor. Stir that in a little bit of water before you hit your workout. You're going to feel it. Promise you. You're going to feel it. Bucked Up. You can find it at buckedup.com. Now, here's the best part. Go to buckedup.com. You pick out your pre-workout, your proteins. You can get your drinks, all those great flavors that you love, the energy drinks. By the way, you don't got all the crazy dyes. They're a more clean energy drink. Buckedup.com. Use promo code ZONE on your checkout, and you're going to get 20% off. So when you go to checkout, use ZONE, 20% off. Everything's going to be shipped to your house. You're going to have everything you need. Bucked Up at buckedup.com.
You're the fall cleanup phenom, the titan of trimming. You wield a leaf blower like a surgeon does a scalpel. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food for stronger roots and an early green up next spring. IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
Ticket packages for the Utah Mammoth 2025-26 season are available now. From full season and half season packages to mini plans and other flexible options, choose the ticket package that fits you best and be part of the action all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK to talk with a rep or visit nhl.com/Utah/tickets/season tickets to learn more.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben. What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What?
This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months. Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extended to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right, as low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. APR OAC, not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Grab a friend and come check out the Garden Restaurant. You'll be greeted by the delicious smell of fresh baked goods like our famous Lionhouse rolls and our brand new cinnamon rolls. Open weekdays 11 to 3. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
Go! It's time to span the globe for the hard-hitting news you care about. Well, not really. But hey, at least we found it interesting. This is Whole World News on 97.5. The KSL Sports Zone.
We've got the whole world in our hands.
You got the whole world in our
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, how about having Kenny J's cater your event? You got a wedding coming up. You got a business function. You got a neighborhood party. Whatever the case is, Kenny J's can bring that great barbecue to you. Go to kennyjbbq.com. Check out their catering menu and check out the best barbecue out there. Kenny J Barbecue.
Okay, in order to tell this story, I have to show you the picture. All right?
All right.
You're not going to like this picture. But in order for you to understand, you have to see it. Okay.
What the hell is that?
Okay, so this is a 65-year-old man in Russia. And this tumor started growing on the back of his neck. And he's like, man, this tumor is annoying. But he's like, I'm just going to keep living with this tumor. So he didn't go to the hospital. Year 1 goes by, and the tumor continues to grow on the back of his neck. Year 2 goes by. Year 5, year 10. And every year, this tumor just continues to grow on the back of his neck until it is the exact size of his own head.
Yeah, he's got a second head. What's that? What was the name of that thing in Total Recall?
Quado.
Yeah, it looks like Quado.
Quado.
I love that movie, Total Recall. Gosh, you pull some good stuff. When the dude opens up his shirt, he's like, get to the ship. That was the weirdest moment in all of movie.
That guy's got a human on his belly.
There was another weird part of that movie before.
Oh, yeah, very weird.
Sorry, Danny.
So this guy waits 16 years.
16 years with a tumor.
16 years, and he goes in and has to have a head-sized tumor removed. A lipomus typical.
There's nothing typical about that.
It's doughy, and it grows an inch or 2 every couple months, but can continue to grow even in spiral or spiral out of control in cases. That's what this guy.
You don't say.
By the way, this is from the Mayo Clinic. If the lipoma grows, then there are no ointments or remedies out there, folks. The only effective treatment is surgical removal. So don't think it's just going to fall off and go away. You can't put a rubber band on it.
Can't put a Cheerio on it?
Like Scotty and I back in the old sheepin days.
Yeah.
Like it's not just going to fall off. You have to go get it surgically removed. Is that the wildest thing? Look at the size of that tumor.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, when you showed me that originally, I wasn't exactly sure what I was looking at.
There's always stories that
I was a little worried that Mike from IT was going to come down on you on that.
But I'm thankful that you didn't share with me. This is one of them.
Yeah.
I'm actually glad.
I got to show Danny. Danny, look at that thing.
Danny. I don't know, Danny. There's a lot of things you can do at Canyon Sports Therapy. You want no part of that, right?
No. But after the removal of that, yes, you should come in.
Because I'm sure there's some neck issues that you can help with the correction of the spine and sitting up the right way. But if you haven't heard us talking about Canyon Sports Therapy, this really is a chance for you to get your body back to that physical care and need that you get to, where you're an athlete or maybe you're just a everyday Joe. What's kind of the balance that you see, Danny, and just athletes or the everyday Joe out there?
We see both. It's probably, I would say 40-60 split, in the athletes being on the lower side of that. But yeah, we see it all.
There's injuries can happen all different kinds of ways. Lloyd took one wrong step on a curb and shattered his leg or something. I can't remember what it was, but it's funny how little things can create problems. But if you don't address it the right way immediately, those things can linger for a lifetime.
Yeah, and that's very true. And they can lead to things further up the chain, as we say. Let's say you've got a problem with your ankle, and what do? You start walking funny.
Yeah.
So then your knee starts to hurt, and a lot of times it can affect your back and your hip, and so it kind of moves up the chain. And so that's some of the reasons we have some of the specialized services like our gait analysis and things that we do, or we mentioned our TPI assessment. So one of our therapists, Andy, is big time into golf. And just, He's one of those guys you say a course in the hole and he can describe it to you, which is incredible to me. But he loves, working with golfers, right? And bringing them in and doing a TPI, a Titleist Performance Institute assessment, which basically is a way just to look at your swing and see what's wrong with it. And again, we talked about when you do things over and over, you create injury, and especially if it's wrong. So if there's anything wrong with your swing, we can tease that out and correct that, and then you're going to be able to golf pain-free. So,
just based off this story, I do want to make a point too, because this man waited 16 years to get treatment on this thing. If you're out there and you've been dealing with this pain maybe 6 months or a year, maybe you just continue to deal with it thinking, oh, well, I'm just going to have to live through this pain. Maybe you're in your mid-50s, maybe you're mid-60s. Understand that you don't have to live with the pain. There are corrective procedures without having to get under a knife and go through anesthesia and have these insane medical bills. You can correct a lot of pains just by some of the therapy that you can provide.
Yeah, that's very true. And I'm actually glad you brought this up because this tumor thing, because there's a lot of surgeries that you do need. My wife, we had twins and she had to have a C-section. Well, guess what? They're cutting through your abdominal muscle. Did they refer her to physical therapy? No.
And they
should, right?
Yeah.
You should do physical therapy if you've had a C-section. I have a friend, who's had some cancer issues that he's had to have a lot of surgeries in his neck and head and face area. Well, after they do the surgeries to remove the tumors, they did not refer to physical therapy, and he can barely move his head. He can barely, he's having shoulder issues because of nerve impingements and things.
That's a really good point.
So why are we not thinking, hey, we did surgery, let's get you into physical therapy to maximize your function after we do these things?
That's a great point. Call right now. And again, it's important to note that you are now have the recognition as a primary care provider, which means you don't need a referral. You can just go right to you directly and get the treatment you need.
That's correct. Yeah, you no longer need a referral, and you haven't for a little while, but you can come right in and we can see you without a physician referral, yes.
801-944-1209. It's Canyon Sports Therapy. Danny and his crew here to help you out. 801-944-1209. It is Canyon Sports Therapy.
Win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win fastest VIP tickets to Nightmare on 13. One location, 2 haunted attractions. Nightmare on 13, where Halloween lives. Get $10 off nighttime attractions by using the discount code ZONE. And listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win.
Hi, this is Doug Wright. I love fall, and I love October. In our family, October is replete with all kinds of fun things. We have a lot of birthdays. Dee and I have our anniversary, so of course, we're making our plans right now to go to Ruth's Chris Steakhouse for several of those occasions. And of course, we can choose from Hotel Park City, want to go up into the mountains, enjoy this great time of year, or all the fun things that are happening in the heart of downtown Salt Lake City. There's a Ruth's Chris Steakhouse downtown for you at 275 South West Temple. You, of course, can rely on the very best service, the great atmosphere, but it does kind of boil down to the food, and you will never have a better meal. The steaks, the entrees, whatever it might be, poultry, seafood, you name it, it's all waiting for you, including those delicious side dishes, the desserts that are off the charts. It's time right now to make your reservation at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Attention sports fans, drive into fall savings with Hercules First Federal Credit Union. This fall, score auto loan rates as low as 4.99%. Plus refinance with Hercules and save an extra 0.50%. Open a new Visa card and get an additional 0.25% off your rate. Enjoy 90 days with no payments and a $100 gas card when you add gap warranty or maintenance. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Visit HerculesCU.com today. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Water runs Utah, but water can run out. And with cooler fall temps, your yard just doesn't need as much. Learn more at slowtheflow.org.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. If anything rivals our burgers, it's our bacon. It makes the perfect combination with our guacamole, jalapeno, or our hickory barbecue burgers. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Looking for the latest on the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, and Aggies? Yeah. We've got you covered. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Talked a lot of BYU. You've heard from Kalani Sitake. You heard from Bronco Mendenhall after the Utah State game. We haven't had a chance to talk a lot of Utah yet. Kyle Whittingham, normally you hear from him at 1:05 on Mondays, but because of the bye week, they're not having a press conference. So, Hans, watching Utah get right against West Virginia, it wasn't like I anticipated Utah would win that game, but it really felt like they needed to not just win it, but just blow out West Virginia to kind of make everybody just calm down a little bit. You've been saying all last week, hey, it's not as bad as people think.
Yeah.
Let's all just take a deep breath and relax. And watching them put the hurt on West Virginia on the road, I think alleviated some concerns out there.
Well, I'm hoping anybody that listens to this show, Scotty and I try not to be sensationalists. We really do. Try to be as level-headed as we can. I try to back up my claims with different film review, and it's nice to be able to send out Utah film review. And I'll probably do some of that tomorrow as I take a deeper dive into this game. But I did get to watch the majority of this game. And you're right, Scotty, I came out of the Texas Tech game with the film review showing people just some of the small details that were very correctable. Little things that were falling apart on the offensive side that if you just fix that, you're going to be okay. Now, Texas Tech forced a lot of that. Just like Colorado in the first half forced a lot of the issues that BYU was having. Just like every good Big 12 team is going to force you. You're going to have these up and down moments.
Yeah.
But you're 100% right. Against West Virginia, I wanted it to look clean. And I wanted it to look clean out of the gates. And guess what? I talked about it all week. Going to that stadium, that trip, it's obnoxious. It's exhausting. It's way out of the way. It's a logistical nightmare. So to watch Utah come out and stick them 28-0 at the half and do it in multiple ways, I was like, that's it. That's it. They couldn't move anywhere. They couldn't do anything in the passing game. Rich Rod was like, well, I got no answers for you. I don't got a quarterback. He's trying to rotate quarterbacks, and it was a complete disaster. And that's exactly what you needed to see from Utah.
Yeah. And Dampier made good throws, had some good moments. The rushing game got going. I mean, there was just a lot of things like, okay, all right, this is what this team is expected to be.
Well, and you needed to get back to the 530 yards of offense.
Yeah.
It was like, oh, okay, wait, they do know what they're doing offensively. Because you started to get the boo birds, and it's just crazy how quick people turn. They turn so fast. And I get it because, there's a little PTSD from last year. Utah fans thought they were going to come in and just own the Big 12 and decimate and destroy everybody. And there was a lot of hype and pub around last year's Utah team. And then Cam Rising gets injured and you don't have a backup quarterback and everything starts to devolve. You're trying a true freshman quarterback and it just crumbles and you have a losing record in the Big 12. And then the Big 12 is like, ha, we told you, you suck. Pac-12 product was never – I know it. There was a level of embarrassment. And when Texas Tech beat Utah on the national stage and the way they did it, I can understand it to a certain extent because Utah fans are like, this better not happen again. If this is a losing season and we only get 2 wins in the Big 12 and we don't find a home win against a Big 12 opponent, I kind of get it. But I felt like it got out of bounds a little bit because Jason Beck's a good offensive coordinator. Yeah. Devin Dampierre's a good quarterback. Mark Giatawaya is a good running backs coach. Wayshawn Parker and Nakari Rogers are good running backs. I know for a fact that this offensive line, it received a lot of hype and a lot of praise and a lot of pub, but it's deserving, and it showed why against West Virginia. I saw a couple of plays where Spencer Fano one-armed the D-end and just took one arm and pushed the D-end to the interior for an outside extension. It was like easy. So those guys are there. They're in place, but you are in a conference with great teams. Texas Tech's a great team.
Yeah. Yep.
Iowa State's a great team. Arizona State, who Utah plays coming off this bye week, is a great team. And they got in a dogfight with TCU.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
They are battle-tested. And Sam Leavitt, even though, I felt like some of his comments were real dorky, where he self-proclaimed himself to have no chill and ice water in his veins. Arizona State's for real. But this is what's different with Utah's situation to BYU's situation. Utah gets Arizona State here at Rice-Eccles Stadium. BYU's 2 toughest opponents, Iowa State and Texas Tech. They're back-to-back, bye week in between, but they're both on the stinking road.
Yeah.
And you know the travel schedules for Ames and for Lubbock.
No bueno. Haven't been to Ames, but I have been to Lubbock.
Well, and it sucks, and that's a tough draw that you get those teams back-to-back after your rival. So you're going to play an emotional game at LaVell Edwards Stadium against Utah, and then you're at Iowa State, bye week, at Texas Tech. So they got kind of a bad roll of the dice. Having Arizona State at Rice-Eccles Stadium, especially after calling a game at Sun Devil Stadium last year, that place has turned into a problem.
Really?
Sun Devil Stadium has turned into a problem.
Because for so many years it was pretty apathetic down there, but not anymore.
It's not anymore.
Yeah.
You remember there were 2 crowd stormings.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. I forgot.
2 crowd stormings.
That's right. And a coach that was
an
losing his
undone
mind.
Dillingham.
Yeah.
And now it's like, okay, hey, I mean, I don't want to get anybody in trouble, but hey, just a little shout out to Utah security that's running ropes for potential wins and crowd. Loosen up the rope a little bit. Just for me, will you?
Just for fun.
Just for me, loosen up the rope a little bit. Maybe turn a blind eye to the student section.
Like, oh, how did they get on here? How did that happen?
And Hey, and I don't usually suggest this because crowd stormings can be bad. Hey, Utah fans, in a week after, the bye week, hey, have a little bit of fun at this game. Maybe storm a field.
Yeah.
Let the hair down. Let loose. I wouldn't usually say that, but what I saw, I'm still ticked off that they couldn't get the fans off the field.
Yeah.
And BYU had to run a play with the student section jammed onto the sideline and a student in the medical tent on the BYU sideline, filming himself in the medical tent on the BYU sideline while the game's still in play so that he could post it and be like, I'm in the medical tent. Are you kidding me with that crap? So, Utah fans, take this bye week to rest up.
Yeah.
And then let's strategically figure out a way that you can storm this field before the game's even over so that Coach Dillingham has to deal with what he put Kalani Sitake through.
By the way, and if you need help or any kind of a resource, go look at what Virginia did over the weekend. Did you see that field storm?
Yeah, that was a tidal wave.
When those
coolest field storm I've ever seen.
Those two but scary as hell.
It was a tidal wave.
If you're those two guys that were battling for that ball on that last play, and all of a sudden you've got a swarm of humanity. I mean, it looked like a zombie movie when the zombies can run fast and they're just. I was like, what? Those guys just disappeared. Like, where are they? Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, are they stumbled? Like what's going on with those dudes?
Yeah, and if you were too slow or too old or too young, and you're in that storm, you're in the wrong place. That was a field.
Probably
storm.
shouldn't have been on there. Probably shouldn't have been down there if you're too old.
Does the ACC have rules against it?
I think they're getting fined.
I'm sure
$50,000 or something like that.
But you get a win like that, it's worth it.
Does the Big 12? I don't think the Big 12 has rules.
Oh, that's a good question. I do not know.
I don't think the Big 12 has rules.
It'd been funny if Arizona State would have been fined twice.
Which they should have.
Yeah.
And there was another. They stormed the field in another game that last season.
Yeah. You're Arizona State. You've already won in life. You're already in a beautiful campus.
This is my suggestion. Utah fans, Kenny Dillingham is very susceptible to emotions.
Tweak it.
Find a way to get under the skin and just issue the same type of anger that I had to sit in a booth and watch that whole thing play out. I can't believe it. And you remember that whole week? That's when that film of Tyler Batty delivering a halftime speech to his team got released. It got released. I'm like, how does that happen? I'll tell you how that happens. That happens from people around that Arizona State campus like, hey, you got your camera? Listen to this. In the hallway with double security.
Yep.
Like the only way to be in that hallway to get that audio was to have a security pass. And you recorded that audio and you released it. Which, by the way, Tyler Batty said nothing that I or anybody else should have any problem with.
No.
It's a halftime of a football game that was intense. It was not a good start. Arizona State jumped out to a great start. The defense had a couple of real letdown moments. Cam Scadaboo was kicking up all kinds of problems and emotions. You needed a Tyler Batty wake-up call. And that got released. So I love the fact that the Sun Devils have to come to one of the most difficult places in the country to play this game.
Yeah,
coming up in 2 weeks.
If Utah fans get loose and get rowdy and get, let's just say, very unwelcoming, I don't think BYU fans are going to be too upset about it. I don't think BYU fans will get on their moral high ground and be like, how dare you? They're like, deep down, they're like, yeah, let them have it.
Yeah.
Go.
The Sun Devils definitely left the similar type of taste in the mouth that the Colorado Buffaloes just did.
Yeah.
It's not a fun place. Hey, but
not the smell on your clothes, though.
But not the same smell on the clothes.
Yeah.
No, they respect some of those drug laws, apparently.
Well, there are
Colorado
none.
does
there
not.
are none in Colorado, so that's why they can get away.
From what I understand, you're not supposed to smoke in public. But I asked somebody about it.
I think it's just frowned upon.
Do you still have that audio from Prime? about what surprised him the most about the student section at Colorado?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, we played it on the show a few weeks ago, but somebody. Oh, well, here's the question and his answer.
Is there anything about Folsom, about this stadium that surprised you that you didn't expect?
Yeah. The smell of weed in the second quarter, it surprised the heck out of me. Like every game, I'm like, dang, like it seems like it's like a light up quarter. You know what I'm saying? Like, so is this the quarter that y'all chose? Like, I'm serious, it's a TV timeout, it never fails, and I'm like, wow, what's going on? Because I've never been high a day in my life, so that's kind of new to me.
That's a Boulder essential, I guess.
Truly.
There's part of that I don't believe. The second quarter light up, I absolutely believe. Prime saying, I've never been high a day in my life. I'm not buying that one.
If that journalist had any integrity, she'd have been like, so tell me about the White House.
Yeah, let's go to Dallas, 1996.
There was some trouble there.
Tell us about that.
It's really obnoxious. So, okay, the other thing that's obnoxious about Folsom.
Yeah.
So the media box, the press box where we call the game from, is on the 6th floor. There's that one elevator that takes forever. The bathroom is on the 2nd level.
Wait, what? You got to take an elevator all the way down to the 2nd floor?
No, steps. So you got to go all the way to the end of the stadium, and then you switch back. Otherwise, you just sit there and wait for the elevator. Forever.
For sure. Yeah.
Luckily, I found that out because if you're in the middle of the game, you don't have an option.
Yeah.
You're just going to sit there and sweat in it. So when I was walking out to go use the restroom before the game got started, there was a security guard at the top of the stairs, and I said, does nobody stop anybody from smoking weed here? And he said, this was his exact words, what are you going to do, kick out 15,000 people? And I was like, I wanted to go to the old, whatever, is it a starfish on the beach reference?
I made a difference for that one.
Yeah, I can't throw 20,000 starfish back, but I'm going to throw this starfish out, and he's going to get back in the water. That's what it would be. I would look and be like, all right, who's the grimiest looking sucker here?
Yeah. You and your flannel, you're out.
You that's got 2 joints up each nostril. You're done.
You and your dreadlocks, get out.
Yeah, you and your stinky, you're done.
Yeah.
I'm gonna find the ones. I'm gonna find the ones that are smoking the most weed and boot them out.
Yeah.
It's as bad as you would imagine.
Yeah.
Couldn't believe how much weed came into the booth.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, joining us now, it is Danny, who's been kind enough to hang out with us from Canyon Sports Therapy. Look, there's a lot of great opportunities for you to take advantage of the opportunity of you and physical therapists now being essentially categorized as primary care providers, and that includes imaging, too. You guys can order MRIs and X-rays and things along those lines.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's been a new thing over the last couple of years where, that was part of the issue. You would hurt yourself and you would come in and we do specific testing to see if you actually need MRI or X-ray imaging because ultimately, healthcare, it's expensive.
Yeah.
And rising costs of healthcare, we're trying to limit that stuff. And so, so there's things that you can do with your physical therapist to see if you actually need to get those type of imaging done. And if you do, then yes, we can prescribe those and we can get those done for you. So that's been a huge plus.
That's a big plus.
Yeah.
Because you were talking about this. If you've got somebody that just sprains an ankle and you're like, uh-oh, and you're thinking, how bad is this? Because it always happens. I know it's happened with your kids. It's happened with my kids. It's happened to me where I'm like, how bad is this? Mm-hmm. Is this a full dislocation and a break, a complete fracture, or is it just a stretched ligament? Can I save myself a $400 trip to the emergency room? Well, yes, you can, because this is now the solution. You've got a place in Canyon Sports Therapy that you can show up and be like, this is the problem, and you guys can do a full assessment evaluation on the joint.
That's right. And if it does happen like that, something that happens day of and you need to get in to see someone right away, you can come see us. We'll do a free injury assessment of whatever it is you're dealing with, and then determine, we'll get you back in for another full evaluation. But we don't want you sitting there thinking, how bad is this for a whole weekend, right? So let's get you in, day of if you need to, come up and someone will look at you and try to basically do triage on the issue and say, okay, yeah, this is how bad it is. This is the course of action that you need to take. Not just tell you what it is, but then what do you do about it?
And, we're coming up on the end of the year. You got that FSA, you got the, flex spending, you got all that other stuff that, you might as well, you either use it or lose it. And this is a great opportunity to kind of fine tune some things.
It is. And one thing we're trying to push with us being primary care is we want people to have a similar thought process, kind of like you do. You guys have dentists, right?
Yeah.
How often do you guys see your dentist?
Well, it's supposed to be once a year.
I'm supposed to see him once every 6 months.
6 months usually, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
So you ever get discharged from your dentist?
No.
So one thing we're trying to do as therapists is not discharge our patients. We'll have episodes of care where, we have an ankle injury and we have to see you more frequently for that. But then once that's over, why not check in every 3 months? Why not check in every 6 months, just like you would with your dentist for that preventative care and just to make sure that you're maximizing your movement potential.
Love it. 801-944-1209, Canyon Sports Therapy. They're also available for you online, canyonsportstherapy.com. But just call right now. Set up an appointment, 801-944-1209, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades.
Yes!
But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What? You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What? We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What?
This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
You're the fall cleanup phenom, the titan of trimming. You wield a leaf blower like a surgeon does a scalpel. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food for stronger roots and an early green up next spring. IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Water runs Utah. It carves our canyons, fuels our farmers' fields, fills our lakes and rivers. It runs outdoor adventures and economic development. But if we're not careful, water runs out. And in the cooler fall months, your yard simply doesn't need as much water. That's why this is one of the best times to make a big difference. Learn more at slowtheflow.org.
Ticket packages for the Utah Mammoth 2025-26 season are available now. From full season and half season packages to mini plans and other flexible options, choose the ticket package that fits you best and be part of the action all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK to talk with a rep or visit nhl.com/Utah/tickets/season tickets to learn more.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
You know that thing called AI? Supposed to make the workplace super efficient? Well, there's something better. DI, Delicious Intelligence. It's tech that helps make work efficient and yummy. Leading the DI revolution, EasyCater, a workplace food platform that connects you to tons of favorite restaurants with tools to save time and stay on budget. Need tacos for 20? Falafel for 40? A variety of vegan breakfast sandwiches? Now that's a tasty prompt. Join the DI revolution. Order now at easycater.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU down 14-0 early in the game against Colorado, but BYU settles in, ends up getting the victory thanks in part to Bear Bachmeier keeping his composure even when down.
That's the culture of BYU. You know, we knew they were going to give us their best shot, and they schemed us up pretty well. Down 14-0, we kind of hit adversity in our first Big 12 game. But, you know, we kept our poise, and we're calm the whole time, and we knew we were going to bounce back.
That is your Cougars at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. They'll cater. They'll bring it to you. All you have to do is go to kennyjbbq.com and check out their catering menu today.
Loaded, and it's time to talk some sports. This is Sports Roulette with Hans and Scotty on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hope you're all having a tremendous Monday. It's been a busy one. A lot of football to break down, and even some basketball as well. In fact, let's get to it. Lloyd, fire up that wheel. Sports Roulette.
The Jazz had media day today.
I know it's in the middle of football season. Sometimes it's easy to forget that there is still Jazz basketball going on. But, yes, media day was today, and we've had a lot of people on the air. Will Hardy, Austin Ainge, Ryan Smith, Danny Ainge. It's all available for you at KSLSports.com. But the overall vibe is, yep, it may be a long year, but it's all about development. So let's go.
Just how long a year might it be?
It's a good question.
So,
well, think about how fast today's kind of gone. But like
times that by 10.
Times that by like I don't know, like 600 or something like that.
Okay, so there's one thing that I'm pinning a lot of hopes and dreams on to make this Jazz season somewhat relevant, and that's Ace Bailey. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, you want to.
Is that not what everybody's looking at?
Well, yeah, because all right, you know that you've got some good players on your team. Like, you know, look, you've drafted some good players, but now you want to see the Jazz draft a star. And can Ace Bailey's the one player that you have that has the potential to be a superstar. So are we going to see some of that this year? And I think that's a absolute fair question. Keonte George, we know what we got out of Keonte George. You know, Good player. Good, decent NBA player. He's not going to be a star in this league. But Ace Bailey, he could be a star.
So that's what I'm pinning a lot of my hopes and expectations on. It just feels like the Jazz have taken one hit after the other. And I was cleaning out some of my notes here from my binder. It gets full of all these stupid notes. And I came across the whole pile of notes. These are all from these are all notes, Scotty, of the NBA draft lottery. These are all lottery notes.
Yeah.
Just the chance that the Jazz fell to where they fell is pathetic. It's horrifying. It's ridiculous. It's obnoxious.
Worst record in the league, and you're picking fifth.
The whole thing bugs me to the point that I was having to go through all this crap, and I'm like, this is the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my life. And why can't the Jazz ever win the stupid draft lottery? Who's against them? Lloyd sent us a video. I want to dress up. I want to put that thing on and say, this is anonymous. Who is after the Jazz draft lottery? Why can't they win the number 1 overall pick?
We're going to hack your computer.
Adam Silver, we're going to make you look ridiculous. Like, what is happening here? But, all right, with all that said, a talent that was projected to potentially be the number 1 overall pick fell to number 5.
Yes.
For one reason or the other.
Yep.
Maybe it was representation, which he got rid of.
Yes, indeed.
So, I am pinning my hopes on a very young, 19 to be exact, younger than a couple of my children, 3. I'm pinning my hopes on a 19-year-old, number 5 overall pick that goes 6'8", 220 pounds, but has the upside to be something real beautiful in this league.
You know what was interesting when I was sitting there, and I had to come back over here to the station, so I wasn't there for everybody's interview, but I was listening in the press conferences, and everybody brought up in some way, shape, or form how much they enjoyed being around Ace Bailey. Like, this is from Kevin Love to Taylor Hendricks. Guys that are way older than him and guys that are roughly his same age. And they're all like, yeah, this guy's got an infectious personality. He's fun to be around. And so it's like, okay. Now, this was all coming out unprovoked. So obviously the guy's got a great personality. The guy's apparently already won over a locker room. Now it's just a matter of, is the skill set match? Because
I'm really glad to hear that, Scotty.
I'm not off base on that, am I, Lloyd?
Nope.
Lloyd, you sat in on him too.
Yeah. Yep. And Keonte, even he took some players out to Dallas. He talked about that. Like, yeah, everybody loves Ace.
I'm really glad to hear that. There's only one other thing that's bringing me to the yard, and that's Gorgeous.
Gorgeous Georges. I did not have a chance to see him today. I had to leave before his media availability.
Well, you do have a couple of guys that I'm hoping can have the impact influence. By the way, the reason you bring Gorgeous Georges back is because Gorgeous Georges, now that, you know what? Now that Rudy Gobert's gone, I think that it's okay to say that Gorgeous Georges, when Rudy or anybody else would start bickering, backbiting, doing ridiculous things, it was Gorgeous Georges that would say, hey, why don't y'all just go ahead and sit down?
Yeah.
Why don't you, let's have a good laugh here.
Yeah.
Let's be good teammates. George Niang gets it, man.
Well, and David Locke was the one, I'll credit Locke on this. Everywhere George Niang goes, the team gets better. And everywhere he leaves, they immediately take a dip. Because
it's because he's a unity guy.
Because he's a guy that knows how to bring a locker room together.
And he understands the dynamics. He understands what you can and can't say, what can hurt. Because, again, these are 19-year-old kids that are showing up, and you're jam-packed with them. Ace Bailey's 19. Isaiah Collier's 20. Kyle Filipowski's 21. Keonte George is 21. Taylor Hendricks is 21. Bryce Sensabaugh is 21. Cody Williams is 20.
Yeah.
You've got 19 to 21. You got 7 guys. Or 8. 8 guys, 7 guys that are 19 to 21 years old. They're stupid. They say dumb things.
Yep.
They backbite. They're mean. They don't listen to coaches. They have their own ideas with family, and they're still trying to figure out who they are as an adult.
Yeah.
George Niang, Kevin Love, and maybe 1 or 2 other of these guys needs to be able to say, shut your mouth. What are you even talking about? Shut your mouth. You don't know. But I can tell you what. I can tell you how. And I'm hoping that some of these guys that are in the locker room, is Kyle Anderson still in the locker room?
Don't think so.
I don't think so. Well, there's a couple of guys.
Oh, yeah. All right. Yeah, he is. All right.
He is there?
Yeah.
There's I know, you don't expect a lot from him, but it's like there's some older dudes that you hope can get Ace Bailey right. That you can hope maybe even they get to Keonte George a little bit. Like, I'm sorry, kid, but it's not trending real well for you.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're getting a reality check. I don't know who's keeping you in check, but I'm going to give you a little check here. It's not going well for you. But this is what you can do. That's why I kind of wish Mike Conley was around. Like I would love to have a voice like Mike Conley.
Well, in fact, Lloyd, if you have that, pull up my Twitter and play the Kevin Love cut that I posted earlier. Listen to this, and because I think Kevin Love fits that role.
Okay.
And I think Kevin Love, in his 18 years in the league, may not have the impact on wins like he used to. But I do think Kevin Love can provide a nice resource in the locker room for these guys.
I've seen a lot. I've done a lot in this league, and I think as far as being a vet and imparting wisdom, knowing to keep it light, getting through to guys, being curious about other guys as well, what makes them tick and how I can get the best out of them. That's where I think I can also help in a very big way. Just being in my 18th season, having seen what it takes to win at the highest level, but also the bad habits and the pitfalls and different things that go on with a team over an 82-game season where you may be losing a lot, you don't know how to win yet, and you're just young. You don't necessarily know the grind and what it takes to win at this level. So just being supportive in that as well.
I love that comment.
Yeah. And that's a reason why I pulled it. Was
love that comment.
Exactly what you wanted to hear.
Okay, there are 2 guys that come to mind. 2, like, you absolutely have to have them. And these dudes should be drinking every bit of the Kevin Love Kool-Aid. They better be drinking it.
Yeah.
Number 1 is Taylor Hendricks.
Yes.
If I'm Taylor Hendricks, I'm hanging on every word that Kevin Love is saying because Kevin Love is 37, almost 38. He's made a lot of money. Has he got a championship? Did he win one with Cleveland?
He's got championships, and I think, honestly, people could argue either way. I think he ends up in the Hall of Fame, honestly.
There's a good chance.
Yeah.
So I want to just make Taylor Hendricks room with Kevin Love. Like your roommates. Kevin's like, I just bought a house in Park City. Yes, Taylor's moving in, and he'll be by your side. The other one is Kyle Filipowski.
Yes, agreed.
Because I see a future for Kyle Filipowski. I think that he can be a really beautiful piece in this league for a good period of time. I don't think he's a top 3. I don't think that he's the one that puts you over the top to a contender. I think he's a really nice piece in this league that, let's say, Ace Bailey pans out. Let's say he becomes something great. You find a couple of supporters around Ace. I do believe Filipowski can be that 4th and very critically important piece that makes you a contender. So I want Filipowski in that room with Kevin Love too. Those 2. You could say Bryce Sensabaugh. You could say a couple of others, work in the forwards or work in the power or work in the center. Those are the two I want.
All right, take a break. Wrap this bad boy up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions. Hey, what you doing? Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
Cheap bass, cheap bass.
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, you want your family to enjoy a nice home-cooked meal, but you don't have the time or, frankly, even the energy to do it night in and night out. Well, guess what? That's where Beehive Meal steps in because, Hans, you can leave for work. You can throw in a Beehive Meal into your slow cooker, and when you walk in that door at home, when you're tired, you're worn out, and you just want a good meal, boom, it's ready for you.
Had you had the tortilla soup?
Yes. Yeah, I've had that over the weekend.
Hey, that's a really unique
it's really
flavor
good.
in a tortilla soup. I've had a lot of different tortilla soups. Some just feel like chicken stock with a little bit of shredded chicken. Some have a little bit of spice or maybe too hot. Their tortilla soup is a very unique. It almost has a bit of a chipotle flavor.
Yeah, it's got a little kick to it.
It's got a little bit of a kick to it. And then tons of soft shredded chicken. These meals are convenient. You just cut off the top of a bag. You put it into the slow cooker. You set the slow cooker on medium or on high, whatever the package tells you. And in 3 or 4 hours, you've got these incredibly delicious, first-cooked, fresh meals that you can keep in your freezer for a year, year and a half. They'll be there and available for you.
BeehiveMills.com. It is soup season. They've got a soup menu available. They've also got the September menu, which is incredible. Go to BeehiveMills.com. That's BeehiveMills.com.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $29. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today.
Trucordia Insurance and Risk Solutions. You chase your dreams. Trucordia protects them. With national headquarters right here in Linden, Utah, Trucordia is centered on relationships. Relationships with their clients and the communities where they have such deep roots. Relationships with team members and businesses for an ever-expanding range of solutions. And relationships with national and regional carriers, providing competitive rates and enhanced market access. And Trucordia is proud to be a founding partner of Game Night Live. Another relationship right here in their own backyard.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers.
Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Water runs Utah. It carves our canyons, fuels our farmers' fields, fills our lakes and rivers. It runs outdoor adventures and economic development. But if we're not careful, water runs out. And in the cooler fall months, your yard simply doesn't need as much water. That's why this is one of the best times to make a big difference. Learn more at slowtheflow.org.
Grab a friend and come check out the Garden Restaurant. You'll be greeted by the delicious smell of fresh baked goods like our famous Lionhouse rolls and our brand new cinnamon rolls. Open weekdays 11 to 3. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 158! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah got their passing attack working in their win on the road against West Virginia. Kyle Whittingham loving what he's seeing out of wide receiver Ryan Davis.
I think so. That's fair to say. Ryan's got a great feel for finding the open space. He's a very crafty receiver with great hands and toughness, courage. What did he catch? 7 targets, 7 catches. So can't be any better than that.
Is your Utes at 50 update, all brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Check them out online, kennyjbbq.com. They'll cater your meals. Go to kennyjbbq.com or check out the restaurant in the district in South Jordan.
Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Cougars welcome in West Virginia to Lavelle Edwards Stadium for a battle with the Mountaineers. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
Standing here beside you, want so much to give you this love in my heart that I'm feeling for you. Let them see we're crazy.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, wrapping up another edition of the show.
I was just digging through these stupid notes that I put together just because it bugs me so bad. Do you know that there's only 2 teams in NBA history that have not won number 1 or number 2 in the draft lottery?
The Jazz and I
think very close.
Denver.
Yes.
That's right.
The Jazz and the Denver Nuggets are the only teams in NBA history to not win 1 or 2 in the lottery. And when the Jazz had the worst record by a country mile and put everything they possibly could put into this draft lottery, they land number 5.
This should have been the Cooper Flag Media Day today.
That just made me sick that you said that.
I'm sorry.
It just made me sick because that's what it was supposed to be.
It's supposed to be, yeah. We're supposed to. A new chapter of Jazz basketball begins today.
But then you've got the Spurs who've won it 3 times.
Yeah.
The Magic won it 4 times. The Clippers have won it 3 times. The Cavaliers won it 4 times. They got LeBron James, Kyrie Irving, Anthony Bennett, great one.
Yeah.
Andrew Wiggins, those were their top 4s. The Bulls won it twice. The Nets have won it twice. Nobody's really done a lot with it outside of maybe 3 different teams. Man, the Spurs. That 23 win.
Yeah.
Getting Wemby.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
I know. I hear you.
The NBA is fixed.
Yep.
The draft lottery's got to be fixed. This is absurd.
Well, I mean, look, you know, the NBA officers are like, hey, Dallas, we need you to send Luka to Los Angeles. What? You want us to give Luka to the Lakers? You know how much crap we're going to take?
Before you
say no.
Before you get crazy over
Before you get upset, just know.
Say something you're going to regret.
There's things we can do to alleviate the damage.
We'll help you recoup this.
You know, Don't worry. You can still plant your flag as a good GM. It's going to be okay.
I'm just telling you, I don't like it. But what I'm hoping is that Ace Bailey proves to be the best of the 2025 draft.
Yes, agreed.
Which is very possible.
It's absolutely.
We've seen this time and time again where you've missed on the top 3, and it's like number 4, number 5. They deliver championships.
They're the ones that get it done.
So let's let it be that.
One more conversation with our good friend Danny Hansen, Canyon Sports Therapy. Danny, we can't thank you enough for being a part of the show and hanging out with us today and putting up with our nonsense. But, there's a lot of people out there that just think, okay, you know what? I'm in pain, but that's just life. And that's what my life is now for the next 30, 40 years. It doesn't have to be that way. There's a lot of things you can do with physical therapy to get yourself back on track.
Yeah, there's a lot you can do. Be proactive with your health. Be proactive with your body. Don't be reactive. Just because something happens, you definitely should do something about it, but let's be proactive. So, you talk about basketball and that season coming up, one of the services we provide is for your daughter, your son, or whoever's going into, the basketball season, or we got the ski season coming up. We do preseason performance assessments, so making sure you're ready for your season coming up. We've talked about the different bike fitting and gait analyses and things that we do to help you be proactive with your health and help you figure out the things you need to change about how you're moving to get rid of some of those aches and pains you're talking about.
It's really simple. It starts with a phone call. Not that number. That's going to be your cell number. I'm not going to give that one out. I've done that before.
I'd be okay with that, maybe.
801-944-1209. That's 801-944-1209. And there's so many, you were sharing a story of someone you knew that, their kid hurt their ankle and they run them up to the hospital. Well, okay, that's going to be sometimes $1,000 copay. Who knows how much you're going to be spending for that. Whereas you can go get checked out by a physical therapist, and then they can tell you exactly how to proceed.
Exactly. And healthcare is changing, right? We want to put the care in the patient's hands. So you're in charge. Before it was, hey, I go to my primary care physician, they tell me where to go. Where now it's, this is what's happened. I should be able to choose where I go. I should be able to choose the provider I need to see. And that way you're saving money, you're getting the care you need quicker, and then you're getting better quicker. So that's what we're trying to help people understand.
Call right now, 801-944-1209. That's 801-944-1209. They can help prevent the injury, and if the injury does happen, they can help you get better from it as well. Canyon Sports Therapy. We appreciate you hanging out with us.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and you might have heard that during the month of September, Any Hour Services is having our free furnace sale. That's the sale where when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. About $400. The furnace is free, you just pay the labor. If you think you might be interested and want to know how much you can save during our free furnace sale, call Any Hour Services and schedule your free estimate today. Google Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states, as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months. Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extended to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right. As low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details. This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Deion Sanders is very relevant, and it's cool that he says nice things about Kalani. Because Deion is so electric, everything he does is news, and saying nice things about the BYU head football coach is cool. And if you spend time with Kalani Sitake, you're going to like him. I bet you $1 zillion if you spend a few minutes with that guy, you're like, oh, this guy's cool.
I also think game recognizes game. Deion recognizes Kalani's a good coach. If you don't see that Kalani's good at this, it's a you problem. You know, if you're going to overlook Kalani and not recognize that what he's building is pretty special at BYU and that you're going to have to be prepared for it, you're just probably not a very good coach. But Kalani's done a heck of a job putting this program together. So I think Deion also has enough knowledge to recognize that what Kalani has built is authentic and is real and is something worth respecting. And I'm not saying steal a page out of his book, but recognize that what he's doing is doing it the right way.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I'm Angela Bassett. As a first responder on screen, I know what it means to act fast in an emergency. In real life, the same urgency can save lives, especially when it comes to a food allergy. For 33 million Americans, one bite can turn an ordinary meal into a life-threatening reaction. And too often, they don't have the one thing that could save them, epinephrine. But emergencies don't wait. And when a severe reaction happens, being prepared makes all the difference. Now, there's a needle-free option, a new way to carry epinephrine that makes it easier than ever to be ready. No needles, no hesitation. Because when the unexpected happens, the best thing you can do is be ready. Know the risk, know the options. Be ready to act. Learn more at foodallergy.org/ready to act.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself, I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome on in, everybody. Happy Monday to you. Hope your college football weekend, NFL weekend, Ryder Cup weekend, fill in the blank weekend of all the different sports that you follow were absolutely fulfilling for you. Welcome to the program. Alex Kirry, Jeremiah Jensen. Our producer is Alex Napoles every day. JJ, what's up, man? How did everything go last night? Did you end up having to not do any news because they went to overtime? And
well, I'm sure everybody went to bed by the time we were on the air, but we did do a full show last night,
all right,
just later than normal.
There's some weeks that it's like, hey, man, we got to go and do like 15 minutes of the news ourselves because this game got early.
We will usually on a normal night have to fill 10 or 15 minutes after the game, which is great. We love doing it. Roll out some locals in the NFL, get you caught up on the local college football stuff. But last night, nope. We started at 11:15.
Still nobody has an answer as to why the NFL has ties. Nobody knows. And
Nobody knows.
A game like last night, you go 80 points, nobody wins. Good job. See you guys next time.
It's the most highly entertaining game with a. I'm trying to think of a more entertaining game I've seen with more of a letdown at the end. Because you watch a game like that and there's no ending as far as like just determining who the winner is. It just feels very unsatisfying.
And Vince Young ties the Texas Longhorns. Everybody wins.
Can you imagine having a national championship game in college football and you just end it in a tie and call them co-champs?
I mean, I would have.
Things would be burned.
Oh yeah.
There would be riots.
Yeah, and yet we did have co-champs all the time.
There'd be fights in the streets.
It was just teams we were like, yeah. I mean, they're both really good. Let's not watch them play each other though. You guys could both be champions. That's good. You know the last time Penn State won a national championship, by the way?
1986.
Got it.
I remember it.
1986. So,
I feel like they beat Vinny Testaverde in the Miami Hurricanes. Am I right on that?
Could have been. Here's what you've got, though. 84 BYU, 86 Penn State, 88 Notre Dame. Those are the last times those teams won national titles.
Isn't that crazy? All those blue bloods
But Notre Dame,
won that.
Notre Dame and Penn State, you look at and you go, aren't you supposed to have won 3 or 4 more since then?
It's the expectation.
When you haven't won a national championship, at what point does the statute of limitations up? Texas abused their 1970 national championship forever. They're like, oh, national champs.
I don't think their statute of limitations is up. I still think there's an expectation.
That's 55 freaking years ago.
Of course, they won one in 2005.
And then they got one in 2005, and you're like, all right, good. But honestly, if you would have asked back then, you go, oh, that's awesome. So they won. And Texas is a historic program. Did they win the national title like 10 or 15 years ago? They're like, no, 40. So it's a tough deal, man. All right. We've got lots to jump into. We've got the whole program ahead of us here. Let's jump in. Let's get to the cut right off of the top here. We've got lots of things to break down. You had all the local teams in action, all of them varying degrees of success and failure. And I don't know, failure is a bad word for it. But let's just jump in here. Let's get going with the cut, top of the program.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And, of course, the cut brought to you this hour by the good folks at Trajan Wealth, TRAJANwealth.com. Trajan Wealth for all your trusted local needs in retirement, TrajanWealth.com. All right, so let's get into it, JJ. As the weekend kind of went on, I think that there were all the things that we thought were going to happen from a local standpoint, at least that we were thinking could happen, did. I guess minus BYU's performance against Colorado. I guess you could chalk that up. Could you chalk it up to Colorado showing up and playing above what they punching kind of up weight a little bit in that sense? Or is BYU a 3-point better than Colorado type of a football team?
I think I'm processing that right now still. The start of that game for BYU, right?
14-0.
What does it mean? Because there's a lot of things we should have taken from Utah's struggles against Wyoming in the first half. Red flags, right? That still haven't been addressed. Even though they walloped West Virginia this weekend, I think there's still some concerns with Utah. Well, I'll get to that in another segment. But for BYU, I think the East Carolina, what was East Carolina? A slow start, right? How was that first half against East Carolina? Kind of a slog? Didn't put up a lot of points.
Yeah.
Offense was struggling. But the defense was fine. This time it was the opposite way. I felt like the offense was fine in that first quarter. The defense giving up 2 quick scores like that was pretty shocking and unnerving because with BYU, the worry all along has been how long is it going to take for the offense to hit their stride? How long is it going to take Bear Bachmeier to get comfortable? You thought the defense was going to help them tread water until they figured it out. Well, suddenly you're watching that first quarter and you're like, what is going on? The defense doesn't have it tonight. This is a problem. Oh my gosh, we're on the road here. It's a Big 12 opener. BYU fans, did you feel a little unnerved? A little nervous? I'm sure you did, and you should have, because right out of the gate, it's 5:08 left in the first quarter, and BYU's down 14-0. And the thing you trusted the most wasn't getting the job done.
Mm-hmm.
So, panic. Well, what really impressed me, Alex, is the person that didn't panic was the true freshman quarterback. And it took a minute. They get into the second quarter, and that's when things changed. Obviously, they get that touchdown. And it was late in the second quarter, so it wasn't like – it took a while, just like East Carolina. Like, it took a while, but it eventually got there.
It was interesting.
The steadiness, because, Alex, any mistakes by Bear Bachmeier in the first half, it could have become a disaster.
Yeah.
He has yet to turn the ball over at the quarterback position for BYU. And that steadying force, even though all the drives aren't leading towards touchdowns, that consistency that he's bringing is giving that offense some stability while they figure things out over the course of a 60-minute game.
But a Colorado offense doesn't get to 300 yards of offense total on the day.
That's right.
The offense,
the defense settled in.
The defense steadied. They adjusted at the half. You brought up that second quarter. By the time BYU was within 4 at the half, when it was 14-10, who's the sideline guy for ESPN? Quinn Kucinich.
Yep.
He goes, and it was the same vibe. He goes, this place is flipped.
Yeah.
The crowd is not big-time crowd yet. Like, there's something figured thing. Like, they got affected so much by the flip of the field by BYU, so to speak. And BYU, by the way, 200 yards on the ground, almost 100 of them from Bear Bachmeier. I think Bear was over 100 and then probably had to take maybe it was on kneeling down, or I don't know what it was.
Yeah.
Ended up being under 100 yards. Fine. But it was a 100-yard day. 15 for 98. And so many of those runs were just straight up the middle, and then him ending it with diving forward. Not what you love to see out of your quarterback, but he is also stout enough that you feel like that's kind of the thing. L.J. Martin, when he went down in the fourth quarter and got helped off the field, it was like red alert. Everybody's going nuts. Oh, how are they going to figure this out? I can't believe he came back to the game, to be honest. He did. Great. Yeah. Good for him. I think that a ton of credit goes to A-Rod's play calling. It was creative enough to keep Colorado guessing all the time.
Yeah.
There's no trick plays in this offense. It's all just part of the playbook. There's not a trick play. Trick play implies every once in a while, every blue moon, you might see it. BYU operates with multiples of these every game, and you saw that they even broke the game open a couple of times with these gadgety plays. Maybe that's a better word for it. It's not trick plays, because that implies, hey, we don't do this very often, and so we're tricking you on how we're doing this. Instead, it was these crazy plays are part of the offense, and it mixed things up just enough for them to be able to get creative in that second half. And by the way, you have a fifth-year senior quarterback in Caden Salter who went backward after that first drive.
Yeah.
I mean, the first two drives were phenomenal. And then he ends with 119 yards passing, 11 for 16 for 119, a pick, and a touchdown and a pick. Glasgow should have had 2, by the way. He had that one that hit him right in the hands, and he could have probably taken that to the house. But either way, he ended up getting his. And interestingly enough, I mean, again, I do think that it's important people understand that it was a massive step, I think, for Bear Bachmeier, but not a huge step for the team. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Is that possible?
It was a survive and advance for the team to get out of there with a 3-point win.
But Bear did some crazy things.
Bachmeier to go 19 of 27 for 179 yards and 2 touchdowns, be the team's leading rusher with 15 carries for 98 yards, and not turn the ball over. And you could tell the respect he's earning because the opposing coach was raving about him. Coach Prime loves him.
Yep.
And I think a lot of coaches out there appreciate a dude that just goes out there and gets the job done and takes care of the football and does things the right way. And so far, Bear Bachmeier deserves a lot of credit for doing just that. It's not something, you're not putting together Bear Bachmeier highlight videos right now on YouTube, and he's not an internet sensation.
Oh, BYU is.
We're not making Heisman T-shirts.
You know how it is.
We're not making Centaur Heisman T-shirts. What's happening is Bear Bachmeier is just simply getting the job done. He's executing at a high level, much higher than you thought a true freshman would execute at. Taking care of the football, doing the dirty work, not pressing things, not forcing things. Kind of the opposite of what we saw the last 2 years at quarterback for BYU. Right? I mean, BYU fan, don't you feel a lot more confident that the current quarterback is just going to get the job done and take care of the football? Like the roller coaster ride BYU fans had to go on with their quarterback the last 2 years was a lot to take on.
Yeah.
And give credit to those guys for getting the job done to an extent, but that's not how the quarterback position is being played right now. And you're not getting a dramatic, wild ending every week or the ups and downs and the highs and lows. You're just getting steady play that ends up and results in a win. And BYU right now is 4-0. Nothing else matters.
And they could easily go to 5 this Friday as absolutely banged up West Virginia team comes to Provo, but we'll get to that, obviously, throughout the week. Here's Kalani Sitake talking about Bear Bachmeier in particular because he did get in there. He commanded the offense, and the first half, a little bit of a slow start for those guys, but it wasn't like ECU, I think, last week where he started to kind of get comfortable in the second half. He started to get comfortable in that second quarter. Here's what Kalani said about how he has a command on that offense and how much confidence it brings him.
I thought he did a great job. It didn't ever look like, from my perspective, didn't ever look like he was frazzled or shell-shocked at all. So that's how he comes to it. I mean, he came like that. So credit his family and the way he was raised. I mean, the guys, he was a cool customer, and I love the way he was leading out there. And so we have to be better so that we don't have to put ourselves in a hole like that. But, man, I think we'll work on that. Right now we're going to celebrate the win and just the resilience and the way these guys are able to grind it out. I'm really proud of them doing that. And you have to give a lot of credit to Colorado. I thought they gave us some different looks that we haven't seen, and they utilized a lot of their skill and talent. You can tell the talent that's on their team at all different levels, and so they're not easy to play and not easy to match up against, and I thought they did a great job in all 3 phases. I'm just glad that we were able to make a few more plays than they did and came out with a victory, a tight victory.
The slow start was brought up in the postgame, and here's what Kalani had to say about the slow start.
Colorado did a great job and give us some different looks. And then, honestly, the guys, once they started gaining some yards, everybody started to press a little bit more. And I think defensive things were too easy for them the first 3 games. You know what I mean? And when things got really tight, guys started doing a little too much, trying to step outside of their 1/11th, and that's never going to work. And so once we were able to just settle down and just play ball and focus on the fundamentals and the simple things, then I think the guys were able to play better. I mean, we knew that we would have an opportunity and that the games got more and more time. We just needed to just find ways to make plays, and I think after the first 2 drives, the guys responded the right way.
Bear himself in the postgame talking about being able to settle down a little bit. He was asked about how he was able to settle, even though they were down 14-0.
That's the culture of BYU. We knew they were going to give us their best shot, and they schemed us up pretty well. Down 14-0, we kind of hit adversity in our first Big 12 game. But, we kept our poise, and we were calm the whole time, and we knew we were going to bounce back.
We do have a patent currently pending with our program, by the way.
I thought you pulled it off of social media. That's genius. You already just... Bro. Would you use AI to do that?
No, I drew it myself. Yes. Come on.
Well, I have to confirm. I have to ask.
Napoles, we got to post this, I think.
Yeah,
we?
We got to post it on the KSL Sports. Send it to Madison.
It's a little bit much.
Send it to Madison. Do it. That's got to go out there.
So I put together we've got the screens up. I don't know.
We have a Sentisman.
We have a Sentisman. I asked ChatGPT while that answer was being given. This is how crazy we've gotten. Because JJ brought it up. He's like, yeah, the Centaur Heisman T-shirts, blah, blah, blah. I went, And I thought, there's no way that AI is going to understand what I'm talking about. First try, by the way.
It's pretty good.
Should I say make his legs bigger? No, make his legs bigger.
Have you seen Bear Bachmeier's legs?
That's what I'm saying.
Make the legs bigger. Bigger legs.
Did I say, give him some thicker haunches?
That centaur needs bigger backside. Have you seen Bear Bachmeier?
What's funny is like...
he's a goddamn centaur.
I know. When your wife watches the game and goes, that guy's got quite a physique. And you're like, what are you talking about? He's got thick thighs. I was like, well, yeah, but I mean, he's not Lizzo. Settle down,
His whole bottom half looks like an offensive lineman.
I'm sending this to. I'm gonna send it to Napoles, and then he can do with it what he pleases. How about that?
I'm just saying that needs to go on the KSL Sports social channels. That's pretty good.
Patent pending.
Everybody listening, be on the lookout for that. Let Alex know what you think of his AI-generated Sentisman.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we'll get killed over it immediately. Like, of course, BYU fans.
Oh, yeah, I know. Oh, the true freshman is 4-0, hasn't played anybody, and you think he's going to win a Heisman?
Jeremiah Jensen's a shill for BYU's Heisman Hope marketing.
Bunch of Cougs. Two of the cringiest guys you've ever seen in your elders quorum doing sports talk radio.
Might not be that inaccurate. And then finally... Bear Bachmeier talking about the trust he's got in Chase Roberts, who bailed him out a handful of times But he found him on the field, and he
Chase
put the ball.
has been great.
He's been phenomenal for him. Talk about a guy helping your freshman quarterback along.
You know who Chase is. I think it was a bad ball, but, he could have made the play, and just the trust that we have in the brotherhood. I mean, you have to go back to Chase, and so 2 touchdowns, and, that's what happens.
Was he talking about the throw where he slid into it? Like that kind of end of the game?
I think so, yeah.
It converted that third-ish and long, third and long-ish, and then everyone went, well, okay. Now they just move the football. Crazy.
I'm just telling you, a quarterback can't do what he wants to do or is capable of doing without somebody on the other end catching the ball, somebody you can rely upon. You see too many times, if your receivers aren't good, then a quarterback cannot be efficient. And it doesn't matter how well he throws the football or how accurate he is. You see it at all levels. And so it's helping Bear Bachmeier that he has one of the best receivers in the country catching his passes, somebody you can count on and go to. The confidence that has to give that kid is needs to be noted, because I think that's helped as well. And maybe his numbers, his receiving numbers, aren't what they could be if he had like a senior gunslinger out there, right? And that's not going to get him All-American attention because he's not catching 15 balls for 150 yards and 2 touchdowns every night. But Chase is doing his job, and he's making life a lot easier, and he's helping this true freshman quarterback come along. And what matters the most to him and for that group is that team is 4-0, and winning is all that matters to Chase. And he's been great about it the whole way. He could have been weird about the Retzlaff thing, and he could have thrown his hands up in the air or made some comments during camp about how frustrating it is that he's came back for this year and it wasn't what he thought it was going to be. And he's got a true freshman quarterback back there that's not going to help his numbers any. There's been none of that from him. He's just gone out there and done his best and helped this quarterback come along and help this offense win games and help this team win games. Chase Roberts has been phenomenal and deserves a lot of credit for that when his numbers could be much better if the circumstances were different.
There you go. Napoles, did you get it? It's pretty good, right?
It's pretty good.
Thicker legs, though, right? Make the horse with thicker thighs.
Did you increase the size of the haunches?
I feel uncomfortable asking ChatGPT, hey, make Bear's thighs thicker. Wait, I thought you said you wanted a centaur. Well, bear, but a centaur. But the Heisman. They did a phenomenal job on it. Oh, did they give him 6 fingers? No. That's regular.
Do centaurs don't centaurs have hoofs?
Yeah, they do. But they also have the top half of the body, too.
Which is just, human. Yeah.
But, 6 appendages, right?
That would kind of track, right? If you're that kind of a freak, you might as well have an extra finger.
Make his tail longer and blowing in the wind. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. I mean, look, we've been part of weirder Heisman Trophy talk in place. Do you remember when we got the Chucky Keaton? We got Chucky Keaton cookies, right? Like Heisman
like
cookies.
That, yeah.
We got Jordan Love, Heisman hearts, right?
Yeah.
Look, you've got to market this thing. You got to get on it early.
Well, I think you're off to a great start.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We got more around the corner when we return. Let's go through kind of the wild week of college football that there was, the upsets that happened. We're starting to find out more about these teams across the country. And yes, the undefeated teams, some have fallen, and others who were faking it to their way to the top 5, falling out. But we'll get to those and much more. Stay with us. And then next hour, of course, we're going to be jamming with what happened at West Virginia with the Utah Utes, who got absolutely right over the weekend. Stay right here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Westbound LA is on I-80 in Parley's Canyon as a crash is cleared with slowing just past the East Canyon exit heading down to the Quarry area. In Tualatin County, southbound SR 36 right lane is blocked in Stansbury Park because of a crash right at the Pole Canyon Road intersection. Keep that big event energy big. Take UTA and skip the parking lot. Plan your trip at rideuta.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napoles here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
5 guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and you might have heard that during the month of September, Any Hour Services is having our free furnace sale. That's the sale where when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. About $400. The furnace is free, you just pay the labor. If you think you might be interested and want to know how much you can save during our free furnace sale, call Any Hour Services and schedule your free estimate today. Google Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile with a message for everyone paying big wireless way too much. Please, for the love of everything good in this world, stop. With Mint, you can get premium wireless for just $15 a month. Of course, if you enjoy overpaying, no judgments, but that's weird. Okay, one judgment.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. Default terms at mintmobile.com.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Let's go! You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey guys, Alex Kirry here. You've heard us talking about SLC fat loss for a while, and I'm sitting down here with Jeff and Angela, who have also been on the program. How are you guys doing?
Thanks.
We're glad to be here. Well, you look awesome. Tell me how much weight you guys have lost and how long it's taken.
I lost 36 pounds in the 60-day reduction phase, and I've lost an additional 6 pounds on maintenance. So 42 pounds total so far.
And I've lost 59 so far. Tell me exactly what's changed about that health now that the weight has been lost with SLC fat loss.
I immediately started sleeping better. I also quit craving things late at night that I knew were sabotaging my diet.
I don't have to take a deep breath to tie my shoes anymore, and I can actually stand up after I've been kneeling on the floor without feeling like I was going to pass out. What would you tell somebody who is like you guys and maybe wants to start losing some weight about SLC fat loss?
Don't wait another day. This plan will change your life.
Just get a hold of the folks at Salt Lake City Fat Loss. Just go to their website, slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. A website copywriter is doing 3 times more work than she was a year ago because AI programming is helping her with composition, organization, and editing. A data scientist who used to analyze data now checks the AI-generated analysis and helps managers make better decisions. A college professor, okay, it's me, tells AI to create PowerPoint slides for a lecture, and they do it in 45 seconds, and they do a better job than it took him 2 hours to do. AI is changing everything we do in the workplace, and it certainly has disrupted the workplace. There are fewer entry-level jobs, more impersonal communications. AI is making the workplace a more productive and less personal place. Learn more about how to lead a productive workplace without losing the personal connections. Go to utahstatemba.com. That's utahstatemba.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Kalani Sitake talks about fighting through adversity on the road and getting that dub in Boulder.
Colorado did a great job in their game plan and the strategy, their schemes. Not that we were caught off guard, we just didn't play within ourselves, and especially on the defensive side at the beginning. Made a lot of mistakes, but a lot of the mistakes happened because Colorado put some pressure on us. So it was a good moment for our program and for our team to fight through some adversity and to find a way to get a win.
And that is your Cougars at 30 update. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at KennyJ'sBBQ.com for weddings, work, or any event. That's KennyJSBBQ.com. Our reactions from Week 5 in the college football season next on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Cougars welcome in West Virginia to LaVell Edwards Stadium for a battle with the Mountaineers. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
Welcome back, everybody. Every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone is a Win Ticket Wednesday. You don't want to miss it, of course, this week either. The Fastness VIP tickets to Nightmare on 13th. One location, 200 attractions, Nightmare on 13th, where Halloween lives. Get $10 off of nighttime attractions by using the discount code ZONE. And then listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day long this Wednesday for your chance to win tickets with a Fastness VIP tickets to Nightmare on 13th. It's going to be that time of year. Was that ever like a date situation for you in college? You're like, let's go scare the crap out of this girl I want to kiss. We did it. I don't know, it was a very BYU thing for us.
It was a very. We're
going to hit the haunted forest.
It was a very Utah, it's not just BYU. It was a very Utah college thing to go to those, like the
corn mazes,
the scary
haunted forest.
Haunted whatever.
Yeah.
It's something to do as a group, and I don't know. Yeah, sure.
We used to break into the old Mazer school there in Provo. That was scary enough.
That's next level stuff you're doing there.
Well, I say break in like it was
It's a very organic, scary appearance. Right, you're doing something illegal. You're trespassing, and who knows what lives in there.
Yeah. No, it was scary.
That's a different level.
I have some things I don't want to share. I can't talk about it on the air.
Statute of limitations isn't up. Is that what you're telling me?
No, it was one of those old elementary schools built in the 1880s or whatever.
Right.
They shut it down, put a gate around it. You can't put a gate around me trying to have a good time. Okay, that's what I'm saying.
I will not be caged.
All right, let's jump in here. The weekend of college football, quite wild, right?
Yeah, there was some interesting results.
What I like about it is you had some unexpected ways that things were going to turn out. LSU, I don't know if we want to call them fakers, but they definitely – that was at Death Valley, right? Was that at Death Valley? I'm trying to figure out if it was.
No,
it was at Ole Miss.
Yeah, it was in Oxford.
So you have a couple things going on. The whole behind-the-scenes storyline of Lane Kiffin's daughter dating the middle linebacker defensive captain for LSU, fine.
He got his shots in at the end.
Take the over, all that stuff, fine. But I will say that LSU was not the better team. Ole Miss showed up, and I want to credit Lane Kiffin because I thought that when all of their big talent was left, and you had to put the pieces together after your record-setting quarterback graduates and go to the NFL, usually there's that fall off. But this is why talent in the SEC means a little different. This is where you see coaches actually, and Lane Kiffin, I don't love the dude, but he's learned a lot at Ole Miss, which is always going to be the not as good-looking sister at the dance and, not your first choice in the SEC, but pretty fine, is going to do a good job, though. I'm telling you, I was shocked by what Ole Miss did. The Oregon-Penn State game lived up to everything we could have imagined for a college football game. By the way, NFL, you want the game not to end in a tie because the back and forth that Oregon and Penn State had felt very much a lot like the back and forth that the Packers and Cowboys had that ended with nothing, with a big nothing burger. We walked away from this thing going, I guess no one won. But the Ducks are awesome. Dan Lanning continues to deliver quotables at his press conferences. Dante Moore is absolutely a beast of a quarterback, as Dan Lanning calls him, the best quarterback in college football. Might not be. I mean, might not be wrong. I don't know. But he's a guy that's always overlooked. Not anymore. Florida State gets beaten by Virginia in double overtime, right? And Virginia's looking good.
They're ranked now. They're 24th in the country.
USC takes a tumble after losing to Illinois in that 9 a.m. local kickoff there. I don't know if you knew that or not, but they kicked off early.
Poor guys.
Lincoln Riley made sure to bring it up pre-game and also post-game, of course, when they lost.
What they're doing to USC is just so unfair.
And then a strip sack, speaking of a back and forth, ASU's got 9 lives, man. They should have lost a couple of games this year.
Yeah.
And TCU, what a massive letdown and an opportunity that slipped right out of the fingers because speaking of a team who ASU did what BYU did, which was you're down 14 points. The other team's looking sharp, and they didn't freak out. They made the adjustments, and Arizona State is back to where I think people thought that they would be anyway, and that is into the top 25. They can start rattling off some wins here. In TCU, we're scratching our heads and wondering, now their season's not over either. It's just going to be a mess at the top of the Big 12. We already knew that. But I loved all these games because they didn't have the outcomes we necessarily thought that they would. And the talent is getting more even across the board in college football. We're seeing that every week.
No doubt. When Virginia can beat a team like Florida State, when Ole Miss can rise up and beat an LSU the way they did, you're looking at what Vanderbilt's doing right now, and Vanderbilt and Alabama's coming up this week, and we took a deep look at Vanderbilt because Utah State was playing them. I thought they were a fluke last year. They're better this year. They're a good, solid football team. Vanderbilt is good. It sounds weird to say it, but they are. They deserve to be ranked.
90 points in that game, by the way?
Yeah.
Between the two teams, 55-35. Is that what
Defense
it
optional, for sure. You're looking at some teams and they're in Iowa State. They're 5-0. They walloped Arizona.
Yeah, and I was shocked.
They're quietly there in the top 15 nationally, and they're quietly 5-0 and atop the standings in the Big 12. And right now, you have to look at Texas Tech and Iowa State as the top 2 teams in the league. TCU, I would have put in that conversation. You got to drop them down. Arizona State, their loss was out of conference. They're still undefeated in conference play, but it's way early. BYU certainly in that conversation. As long as Bear Bachmeier is going to take care of the football and they're going to do what they do, until they get beat, you have to put them in there. Don't count Utah out yet. But I don't know what Utah is yet because West Virginia didn't tell us anything. We'll talk about that in the 4 o'clock hour. But TCU kind of dropped off for me because of that. That was disappointing. It was disappointing, even though it was a tough circumstance for TCU. Arizona State should have won that game. But I thought TCU was better this year, and that was definitely a setback for them. But it's interesting how the Big 12 is shaping up and nationally seeing how things are shaping up. And you look at the top 25, and it's all Power 4. And this is the new world we live in. But there are teams within the Power 4 that are challenging the Blue Bloods that maybe we haven't been used to in the past. A team like Indiana, a team like Ole Miss. We mentioned Texas Tech and Iowa State are in the mix. Vanderbilt coming out of the bottom of the SEC. Missouri's there as well. So interesting top 25 for sure. And Virginia did not see that one coming this year.
I mean, I think that's exactly why. I mean, teams like Virginia sneak up on you for a couple of reasons. One, you shouldn't be snuck up by any team in college football, really, because if you've got the support, if you've got the donors, if you got the money to be able to throw at whomever. But Virginia feels like a place where they're like, well, we'll do that, I guess, for basketball, but I'm not that interested in investing in football. And I don't know what their NIL deals look like. But you can't compete against teams like Florida State unless you're being a little bit more competitive on that side. And they have transfers who've come in that they've paid. Virginia, right? And so That's how you even the playing field a little bit in 2025. You have to figure it out. And that's just part of what it is. But I'm telling you, this is just one of those times where I think a lot of people are looking around and going, all right, we got to reset where our heads were. The college football playoff rankings are going to be out in 3 weeks. 3 weeks from right now, we're going to have our first reveal show in this very studio, right? They're going to be rolling out who these teams are. And even in those next 3 weeks, it could be totally flipped on its head from what it is right now, right?
Yeah.
I mean, just crazy what you can get out of this thing. All right, let me see here. Let's take another break here. We'll come back. We've got more around the corner. We will come back with our Weekend Warriors, people who won the weekend here for you. That includes some sound across the board, too. Man, there was a lot going on in the state of sports. So stay here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Deion Sanders is very relevant, and it's cool that he says nice things about Kalani. Because Deion is so electric, everything he does is news, and saying nice things about the BYU head football coach is cool. And if you spend time with Kalani Sitake, you're going to like him. I bet you $1 zillion if you spend a few minutes with that guy, you're like, oh, this guy's cool.
I also think game recognizes game. Deion recognizes Kalani's a good coach. If you don't see that Kalani's good at this, it's a you problem. You know, if you're going to overlook Kalani and not recognize that what he's building is pretty special at BYU and that you're going to have to be prepared for it, you're just probably not a very good coach. But Kalani's done a heck of a job putting this program together. So I think Deion also has enough knowledge to recognize that what Kalani has built is authentic and is real and is something worth respecting. And I'm not saying steal a page out of his book, but recognize that what he's doing is doing it the right way.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
Ticket packages for the Utah Mammoth 2025-26 season are available now. From full season and half-season packages to mini plans and other flexible options, choose the ticket package that fits you best and be part of the action all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK to talk with a rep or visit nhl.com/Utah/tickets/season tickets to learn more.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy plates, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Tuesday on KSL. What 3 words?
Tremor, beeline, glee.
What are they for?
Granny, months, receptions.
And why does this guy wish he had them?
They could find it in the precise location where I was and got me help.
KSL takes you on a ride that you're sure to come back from.
When your location comes down to just 3 words.
And how to find your 3 words.
That makes our job so much easier.
The 3-word locator, Tuesday at 10 on KSL and the KSL Plus app.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months. Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extended to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right, as low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. APR OAC, not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Devin Dampier talks about the emphasis for the team heading into the West Virginia game.
That's something, I don't think we did on either side of the ball. So finish was, the biggest thing coming into this game, and just carrying out our energy. We made sure we had more energy in them. That was big emphasis this week, to make sure we came out with energy first quarter to fourth quarter. So, I thought we did that very well today.
That's your Utes at 50 update. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbarbecue.com for weddings, work, or any event. That's kennyjsbbq.com. Weekend Warriors next. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
It's a bye week for Utah as Kyle Whittingham gets his squad ready for the second half of the season. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. That time of the week for us to be able to run through some of the people who won the weekend here for us. Now, there are lots. Honorable mentions from the weekend, JJ. Obviously, guys like Jackson Dart, they got a W. I don't know if you're entirely impressed with how he did it, but they beat the Chargers.
I was impressed that he went out in his first NFL start. He looked a lot better than Russell Wilson. And if you're going to go out there and beat a 3-0 Chargers team, that's awesome.
Without Malik Neighbors for most of it, too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
When they said that we're going to roll out Jackson Dart against the Chargers, I was like, what? Brian Dable, what are you doing?
I'm desperate, kid.
Well, he was desperate, and Jackson Dart might have saved his job, at least for a week. That was impressive.
Honorable mention also to the fans at the Ryder Cup who made a valiant effort.
I thought you were going to mention the fans in Boulder.
Oh, no, they don't get any sort of honorable anything. Sorry, guys. Oof. Yeah, that's a tough one. That's a tough one for schools to be able to figure out. I hate that we have to read this headline every.
I love that on social media someone's got the banner and they just put a new school on it.
I know. It's just like.
It's a pretty long, lengthy list.
Yes.
Congratulations out there,
everybody. I know. And they're enough.
These bastions of inclusion. These universities
got pine dust in our AstroTurf, because we're trying to save the planet. We have higher feelings than you do.
Yeah.
However,
learn about inclusion in our classes, and then we practice bigotry in the stands.
It's getting old. It gets pretty old. I actually hate the story. I'm like, everybody's doing this. Oh wow, a student section goes overboard. Oh wow, never heard of it.
Yeah.
And then the athletic director has to send a semi-meaningful apology. That, by the way, what does that happen? What comes with the apology? Do they send like some sandwiches? Like you get a gift card to Target? Sorry about all that. Slide it across the table. I think this will do nicely for your feelings.
It's just awkward.
Send him some donuts. Send him some. Sorry, we sacrificed Ralphie for you. We've sent some bison burgers just for you guys.
You can call me whatever you want if you're going to give me free bison. Tasty.
Who else? I'm trying to figure it out. Hey, did you see that Paul Feinbaum is trying to figure out if he wants to run for the U.S. Senate?
I know. Come on, Stephen A. Feinbaum. Just because you have a microphone doesn't make you that important. Come on, guys.
There's your honorable mentions for Weekend Warriors. How about the people who actually did it? We've got some sound for them. These are the ones who earned their spot on the show. They made some sound. Here's the first one that's up for today, and that is your AFC West's own Patrick Mahomes.
Up on the football quickly is Patrick Mahomes under center. Worthy's in the backfield. They're going to roll to the right side, and now Mahomes throws for the end zone. Caught! Touchdown! Kansas City! Marquise Brown. Hollywood goes all the way across the formation on 4th and 1 for a 15-yard touchdown pass. Mahomes has 4 TD passes into the land of the sweet nectar.
What? Excuse you?
That was weird how that ended.
Under the land. The guy sounded already a little bit like, may he rest, Bill Walton. But when you throw in land of the sweet nectar, then I definitely am like, are you trying to be Bill?
The land of milk and honey.
He finds us into the land of sweet nectar. I don't think Missouri is considered the land of...
We don't recognize the state of Missouri on this radio show.
Land of sweet nectar. So there you go. But on the flip side of that, you've got yourself the Ravens who are absolutely scratching their head. Oof. Got the Temu brand Derrick Henry showing up to these games. It's not good.
That team got old fast.
Weird. How about Romeo Doubs last night doing some heavy work? Nice work being the target for Jordan Love. And even when Dak left 48 seconds on the clock, you were like, that's too much, right? Plus, they had all 3 timeouts. I was like, this thing's going to get down the field quick. But, man, I'll tell you what, this Green Bay Packers team is pretty darn good on the offensive side of the football. Not particularly good on defense, but here's Romeo Doubs and his hat trick.
Tight end, right side of the line. Love looks, pops the slant, got Doubs. Touchdown. Second touchdown reception of the game for Romeo Doubs. They beat Kaiir Elam, the former Buffalo first-round draft choice, on a simple slant. And it's 13-0 Green Bay. Snap to Love. In the tight pocket, lofts it over the middle. Touchdown! Romeo Doubs and the Packers in front. Oh, my goodness. Romeo Doubs again.
Into the land of milk and honey. What did he say? Into the sweet nectar of the end zone. Weirdo.
That is weird.
That guy is now officially a weirdo, the play-by-play guy for the Chiefs. You can't win that one back. Hey, let's get some baseball into this. They had a lot of happy baseball teams over the weekend, and a lot of fan bases scratching their heads going, what are we doing?
Not the 1-2 pitch. Swung on and blasted deep to right, down the line, off the pole. Can you believe it? A 3-run walk-off home run off the foul pole and right. Brian Rocchio circling the bases, now getting mobbed.
There you go.
Down 15.5 games in July. The Guardians roar back and win the AL Central. They catch the Tigers and finish 1 game ahead on the final day of the regular season. What a run.
Yeah. The playoffs are looking cool, man.
I'm excited.
Wild card matchups, by the way, with the Yankees and Red Sox.
Yes.
Wild card matchup with the Guardians and Tigers.
Yes.
Those are about as good a baseball series as you can get. Right? I mean, come on.
It's a dream.
And at that point, you kind of go, man, I wish those were 5-game series. Man, I wish those were 7-game series.
The fact that they're a best of 3.
That's tough. You got to win 2 and then walk out.
It's going to be intense.
It's going to be very intense.
Padres-Cubs is going to be a best of 3.
That's crazy.
Those are 2 really good teams.
Who got the buys in the AL?
In the AL, it's the Blue Jays are the 1 seed, Mariners the 2 seed.
It's weird. It feels weird.
I know, right?
Sorry, say again who are the
You really want to say
who got the bye to the divisionals?
The Seattle Mariners, the AL West champion Seattle Mariners.
Wow.
Are the 2 seed, and they have a bye into the division series.
They have any good players? Anybody off the top of your head?
A guy by the name of Big Dumper.
A guy off the top of your toilet?
Speaking of centaurs.
All right.
Cal Raleigh's a centaur.
Yeah, baseball pants assist that, too, by the way.
For sure.
How can we make their butts look bigger?
He's got a big bottom half.
Give him some polyester. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back.
Polyester.
We've got some more around the corner. We've got ourselves a 4 o'clock hour. We're going to roll through how Utah rolled through West Virginia.
Pleats.
Stay right here with us. More to go, 97.5. Wait, hold on. Our Weekend Warriors brought to you by the good folks at Gillette Heating and Air. Right now, get seasonal maintenance done on that furnace. $59. See GilletteHVAC.com for more information. That's GilletteHVAC.com. All right, we'll come back. More to go, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win fastest VIP tickets to Nightmare on 13. 1 location, 2 haunted attractions. Nightmare on 13, where Halloween lives. Get $10 off nighttime attractions by using the discount code ZONE. And listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win.
Beehive Meals, let's point you in the direction of a phenomenal way to get your family to eat together. Sitting down with everybody is a chore sometimes. Other times it's great, but we know that it's good for families to sit down and have meals together. We've got 7 kids at our house. We've got 2 parents who work full-time, and that means it's going to be more complicated to get that family to sit down together. Not so with Beehive Meals. Convenience, the price is really, really good. I'm telling you, you're going to save money by getting these Beehive Meals delivered to your home, and you're not going to be wasting it on a bunch of crappy food for your family, and you can all sit down together. Beehive Meals has hooked us up. I'm telling you, we've changed the way we dinner at our house because of Beehive Meals.
You're going to save time. You're going to save money. Beehive Meals will help you with that, and you're going to eat better, too. Check out this menu for October, which is about to be sent to your home if you sign up for the service. Apricot chicken, chicken and stuffing, Hawaiian teriyaki chicken, salsa verde chicken, Tuscan chicken, summer corn chowder, sausage and peppers, brown sugar glazed pork roast, taco mac, and French dip. You don't have to spend a ton of money eating out. Just eat at home with Beehive Meals together with your family. You're going to save money. You're going to save time. That's why this is so great. Give it a try. Go to beehivemeals.com. Sign up for your first order. Use the code THEZONE. You'll get $20 off that first order. Give it a try. It's worked for our families. I believe it'll work for yours. It can solve your dinner issues when you have a busy family. Go to their website, beehivemeals.com. That's beehivemeals.com.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at amazonbusiness.com.
Vanity Fair calls BritBox a delicious streamer. Collier says everyone should be watching. Catch Britain's next best series with BritBox. Stream acclaimed new originals like Code of Silence.
You read lips, right?
And Linley, based on the best-selling mystery series.
Say hi, Linley. Take it from here.
And don't miss the new season of Karen Piri, coming this October.
You don't look like police. I'll take that as a compliment.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox. Watch with a free trial today.
Let's go!
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at KSLSports.com/contests.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow from Mint Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED? Well, you are not alone, and now there's a real solution that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a breakthrough combination of acoustic wave therapy, hormone replacement, and cryotherapy, all designed to restore blood flow, boost performance, and rebalance your hormones. Whether it's ED or hormonal imbalance, if you're ready to reignite your love life, this treatment helps bring back your energy, your drive, and your confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, a blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy gift. That's a $650 value, absolutely free. And here's the bonus. The next 20 callers will also receive a 5-night stay at a luxury resort in Hawaii just for taking the first step. But you must call now. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic. We'll get you back to mint condition.
For nearly 70 years, Les Olson IT has been the trusted name for businesses. From state-of-the-art printers and copiers to managed IT services, we have the solutions you need to stay ahead in today's world. And now Les Olson IT is trusted and licensed in Utah for security systems, for technology that helps you work smarter. Les Olson IT, providing solutions that empower your business.
Les Olson IT.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Cougars welcome in West Virginia to LaVell Edwards Stadium for a battle with the Mountaineers. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
There we go. Welcome back. JJ and Alex, 975, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Kirry, Jeremiah Jensen, Alex Napoles is our producer as always. Man, they needed that. And it's exactly what the doctor ordered for Utah football is they got a couple of big things that stood out, JJ. Not just the 48 points, which happens to be by far the most they've scored in the Big 12.
Yes.
As a member of the Big 12. It's on the road. I don't care if it's a limping West Virginia team. You needed that W, and everybody showed up and showed out. Everybody did well in that game, and I think one of the biggest deals was the poor defensive line for that West Virginia team had to take the brunt of that Utah offensive line being told, you guys were not even close to as good as that Texas Tech team on the prior week. Spencer Fano, the captain of that team, and also, probably the best player, definitely the most. He's going to be the guy that's going to the NFL. He's going to be a top 5 to 10 pick in the NFL first round next year's draft. And he took it personally. He went after it. Our show brought to you by, well, let's get to the cut right here. Let's get going right here. Let's just jump in and we can officially start talking about the Utah Utes. Let's do it.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Doug Smith brings you this portion of the program. An incredible selection of Kia, Subaru, Chevy, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram. It is your Doug Smith dealerships in American Fork, Spanish Fork, and in Linden. Go check them out, too. In American Fork, they have the new Mitsubishi dealership. Go check it out. Nobody knows cars like Doug. All right, JJ, first impressions off of that win for the Utes. Not only did they need it, they got exactly what they needed. In fact, probably overperformed even. 28-0 at the half. You cruise. You put a lot of the backups in on your defensive backside of things. Even if you had a couple of guys you think kind of get dinged up, and I don't know what the the Jackson Benny and the Nate Ritchie kind of overall what we know about those guys' injuries. I don't know if we're going to ever know.
Unless it's season ending, we won't.
Well, even then, it's like we wouldn't find out if it was season ending until next week anyway, because Utah's all, we'll talk to you guys next week.
We're out.
See you later. So bye week is here, which means we're not getting a lot from the University of Utah. But first impressions for that win.
Much needed, as you mentioned. It was a get-right game, and we knew it was going to be. But I still wanted to see a lot of improvements in certain areas, and I feel like we did see that. There's one area I'll mention at the end of my little spiel here that I'm concerned about, and Kyle Whittingham echoes the same. But I think Devin Dampier had to go out there and be efficient and really put last week behind him because he was not good against Texas Tech. They struggled to throw the ball down the field against Texas Tech. They put the ball down the field this week. Ryan Davis had some big numbers. I think I counted, let me see for sure. There's like 8 or 9 guys that caught passes. I like the distribution. They're spreading it around. It's not like you go into one guy. And I know Ryan Davis has the most receptions on the team so far, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 guys caught a pass, 6 of them with multiple catches. Some of those are your running backs. They got a lot of guys involved in that game. You got to get everybody involved. You got to build confidence. You got to build chemistry. And you need to make sure everybody's being utilized effectively. And I felt like they got to that. Devin Dampier, 21 of 26, 237 yards, 4 touchdowns. Had a touchdown on the ground as well with 33 yards. I thought Devin Dampier bounced back nicely. I think the offensive line was phenomenal. 242 yards rushing. That's spread out as well. A lot of guys that got multiple carries. They even got Daniel Bray in there. Bryce Duke, some of those guys. Bert Ficklin made some appearance. They got a lot of guys involved there, but the offensive line getting back to just being road graders, that was really nice to see them get back out there because the Texas Tech game was pretty humbling for them. You mentioned Spencer Fano. You need your All-Americans to play like All-Americans, and I think he really I know he wasn't happy with the way things went with Texas Tech, and you saw a different effort from him against a West Virginia team. West Virginia's injuries mostly are on offense. It wasn't their defense. And for Utah's offense to bully them the way they did was impressive on that side of the ball. So there's a lot of good things that I think Utah did offensively that impressed me. Defensively, I mean, they dominated, right? The front, whenever West Virginia was going for it on 4th down, I had the stats here in front of me. There was no way they were getting short yardage in those situations outside of the QB run game. So there's 2 things I'm worried about with Utah right now defensively. Number 1, tackling has got to get better. They had a lot of missed tackles.
Yeah, a couple missed tackles still, yeah.
And, Steven Sylvester was on our show last night on KSL Sports Live, and he talked about this. QB run is killing the Utes right now. What happened when Hammond came in the game? Texas Tech. He absolutely hurt them with his legs, and that got him going. And you look ahead on the schedule. You look at Utah's schedule, how many dual-threat quarterbacks are on that schedule? Right out of the gate, coming back, Sam Levitt can beat you with his legs. Bear Bachmeier can beat you with his legs. I don't know who's going to be Colorado's quarterback by the time they get there, but one of those guys can beat you with their legs. Who's Cincinnati's starting quarterback? He can
Sorsby.
Sorsby can beat you with his legs.
Yep.
Baylor. Robertson's probably not more of that.
Pocket guy, yeah.
So, but then you get to Kansas State and Kansas. Avery Johnson, how does he beat you? With his legs.
Jalen Daniels.
You get my point here?
Yeah.
And Sly made that point last night, and that's really got to be an emphasis.
But part of the issue with Texas Tech is you weren't planning for that, right? Isn't that kind of half the deal with a running quarterback? You kind of go, oh, it's not because the defense gets gashed on it, but if you're prepping for it, it's a little bit different, right? They just didn't prep at all for the backup quarterback to come in and start using his legs.
West Virginia's quarterbacks,
oh boy,
were able to hurt them with their legs. You look at Khalil Wilkins, 9 carries, 39 yards. Jalen Henderson, 13 carries, 28 yards. They had multiple runs of 10 yards or more, and that's hurting them. They've got to figure out how to get that QB run game dialed in, and the tackling's got to be better. But I'm being picky with that defense. That defense is great. Utah's defense was phenomenal. They held West Virginia to 14 points, all in the second half. It was 28-0 at halftime. It was a slaughter. Look, it was a great performance for Utah, but we haven't learned enough about Utah yet because West Virginia's not very good, and BYU's going to find on Friday. BYU fans are going to see a beat-up, not very good West Virginia team coming to town on Friday. BYU should handle them. There's still some work to do for Utah to get to where I think they should be. And you don't usually see a defense for Utah missing tackles and getting gashed on QB run game, and they got to dial that in.
You know what's funny over the weekend? This is just how bonkers the Big 12 is. But, like, now it's starting to look like BYU and Utah not having to play Houston. And everyone's like, ooh, dodged a bullet with the Cougs this year.
Maybe.
Isn't that funny how the Big 12 is?
I mean, I got home from high school football stuff late Friday night, and I tuned in.
You watched the Houston Oregon State barn burner?
Oh, my gross. Like, come on, Houston. Like, and that was not a good performance by Houston. I'm not.
No. I mean, they're at Corvallis. It's not, I mean.
Yeah.
But, yeah,
they had
Oregon
to rally.
State,
it's not a good football team.
Oregon State's not a good team. But, yeah, it's just funny how the Big 12 works.
Houston is what?
4-0?
Right.
Just like we had it on paper. You got Houston 4-0, don't you?
Houston beat Colorado. BYU just played Colorado, so I know that the game was in Houston, but still.
Yeah.
Houston is not the doormat that they had been the last couple of years.
Let's go through some of the sound from the post-game. Kyle Whittingham talking about the passing game and how much better it got this week with Devin Dampier.
That was something that hurt us, last week, and we needed to be able to push the ball down the field better. We did that this week. Receivers stepped up, answered the challenge. I thought we had a good scheme going in, the right dose of run and pass, play action off the run game, and tight ends were a factor again. Throw game really was in much higher gear this week than weeks past.
Devin Dampier, 21 for 26, 271 yards, the 4 touchdowns, and then the 1 interception. He's got 11 touchdowns and 1 interception, or 11 touchdowns, 3 interceptions on the season. 73% completion percentage for Devin Dampier. So
that's
still
good
looking way better than he did last year in terms of how efficient he's being. And if you want to be a quarterback for Kyle Whittingham, you got to be efficient. Got to get that QBR up. Here's what he said about Dampier, and of course, obviously, the offensive line got a lot better.
That is part of it. The offensive line did a really good job in their run blocking and their pass protection. And he buys himself a lot of time, with his escapability and ability to extend the play. And so between our offensive line being very solid and him having the pocket presence that he has, gives him extra time to find guys downfield. And he does a good job when he is on the move of keeping his eyes downfield. He doesn't necessarily just tuck and run right away. He's looking for every possible outlet that he can get the ball down the field before he goes ahead and tucks it.
They're asking a lot of him. These are the things we need you to get better at when you come here to Utah. And he just listed them off, and he's doing all of them right now. So at least improved and got them all better. We didn't hear a word about how he's feeling, which is good. That's good news.
There was no sense that he had a lingering issue with the ankle. So
I saw you had a 1/16 of an inch of more tape on your right ankle. Any comment on that? It's like what's funny is that I think in one of the people are definitely like telephoto lens on the ankle. Like, what's going on here?
Jeez.
Start breaking it down. Look at this bump right here. Kyle Whittingham also talking about the balance. Obviously, they want to run the football. They want to try to impose their will. Throwing the football is nice, but they want to make sure they have a good balance of it. And a good balance for Kyle Whittingham is running it a lot more.
I think it's good to mix it in. I don't think it's going to be a staple of ours ever, where we're up-tempo constantly. And as a defensive coordinator, I know that it's tougher when you play a team that mixes up tempos. If they always go slow or always go fast, that's the easiest guys to defend. Those teams that mix it up are the ones that are more difficult to defend.
Tackling, obviously, you saw the same thing we did. I think on West Virginia's very first touchdown, big missed tackle in the open field. Grab a guy by the waist, let him go. That's been an issue for this team going all the way back into last year. Here's what he said about the making sure that they finish tackles.
Well, we're certainly going to work on tackling, I can tell you that. And we're in bad body position too often. We've got to get that corrected, and we will. You're never going to be perfect in tackling. We're playing against scholarship guys, that are really good, so they're going to make you miss on occasion. But as of late, we've just been missing too many tackles. So that will definitely be a point of emphasis.
So have fun on this bye week doing your tackling drills, everybody. Coach, want to take a break? Yeah. You just have to do 1,000 tackles of practice first, and then we'll cut you loose. No problem. Devin Dampier himself hitting the podium talking about why they were able to push that ball down the field a little bit more.
My pocket movement, our line, we got the best in the country, so they hold a lot of time for me, and instead of taking those running lanes, I was able to make a lot more plays just sitting in the pocket today, so that was a little bit of emphasis, but we play whatever the defense gives.
The NCAA has a list of sack leaders here. Let me make sure I pull them up here. Make sure we get them all. Let me see how many. Yep, still there. John Henry Daly now leads the country solo for sacks. He's not sharing it with anybody. 6.5 for JHD. He's having quite the season so far for the University of Utah and that defense. Everybody knew he was going to be good at some point. I don't think people knew he was going to be this good this quickly at Utah, but here's John Henry Daly talking about going back to the basics this past week and making sure that they get their tackling down.
So just go back to the basics. I mean, we know what we're supposed to do. Now it's just about executing it. And we got the guys and the talent level to be able to execute it. So we just kind of went back to the basics this week and really honed in on what our job is and doing that play in, play out.
John Henry Daly's a beast. That guy's awesome.
Yeah.
Now teams aren't fooled by him, and he's still making them pay. That's what's crazy to me. I always love that. When guys start to figure out, oh, yeah, he's good. And then it ends up being a moment where the team still can't do anything about it. That's when you know a guy gets to that elite level. And he's having an awesome year so far. But I think we saw a lot of things from this Utah team that made it to where you go, okay, things felt a little bit more normal, a little bit back to where they wanted to be as a team. And that's what you wanted as a Utah fan. And you got it this week. So there you go. And now you get a week off of tackling drills. Sorry.
No one's getting a week off up there. You're going to be bitter you don't have a game to play on Saturday because of all the work you did during the week.
Kyle Whittingham and Bronco Mendenhall, the two worst guys to have buys this week in the world.
Oof.
Plus, I think, is Utah State going to Hawaii?
Yeah.
Ugh. So then he has to, explain to his guys, we're not partying after this. We're going straight home, and we're doing gassers. In fact, we're going to do gassers in the aisles of the plane on the way back. Just keep you guys loose. To make sure you guys are keeping on.
That's a hardcore coach when he's doing conditioning on the flight.
So now what does the rest of the Utah schedule look like? So you've got Utah.
Arizona State next.
And that's going to be huge because here's the deal.
If Utah loses that game.
What?
If Utah loses that game, they're done as far as Big 12.
What do you mean?
Title aspirations.
So they lose to Texas Tech and then they lose to Arizona State.
Yeah.
But the rest
it'll be demoralizing.
I guess unless Texas Tech goes undefeated, 2 losses is kind of where everybody's going to be at some point, right?
Yeah, but if you're at 2 losses early and it's 2 Texas Tech and Arizona State,
you still have BYU, Colorado.
Then all of a sudden you're losing tiebreakers
Baylor.
to Texas Tech and Arizona State because you lost head-to-head with them. It's a really, really steep climb to try to get back in the race. Really hard.
What's the rest of the conference look like right now in terms of wins and losses? Are there any?
Well, we talk about Texas Tech and Iowa State being at the top.
Colorado and West Virginia, by the way, both 0-2. The only 0-2 teams in conference play. Oklahoma State hasn't won yet. UCF hasn't won yet. TCU is 0-1 before they play their first conference game. We think they're going to be conference champions. They lose their very first one.
Yeah.
And I know it was to Arizona State, but that was just a massive missed opportunity. They were winning that freaking football game. No reason why they should have lost that game. Arizona, Kansas State.
6 teams currently do not have a loss in Big 12 play.
Yeah.
And 4 of those 6 are undefeated. There are 4 undefeated teams in the conference.
Yeah.
BYU is among them.
Cincinnati, Texas Tech, Texas Tech, Houston, and BYU. Just all the teams you thought were going to be undefeated.
And Iowa State.
Oh, and Iowa State, sorry, yeah. Top of the conference. Okay. Let me see here. So the rest of Utah's schedule, and I look at it and I go, man, the schedule actually does stack up nice. The schedule stacks up pretty well. I'm not sure if this is totally – I mean, look, West Virginia, obviously they blow out. Arizona State comes here to Rice-Eccles Stadium in 2 weeks. You get a full bye week to prepare for those guys. Night game. And then you've got your rivalry game down in Provo. Now, your 2 biggest games of your season. The biggest stretch of their season is the next 2 weeks. Wrong? Right?
Correct.
Because after that Texas Tech loss – now, every week is precious, but that Arizona State and BYU stretch is going to be very tough. You're going to roll Colorado when they come up here to Rice-Eccles Stadium. Cincinnati has no business coming here and doing anything either. That's at Rice-Eccles Stadium. They're going to lose that, or Utah's going to win that one. Cincinnati's going to lose that one. Going down to Baylor is going to be tough.
That's tricky.
But Baylor has lost both of their big games this year that have been at home so far against opponents that I don't think are as good as Utah even. I mean, Auburn has proven to be better than
Arizona State.
Arizona State is like, I don't know.
I'm not sold on Arizona
Me
State
neither.
either.
They have to kind of eke out those wins so far.
Yeah.
And then Kansas State, very beatable, and they have to come here.
Yeah.
And Kansas was a mess against Cincinnati for quite some time last week.
Cincinnati beating Kansas was
It's
kind of
weird.
a surprise, but not really. Yeah, you're right. I 100% agree with you that Arizona State and BYU, if Utah's able to win those two games, none of their opponents left on the schedule are as good as Arizona State and BYU. And so there is a path for Utah, despite that disappointment against Texas Tech, to get into the Big 12 championship game. But I feel like, and this is crazy, I feel like Utah has to win out. I don't think 2 losses gets them in this year.
Huh.
Based on what we've seen, I don't think Texas Tech's going to lose a conference game. Texas Tech may be
They
undefeated.
Will. They'll lose the conference game.
So they
because
lose
this
one.
conference is weird, dude. It's too soft? Is that what you're saying?
Charmin soft.
Yeah, but it's the Big 12, okay? Hey. Hold on, let me look. Texas Tech. And by the way, people who said BYU had the easiest schedule in the conference, like now we all look at it and we go, geez, that's a mess, right?
Yeah, BYU.
Okay, so Texas Tech, they go to Houston this weekend. Are you saying that's tough?
No.
Okay. Then they host Kansas. Ooh. Then they have to go to Arizona State. Settle down. That one's a tough one. They have to go to Tempe. But at that point, Arizona State, if they have another loss in there somewhere, if they lose to Utah the week prior, they're going to be trying to figure some things out. All right, then Oklahoma State going to Lubbock. Texas Tech goes to Manhattan to play a very, very lame version of Kansas State this year.
Yep.
BYU goes to Texas Tech. Again, if you're going to get some teams and get them at home, that's one of them. I don't think any BYU fans out there are thinking to themselves, we got them where we want them.
Yeah, we're rolling into Lubbock and
Right.
we're gonna crush them.
Of
No,
course.
I mean, but that's a game. That is one of those games that could get Texas Tech for sure.
Yeah, but hold on. This last stretch of how they finished out those last 2 weeks, come on. UCF, then a bye, then West Virginia at West Virginia. Come on.
You see what we're saying now? Texas Tech will be undefeated at the end of the season.
I love the bye.
Unless BYU can go into Lubbock and win.
I love the bye week between UCF and Texas, or UCF and West Virginia, between the last 2 weeks of the season. What are we doing, schedule makers?
I don't know.
That's going to be a tough one. They're going to have to be at home against UCF. But before they go out to West Virginia, give them a week off. You're right, Bill. You're right. It is late November. We better give them a bye week. What?
Do you know who else has a
late bye?
Somewhat soft schedule. It's at the top.
Who?
Iowa State. Cincinnati's next on Saturday.
So you're thinking
then a trip to Colorado.
You can only lose one game because those two teams might be just one, because neither of those teams play each other.
Texas Tech will most likely, based on what's on paper,
Tech
be
and
undefeated.
Tech and Iowa State don't play each other.
One loss. Iowa State does not have a loss. Their remaining schedule: Cincinnati on the road, Colorado on the road, BYU in Ames, Arizona State in Ames. So they get the 2 toughest opponents left on the schedule in Ames: TCU in Fort Worth on November 8th, Kansas in Ames, and then Oklahoma State.
BYU's got such a soft schedule. Looks at schedule, has to go to Texas Tech and to Iowa State.
Right. And the rivalry game against Utah.
Between
and
all that.
TCU.
And TCU right after. Okay, no problem.
So if you're looking at schedules and you're wondering what's the margin for error here for Utah,
not much.
That's my point. Okay, Utah's got to run the table in Big 12 play in order to have a chance at that. You're not getting in this year with 2 losses. I'm sorry, you're not, because so far Texas Tech has emerged as that team. Who's going to be the team that plays them? Probably only going to have 1 loss. Not as much room for error this year as there was last year.
Okay,
not this year.
Let's take a break. We'll come back when we return. Guess what we have? Sound from Jazz Media Day. Get yourself into some basketball. We've got to do it. I'm telling you, we've got to get it. We've got to get ourselves on board with what's going on. Some weird stuff going on with the contracts, but such is life in the NBA. What Walker Kessler said about the contract extension situation and why he's a little bit frustrated with how things are going. Plus, what's Ace Bailey going to look like? We got tons going on around the corner. Stay with us. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Southbound I-15 slowing is setting in for the afternoon commute in the usual spots from 53rd South in Murray down to 114 South in Draper. It seems heavier than usual on southbound Bangor from California down to 35th South, with normal slowdowns on Mountain View approaching the 35th South in West Valley City. From system install to fast fixes to deliver award-winning heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical, call Whipple Services Champions for the win today. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napoles here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Deion Sanders is very relevant, and it's cool that he says nice things about Kalani. Because Deion is so electric, everything he does is news, and saying nice things about the BYU head football coach is cool. And if you spend time with Kalani Sitake, you're going to like him. I bet you $1 zillion if you spend a few minutes with that guy, you're like, oh, this guy's cool.
I also think game recognizes game. Deion recognizes Kalani's a good coach. If you don't see that Kalani's good at this, it's a you problem. You know, if you're going to overlook Kalani and not recognize that what he's building is pretty special at BYU and that you're going to have to be prepared for it, you're just probably not a very good coach. But Kalani's done a heck of a job putting this program together. So I think Deion also has enough knowledge to recognize that what Kalani has built is authentic and is real and is something worth respecting. And I'm not saying steal a page out of his book, but recognize that what he's doing is doing it the right way.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Water runs Utah, but water can run out. And with cooler fall temps, your yard just doesn't need as much. Learn more at slowtheflow.org.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU receiver Parker Kingston had a nice game. He talks about being able to return punts against Colorado again.
Yeah, it was awesome to be back out there. Felt good. Haven't done it in a couple weeks, but I was excited to be back out there when K-Pop called my number. I know I had to do something. I didn't get the longest return. They pinned me on the sideline, but I got what I could, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the season.
Parker had a great game in Boulder. That's your Cougars at 30 update. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbarbecue.com for weddings, work, or any special event you are hosting. You'll be the hero if you're serving brisket at that event. That's kennyjsbbq.com. The Utah Jazz are back. Media Day. We'll listen in next on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
daily deep dive into everything Utah Jazz.
It's time!
All season long and even in the off season, it's Jazz Daily with JJ and Alex on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Basketball, gimme the ball because I'm gonna dunk it! Basketball, gimme the ball because I'm gonna dunk it! Basketball, gimme the ball because I'm gonna dunk it!
Hey, it's been a while since we heard from the Tesh brothers.
It is that time of year, isn't it? Yeah, you're right. Holy cow, I should count my blessings. My basketball blessings are being counted. You know what? Basketball season's around the corner. That means the Tesh brothers are going to be highly featured on this program the rest of the year.
And something that I'm excited about is the NBA is back on NBC, which means the NBA is back on KSL.
It means playing the Tesh brothers isn't just ironic anymore. It's on brand.
No, we're back, baby.
Come on. I will say this. Got a little weird today at Utah Jazz Media Day. By the way, you can nominate the Youth Sports Volunteer Unit for the Hercules Hero of the Week Award. You can nominate that or give that nomination just at KSLSports.com/contest. That's KSLSports.com/contest. Listen, every Thursday afternoon, we read those winners off for you. And it's to celebrate the people who do an awesome job being great coaches, assistant coaches, team parents, whatever it might be, somebody in the municipality where you live where they do an awesome job. Hercules Hero of the Week, brought to you by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals. There you go. Walker Kessler was asked about his contract situation, which of course we heard they're not going to make the extension stuff happen right now. He wants it all right now, which you get it. From the player's perspective,
oh, yeah, of course.
You want to get paid immediately. Hey. The most you can get paid immediately because who knows how long you can play this game or who knows how long your value is going to be up. And right now, Walker Kessler's value is up, and so when the team doesn't feel like they get right at you with that kind of attention and love, then you feel like you might be a little bit neglected, right?
I understand completely why Walker Kessler's frustrated. Don't be mad at him. Because if you were in the same situation, you'd feel the same way. How many of you out there work at a job where you exceed all expectations? You do a great job. You're one of the best in whatever you do. And especially when you have overcome some adversity and you've worked at it and you got better, and it's almost time to get paid and get recognized, and your employer says, "We love what you're doing. You're definitely part of our future, but we don't feel like we want to invest in you. We're not quite ready to do that." How would that make you feel?
Yeah, and
we're not going to give you the raise that you think you deserve.
It's a great poll. It's a great poll because that's something that people can that's how you have to look at it.
That's what's happened to Walker Kessler.
Right.
Is he thought he was going to get this extension and it was going to get done, and the Jazz have said, "No, we're going to wait.
Keep hitting the factory floor. You're doing a great job."
But I understand why the Jazz are doing it.
I think it's going to pay off for you one day, buddy.
Yeah, keep working. Maybe next year, buddy.
Yeah,
maybe next year.
He's frustrated by it. Here's what
you'd yell at your boss, or you'd want to yell at your boss. You'd be angry. You'd get bitter. I get it.
Here's what he said about that frustration level. And obviously, you still want to go into the season and have a good year. And you are under contract to play really, really good basketball. So here's what he said.
I don't want to talk about it after today just because I think, during the season, tomorrow's training camp, it's the start of the season. I don't want it to be a distractor for me or for my teammates. But that being said, I'm definitely a little frustrated with how, if I don't. Regardless, I love Utah. I love the fan base. I love my teammates. I love the coaches. And as long as I have a Utah Jazz jersey on, I will play winning basketball.
Don't talk to me about it after today, but let me say something. I'm pissed. I like it. And you know what? That's the right answer, too. Be like, I'm fine to – look, you guys asked me about it. Yeah, I wish that the commitment was there right now. So this is all I'm going to say about it right now. I think I've been playing my absolute tail off, and I've been overperforming compared to with what I am what people thought of me, right? And even, by the way, the impressive thing was, and I think the reason he has an absolute massive point isn't just because of how his numbers have improved, but I think a massive indicator in this league is something that he did between that second year when he had that sophomore slump to what he did last year. That is huge. That is massive. It might be a bigger deal than just being a pretty consistent guy who's giving you some pretty good numbers. To me, that signals a version of greatness that you're going to be able to get out of this guy, I think, long term. And I think that they're going to end up with him long term. But this is how the NBA business works.
The Jazz will benefit by putting off the extension because it gives them more cap flexibility in the offseason next year. And he would go to restricted free agency and eventually probably get paid through restricted free agency. But we've seen how that's working now with the Golden State Warriors. I think it's Jonathan Kuminga is having some issues, still not in camp and still not with his restricted free agent. That hasn't been worked out there.
Yeah.
So you do have that worry that maybe it could get that way with that situation being with the Warriors. You don't want to see that with Walker. But the truth is the Jazz financially are making the right decision because it's going to allow them flexibility. It sucks that Walker's not going to get what he wants and deserves because of it.
Anytime somebody gets held out extension-wise, you can have the grumpiness. You can also play your tail off and get a lot more money, right?
Yep.
But that's always the option in this league.
We'll get to it later in the show, but in the NFL, Devin Lloyd, former Utah linebacker.
Yeah.
A lot of people started saying, oh, he's a bust, he's no good. Contract year this year. He didn't get that extension. He didn't earn that extension last year he could have got. He's now playing like one of the best linebackers in the NFL.
Yeah.
And the Jags are going to have to roll out and pay him. And that's how it works. Go out there and earn it. Keep going. It sucks, but sometimes that's what you have to do. It's the only thing you can do.
Next up, Will Hardy, head coach of the Jazz, talking about some of the new people who are in that locker room. And obviously people want to know about Ace Bailey. And here's what he said about the expectations for the rookie.
It's funny, my true feelings on him right now, and this would be to him and to our organization, and most importantly to the fans, is like, he doesn't have to prove us right the first day. Like, I don't want him carrying this weight of he takes the floor and it's like, I got to score 27 points or they're all going to think that No, he's 19. And he's a good player, and he's really talented. It's our responsibility to make his life micro right now, not macro, and focus on smaller things that will then build into the bigger things that he and we want.
So there's lots in there because you want people to know the rookie's good, right? Like you want the fan base to get excited about the guy. That's part of the deal. You have these media days and you go, hey, don't forget, get excited about this team in these areas.
What else do you have? What are you pitching to the public here?
Yeah.
What are the Utah Jazz right now pitching to sports fans in Utah right now? You have to pitch hope.
Yeah.
And you have to provide hope, and it has to be real and tangible. Ace Bailey looks like he could be that. You can't rush it. You got to let it develop.
Yeah.
But, man, it was refreshing to see him today. It was refreshing to hear the news this week that he got rid of the agent situation that he had. He can put that behind him and just focus on hoop. This looks like a great young kid who, as he develops into a great young man here in Utah, could become a superstar player. He has that type of skill set. But it's going to take time to develop that, and you hope that he's in the right situation to get the best out of it.
So the very first thing that comes to mind with Ace Bailey is he's going to be on the warpath of kind of rebranding himself, I think, for everyone, not just in Utah, but outside of Utah.
He was great today.
And that's what I'm saying is I think that people are seeing a guy who he's probably gotten some great advice since the fumbling of how things were handled before. You got to have good pros around you, and he does now. I think he does now. And that's how he's going to become a good pro later is just exposing himself to absolute pros the rest of your career. And Will Hardy talked a little bit more about some of these other guys who've had great off seasons, and Kyle Filipowski is one of those guys. Here's what he said about Flip in the big summer league that he had. MVP.
I love that for Flip, that he's flying under the radar. It's great. It also shows that he's built enough of a reputation in his short time that it's under the radar because it's kind of expected. And, yeah, Flip, we expected you to have a good summer. Like, no one was blown away that you had a good summer. I think that's a positive for him. It speaks to the reputation that he's built in a short amount of time. And now it's on Flip and all of us to can't rest on that. Like, I'm happy for you that you were MVP of the Summer League. That means nothing. And let's have a great camp.
Flip is in the side, and then he's like, oh, he's right behind me, isn't he? No, but MVP in the Summer League is great. He, like, has his trophy, and he, like, takes it down.
Throw it in the trash. It means nothing. See it camp, buddy.
But listen, let's be honest. The talent you're playing against in the Summer League versus what you're going to be doing day in and day out, you're going to be asked. Kyle Filipowski over 82 games this season in the regular season is going to be asked to do what, JJ? Play 82 games and
crack the rotation
and get some minutes.
Just crack the rotation.
Get some minutes, man.
Be the 7th or 8th man off the bench. Be the stretch 4 or 5 that Will Hardy goes to. Put yourself in a position where Will Hardy trusts to put you in games to play 10 to 20 minutes off the bench.
Yeah, get your 6.5 points and 4.5 rebounds and a block and a half, 1.5 threes a game, and you're doing your job. And by the way, you'll just continue to get better. And then when you're actually asked to do something a little bit heavier, that's when you're able to go for that 21 points and 9 rebounds and 4 threes.
Well, that's not going to be this year.
Right.
So just get in the rotation. That would be a big next step for Flip.
Anything else that kind of jumped off about Media Day, I guess, that we could jump into? I think we'll have a full week of being able to kind of roll some of these things out.
Yes.
Some of the storylines are going to kind of
solidify.
solidify.
And at 5 o'clock, we'll hear from Ryan Smith and Austin Aines about a lot of different things. But as far as personnel goes, it was interesting that we all just assumed that Kevin Love was going to be bought out. Nope, he is in a Utah Jazz uniform today, which was surreal to see Kevin Love wearing Utah Jazz in jersey, and he's here, and he's going to be a part of the team.
I bought it ironically, JJ, and now I don't know what to do with it since he actually put one on.
Oh no,
I got to take it off the wall.
They are going to be for sale. Kevin Love Utah Jazz jerseys.
The 2 different versions of the Russell Westbrook jerseys that I have, plus the Derrick Rose jersey, and I thought I was adding Kevin Love to that list of guys who, quote unquote, played with the Utah Jazz. Wink. But I think he's just as shocked as we all are that he's still here, right?
Kevin Love, mountain basketball.
He was wearing the purple. He was wearing the purple today.
You've got Kyle Anderson. You've got George Niang. There's some vets on this team, and it's an interesting mix, and I like the mix. Now, I don't know that just because you have vets on the roster doesn't make the young players better. That's a myth. But it's kind of a nice mix, and we'll see how it all works out and if it benefits the franchise long term. But the truth is, you have to fill out a roster of 15 guys.
Yeah.
And you have a salary floor you got to meet. So you got to have dudes. You just can't have 15 young guys rookie deals on your roster, and they don't. So it'll be interesting to see how all this meshes together and how it helps the young guys develop, but also maybe I don't know what it means for Kevin Love or George Niang or Kyle Anderson. We'll find out.
We'll take a break. We'll come back. We have our picks for this week's folks who it sucks to be currently, plus a piece of sound out of there that you'll get quite a kick out of, I think. I know we did during our pre-show stuff. Really, really good. You're going to want to hear it next. Stay here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
It's getting thick and slow southbound I-15 from Murray to Sandy in Salt Lake County, and to a lesser extent on the northbound side from Salt Lake City up to downtown. Westbound traffic on the 201 highway now experiencing slowdowns from 56 West to the 72nd West intersection in Magna. Whether you park it, stripe it, or pave it, GoPave Utah has your blacktop covered at GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call or visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napoles here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
G-Bang!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Woo! Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's been an awesome fall for me so far. I know it's been short, but over the last few weeks, I have gotten back into another round of dropping weight with Salt Lake City Fat Loss, and it's been going great. And I'm telling you, that type of result, we had awesome results the first time around, JJ, and it was so good. And we've been able to keep the weight off so much that I said, you know what, I'm going to go even further now, and I'm going to start to get to some weights, JJ, that I haven't seen in a few years, which I'm really excited about. And ultimately, I've got goals. I want to make sure that I'm not just around for my kids for a long, long time, but I have the best version of being able to do what I want to do. It all starts with going to visit the website, saltlakeCityFatLoss.com. Go check it out for yourself, slcfatloss.com. You can get $200 off the same program that JJ and I have had success on, JJ, but it's all about being able to manage that and make sure that it's a long-term fix and not just something that's going to work overnight and then it's gone.
Yeah, absolutely. Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two on this program. That's up to a pound per day. You can do that. You can do it healthy. No pills, no injections. You're not starving yourself to death. You're eating healthy food very strategically. You're cutting down the calories, but you're not starving to death. It worked for me. It was great. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days, so I had a lot of success on this program. Schedule your free consultation right now at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Lose the weight and keep it off. That's the most important thing, too. More than a year later, I am keeping the weight off because I've learned how to maintain my weight currently, and I'm really happy with that as well. That's what you want. You want to lose the weight, keep it off without pills and injections and other things that are not long-term fixes. You must change your habits and educate yourself on how to maintain your weight long-term. SLC Fat Loss does that for you. That's slcfatloss.com, slcfatloss.com.
If you've ever had to deal with a plumbing problem, you may have felt the pain of realizing you don't know any plumbers. Whether you're trying to stop a leaky faucet, fix a running toilet, replace your old water softener, or install a tankless water heater, the plumbers at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Ticket packages for the Utah Mammoth 2025-26 season are available now. From full season and half season packages to mini plans and other flexible options, choose the ticket package that fits you best and be part of the action all season long. Call or text 801-325-PUCK to talk with a rep or visit nhl.com/Utah/tickets/season tickets to learn more.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months. Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extended to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right. As low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Whether you're dealing with a weekend warrior injury or recovering from surgery, Canyon Sports Therapy gets you back in the game fast. We specialize in sports and orthopedic rehab with expert physical therapists, personalized sessions and treatment plans, and the latest tools to speed up recovery. As primary care providers, we can take new patients without a referral, often with same or next day appointments. And yes, we're even open on Saturdays. Book now at canyonsportstherapy.com and feel better. Canyon Sports Therapy, getting you back in the game.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want you to know that it's the little things that count. Any remodeler can say they treat customers right when it comes to siding, gutters, windows, and exteriors. It's hard to know for sure. If a contractor uses cheap generic nails instead of super grippy ridge shaft nails for your siding, would you even know? If they use cheap $4 caulk to install your new windows instead of paying $9 a tube for the good stuff, could you tell by looking? It all comes down to the details and trust. At RGS Exteriors, we only do things one way, the right way. We never cut corners. We never skimp on details. We never do less than the job requires. That's why we offer our industry's exclusive 10-year everything guarantee. And it's why we have the happiest customers. If you need any gutters, siding, or replacement windows, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or online at rgsutah.com.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice Grand Chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah wide receiver Ryan Davis talks about getting the win for the Utes before heading into the bye week.
Feels great. I was on the sideline. I heard someone say we haven't gone into a bye week in 3 years with the W, so for practice is long and hard, and obviously going into bye week with a loss kind of stinks. So yeah, it feels good. Obviously we got to keep it up, stay consistent, and keep on grinding every day.
The grind continues. That's your Utes at 50 update. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu. KennyJ'sBarbecue.com for weddings, work, or any event. You'll be the hero if you serve that brisket and those ribs and that pulled pork. Yum. That's KennyJSBBQ.com. Sucks to be you next on JJ and Alex 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Basking in the sports misfortune of others to help make you feel just a little bit better about yourself. As JJ and Alex present,
Yes, we got beat. We got beat badly.
It Sucks to Be You.
Oh, man, are we doubling up on the Monday Night Football games tonight?
Get a twofer tonight.
Thank you.
My Broncos taking on the Bengals. They beat up Bengals.
Yes, they're the West Virginia of the NFL teams. Is this going to be the get-right game for the Broncos?
Has to be.
Oh,
they're
boy.
1-2.
My brother's college roommate is now the assistant offensive line coach for the Jets. They're in Miami today, and he sent him a picture, and he was like, "So tonight goes well." And I was like, ugh. By the way, assistant offensive line coach in the NFL, like 9 different teams at the collegiate level. Like, it's a gig, man.
It is a gig.
If you ask him, he's like, I don't know how I keep doing this. Don't tell anybody. At this point now, I don't know what else I'm going to do with my life. So there you go. Assistant coaching offensive lines. But yeah, the Dolphins, speaking of getting right, what's funny is you look at that Dolphins team and you go, ooh, they're bad. They're going to lose to this Jets team. And the Jets aren't good.
They're both 0-3.
Hold on a minute. Is what's his name going to be? Who's the quarterback for the Jets? Is Fields back at it at all still?
Yeah, he'll be playing.
Okay.
Wouldn't it be something if Tua gets hurt and Zach Wilson gets to play against
the Jets? You know what blew my mind the other day is that Harvey Longy is like, yeah, blah, 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 and my Dolphins. And I was like, wait, didn't you play for 2 of the 4 teams in the AFC East and none of them were the Dolphins? Yeah, but the Dolphins are my team. I'm like, you NFL guys are so weird. It's like so weird. Yeah, we play a bunch of teams. I don't care. I don't care about those teams that paid me money. Give me that teal. Give me that Dolphin.
I respect that he stayed loyal to his childhood team.
He's playing games. He tackles the guy. He's like, I love you guys, man. Can I get a jersey swap at the end of the game?
and for Harvey's sake, to be honest, like the Jets and the Patriots cut him. They cut him, so screw them.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah.
Dolphins are my favorite team.
Speaking of teams it sucks to be, although before we do that, because I know we get accused of being super negative, and I will say it's easy to find them. We have like 5-1 people who it sucks to be versus who the Weekend Warriors. It's like a lot easier for us to find the people it sucks to be. Alex Napoles, our producer, goes, okay, let's get down on paper some people it sucks to be. You and I are like, we just keep rattling them off, and then it's all Weekend Warriors, crickets. They're like, no, some guys had some good weekends. I'm like, yeah, did they though? I want to talk about those weirdos who had bad weekends. All right? By the way, if you're listening to DJ and PK, this morning, as they do every Monday, they give out the Rocky Mountain Chevy Dealers Play of the Weekend. They give it away today. We have it sitting in front of us. I know exactly which one it is. I was able to actually hear it when it happened this morning, and so They give out that play of the weekend for them. If you know what it is, you can give us a call, 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE, 801-575-9663. If you call number 12 right now and tell us what that play was, you're going to get yourself a gift card from Amazon, courtesy of your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers, America's fastest-growing full-line brand. Any clues we want to give the people out there, Annapolis?
It involves a local in the NFL.
It does. It's a really good point. Really good point. A local in the NFL.
There's a lot of them. Could be anybody.
There are. Let's get some of this audio out of the way first, because Cam Ward had the quote of the weekend, and frankly, I am going to be sad when they win their first game because he might be happy. Grumpy Cam Ward is my favorite Cam Ward.
I mean, if we keeping the buck right now, we ass. So we 0-4. We have this one. We got nothing to lose. We dropped a quarter of our games, and we've yet to do anything. So we have to lock in, especially myself on the offensive line, from the defensive line, from the special teams to all three faces. We have to play together. We have not played together this year yet.
Did you just call out his guys up front?
He did. A lot of other positions. And then he said himself.
You're what, Cam? What did you say you guys are?
We butt.
Thank you for the edit.
You bet.
We butt.
We've lost a quarter of our blanking games. We haven't done anything yet. It's true. You've gotten through a quarter of the season so far. Congrats. You've gotten 0 wins. It's a bummer.
Callahan's getting fired.
Yeah,
he'll probably be the first coach.
It's a tough one. Next up on people who it stinks to be right now, let's go through Florida State taking over double overtime loss to UVA.
But they beat Alabama. I thought they were a top 10 team.
It's the teams that trip you up that you don't think are going to trip you up. Oof. And if you think Florida State had arrived, welcome to college football.
Good for Virginia.
I love it. It was awesome.
Not for Florida State.
Where'd Florida State tumble, by the way, in the AP poll?
I'll pull it up.
It's kind of weird because as soon as you lose, I'm kind of like, ooh,
it was a big tumble.
See if you can get back in. Because they were hot. They were in the single digits already, right?
Yeah, they were top 10. That's
8, 7 or 8.
I keep clicking on the wrong thing.
Yeah, anyway, the bottom line is they're down.
Okay, they went all the way down to 18 from 10.
Yeah.
No, from 8. They dropped from 8 to 18.
From 8. 18 from 8. That's crazy.
One farther than LSU, who dropped 9 spots.
Well, teams started slotting themselves into the places officially where they're going to be in the Major League Baseball playoffs. One team who looked on the audition sheet to see if they made the lead part were the New York Mets. Went down the list. Nope, didn't get a part as the main characters. Maybe I got an understudy role. Maybe as a wild card or something. Nope. The New York Mets.
You choked.
They had one of the biggest meltdowns in the history of Major League Baseball. Congratulations to the New York Mets, who now officially, you didn't know if they sucked yet. Now they officially suck.
Definitely sucks to be a Mets fan today.
TCU.
You blew it.
You were on the track to get yourself into the
Speaking of choking,
Big 12 championship game, and it's going to be so dang tight at the end of the year that a loss like that, where you handed it away to ASU at their place, by the way, in front of a lot of people on a Friday night, you blew it. Malik Neighbors. Sucks to be Malik Neighbors, who woke up today with the results of the MRI. It turns out it's an ACL, right?
Yeah, he's out for the year. It's a bummer.
That's a real bummer for
Elite
Jackson
talent.
Dart, too.
Oh, yeah.
You lose a big-time target.
It's a big loss.
Speaking of a big loss, it was going to be an even bigger one, but my heavens, they made something out of it yesterday. At one point when I tuned in and I was watching the singles matches and the Ryder Cup, in the Ryder Cup, and it was 13.5 to 10.5, and I went, holy cow, what if they did it? All they needed was a half a point from Shane Lowry. He sunk that crazy birdie putt and did it. Good for him. He started crying and everything. I was like, man, you know what? The Ryder Cup is cool.
Yep.
The fans are a little bit wild. So
Team USA didn't show up, and that was pretty disappointing. So
it stinks to be the Team USA fans who were trash talking the Europeans the whole time and never got to really walk the walk with those guys.
It seemed to enhance the play of the Europeans, not hurt it.
Yeah, I liked Rory's fire back to the crowd. By the way.
I think that they played off of that. I think they really took to it and used it.
And then you know what he did afterward? Made the absolute smart play by going, I live here. This is the greatest country in the world. Yeah. My daughter is American. My wife is American. Yep. I live here. I've been living here forever. There's no other place where you can have the type of success that I'm having here. There's no other place where you can live the type of life that people do. It's a land of opportunity. I love this place. Yeah, but when you're playing in the Ryder Cup for Team Europe, Blank you.
Yeah, that's right. It's all business. I left it. He left it on the links.
I liked it. Penn State, by the way, sucks to be them. They're at home. They lose. During the post-game press conference, did you see that they didn't shut the door or whatever it was, and all the celebration noise from Oregon was coming in through the door?
Jeez.
And James Franklin was like, "Is this seriously the setup that we have right now for this week?" And it was just like, it was awkward as hell, and I loved it.
Penn State can't win the big ones.
Sucks to be Arkansas. You're going backward. When I say backward, just not in the wins and losses category. You're hiring as the interim head coach, one of the biggest embarrassments of a head coach you've ever had not Rick Pitino.
How is Bobby Petrino still have a job?
Still has a job.
Shameful.
All I can picture him is with the neck brace on. That's the only way I can picture him.
He should.
And go back and read that history if you don't have time to do it right now. He's not a good person, and he's probably going to get that job again. And it doesn't matter. If you're winning, no one cares. They move right on. Sucks to be Georgia. You're at home. Kalen DeBoer was supposed to be terrible. He was supposed to get bought out by that billionaire woman if she was going to win the Powerball. No can do. Georgia out of the current college football top 4 in the AP poll. And, man, nice performance by the folks at Alabama. Sucks to be Lamar Jackson and the Ravens, who are now 1-3, and Lamar Jackson has issues with his hamstring. I don't know how long that's going to last. But then finally, the biggest person who it sucks to be, or people it sucks to be this week, LSU. They didn't just take a loss. They took a loss, and Whit Weeks, who's the middle linebacker, barfed in his own hands during the game, and his girlfriend, I don't know, did he win her affections? Did they break up after the game?
Well, now that he lost, maybe she will let him go. But, of course, his potential future father-in-law is the head coach at Ole Miss.
Fun. There you go. So LSU
I don't
loses.
know how serious they are about their dating. Maybe I'm jumping to conclusions there.
It's a jump to conclusions, Matt. It's different conclusions on a mat that you jump to. All right, we'll take a break. We got more around the corner. We have sound from Jazz Media Day. We're gonna have Ryan Smith, the owner, Danny Ainge, and of course get some thoughts on some of these guys who are returning, some of the new guys who you're gonna see, and some of the old faces who are returning as well. Stay with us, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
Water runs Utah. It carves our canyons, fuels our farmers' fields, fills our lakes and rivers. It runs outdoor adventures and economic development. But if we're not careful, water runs out. And in the cooler fall months, your yard simply doesn't need as much water. That's why this is one of the best times to make a big difference. Learn more at slowtheflow.org.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What?
This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Ski Chevy is back with season passes to Solitude Mountain Resort. So drop in to a participating Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer now. Plus, upgrade to a discounted Icon base pass when you purchase or lease any new Chevy model. From powerful trucks like Silverado to a versatile families of SUVs. Retail value per pass is $999. Offer valid while supplies last or until 10/31/25. See participating dealer for complete redemption details, vehicle eligibility, and restrictions. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers today.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, Oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
In today's digital world, outdated technology can slow you down. Les Olson IT is your business partner with top-tier office technology. From Compier's advanced IT hardware and security services. More than products, they're your partner.
Les Olson IT.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You know what's coming.
Your daily deep dive into everything Utah Jazz.
It's time!
All season long and even in the off season. It's Jazz Daily with JJ and Alex on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. If you tuned in earlier today, you got yourself some different chunks of listening to the Jazz's media day that they do every year, annually, getting ready for this NBA season that's going to be firing up very, very quickly. It's crazy how quickly that think about the offseason that we had, right? You had the letdown with the lottery stuff, the NBA draft. It was in itself its own wild, weird, crazy couple of days, right? And the Utah Jazz found themselves in the media for the wrong reasons, just because of how weird things were handled and what everybody was wondering about what Ace Bailey was going to be doing. But I'm telling you, they lost the lottery, JJ. But we talked about it at the time, and I think it's getting even more and more apparent that for the spot that they picked in, they feel like they got a steal of a deal on Ace Bailey. And I don't think that they're wrong.
Yeah, getting Ace Bailey at number 5.
Or it was 5, yeah. Geez, 5.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
So
4 was the Mammoth, right? That's what they got.
Yes, correct. Yeah, they jumped all the way up 10 spots.
So that's what I'm saying is, like, it felt at the number 5 spot for what they got, considering that everybody was so depressed about being the worst team in the league and then having the 5th pick.
Well,
it's a good spot for them to be.
We all knew what the prize was. The Jazz desperately need a franchise player, more so than any of the other teams in the lottery, outside of, like the Nets or the Wizards. So for the Mavericks to win the lottery and get Cooper Flag was ridiculous. So it wasn't just losing the lottery, it was who you lost it to and how it all shook out was really disappointing, especially the Sixers jumping up to number 3 as well. But you feel like now you look back on it as like, okay, well, if Ace Bailey is or was the either second or third best player in this draft, and you got him at number 5, that is awesome. And that's something that, and we'll watch it develop. We don't know yet. We won't know probably this season. It could end up being that the Jazz got a steal at number 5. And that would be exactly what this franchise would need. There's been a lot of Hall of Fame players that were picked 5th in the draft. So there is a lot of hope there that you can find a franchise guy at 5, a guy that's up there at the top, but for whatever reason dropped from 1 or 2 or 3 down to 5, and you were able to get him. So I think that there's a lot of optimism there with Ace, and the developments over the last week, him getting rid of Omar Cooper and as an agent and getting new representation, being out here in Utah. He talked today about going hiking and fly fishing for the first time and opening himself up to doing new things. This is a kid from the East Coast who's thrust out here into the mountains of Utah, and it looks like he's embracing it. Got a big smile on his face. He seems really happy, seems excited. I'm curious, and obviously what we really care about is what he does on the court and how he develops as a pro. But it looks like some of the stuff that was surrounding him, the negativity in the offseason, is gone now, and he can have kind of a fresh, clean slate here, kind of under the radar with this Jazz team that we know is not going to be anywhere near contending for a playoff spot, that he can just quietly go about his business, play basketball, put all that stuff behind him, and develop into the and meet the potential that he has, which is his ceiling's really high. It's as high as Cooper Flagg's. His ceiling is just as high as Cooper Flagg's. What is that ceiling? Superstar, all-star player. That's what a lot of people thought Ace Bailey could be, and we're about to find out if he can become that.
Here's a couple of pieces of sound here. First from the owner of the Utah Jazz, Ryan Smith, talking about one of the other additions in the offseason, of course, which is Austin Aines, who came into the organization. And really, this is kind of a match made in heaven, and certainly in the sense of these guys all know each other. They've been planning, I think, of trying to get everyone kind of back together again, get the team back and figure some things out. And Austin Aines is one of those smart administrators in the NBA that was on the rise. And here's what the ad of Austin Aines has meant to Ryan Smith.
There was a lot of a buzz around his talent. I couldn't be more excited for this franchise with the way Austin's come in. He's shown leadership. He's made his presence known. The way that he's gelled with Will and our front office with Jay-Z and Danny and myself, it's been absolutely incredible. This is one part of the organization that I couldn't be more thrilled with as we look out for continuity and stability going out with Will's extension and where we're at in the front office. We've never been in a better spot.
All right, so there's the first one. The second one from Ryan Smith talking about this young team and obviously what they have in the quiver, because they get they've had a lot of draft picks, but they're trying to just stack up these names and figure out if they can get some people long term.
As far as our players on the court, I mean, we are young. We've got 9 players coming in from the last 3 drafts, if you think about that. We're excited about how this draft went with John and Walt and Ace. More than anything, it's been way too long. We can't wait to get back on the court and wait to get back in the Delta Center.
Now let's listen to Austin Aines. First, there are a couple names that I want people to – let's hear what he said about Lauri Markkanen and what he means to the team right now, because there are some names on the roster that you go, okay, what's going on with this person? And in Lauri Markkanen's case, if you're wondering what his role with the team is going forward, is obviously the best player on this team. Here's what Austin Aines said about Lauri Markkanen.
Huge fan of Lauri. Lauri's awesome. He's really good. And Lauri could and hopefully is part of our next teams when we're going up. Part of the greatness of Lauri is he fits with anyone. He is so versatile at his size. However we can build this thing, he can fit literally on any team. I joke that obviously no one is untradeable. If trade came in for me, I would convince Ryan to take it. This is how it goes. But no, Lauri, we hope to have him around here long term. He's been a huge asset to our organization on and off the court.
What could the Jazz get in a trade for Austin Aines?
Oh, that's what he's referring to?
Yeah.
He's saying he'd even trade himself away. Yeah, don't get too snippy about, or don't get too, quick to press the go button on Lauri, because that's a guy that people try to get. You know what I mean? So yeah, I think that my thing is Lauri Markkanen is a massive piece of the important success of this team. Is he going to be on this roster when this team gets back to the Western Conference Finals?
I hope so.
But probably not, right? And even
realistic.
If he is, let's say,
when is that going to happen?
Right? Is that 7 years down the line? And if it's 7 years down the line,
it's just so.
Lauri Markkanen's not going to be on his team, right?
Like, come on. So far away from being, even thinking about that. It's hard to fathom the Jazz being in a conference final because of their current roster situation, where they're at in this rebuild, essentially rebuilding after rebuilding, which is what it felt like, right? The first couple years of Will Hardy's tenure didn't feel like a rebuild. The last two have definitely fully felt like a rebuild. And you got to have to do another one this year. It's hard to even think about what the future is. I hope so. I love Lauri Markkanen. He's an all-star player. And if he was on a team that was trying to win an NBA championship and had that chance, he could be an all-star once again. How many games is he going to play this year? I don't know. What's his future at Utah? I don't know. But you hope it is, and you hope he's part of that because he's such a great dude, and you want to see it out. You can't just have, again, a bunch of guys on rookie scale contracts taking you there. It's got to be the right mix, and Lauri can be that right mix. And like he's talking about, he fits in so many different ways with so many different players. His versatility and his athleticism makes him a good fit, and he can play 3 different positions, maybe even 4.
Here's the conversation, obviously, that was people wanted to know. Obviously, he knew he wasn't going to be able to avoid asking about what they were going to get with Walker and Walker Kessler's extension and what that looks like long term. And so here's what he had to say about that. Austin Aines on Walker Kessler.
Yeah, I don't want to negotiate publicly, but we're big fans of Walker and have talked with him and his people all summer and hope to have him around long term, whether that's in agreement now or later, but we're big fans of Walker.
Satisfied by that, JJ?
I'm satisfied by it, but it's not going to make Walker happy.
Yeah.
But we talked about it earlier in the show. Walker deserves an extension. But the way the numbers are and the contracts are set up, the Jazz it benefits the Jazz to wait. And
hey, boss, can I get a raise?
Yeah,
we're huge fans of you.
Yeah.
Wait, what? We're huge fans of you.
I've worked so hard. Did you see? I had a rough sophomore season. I came back and I was one of the best centers in the league last year. Well,
I'm number 98 on ESPN Top 100. Now what?
I mean, if we're talking about, I don't know if you were that good.
Hey, big fan.
But we love you. But
Big
you're
fan.
not that good. We're not going to pay you like that. But we love you.
I know.
He's cheap.
But like he said, hey, I mean, the real answer is we don't negotiate publicly. But just to let you know, like, we love this guy. He's a part of this team.
In all seriousness, I know the Jazz love him. I know Walker loves being here, but they got to make that match. And the fact is, it doesn't benefit the Jazz to throw him an extension right now. It doesn't. It gives them roster flexibility they may need next summer, when they really have an identity of where they're at with the rebuild, because they need to know where they're drafting next year and who they're drafting before they move forward. I do think next offseason is going to be a springboard for this franchise based on the lottery results and who they come away with in that draft to springboard into the next step in whatever this rebuild is. And I'm sure they want Walker to be a part of it. And at that point, they can work out something probably in restricted free agency, obviously, because he is going to become a restricted free agent. But they'll match any offer that's thrown his way. So I don't think – my point is Walker Kessler's not going anywhere. Don't worry about it.
All right, then finally, Austin Aines talking about everybody wants to know, what are you going to do with Ace Bailey? Like, he's like one of the biggest bodies that you could put it maybe that small forward spot, but at the same time, like, where do you want to actually see him play? He has this ability to be able to defend a lot of positions. So where are you going to put him? Here's what he said about it.
I think the league has moved to less strict positions, positionless basketball. I think Ace can play with a lot of different types of guys. We'll have to see how his playmaking continues to improve over the next couple years. His shooting and defense and rebounding and cutting have looked really good this summer, and we're going to need him to keep working on his creation. But right now, I'd love to have a point guard and a center around him to start. I think he could slide 2 through 4 at this point in his career.
There you go. 2 through 4. So just 3 of the 5 positions. That's what we're going to until one day they kind of try out a couple things here. Well, they're going with a small lineup here. What do they have? Ace Bailey playing that power forward position? Is he playing? They got him playing center. Why not? Give him a shot.
Yeah.
How tall is he, though, really? Is it 6'7", 6'8"?
I believe he was listed 6'9" in college, but he's more of like a 6'7" guy.
Wasn't he 6'10" on some of the rosters that
he's
he was
not
on?
that.
Like, come on.
He's got, we saw him in Summer League. He's got length. He can block shots.
For sure.
And
but he's not a big man.
He's a freak. Don't get me wrong. I just don't know that he's like 6'10". He's not Kevin Durant. But he's got exceptional size and length. at his position, which is going to be on the wing. Like he says, he could probably play the 4. I'm sure he could play the 4. I guess maybe a small ball 5 if you really needed to. He's not quite into that 6'10", 6'9" range, but he's close.
So it's media day, but obviously people even want to ask the questions about like, so when are you guys going to be like, when do you think you're going to be good again? And so that was actually brought up, kind of that competitive, like, let's talk about when this Jazz team's going to be competitive again. And here's what he had to say about it.
It's hard to do timelines. We're focused so much right now on just helping these guys get better every day. Whenever we make that transition, however we add to this team in the future, whether it's through free agency next summer or trades at any point, a lot of our development has to come internally. We have to. The salary cap dictates it, our market dictates it, everything. We have to improve with a lot of these young guys in the room.
I don't like to put a definition on defining when we could be good or not.
The answer is not anytime soon.
Yeah. I don't like to feel boxed in with your timelines, all right? Stop asking. And then finally, the culture. Obviously, that's a bigger part of it. It's not just about establishing this team to be good in basketball. You've got to be competitive. You've got to put a franchise together that's going to be competitive because this market demands it, and the NBA is not a place where you can be long and being terrible and without just being an absolute joke. And like I said, more importantly, this market doesn't put up with it. Here's what he said about the culture of what they're establishing right now.
We're going to try to establish a culture this year. Will and I have talked a lot this summer about kind of how we want to go forward with this thing. We've tried to add some veterans that are good players. Obviously, Lowry is really, really good. And we've got some other guys that are great connecting pieces. They're smart players. They can pass, shoot, think, that can help our young guys develop. And we want to hold them accountable this year. Every possession, every loose ball. So we see what we have, and we see who's ready to make that transition to playoff level basketball.
Pass, shoot, and think. The third one, that's unfamiliar to me. Come on. Pass, shoot, and think. I do like what Austin Aines is. I mean, he's super bright. It's just such a hard thing to start to build from zero. And that's what they kind of got when he got in here, right? That's what it feels like.
There's some young talent on the roster, but there's a lot of uncertainty about it as well. You've got some veterans on the roster, but they had to move, obviously, quite a few of them in the offseason and didn't get the value back that they had hoped. There's a lot of roster engineering that has to go on here, and that's not necessarily a good thing in the sense of, moving forward and trying to contend, which is what you want to do. The roster engineering is going on right now to kind of figure out what the future is going to be, and that means a lot of losing, and it sucks. So, yeah, it's kind of hard, but I've talked to people, obviously I've had conversation with Danny Ainge about it, just like the fun that he's had since they got all these draft picks. And these guys do have fun. And trust me, Austin Ainge is having a lot of fun right now figuring this all out to try to build that championship roster because they've both been on that other side where they were able to do that. Austin Ainge was part of the Celtics build of their recent championship team. He helped build that. He was part of it. Danny Ainge obviously was a part of it. Danny Ainge has built 2 NBA champion teams, even though he wasn't there when the Celtics won the last championship. A lot of the decisions he made helped the Celtics win that championship. They know how to do it. They've seen it happen. So there's going to be fun for them to get there, but the road is long and painful. There's a lot of losing that goes on. Even those Celtics teams had a couple rough years. So patience is hard, but patience is required in these type of situations, both for the organization and for you, the fan that's listening right now.
Yeah.
I know you may not be that excited about this season. Let's see. Maybe Ace Bailey's going to be fun. Maybe the veteran mix in youth on this roster is going to be fun. We'll see. It's a new season. It's a new day. But if everyone's honest, like the last few seasons have sucked.
Let's hope
there's something a little more fun this season.
Before we get out, by the way, NFL football, your first game on the slate tonight of the doubleheader for Monday Night Football. It's underway.
This is craptastic. Dolphins and Jets.
3-0 early. All right, we'll come back. We've got more around the corner. When we do, we're going to bring you some of those updates from the NFL this weekend. Big weekend in the NFL. Big, awesome weekend in the NFL. This portion of the show brought to you by Trajan Wealth, TRAJAN Wealth.com. It's Trajan Wealth for all your trusted local needs in retirement. We will come back and we will we will talk about some of the things that happen in the NFL and some of the teams that are on the rise and teams that are falling off. Stay here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Just a standard significant slowing in progress from southbound I-15 drivers in Salt Lake County from Murray to Bluffdale, with the pace particularly slow at the South Interchange. Bangor Highway slow also in the usual spot going from 78 South to past 90th South between West Jordan and South Jordan. Advanced Window Products, factory direct affordable windows. Call today. They're on the way. Financing is available. Save now and pay later at advancedwindows.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napoles here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Deion Sanders is very relevant, and it's cool that he says nice things about Kalani. Because Deion is so electric, everything he does is news, and saying nice things about the BYU head football coach is cool. And if you spend time with Kalani Sitake, you're going to like him. I bet you $1 zillion if you spend a few minutes with that guy, you're like, oh, this guy's cool.
I also think game recognizes game. Deion recognizes Kalani's a good coach. If you don't see that Kalani's good at this, it's a you problem. You know, if you're going to overlook Kalani and not recognize that what he's building is pretty special at BYU and that you're going to have to be prepared for it, you're just probably not a very good coach. But Kalani's done a heck of a job putting this program together. So I think Deion also has enough knowledge to recognize that what Kalani has built is authentic and is real and is something worth respecting. And I'm not saying steal a page out of his book, but recognize that what he's doing is doing it the right way.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. A website copywriter is doing 3 times more work than she was a year ago because AI programming is helping her with composition, organization, and editing. A data scientist who used to analyze data now checks the AI-generated analysis and helps managers make better decisions. A college professor, okay, it's me, tells AI to create PowerPoint slides for a lecture, and they do it in 45 seconds, and they do a better job than it took him 2 hours to do. AI is changing everything we do in the workplace, and it certainly has disrupted the workplace. There are fewer entry-level jobs, more impersonal communications. AI is making the workplace a more productive and less personal place. Learn more about how to lead a productive workplace without losing the personal connections. Go to UtahStateMBA.com. That's UtahStateMBA.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want you to know that it's the little things that count. Any remodeler can say they treat customers right when it comes to siding, gutters, windows, and exteriors. It's hard to know for sure. If a contractor uses cheap generic nails instead of super grippy ridge shaft nails for your siding, would you even know? If they use cheap $4 caulk to install your new windows instead of paying $9 a tube for the good stuff, could you tell by looking? It all comes down to the details and trust. At RGS Exteriors, we only do things one way, the right way. We never cut corners. We never skimp on details. We never do less than the job requires. That's why we offer our industry's exclusive 10-year everything guarantee. And it's why we have the happiest customers. If you need any gutters, siding, or replacement windows, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or online at rgsutah.com.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $29. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222. Or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Hey folks, it's Jay Broadbent here with Alpine Home Medical, celebrating 28 years of keeping Utah and Idaho comfortable and at home. Back in '97, I started with a truck, a dream, and a lot more hair. Today, we've got 11 stores from Idaho Falls to St. George. From the moment you step into our clean, welcoming showrooms, you'll feel the Alpine difference. Our team will be there to listen and guide you to the best solutions for your needs. We believe that the right equipment can transform lives. We're honored to be a part of your healthcare journey and to help you live the life you deserve. Visit us online at alpinehomemedical.com. That's alpinehomemedical.com.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Kalani Sitake says he's not concerned about running back depth in the absence of Sione Moa.
Yeah, we're fine. We got guys that can run the ball. You just don't know about them yet, but there's guys that are capable of running the ball and guys that can play with LJ. There's a lot of guys that we feel good about in that room, and they'll make their mark. A lot of you guys didn't know much about Sione Moa before either. So I trust Harvey Unga as a running back coach, and Fessy and A-Rod and TJ Woods there, so we'll be fine.
It's your Cougars at 30 update. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at KennyJ'sBarbecue.com for weddings, work, or any event. That's KennyJSBBQ.com. The NFL Blitz starts right now on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All the latest news and notes from the league and the locals in the NFL. JJ and Alex bring you the NFL Blitz on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You know what that music means. It means there's 2 games being played for Monday Night Football tonight, first of all. Monday afternoon football for us here in the matinee game. Not great. Jets and Dolphins.
You can call it just a matinee. It's 5:38
I know,
time.
but it's like, it feels really early. It's a 5:15 kick. And I think the part of it is like they already know, too. They're all, let's get this one out of the way.
It has to be played.
I got to play this game.
It has to be played.
So the cruddy Dolphins go down and kick a nice field goal. Good job. And then the Jets go down, and they're driving. Fumble at the half-yard line. Dolphins ball. It's about as ugly as it gets so far. So there you go. Hey, not everybody can have what's going on at the Los Angeles Rams, who, despite my colleagues not agreeing with me, Puka Nacua is obviously the future and face of the NFL's wide receiver groups across the league. Come on. I wish you guys would get on board with this. And Alex Napoles, you're wearing your Rams sweatshirt today. I thought you would like that at least.
I think it's time to start having Puka Nacua in the Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson conversation, man. Come on.
The money? I mean, he's still on that rookie deal, so you got to kind of, the team like, you had a good year this year? I didn't know that during the offseason negotiations. But, yeah. If you were, what were the numbers yesterday?
13 catches, 170 yards. That's a new career high for Puka, and a touchdown. He was phenomenal. And, yes, he is one of the top players in the NFL. In fact, there was some pundits on ESPN today saying he needs to start getting MVP attention.
Let's have a look at some.
Rams are 3-1, by the way.
Puka Nacua right now. Tops in the league in receptions. By the way, he's got 42. He's got 42 catches this year. Second place is Amon-Ra.
4 weeks.
Amon-Ra St. Brown's in second. How many catches do you think he has? 26. So
That's
just
a
a
big
mere
gap.
16. And then Jackson Smith and Jigba from the Seahawks also 26. So there you go. There's not a soul. It's even gotten to 30s. So the receiving yards also leads the league, by the way, by a mere 101 yards.
Wow.
Yeah. Got to pump these numbers up. Got to pump those touchdown numbers up, though. Had his first touchdown catch of the year yesterday. The Rams are scary good. I don't know how the Rams don't get on more people's radars, but they're going to be good again. Now, last year they kind of snuck into the playoffs, but as soon as they got there, start messing around with people, man. It's crazy. So, I mean, there you go. Other locals that stood out to you in the NFL this
Rams
weekend,
49ers coming up on Thursday on Prime, by the way. Other locals in the NFL. Dalton Kincaid with another touchdown catch. Cole Bishop with his first career interception in the Bills win. I really got to go to Devin Lloyd. And Devin Lloyd was in a weird spot where his last couple seasons have been disappointing. The Jags have been bad. That hasn't helped.
Yeah, they didn't pick up that fourth-year option, right?
They did not pick up his option, which is a big insult to a player.
It's also kind of with guys like him, it's all, maybe you're not a superstar.
It's a disappointment.
We can kind of play this game a little bit with you and go play really, really good.
Yeah.
And maybe we'll reward you.
Well, guess what's happening?
And?
He's playing really good. 8 total tackles Sunday, 6 of them solo, a tackle for loss, 2 interceptions. He has now tied a Jaguars record for the most takeaways through 4 games in a season for the franchise. It's tied it. That's how good he's been to start the season. He has 4 interceptions this year. Pretty good. Devin Lloyd is now emerging as one of the best linebackers in the NFL. Yes, that's what I'm saying. He is playing so far through 4 games at an all-pro level. So keep your eye on that. Jordan Love, nice night last night. Didn't get the win. 31 of 43.
Yeah, but he didn't get the loss
That's
either.
right.
Come on.
337 yards, 3 touchdowns. So he put up big numbers. I'm sure he wishes the result was different. Tyler Algier. Boy, that Falcons team laid an egg against the Panthers last week. They come right back, and they beat the Commanders.
Yeah,
and their
man.
offense exploded.
Yep.
Tyler Algier, a part of that, 16 carries, 51 yards, and scored his second touchdown of the season. Stiff-armed a dude on his way to the end zone. Pretty cool play.
Sounds about right.
We got to talk about Jackson Dart. Former Roy and Corner Canyon star.
Kaysville Zone?
Kaysville Zone, Jackson Dart. Wait a minute. How do you play at Roy and Corner Canyon? Never mind. We're not going to talk about that right now. It doesn't matter. Jackson Dart's a stud. It's awesome. And it shows all these kids in Utah that if you work hard, you can make it to the highest level. And Jackson's done that. Got his first start and led the Giants to a win. A team that was desperate for a win, a team that was hungry for a win. Brian Dable's job's on the line. And the dude went out there, and look, he didn't have Jordan Love numbers. He didn't go 31 of 43 for 337 yards and 3 touchdowns, but he had his first rushing touchdown of his NFL career, his first passing touchdown of his NFL career, and it was enough to beat a 3-0 Chargers team. Jackson Dart, just by merely executing the offense, taking care of the football, helped that team get a much-needed win. It was great to see. And the Giants, if they didn't have turnover issues in the first 3 games of the season, Russell Wilson, they probably wouldn't be in that situation where they were winless. So Jackson Dart's the man going forward. And I was worried. I was surprised that he got it done against the Chargers, not because I don't believe in him, but because that's one of the best defenses in the league, and he found a way.
I do like when people find out who this guy is for the first time, even though, if you watch anything that's NFL draft related, New York is pretty hard to avoid in that whole thing, and whether or not he was going to be the starter and all that. Anyway, people yesterday who were like, who is this guy playing for the Giants right now? And they put the picture up of him, and he's got his official NFL picture has those clear glasses,
Yeah.
But he also has a puka shell necklace, and you're like, oh, come on, kid. You should have taken that off for your official picture.
He's so Utah.
And they were like, why is this guy who should be renting me a jet ski beating our team? I was like, yeah, I love it. Jerry Jones, by the way, the immortal owner of the Dallas Cowboys.
Immortal.
I'm assuming he is. Who else has he made a deal with? Well, it can't be the devil because they don't win anything. So maybe that was the trade-off. Yeah, you'll be the owner forever for the Dallas Cowboys, but you'll never win a championship again. I'll take it.
He certainly did.
He still goes and says, yeah, Dak Prescott, he was indispensable in my mind, but Micah wasn't. I thought it was nice that he got Micah Parsons' name right. Now that he's traded away from him. I do think it was just so weird. It's just the worst. We have those matchups. The NFL needs to take a real close look at what's going on, because when you put these matchups on TV and you have this team versus that team and this narrative versus that narrative, and it ends in a tie, then we're in a bad spot. So it's time to reevaluate. I don't know if it's the collective bargaining agreement, that CBA that keeps you from being able to make a flexible choice on how to do this. Make something happen to where we don't have to watch games end in a tie. Especially the ones that we've been pumping up all week as it's this team versus that team, and it never ends up, and it doesn't end in a win for somebody. A tie doesn't do anything for you anyway. That blank and one, the wins, losses, and one, what does that look like? What does that do for you in the playoffs? Nothing. Doesn't do anything for you. Give me a winner in the best and biggest sport in the entire world. Please, please. This makes me mad. I wasted a night watching that game.
Ties are dumb. That's the whole point.
Alex Napoles'
Everybody's
soccer
tied
teams,
to start the game. Why are we finishing the game tied?
They tie, but they get a point in the standings for it at least. You're awful soccer players who end in ties.
Ties make sense for soccer. It doesn't make any sense for the NFL.
Does it make sense in soccer? What does it make sense? How does it make sense?
The point system.
But also, like, if you just had a winner and a loser, it would still work too, right?
Yeah, but then you get less points.
I think any soccer teams that get 0 goals in a game, in any game that ends 0-0, those teams should get minus points.
If that happens, did the game exist? Did the game happen? If a tree falls in the woods and you don't hear it, does it make a noise? If two teams end in a 0-0 draw, was the game played? The answer is no. It was not played. All right, what do we have here? Oh, yeah, Malik Neighbors torn ACL. That's awful.
That's bad.
Brock Purdy, everybody's favorite Mr. Irrelevant, still don't know what is going on with his injury, but he's still sore. He's still going to miss some time. Mac Jones is taking over, though, for that team. I think they're going to be okay. Or no?
They did better with Mac than Brock. There's no doubt about it. Obviously, they were 3-0.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm not saying that Purdy's not better than Mac Jones, but
this is such awful football to watch. This is so terrible to watch.
It's not good.
And you're going, it's just radio. I can't tell what you're seeing. Just know it's crappy football between the Dolphins and the Jets. Just know that. It's awful. These guys are looking around at each other going, do you belong in the league? I don't know. I'm faking it, dude. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We have our best and worst next. Don't want to miss it. So stay right here. Stay dialed in. Final segment of the hour. Right around the corner, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
SLC fat loss, Salt Lake City fat loss. Go check out the program that JJ and I have dropped weight on and kept it off with. Go check out the program that has changed the lives of dozens and dozens of people that we know and hundreds of people. You can go look at the testimonials for yourselves, and you can see what the program is about, too. They have no problem telling you, hey, we have a program that works. Here's how it works. And it's not the supplements. It's not the injections. It's not surgery. It's none of that. It's just a real program, JJ, that if people follow it, they're able to make sure that they can have that success. But more importantly, they can follow it for a long time. They can follow it for life, and they can stay healthy forever.
Yeah, now's the time to end the cycle of weight gain and frustration. You could lose 20 to 30 pounds in 60 days on this program. I lost 40 and 60, and also be empowered with the proven tools to keep it off once and for all. You can do the program in person or virtually from anywhere you live. Schedule your free consultation right now at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. If you want to do the program, tell them JJ and Alex sent you. You're going to get $200 off. Again, that's slcfatloss.com, slcfatloss.com.
The Missionary Starter Package now at Mr. Mac is everything a missionary needs at an unbeatable value. It includes 1 slim or modern fit suit, 4 and collar stretch shirts, 3 Teflon treated washable ties, 1 mission belt, and a pair of Echo or Johnston & Murphy walking shoes, all for just $695. Fit is never a problem at Mr. Mac with free in-store tailoring. Ask for the Missionary Starter Package at all 9 Mr. Mac locations.
Ski Chevy is back with season passes to Solitude Mountain Resort. So drop in to a participating Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer now. Plus, upgrade to a discounted Icon base pass when you purchase or lease any new Chevy model. From powerful trucks like Silverado to our versatile families of SUVs. Retail value per pass is $999. Offer valid while supplies last or until 10/31/25. See participating dealer for complete redemption details, vehicle eligibility, and restrictions. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers today.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Right now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown, you can get any new 2025 Mazda CX-50 for 0% financing for 60 months. Yes, 0% for 60 months. Or extended to 72 months for only 1.9%. You heard right. As low as 0% for 60 months. It's happening now at Tim Daly Mazda Southtown. APR OAC. Not available with any other offers. See dealer for complete details.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Any Hour Services can help with any size electrical project around the house. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with electrical projects and repairs are closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or visit anyhourservices.com.
UCCU, proud sponsor of Game Night Live. Celebrate 6 Salt Lake Valley UCCU branches. Enter to win a Jeep. UCCU, love where you bank.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Kyle Whittingham gives an update on injuries following the road win at West Virginia.
Yeah, we lost 2, 3, or 4 guys. Reserve judgment until we get final medical evaluations. I don't want to say something now that maybe isn't accurate, and so we'll let you know in the next day or two what's going on with that. Probably Monday. I have 3 or 4 guys that are in question. We'll give you updates on Monday.
That's your Utes at 50 update. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue. No matter the occasion, check out the catering menu at kennyjsbarbecue.com for weddings, work, or any special event. That's kennyjsbbq.com for your catering needs. Best and worst next. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Wrapping up the hour with our picks for the best and worst moments on today's show. As JJ and Alex want to hear your best and worst of the day.
Crazy that the LA Dodgers are a wild card team in the playoffs this year, and my Seattle Mariners are get the bye over in the AL.
They won the division, but you're right. They have to play in the wild card round.
It's crazy they're playing in those wild card rounds with like those poverty teams like the Reds. Blah. I'm looking at this schedule. We're doing best and worst, and so it kind of helps me like okay, but look, can we say something? Come on. I know that the Dodgers are playing, and so you got to put them late, but like the Yankees-Red Sox games, I don't like the 4 o'clock starts to all those games. Every game starts at 4 p.m.
Yeah.
I like middle-of-the-day baseball. I don't like middle-of-the-day Yankees-Red Sox playoff baseball. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I get it. They have to go 11, 1, 4, and 7. There's a lot of baseball all day long, so there's your best because there's a lot of freaking good baseball to be played.
Tomorrow will be fun.
It's going to be amazing.
I'm excited about it.
So
good matchups.
Fires up tomorrow.
Tigers, Guardians, Padres, Cubs, Red Sox, Yankees, Reds, Dodgers. Love it.
Yeah, it's really good.
Good postseason.
Best and worst, by the way, brought to you by Doug Smith, your family of dealerships in American Fork, Spanish Fork, and in Linden. Don't want to miss it. The newest of the families, the Mitsubishi dealership there in American Fork. So go check it out for yourself. Tell them JJ and Alex sent you. Nobody knows cars like Doug. Let me see here. The best is that the NCAA has approved a new single transfer portal window, and I don't know if it's going to work.
What are your
concerns? I don't know how it's going to work. I don't know. I don't know. For our sake, it's kind of fun, the drama, the weirdness. You know what I mean? And I know it gives some stability to a wild situation. I kind of started getting used to the wild situation. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So the modification is going to be the January transfer window. It's going to allow the transfer portal that's going to be opening between January 2nd to the 16th. It's going to replace the 2nd to 11th, but then also the second one that they were going to have. So there you go. So no December transfer portal like we used to get, and then no post-spring, right? Now, here's the good news.
Good.
Here's when you get the fun drama, though. If your coach gets fired, 30 days. Come on. Get a freebie. Love it.
Yep, it's there. It still counts. So 15-day window instead of a 10 they initially had.
Yeah.
No more spring, you're right. And then players only need to enter their name into the portal from January 2nd to the 16th. They can still take more time beyond that window to make a decision on their transfer destination.
Mm-hmm.
Just got to get your name in. You have that 15-day window to put your name in. And so a lot of players will do that. And especially it's weird because there's going to be players playing in the national championship game that have put their name in the portal that week.
Yeah.
But it's better than having that spring window, which was devastating.
It was a little bit
teams
wild.
like Utah State bottling up their program.
Yeah, they got killed
in the spring.
Yeah.
I mean, Utah lost a good receiver last year after spring. So, yeah, I don't like the post-spring
Yeah, but you know what?
window.
You got a bear and a tiger went down to Provo.
BYU would be in big trouble
If
right
they didn't
now,
have the
probably.
spring
If they didn't
transfer
have the
window,
spring
I'm
transfer
telling
portal
you.
window, they won't have it next year.
And then the worst is Paul Feinbaum. You know what, though? This actually works. And I might take it, and I might take this. Paul Feinbaum is considering running for U.S. Senate.
Oh.
Which means, of course, he'd have to give up his gig on ESPN, though. This is a win-win for us, JJ.
Why would he have to stop doing his show?
Oh, come on. No, you can't. You know how the rules are.
All he does is sit there in a chair and talk about how great Alabama is.
Yeah, but I don't
calls.
think you can.
It's not hard.
But I you know how the rules are. First of all, he'd have to be off the air while he was even starting to think about running. And then
what's up with these radio hosts thinking that they're going to be politicians? Should I run for Bluffdale City Council?
This is the best part about sure.
Throw my hat in the ring.
Yeah, and then we'll catch you on police cam being like, "What are you doing? Excuse you? You know my tax dollars pay for over here." Oh, that happened here in the state of Utah. That's
it did. Everybody listening probably knows what we're talking about.
But what I was going to say is
just because you're on the city council doesn't mean your kid can't get a ticket.
It's perfect for us. Paul Feinbaum would be perfect. You know who I am on a police cam as the U.S. Senator? That's a knee, right?
Yeah, I don't think he has an ACL anymore.
But what I was going to say was Paul Feinbaum going out there. This is great for us because then we wouldn't have to hear him, and he's not and we're not his constituents, right?
No, we're not.
So it doesn't matter. Perfect. All right.
But I like him. He's kind of like a cartoon. I like watching Paul Feinbaum.
Kind of like a cartoon. I can picture exactly how the caricature artist would draw him at a fair.
Oh, yeah.
You're right. All right. We'll take the break here. We'll come back. We got more to go around the corner. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Win big every Wednesday on the KSL Sports Zone with Win Ticket Wednesday. This Wednesday, win fastest VIP tickets to Nightmare on 13. One location, 2 haunted attractions. Nightmare on 13, where Halloween lives. Get $10 off nighttime attractions by using the discount code ZONE. And listen to the KSL Sports Zone all day Wednesday for your chance to win.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $29. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $29 tune-up today.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Hi, I'm Jay Broadbent from Alpine Home Medical, and I'm humbled to win Utah's Best of State for 2025 for the 15th year in a row. After 28 years, we're all about you. Over 1,700 5-star Google reviews and a 4.8 customer satisfaction score to prove it. We'll keep working hard for you. I've spent this year advocating with lawmakers for better Medicare reimbursement, ensuring you always have the best access to medical supplies you need. From Idaho Falls to St. George, our 11 stores are your home for comfort. When you hear Alpine Home Medical, think of that best of state experience every single time. Visit us online at alpinehomemedical.com. That's alpinehomemedical.com.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Hi, this is Doug Wright. I love fall, and I love October. In our family, October is replete with all kinds of fun things. We have a lot of birthdays. Dee and I have our anniversary, so of course, we're making our plans right now to go to Ruth's Chris Steakhouse for several of those occasions. And of course, we can choose from Hotel Park City, want to go up into the mountains, enjoy this great time of year, or all the fun things that are happening in the heart of downtown Salt Lake City. There's a Ruth's Chris Steakhouse downtown for you at 275 South West Temple. You, of course, can rely on the very best service, the great atmosphere, but it does kind of boil down to the food, and you will never have a better meal. The steaks, the entrees, whatever it might be, poultry, seafood, you name it, it's all waiting for you, including those delicious side dishes, the desserts that are off the charts. It's time right now to make your reservation at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
Water runs Utah. It carves our canyons, fuels our farmers' fields, fills our lakes and rivers. It runs outdoor adventures and economic development. But if we're not careful, water runs out. And in the cooler fall months, your yard simply doesn't need as much water. That's why this is one of the best times to make a big difference. Learn more at slowtheflow.org.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself, I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.